Beneath the azure sky, awaiting the emergence of a hazy mist and an air of mystery, the heavens. This scene captivated the young man's gaze. He held a dog in one arm, the other reaching upwards. This unlucky youth was Yang Yiyun, a graduating senior in his 4th year of university. He had originally come to the park today for a date with his girlfriend, but ended up drowning while rescuing a dog that fell into the water. The young man, clutching the dog, cried and struggled to save himself. Ah, woof, woof, Yiyun panicked. Why did it have to be like this? I don't want to die yet. But, miraculously, Yiyun saw something, Without hesitation, the young man reached out, grabbing the vine, grabbing the grass, the water. There was still a chance to be saved. Just as he grasped firmly, Yiyun exclaimed triumphantly, "Great! I'm saved!" Immediately, what appeared before the unlucky youth was a strange ceramic pot, leaving him stunned. Moments later, Yang Yiyun slowly sank into the water. False hope. It's over. I have no strength left. I never thought I'd die so tragically. Just when he thought he was about to meet his ancestors, it seemed heaven wouldn't allow it. Yang Yiyun groggily opened his eyes upon hearing a voice from someone in front of him. "Wake up quickly! Where is this? Is this hell?" The girl's hands performed CPR on Yiyun, her face contorted as she spat out water. Still believing he had gone to meet his ancestors, he thought, "What a pity, I never even got to kiss a girl in this life." As if his prayers were answered, the girl kissed him on the lips, jolting Yang Yiyun awake. The heavenly scene before him quickly captivated Yiyun. Could this be paradise? The dog licked his hand, puckering its lips with joyful tears. Damn it, this mutt. Before he could even enjoy anything, he was dog-napped. The youth's mood instantly soured. Quickly, Yang Yiyun sat up. "Ah, that's great, I'm alive." He shielded his eyes from the sunlight, squinting to regain his vision. Are you that beautiful girl?" Reaching out to help him up, she said, "I'm Zhao Nan, thank you for saving my dog." Damn it. And there was that dog hugging the girl's leg with a perverted look. The young man then grabbed Zhao Nan's hand, blushing as he said, "Ah, I'm Yang Yiyun. Thank you for saving me," he thought to himself. So beautiful, like some kind of celebrity. Then, just as Yiyun stood up, some older sister stomped her foot on the ground. Well, Yang Yiyun, the pink-haired woman, with an angry look on her face, crossed her arms and glared at him, with a noisy auntie behind her. Dating 2 girls at the same time in broad daylight? Lila, you don't need to feel regret anymore. Yang Yiyun, not understanding what was happening, quickly explained. Lili, let me explain, I was just saving a dog. The older auntie interjected. What's there to explain? This poor, rural bumpkin, I heard he still has to work at a nightclub to make ends meet. Can a rural bumpkin like you give Lili happiness? Playing along, the older sister finally spoke with a disdainful look. I originally asked you to come out to break up, but now it seems we're just not compatible in any way. Lili held out a pink invitation card. This is my wedding invitation. For the 10th of next month, I hope you can come. Holding the invitation in his hand, Yang Yiyun was terrified. What is this? Beside the trembling Yiyun, Zhao Nan calmly explained, Wait, I think you all have misunderstood. Without lingering for another second, Lili left. There's no misunderstanding here. Little Lai, let's go. The auntie wasn't letting up either. She immediately pointed. Poor bum, stay away from our Lai, got it. Zhao Nan, sweating apologetically, said, I'm sorry, I caused your girlfriend to misunderstand. Yiyun, now with a dark expression, said, This has nothing to do with you. They came prepared. You should go. I want to be alone for a bit. Zhao Nan, holding a business card, handed it to Yiyun. It's not wrong to be born poor. The important thing is that you have to work hard. This is my business card. Contact me if you need my help. Goodbye. After speaking, Zhao Nan left with that perverted dog, leaving Yiyun with a dark face. His hand tightened around the wedding invitation. Damn it, Yang Yiyun gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Suddenly, a cloud of turbid smoke appeared from his hand, and a voice rang out, startling Yiyun. Boy, isn't it just a girl? Ah, an old face appeared in front of Yiyun, making him panic. What is this? The smoke enveloped Yiyun. He suspiciously said, Are you a ghost? The thing finally revealed its true form, opening its red eyes with a majestic look. A ghost, this venerable one, is a loose immortal. He stroked his beard. From the 10th loose immortal tribulation of the comprehensive Yun Tianzi world, Yang Yiyun was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes. He hesitated. Immortal? An immortal? Why did you run next to me? The immortal looked at him sternly. You brat, have you forgotten that you just picked up a Qiankun bottle? This venerable immortal and the Qiankun bottle are both on you. If you don't believe me, look at your arm. Yiyun quickly pulled up his sleeve and saw a tattoo of the bottle on his arm. Ah, this symbol is. Recalling the scene of him pulling out a bottle, Yiyun couldn't help but be surprised. It really was that time, it seems. He really is an immortal. As soon as he understood the matter, Yang Yiyun clenched his fist and said to the immortal, Senior, please teach me magic. I want to become stronger, the immortal replied. The path to becoming all-encompassing is full of difficulties and obstacles, but you are suffering just for one girl. With what kind of mindset can you cultivate to fruition? Hearing this, Yang Yiyun gritted his teeth. He punched the wall, causing it to crack. With a determined look on his face, his hand crushed the wedding invitation. I'm not reconciled. I will definitely remember the humiliation of today. I want Huang Qing to regret it. Faced with Yiyun's determination, the immortal was suddenly surprised. Look, it's really similar to my original lousy disciple. The immortal turned his face away. HMPH, this determination isn't bad, consider it. that you saved me. It seems we have fate. Suddenly, he stepped forward and placed 2 fingers on Yin Yuan's forehead. A blue light appeared, making him surprised. I will cleanse your marrow and change your blood for you, and at the same time transmit my cultivation methods. The ray of light seemed to suck into Yin Yuan's head. He clutched his head and shouted, something is invading my brain. After a while, Yang Yiyun gasped, looking at his hand and thinking, not only will my brain receive more knowledge, but it feels like my sensory abilities have also increased. The immortal stroked his beard again and said, I have given you many of the most secret things in the Qiankun Bottle, but you basically can't use them now. I hope you won't shrink back from your practice in the future. Yang Yiyun, with a determined will, he clenched his hand. Yes, senior. In a month, I will definitely be at that girl's wedding to regain my honor. A phone rang. Let's learn to bark together. Let's bark woof 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 woof, attracting Yiyun's attention. As soon as he answered the phone, the voice on the other end shouted loudly, making Yang Yiyun dizzy. Do you still want to work? What time is it? And you haven't come to work yet. Hearing the scolding, Yiyun hurried away. Yes, director, I'm coming right away. Little did he know that the immortal was still saying, in the future, I can only give you pointers, and in the end, it will still depend on yourself. The immortal continued. Also, you should call me master now. As soon as he opened his eyes, Yang Yiyun was gone. He panicked. Where is he? Under the blue sky, the immortal shouts echoed. Damn it, no one can eat my stuff and not acknowledge me as their master, you brat. Don't run. Evening, at the dimly lit Xinhu bar, the pot-bellied man pointed at Yin Yun and said, what's the deal? Still want to work or not? Sorry, director, I screwed up. Totally forgot the time to go to work. Yun was sweating. A moment later, he noticed a few guys behind him. Oh, a beautiful woman being helped by 2 men. Isn't that the school belle, Liu Lingling? Yang Yiyun no longer paid attention to the fat man's scolding. His eyes were completely fixed on the weak figure being supported by 2 burly men. He was extremely stunned, thinking to himself, that's not right. This situation, she must have been drugged. As he thought, his face twisted with anger. His teeth clenched. Liu Lingling is not only a classmate, but also our class's beauty queen. Should I stop them? The fat man, seeing that Yun wasn't focused on his words, angrily yelled in his face, Hey you idiot, are you listening? Little did he know that all of his attention was devoted to the image of 2 brutes carrying his classmate away. The fat man pointed at Yun's face and shouted, Do you want to quit your job? He could only grit his teeth and endure, feeling troubled in his heart. But if I meddle in other people's business, I'm afraid I'll lose my job. Damn it, what should I do? He recalled Lily's disdainful look, pointing at his face. Someone like you isn't worthy of me. Yun's eyes darkened with anger. The fat man on the other side was still pointing at him and scolding. Did you hear that, you idiot? Suddenly, he looked at him with a panicked expression. Huh. Yin Yun looked at the fat man with eyes as sharp as razors, appearing incredibly scary. He shouted, No way, I can't let myself regret it. The fat man saw that devilish appearance, immediately scared into a cold sweat, snot and tears, eyes wide and mouth agape, only able to utter a sound. Inside VIP room 69, a loud laugh rang out. Haha, well done. Inside were a group of men drinking and partying. Liu Lingling was still unconscious, placed on a chair by them. The group of men surrounded her, looking at her like a delicious prey. One of them spoke up. Boss, this little one arrived right on time. Looking at the weak, pink-haired girl sitting on the chair, with her beautiful and alluring appearance, they couldn't contain their excitement. The bald man hurriedly turned around and called out, Boss, let's start. The blonde-haired man, holding a half-empty bottle of wine, reminded, Be gentle. We still need to take her to Nguyen Shao's place later. Suddenly, a loud, banging sound came from outside the door, causing him to turn around to look. The purple-haired man guarding the door also immediately became vigilant. Bang! With a crash, the entire door slammed into the face of the purple-haired man, causing him unbearable pain before he could react. Yang Yiyun kicked the door open and rushed in, immediately stomping on the face of the one who had just been kicked, shouting fiercely, Let her go! He jumped in looking cool, directly sitting on the already unconscious body of the one who had been kicked. The people inside immediately panicked, shouting, Who is it? Yang Yiyun himself broke in, himself panicking, his face pale, thinking to himself, Damn it! I only kicked it lightly, and the door broke already. Could this be the effect of marrow washing and bone transformation? One guy angrily rushed forward, swinging his fist towards him, pretending to approach something. Yang Yiyun nimbly dodged, thinking to himself, My reactions have become faster. The green-haired man kicked again. This time, Yun didn't dodge but turned his back to block. It doesn't hurt. My defense has become higher. He jumped up, kicking out with both feet to both sides, directly landing on the faces of the 2 standing nearby. The pink-haired man saw this, his mouth agape. Yun thought to himself, My speed has also become faster. His fist rushed towards the face of the other guy, leaving him only able to show a panicked expression, unable to dodge in time. My strength has also become stronger. Just as he thought, his fist sent the other guy's face back to meet Mother Earth. A tattooed arm smashed a beer bottle, laughing loudly. Ha ha, that's the spirit. The burly tattooed guy held the sharp broken bottle, dragging it along the wall, aggressively approaching Yang Yiyun, yelling, Hey kid, you dare come here to mess with us. I'm Nguyen Shao's man. He had a cigarette in his mouth, his face full of murderous intent, pointing the broken bottle at him, scornfully saying, Tell me, what do you want, you bastard? Unexpectedly, just a second later, he was beaten black and blue, teeth falling out, cigarette broken, face bruised, that area purple, and his precious hair was pulled into a bald spot, the broken bottle stuck in his head. At this moment tears flowed like a river, putting on a pitiful, fearful, and humble expression, begging, "Oh my God, big brother, I'm sorry I was wrong." Yang Yiyun tied up those big guys, patting the head of the guy from earlier like a puppy, seriously teaching him, "Don't do that again in the future. Forcing drinks is a bad trick." That guy was as obedient as a puppy, replying, "Yes, yes." After Yang Yiyun finished dealing with that group, he turned to look at Liu Lingling, who was lying unconscious on the chair. That night, at Yang Yiyun's house, Liu Lingling was unconscious, her flushed cheeks resting on the bed. Yiyun looked at the beauty in front of him, scratching his chin embarrassedly, thinking, "How could I be so impulsive as to bring a drunk girl home?" He said confusedly, oh no, I don't have any experience being in the same room with a girl, and with my ex-girlfriend it only went as far as holding hands." Suddenly, his master appeared behind him, thoughtfully looking at the girl on the bed, stroking his beard, and said, "What's there to be afraid of? You'll get used to it." Yin Yun ruffled his hair. "Oh yeah," then he suddenly flinched, turning to look at the person behind him, shouting in panic, "Why did you suddenly appear?" The master also replied, "What are you yelling about? Isn't it because you didn't say a word and ran off to chase girls? I've helped you so much, and you don't even call me master?" Suddenly, Liu Lingling lunged towards Yi Yun, scaring him as if he had encountered a ghost. She looked at him with an extremely seductive expression, lightly licking her lips and Yang Yi Yun was embarrassed, supporting Liu Lingling, frantically turning to his master for help. "Oh no, is the libido acting up? Master, is there a way to get rid of the alcohol in her?" The master stood next to him, feigning anger, turning his face away. Then he said seriously, "You decided to save this girl. She's pretty good-natured. So before I go into deep sleep, I can help you with the knowledge of the cultivation technique that I gave you, the 13 meridian technique. Look at it yourself." After he finished speaking, he transformed into a magnificent vase, uttering a voice. "Replacing your marrow and bones for you has consumed a lot of my primordial spirit. When I am in deep sleep, unless it's a matter of life and death, if you want to awaken me." Yin Yun heard this and replied, "Okay." He tried to unleash his power while keeping his mind pure, in front of the beautiful Liu Lingling who was clinging to him and teasing him. Finally, a book appeared. Yi Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Found it. At this moment, in the next room, a couple was lying on the bed. It seemed like they had just gone through a battle. The guy wearing gaudy pants was lying down smoking triumphantly, saying, "How was it? Am I strong?" The girl wrapped in a towel looked at the person next to her, smiling slyly and whining, "You're too strong, so annoying." Suddenly, a noise from the next room immediately attracted the attention of the young couple. Their ears seemed to enlarge, attentively listening to the sounds from the next room. On this side, Yang Yiyun was using his cultivation technique, constantly poking Liu Lingling to help her sober up. Liu Lingling hugged him, making sounds that were easy to misunderstand. The couple on the other side of the wall immediately curiously pressed their ears against the wall to eavesdrop. "What's going on? What's happening?" It continued like this. For more than half the night, the apartment was filled with Liu Lingling's ambiguous sounds. The clock pointed to 4:00 a.m. The girl in the next room angrily beat her boyfriend black and blue, shouting loudly, "You good for nothing, look at that guy." The guy in leopard print pants could only painfully endure it, constantly complaining, "He's a monster." The next morning, the sunlight shone brilliantly, golden and beautiful. Liu Lingling frowned, opening her eyes and making a sound. She suddenly woke up, her whole body only wrapped in a piece of cloth. Her face immediately flushed with embarrassment. "Where is this? Yang Yiyun's room?" A lecherous yell was heard, along with a crisp slap. Yang Yiyun frowned, clutching his burning cheeks marked with the imprint of 5 fingers, raising his hand and quickly clarifying, "Liu Lingling, listen to me, listen to me." Liu Lingling frowned angrily and shouted loudly, "What's there to talk about? I didn't expect you to be this kind of person." Yang Yiyun couldn't hide his anger and explained, "You were drugged by some hooligans last night, didn't you know? I was the one who saved you." Liu Lingling was shocked when she heard that. "What?" She crossed her arms, frowned, and thought to herself unhappily, "I remember that bastard Nguyen Van Hao asked me out to the bar, but why do I feel relieved and unwilling at the same time? Could it be that my charm is so bad? No way!" Liu Lingling still tried to find an excuse to scold Yang Yiyun. "Then why did I wake up naked this morning?" "You must have something to do with my beauty," Yi Yun replied shyly. "After you got drunk, you took it off yourself." Recalling Liu Lingling's charming appearance, she immediately jumped up and tried to dispel the memory. "Ugh, I dare not think about it," Yi Yun advised her. "After drinking alcohol, you should eat more green bean soup." At this time, Liu Lingling put on an embarrassed look and apologized. "I misunderstood you, but deep down, I still think something's not right. Even a straight man like steel can't help but have feelings for me." Could it be? Liu Lingling looked at Yi Yun's back in confusion and thought, "Is he gay?" Yi Yun coldly walked out the door and turned back to remind her, "Let's go to school. If you don't go now, you'll be late." 10 minutes later, Liu Lingling, amidst the sea of people in front of the school gate, turned to Yin Yun and said, "Hey, gay Yang." "Thank you for last night." Yang Yiyun was so embarrassed and angry. "You're the gay one. Your whole family is gay." Liu Lingling stretched and twisted her body, displaying her charming figure, and said to him, "Wasn't I drugged? Why didn't I have any after effects from drinking this morning? And I even felt very comfortable." Ignoring the men standing nearby who were drooling while staring at her, Yang Yiyun explained, "That's because I know an ancient medical technique that uses massage to press acupoints to squeeze all the alcohol out of your body." Liu Lingling's eyes lit up immediately when she heard that. Wow, I didn't expect you to know medical skills too, Liu Lingling happily said. Then you can do it for me next time, it feels so good. The boys nearby stared at the two of them, whispering. Has he progressed to this point with the school beauty? Relying on that lowly Yang Yiyun, even a good cabbage will be eaten by a pig. Another person said regretfully. Sigh, let's not talk about it, let's go to class. I'm so sad. Liu Lingling happily said goodbye to Yang Yiyun. Let's go to class, I'll treat you to lunch today. Yang Yiyun also politely said goodbye, thinking in his head. This little enchantress, she's finally leaving. Suddenly, a large and frightening figure appeared behind him and said, You are Yang Yiyun. A tall and scary blonde guy appeared and threatened, Stay away from Liu Lingling. A lowly person like you wants to eat swan meat. Yiyun turned his head to look at him, inwardly sighing. He's so tall. He put on a mocking expression, stuck out his tongue, winked, and pointed at his face, saying, Someone as lowly as you, do you think Liu Lingling will like you? Why don't you look at your reflection in your piss? You old-fashioned guy. Yiyun looked a little flustered and tried to explain. Wait, please listen to me. The guy suddenly raised his fist and rushed over, shouting, Are you scared now? I have to teach you a lesson. Remember carefully, the guy who punched you today is Yu Xiaogang. Yiyun looked at the fist approaching his face, his eyes widened. I'm done for. He thought he would be eating scallion porridge for breakfast, but Yiyun burst out with fierce power, punching the guy in the face, and angrily shouted, I just don't want to be late for teacher Yang Yuqing's class. You think I'm really afraid of you? Xiaogang was punched far away and fell into a tree. Everyone who witnessed it was stunned. Yiyun looked confusedly at his wrist, thinking, Oh no. I couldn't control my power when I got excited. During lunch break, Yang Yiyun was strolling alone on the road. He looked towards the cafeteria, wondering, why hasn't Liu Lingling arrived yet? Suddenly, a call came from behind. Friend Yang, Liu Lingling, walked over happily, accompanied by two beautiful girls who were constantly waving. Over here, over here. The four of them went into the cafeteria. Liu Lingling said, We've already reserved a seat. She pointed to her friend wearing glasses and introduced her to him. This is my best friend, Qian Xiaobei. Qian Xiaobei greeted shyly. Hello. Turning to the person next to her, who was dressed extremely seductively and acting all high and mighty. This is Lin Huan. She lightly smoothed her hair, pretending not to care, and just gave a simple, Yang Yiyun's face immediately showed some contemplation as he rested his chin in his hand, thinking to himself, This Lin Huang instantly blushed with embarrassment and turned away, thinking, Why is this person staring at me? Yiyun and Lin Huang sat down on the chairs, and Liu Lingling turned to them and said, Xiaobei and I are going to order. You and Lin Huang wait for us for a bit. He just smiled brightly and replied, Go ahead. After saying that, Yiyun continued to stare intently at Lin Huang, pondering, This Lin Huang is blushing with embarrassment, but why is she still looking at me? Could it be that she likes me? Suddenly, Yiyun rushed over, grabbed her shoulders tightly, and called out her name with a serious face. Lin Huang. She immediately panicked and exclaimed, Ah! Thinking to herself, I didn't expect him to be so assertive. Yiyun's expression was extremely serious, making Lin Huang's ears turn red. I have something I want to say to you. Meanwhile, Liu Lingling and Qian Xiaobei were walking and talking. Liu Lingling said, That Yang Yiyun guy even knows medicine. The other person immediately became interested. Oh, really? They opened the door and cheerfully said, We're here. Suddenly, Lin Huang's voice rang out from inside. Ah, a little harder. Liu Lingling and Qian Xiaobei immediately jumped back against the walls, looking extremely shocked. Their faces flushed red, and they thought to themselves, How bold. Liu Lingling seemed unable to believe what she had just heard. What did I just see? No, it's impossible. It must be because I drank too much last night and I'm too tired, so I'm seeing things. Liu Lingling shyly poked her head in to confirm. It must be what I saw. The scene before them made anyone who saw it blush. Lin Huang was lying face down under the chair, wincing and groaning. Too hard. Yiyun was sitting on her back, his hands touching Lin Huang's back, his face serious. You have to use a little more force to make it effective. Liu Lingling looked at the scene before her and thought to herself, This is wrong. She blushed and shouted, Ah! Then she immediately rushed forward and slapped Yiyun, pouting angrily and scolding, You pervert! What are you doing in broad daylight? Yiyun, caught off guard by the slap, only managed to let out an ah. Yang Yiyun rubbed his face and angrily pointed at Lin Huang, yelling, What are you doing? I'm giving Lin Huang a massage. Lin Huang, sitting next to her, immediately shyly covered her face. Liu Lingling was stunned when she saw this. What? Yiyun continued. Didn't I say I know medicine? I diagnosed Lin Huang with a rare cold meridian, and she has very heavy periods. Massaging her can help alleviate her condition. Lin Huang said hesitantly. It really is effective. It feels much better now. Yiyun said to her again. Just take my prescription a few times, and I guarantee you'll be cured. At this moment, Liu Lingling was dizzy and could only utter, Oh! Liu Lingling's anger reached its peak, and she immediately kicked Yiyun out of the room, yelling, Get out of here! Yiyun brushed off his butt, feeling wronged, and sighed. Why is it that after doing good deeds for so many years, no one believes me? He didn't notice that a few figures had appeared behind him. Suddenly, he sensed something, and turned around to look. Yu Xiaogang, face bruised and battered. Appearing with a few tall, muscular men, he pointed at Yiyun and said to the person next to him, Brother Ning, it's him. Yang Yiyun looked at the group of fierce-looking men in front of him and said, Who are you? Two tall, strong men stared at Yang Yiyun with murderous eyes, and behind them whispers began to spread. Oh, they're gonna fight. Isn't that Ning Yu from the Taekwondo club? Yang Yi-yun is definitely done for. Yang Yi-yun nonchalantly raised his hand and scratched his head, then said, "It's you again. Did you get some backup? Why are you so persistent?" The blonde guy suddenly looked behind Yi-yun. He discovered with a vile look, he thought, Liu Lingling is here too, haha, Yang Yi-yun getting beaten miserably. I must let Liu Lingling see it, heaven is really helping me. That silver-haired guy everyone calls Ning Yu glared at Yang Yi-yun. Kid, know your place and stay away from Liu Lingling, or we'll give you a serious beatdown. Hearing this, everyone around started gossiping, so it's jealousy over the school beauty. Feels like this kid isn't a match for Ning Yu's group. Liu Lingling, standing nearby, blushed when she saw this. So Yang Yi-yun is standing up to them for me. Okay, no problem. Yang Yi-yun raised his hand, signaling agreement, then turned away abruptly, leaving the guy standing there dumbfounded. Hillbilly, we're hillbillies with pride. Ning Yu turned back and asked, aren't you supposed to like her? Just leaving like that? Yang Yi-yun coldly replied, who said I like her? Then neither can you. Ning Yu growled. Yang Yi-yun, getting annoyed, turned back and snapped. Hey, seriously, what do you guys even want? So, you want me and Liu Lingling to be together? Delusional grandma, Liu Lingling, standing neither too close nor too far, misheard Yang Yi-yun saying, let me and Liu Lingling be together. She smugly placed her hand on her chest, feigning embarrassment and shyness. What's this? Is this a public confession? Ning Yu roared. I don't care anymore. Today I'm taking you down, you playboy. Brothers, get him. As soon as he finished speaking, two young punks charged towards Yang Yi-yun, each raising a fist just waiting to smash it into Yang Yi-yun's face. Ha ha ha, die! They shouted loudly. But Yang Yi-yun wasn't as easy to deal with as they thought. He reached out and blocked the fists from both sides. You brought this on yourselves. Blame that Yu Shaogang guy if you want. As Yang Yi-yun spoke, he broke the bones of the two, causing them to scream in pain. Seeing this, Ning Yu put on the creepiest face imaginable, looked at Yang Yi-yun and said, indeed kid, you have some skills, no wonder you could beat Yu Shaogang, so how about this move? Go to hell. He couldn't hold back anymore and jumped up, aiming to kick Yang Yi-yun's jaw, but someone like Yang Yi-yun wouldn't fall for it. The boy used one hand to block his kick. Then, he jumped up and kneed him in the jaw, splattering ketchup and chili sauce everywhere, followed by a few kernels of corn flying out. The blonde guy who came with him could only gape at the scene, drooling. The three pretty girls over there also had their mouths hanging open, secretly admiring Yang Yi-yun for being too cool. Yang Yi-yun put his hands in his pockets, looked at the burly guy hugging his cheek, lying flat on the ground and crying, I said I didn't want to do anything, but you just kept pushing it, he said, then turned and left. That Liu Lingling's eyes lit up at the sight of a handsome guy, thinking to herself, since when did this Yang Yi-yun know how to fight? But he seems quite handsome like this. That night, at Yang Yi-yun's house, he was sitting, cross-legged, hands clasped, eyes closed, to cultivate. Looks like the Qiankun Zhao that I'm cultivating has also reached a bottleneck, he thought, casually looking at the ancient books left by his master. Youth preservation pill. In the youth preservation art. This youth preservation pill is not valued in the cultivation world, but in the real world, it's a treasure. If it can be mass-produced in the real world, lost in thought, suddenly the phone rang. Let's learn how to bark like a dog together. Together, woof 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 woof. Yang Yi-yun was distracted by the ringtone, so he turned to look. Xiao Yun, I'm in trouble at this Ruoji building. There was a voice on the other end of the line. Yang Yi-yun heard clearly but still deliberately asked again. Liu Teiki. This guy wouldn't offend anyone, would he? Yang Yi-yun thought, definitely have to wait for me to arrive. When he arrived, Yang Yi-yun saw Liu Teiki being pointed at and scolded by a middle-aged man. Do you know what you've done? The boy with green hair and a serious face was Liu Temeki. I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose, he said. The bald guy still flew into a rage, yelling at him, you trash security guards. Song Shao has signed a contract to buy this porcelain vase for 200,000. Can you come up with that much money to compensate? Forget it, you're useless. I just signed the contract. Haven't even paid yet, the young master said, seeing that he's just a regular security guard. How about half price, 100,000 as compensation? What do you think? Hearing that number, Liu Teiki was so shocked he couldn't speak. The bald guy next to him was still gesturing wildly. Oh, Shao Song is really generous. So magnanimous. The young master crossed his arms and said, of course. Anyway, this security guard didn't do it on purpose. Liu Teiki sighed and said, okay, I agree. Liu Teiki. Yang Yi-yun called him from afar. How are you doing? Liu Teiki saw his childhood friend appear. His face immediately relaxed and asked, Yunzi, how did you come directly here? What happened? Yang Yi-yun asked. Is that how it is? Teiki replied. Suddenly, the elevator door opened, and a beautiful girl with green hair walked out. It was Zhao Nan, followed by two assistants. President Zhao. There's a meeting later, the assistant said. Zhao Nan told them to lead the way. Suddenly she saw her security guard arguing with two men. Yang Yi-yun on that side started to raise his voice. What are you talking about? Is this broken vase worth 20,000? Then President Zhao. Her assistant asked. Zhao Nan said, it's nothing, I thought it was someone I knew, I was mistaken, let's go. On the other side, the two men continued to pressure him. Do you know who Shao Song is? I warn you not to falsely accuse others. The young master also started to change his attitude and said, this is a tribute porcelain vase from the Song dynasty. Otherwise, pay the full amount. Liu Teiki sighed. Forget it, Yunzi, this is my responsibility. I will find a way to pay the money. But Yang Yi-yun still didn't want his friend to suffer. He bent down to pick up the broken pieces of porcelain and examine them carefully. Song dynasty porcelain vase. He frowned, thinking, holding the Song Dynasty porcelain piece in his hand. Yang Yi-yun looked attentively while thinking secretly. It seems that since the master changed my skin and flesh, in addition to the enhanced physique and abilities, even my 5 senses have been enhanced. Plus, I'm an outstanding student in the history department. Now I can quickly sense the quality and age of objects through the ability of my eyes. Under the sharp gaze of the male lead's golden eyes, mysterious streams of energy emanated from the shard. Yang Yi-yun judged in his heart. There are old substances from the present day remaining on the shard, and there is also a stream of air with a very unpleasant chemical smell. Just as expected, Liu Teki saw the male lead pondering for a long time and curiously asked, Yunzi, what's wrong? Yang Yi-yun's anger surged. He directly crushed the porcelain piece with his bare hands. Without saying a word, the male lead immediately used all his strength to punch the young master straight in the face. You dare hit me, do you know who I am? He screamed in pain, clutching his face. The person with him also quickly came to support him, and said, You broke my antique and dare to hit people. Hearing those words, Yang Yi-yun's blood boiled. He swung his fist at the 2 men and said, You dare to touch my brother with fake antiques. See if I don't beat you to death. Causing the 2 men to flinch in fear. At this time, Liu Teki stepped forward, put his hand on the male lead's shoulder, stopped him, and asked, Yunzi, wait a minute, what's going on? The male lead turned his head and shouted at Tasiki, This vase is fake, causing Taki to exclaim in a daze, What? The young master put his arm around the other guy's shoulder and stood up, his face swollen but still stubbornly argued. You say it's fake, then it's fake. Do you have proof? Liu Teki also wondered, and asked the male lead. That's right, Yunzi, how do you know? Yang Yi-yun, coldly, his eyes angrily pointed at the guy and said, I am an outstanding student in the history department. I can tell these fake things at a glance. If it's real, then report it to the police. Let the police handle it. Seeing that they had run out of excuses, they quickly turned and left, still not forgetting to look back and say, You brat, I'll let you off this time. You guys wait. Not paying attention, the young master bumped his face into a solid body. Tepulki stood opposite the 2 scammers, his eyes angry, his hands ready to go, and said in a terrifying voice, Not daring to report to the police, it seems you guys are really scammers. Then came a series of noises created by Tai Chi's hands and the other 2 guys. Afterwards, Liu Tieki and Yang Yi-yun went to a diner. As they sat at the table, clinking glasses, Tieki said, Thanks today, Yunzi. I almost got tricked by those 2 bastards. The male lead suddenly asked, Hey, Tai Dan, when you joined the army, you said you'd be determined to become a king of soldiers, a great army. So why didn't you stay? Why did you end up in the mess you're in today? Tieki replied thoughtfully, Who doesn't have difficult times in today's society, especially those of us with humble backgrounds? It's not easy to earn a bit of money. Hearing this, a thought flashed through Yin Yun's mind. Make money. This casual remark might actually work. The male lead slapped the table, his eyes excitedly asking Tieki, Oh right, Tai Dan, do you want to build a commercial empire with me? Startled by the unbelievably audacious question, Tieki spat a mouthful of beer into Yin Yun's face, leaving him speechless. Tieki anxiously handed Yin Yun a tissue, asking, Did you study so much you went crazy? A commercial empire. Where did you learn such bullshit techniques? But holding back, the male lead, with a tissue in hand, wiped his face and hair, his mood sinking as he replied, I just said it casually. It's understandable that you don't believe me. Then he resolutely looked at Tieki and said, But now I have a way to concoct a beauty drug. If I can just make it, it will definitely shake the entire cosmetics industry of Huaxia. Witnessing the male lead's determined words, Tieki gradually began to believe, but still curiously looked at his appearance. Seems like you're not joking. So, where did you get this recipe from? This, the male lead, was about to explain, when suddenly the music, Let's Bark Together, Woof Woof, started playing. It was Yi Yun's phone. The male lead awkwardly held the phone to his ear, saying to Tieki, Brother, wait a moment, let me take this call. Haha, hello. A female voice rang from the other end of the line. Yang, my bestie, can you do that magic method for me one more time? My relatives have arrived too, Tieki eavesdropped, holding his beer. But his ears were quietly listening. Yi Yun answered the phone. I'm having a late night snack with my bros, I'm not free. From the other end of the line, Liu Lingling said, If you don't help me, I'll spread the rumor that you're gay all over the place. Beside her, Lin Huang was secretly covering her mouth and laughing. Yun Yun helplessly pleaded, Please, my dearest aunt, I surrender. Stop spreading that nonsense about me being gay. Give the phone to Lin Huang. I'll teach her how to do it for you, she said. And just like that, the male lead guided Lin Huang over the phone, giving the charm to Liu Lingling. It was finally over. Yin Yun tiredly dropped the phone, the call still displayed on the table. Liu Lingling's face was full of satisfaction, her voice ringing out. That's great, Lin Huang shyly blushed as she massaged and listened to the sounds coming from the phone. Yin Yun helplessly glanced at the phone, replying, It's not what you think. Tai Chi patted his shoulder with a serious face, comforting him. It's inevitable to be lonely after breaking up, but you have to restrain yourself a bit, bro. The night sky echoed with Yin Yun's wronged cries. It's really not what you think. Sometime later, in the outskirts of Mount Yaong, Yi Yun walked and murmured, Damn it, last night, that Tai Dan almost tainted my purity. As he walked, the male lead thought. According to the records in the ancient book Zhu Yan Yu Shu that my master gave me, to concoct this Zhu Yan Dan, I need a medicinal ingredient called Zhong Sha Kao. Suddenly, Yi Yun vigilantly turned his eyes to the side. A figure with a cane emerged from the bushes. An old, bald man holding a wooden stick, friendly asking, Zhong Sha, what? The male lead angrily raised his fist, replying, Zhong Sha Kao, leaving the old man speechless. The old man's expression stiffened, pointing to a small path and saying, "The mountain path ahead, go east for 200 meters, and you'll see a small stream. Then swim down the stream, and then go to and cross a mountain next to a large blue stone, and then run through a nearby coniferous forest, and you'll find it." Yi Yun looked bewildered, waving his hand. "Thanks, goodbye, old man." But unknown to him, the old man was wondering, what was he asking about just now? That Zhongkao thing? Whatever. This big mountain has everything. He'll probably find it. Following the old man's chaotic directions for a long time, the male lead stopped to rest, panting and doubting. "I've been walking for 4 or 5 hours, and I still haven't." The movement from the bushes ahead caught Yang Yiyun's attention. He said, "What's that?" Suddenly, a giant, ferocious purple python lunged out from the bushes, its mouth wide open, bearing 2 large, sharp fangs, chasing after a yellow-white creature that was squeaking incessantly, heading towards Yang Yiyun. The strange creature and Yang Yiyun made eye contact. Both sides cried out in surprise. "Ah!" The large purple python rushed straight towards Yang Yiyun. Seeing this, he bent over and said, "That's dangerous." The python continued to lunge forward, chasing after the creature that looked like a yellow weasel, which was scrambling away. Yang Yiyun watched and thought to himself, "Looks like I'm not the target. I didn't expect to find such a huge python in these deep mountains and old forests. Is it about to become a spirit?" Yang Yiyun continued to think. This little creature is quite something. Even with its eyes closed, the yellow weasel still managed to jump and nimbly dodge the python's attack. It wore an arrogant smile despite being attacked. Suddenly, its back was struck hard by the python's tail, causing it to cry out in pain. Squeak! After being attacked by the python's tail, it was sent flying several meters away. The small creature painfully slumped to the ground, then sat up and looked at Yang Yiyun with pleading eyes, squeaking. At the same time, the large python approached from behind it. Yang Yiyun, who was hiding behind the bushes observing, was startled and hesitated, thinking, "How troublesome, should I save it?" After all, in nature, it's a case of, the big fish eats the small fish. But then, he softened, and looked at the yellow weasel, thinking, "Whatever, now that we've broken up, everything looks pretty and delicate. It's kinda cute, isn't it? This is a good chance to test my current abilities." At this moment, the weasel was tightly closing its eyes, hugging its head in fear and squealing. Yang Yiyun burst out from behind the bushes. Just as the python was about to attack the little creature, he managed to rush forward, grab it, and run at full speed while observing it. After rescuing the little weasel in his arms, he turned around and stopped, facing the python. Immediately, he charged straight at it. Yang Yiyun swung his leg and shouted, "Ha!" He kicked the python hard in the body, causing it to open its mouth in pain. It raised its tail behind Yang Yiyun to attack him, but he saw it, grabbed its tail, causing it to swell up, and said with a grim face, "Repeating the same trick won't work anymore." Being grabbed, it cried out in pain. Yang Yiyun didn't stop. He grabbed its tail and lifted it up, then shouted angrily, "Take this!" He flashed a triumphant smile at the python and said in a raised voice, "Looks like that's all you've got. You're just a bit bigger than usual." Finishing his sentence, Yang Yiyun threw the python far away, causing it to fall to the ground, coughing up blood and shattering the ground around. After it landed, the python's landing caused the birds to scatter in a flurry, due to the tremor in the ground. Nearby, someone heard the sound and turned their head, puzzled. "I wonder what's going on." Yang Yiyun, on the other side, was standing and looking at the python lying on the ground. The little weasel stood opposite it, waving its hands and exclaiming. It looked at him and squeaked, "Squeak, squeak, squeak." Yang Yiyun saw this, pointed at himself and asked, "Yellow Weasel, are you asking me to come over there with you?" The weasel, at this moment, happily smiled and nodded, continuing to squeak. Yang Yiyun was a bit surprised by this little creature. He thought to himself, "Has this creature become a spirit? I didn't expect it to understand human speech." Without thinking further, he looked up and was surprised. As if he had discovered something. He happily looked down towards the foot of the mountain and said, "Finally found a patch of zhongsha grass." Suddenly, Yang Yiyun looked up at the mountain and wondered. He walked over and began to climb the tall mountain, thinking to himself, "If this is the territory of the giant python, there must be precious herbs up there, right?" After climbing nearly to the top of the mountain, he discovered 2 types of plants that looked very rare. On one side was ginseng, and on the other was a plant with a white-blue color that looked like it was frozen by snow. Yang Yiyun said, This is ginseng. Looks like it's not young, huh? What's that white thing next to it?" After climbing up and squatting down, the mark on Yang Yiyun's hand suddenly spoke. "Your master can sense the spiritual energy of the soul essence grass. This might be a heaven-defying treasure that's hard to come by. It's helpful for restoring your master's primordial spirit. Quickly pick it and put it in the bottle." After hearing this, he reached out his hand to pick the white-blue plant and said, "This must be the soul essence grass, right?" Before he could touch the soul essence grass, it unexpectedly uprooted itself and jumped straight into the blue mark on Yang Yiyun's hand, surprising him a bit. Then, he thought with admiration, "How convenient, huh?" Then, the zhongsha grass can also be taken away easily. After obtaining the herbs, Yang Yiyun straightened up and suddenly fell down the cliff. He stood there, looking at the little golden weasel and thought, "This weasel seems to have developed some intelligence. It can understand human speech." A thought then flashed through Yang Yiyun's mind. "Should I take it home and raise it? Living in this deep, wild mountain is too dangerous." He flashed a very sly smile, raising his hand and speaking to the weasel, startling it. "Little weasel, you're so cute. It's so dangerous for you in this deep mountain forest. Why don't you come home with me?" Hearing this, the weasel furiously chirped, expressing its resistance. Seeing it angry, he took out an attractive lollipop and tempted it. Do you like this? It didn't stay angry for long, immediately changing its attitude, drooling and chirping. So it took the lollipop and put it in its mouth, chirping. Yang Yiyun hugged it, gleefully saying, "Good boy." And so, this little wild weasel that had developed intelligence was brought home to become a loyal companion of Yang Yiyun. The weather today was clear, and the sun was high in the sky. Right in front of the kitchen, Yang Yiyun was in the process of cooking zhongsha grass and other herbs. Holding a sprig of zhongsha grass, he wondered, "Yesterday I found all the herbs and followed the method in Zhu Yan Yu Shu to refine them. Why isn't it working?" Yang Yiyun put his hand on his chin, looking at the boiling pot of herbs. He pondered. Could it be that I need to use an alchemy furnace? I feel like the induction cooker should work, right? Should I try turning up the heat all the way? Before he could take the next step, he heard someone knocking on his door. Yang Yiyun turned his head and said, raising his voice, "Stop knocking, I'm coming, who is it?" While he wasn't paying attention, the pot of herbs he was cooking burned, even emitting black smoke. The person at the door was Liu Lingling. Seeing Yang Yiyun open the door, Liu Lingling put her hands on her hips, raising one hand and saying, "Hello." Seeing her, Yang Yiyun scratched his head and asked, "Oh, it's you. What are you doing here?" Hearing this, Liu Lingling proudly put her hands on her hips, admiring herself as she said to him, "A great beauty like me personally comes to your door, and you show such an attitude. Don't tell me you're actually gay." Suddenly, the unpleasant smell of the mixed herbs that Yang Yiyun was making rushed into Liu Lingling's nose. She covered her nose, waving her hand, and grimaced, "Yang Yiyun, are you cooking poop? Why does it stink so much?" Yang Yiyun realized this and immediately ran back to check his pot of herbs, saying in a flustered voice, "Oh no, it's burning." He successfully pressed the stop button. Liu Lingling came closer, looking at the pot of smoky herbs he had cooked, covering her nose, and asking with disgust, "Ew, what's this? Are you really cooking poop?" Yang Yiyun frowned and glared at her, replying, "Poop my foot. Believe it or not, I'll stuff it in your mouth later." Yang Yiyun opened the lid of the pot. Both of them looked at the pills that looked like magical elixirs, with a golden, glittering color. In surprise, Yang Yiyun opened his eyes wide and smiled. "The youth preservation pill is refined. It's done." Liu Lingling also stood beside him, her eyes wide with admiration. "Wow, what is this? So beautiful." Yang Yiyun used his hand to take a pill from the pot, examining it with a pensive gaze. He thought to himself, "This is the shape described in Zhu Yan Yu Feng. Although the color is a bit paler, it's probably because I didn't use an alchemy furnace." Yang Yiyun lay down on the ground, kissing the pill over and over in joyous tears, muttering, "The effect is probably somewhat similar, but this elixir is probably more than enough for ordinary people like us." "I finally succeeded," Liu Lingling said with a pale face and a judgmental tone towards Yang Yiyun. "Are you crazy?" Staring at that pill, shedding tears all over the place. Setting aside his joy for the moment, he stood up and said to Liu Lingling, "You wouldn't be knocking on my door if you didn't have anything to do. Don't tell me you came to find me, right?" Hearing this, she blushed, clutching her chest, flustered and angry. You're not a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, so me coming to find you must be for something else." Yang Yiyun thought to himself as he looked at her. This Liu Lingling, she treats me like a joke on the phone. Now that we've met again, Liu Lingling then pointed to the pimple near her mouth and said, "I have a little pimple here, can you see if there's a way to make it disappear quickly? Otherwise I won't dare to go back to school." Hearing her say this, Yang Yiyun couldn't hide the lewd thoughts in his mind, smiling slyly and seeing Liu Lingling as a guinea pig, rubbing his palms together and muttering, "A pimple now is perfect for testing the effect of the youth preservation pill. She really is a guinea pig." Coming to my door, Liu Lingling put one hand on her hip, looking at him and continuing to ask, "Is there a way or not? Why are you smiling so slyly? You're not thinking about something indecent, are you?" Yang Yiyun's expression shifted, and he flashed a bright smile, holding the pill as he declared confidently, "Of course there's a way. Take a look at this pill, big and round, isn't it? This is a beauty pill that I, using my family's secret recipe, just concocted for long journeys. One pill, and you'll see results immediately." Liu Lingling's face was still flushed, but she pointed suspiciously at the pill, asking, "You expect me to swallow something that stinks like that? Are you kidding me?" Yang Yiyun moved closer to Liu Lingling, wearing a deliberately menacing expression as he said, "Don't you trust me? You know my medical skills? If you don't get rid of those pimples, how are you going to face anyone?" Liu Lingling was surprised, and even more flushed, to find herself in such close proximity to Yang Yiyun. Liu Lingling turned her face away, stammering shyly, I know. I'll drink it, alright? It stinks, I don't want to hold it, feed it to me." Yang Yiyun was taken aback, and blushed slightly upon hearing that, thinking to himself, as he looked at her, "This atmosphere is getting a bit delicate, isn't it?" Liu Lingling moved closer, holding his golden pill in her hand, her mouth open as she told herself, "To get rid of these pimples, I'll risk it." Liu Lingling shut her eyes tight, taking Yang Yiyun's hand in hers, and opening her mouth to swallow the pill. Liu Lingling, her face red, swallowed his pill completely, letting out a cry of delight. Liu Lingling stretched, marveling inwardly. "I never expected that this pill wouldn't stink at all once it's in my mouth. On the contrary, it's slightly sweet, and now my whole body feels comfortably numb." Seeing her ridiculous performance, Yang Yiyun said with an indifferent tone, "It's just swallowing a pill. Does it have to be that dramatic?" Liu Lingling crossed her arms, feigning annoyance, and retorted, "HMPH, isn't it all because you forced me?" He leaned in for a closer look, startling Liu Lingling slightly. He raised his hand to her chin and said with a hint of surprise, "The pimples really disappeared that quickly. Your skin has even become very smooth. The effect is a bit too much, isn't it?"
Liu Lingling excitedly asked. "Really?" Yang Yiyun turned to walk somewhere else, saying, "Wait a moment, I'll go get you a mirror."
Liu Lingling looked in the mirror and exclaimed in astonished admiration, "It's true! It's so magical!"
Upon hearing that, Yang Yiyun proudly crossed his arms. Of course, Liu Lingling then said, "Yang Yiyun, thank you."
Whoa! She suddenly moved forward, hugging Yang Yiyun's shoulders and unexpectedly kissing him on the cheek, making his face instantly flush red.
He unexpectedly sat down on the floor, covering his mouth and shyly shouting, "Ah!" Liu Lingling's face was just as red seeing this. Seeing him so shy and adorable, Liu Lingling covered her mouth and giggled, teasing, "I never expected you to be so innocent." Yang Yiyun raised a fist in anger and yelled, "You keep teasing me. Do you believe I'll take care of you today?" Liu Lingling not only didn't avoid him, but also automatically put her hands behind her head, saying in an inviting tone, "Come on, don't just talk the talk if you can't walk the walk." Yang Yiyun advanced, causing Liu Lingling to back up against the wall. He placed his hand on the wall above her, leaning in close, making her shy as he said, Today, I'll let you know the consequences of teasing me." Liu Lingling blushed in surprise, thinking, "No way. Is he really gonna get tough?" Yang Yiyun pressed his whole body against hers. Liu Lingling panted, her face red. His face was also red. As he locked eyes with her, Liu Lingling parted her lips, closing her eyes in satisfaction, trembling slightly as she thought, "Could my first kiss be buried here?" Seeing nothing happening, she muttered, "Why hasn't he kissed me yet?" She opened her eyes slightly to see Yang Yiyun holding out a jar of his golden pills towards Liu Lingling. Yang Yiyun calmly offered the pills, saying, "You really thought I was going to kiss you? There's some left, take them home. This should be enough for you to take for a week, ensuring your pimples won't come back." Annoyed, Liu Lingling swung her hand and snatched the pills from him, huffing, "HM." Yang Yiyun frowned and used a scary tone like a ghost to threaten her. Really not doing it. Liu Lingling was terrified. Her face flushed with annoyance. She turned and walked towards the door but didn't forget to taunt, "HMPH, I'll take the medicine, you're totally gay. Goodbye." Then, she slammed the door shut and left. As soon as she left, Yang Yiyun leaned against the door, his hands on his chest, his face red as he wondered suspiciously, "Why is my heart beating so fast? Could it be that I actually like her?" Night began to fall, and the moon had already appeared behind the apartment buildings. Yang Yiyun was meditating and cultivating, his eyes closed as he immersed himself in his own world, recalling a book from the ancient texts his master had given him. The 5 elements guiding body technique is a type of technique similar to the 5 elements first, encompassing offense, defense, and a comprehensive foundational cultivation technique for body methods. Yang Yiyun, still with his eyes closed, contemplated, "If I can understand all the content within, if I encounter troublesome characters in the future, I'll have a trick to protect myself. It's not enough to just have a body full of strength." Yang Yiyun exhaled, exerting force with both hands. He looked at the clock and it was already late, exactly 11 p.m. He thought to himself, "After a few days of practice, I've finally had some success." While he was pondering, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Seeing this, he thought, who could it be so late? He looked at the phone and was surprised to see a message from Liu Lingling. She said to Yang Yiyun, "I've already told my father about your research and creation of the beauty pill. I even let my mother try it, and she loves it. My father invites you to come to my house for dinner tomorrow, saying there's something he wants to discuss with you. Are you free?" Reading the message, he jumped up and clenched his phone, gleefully smiling triumphantly. "I remember Liu Lingling's family has a big business. Looks like my opportunity has come knocking." The next morning, Yang Yiyun accepted the invitation and sat in the car to Liu Lingling's house. The chauffeur smiled cheerfully at Yang Yiyun. "I didn't expect the person who researched and created the youth-retaining pill that Lingling mentioned to be such a young man, Mr. Yang." Yang Yiyun, sitting next to him, also happily looked at the uncle chauffeur and continued, "It really surprised me." Yang Yiyun replied, "It's just that I used the recipe passed down by my grandfather and improved upon it, borrowing some of my grandfather's reputation." Suddenly, Yang Yiyun noticed Lingling's villa and thought to himself, "Although I know Liu Lingling's family has a big business, I didn't expect it to be in the most luxurious villa district of Jiyutui. It seems the Liu family's wealth is even greater than I imagined." The black car entered the villa gate, and the chauffeur smiled and said, "Mr. Yang, we've arrived." Yang Yiyun got out of the car, looked up at the villa, and sighed to himself, "This is too extravagant." From inside the house, Liu Lingling walked out. She was wearing a tight-fitting, long-sleeved purple cheongsam, revealing her extremely ample bosom. She happily came out to greet him, calling his name, Yiyun. She happily ran over and complained, "You're so slow." Yang Yiyun was surprised and thought, "What's this?" As if Lingling completely didn't notice that Qin Xiaobei and Lin Huang were standing behind her, giggling, while Hao Yao was furious. She happily ran over, pressed her chest against Yang Yiyun's arm, and said coquettishly, "I've been waiting for you for ages." He blushed, looking at the chest pressing against his arm, his mind filled with question marks, replying, "Ah." Yang Yiyun glanced at Liu Lingling. Realizing that things weren't so simple, he suddenly noticed Hao Yao storming towards him, while the other 2 girls were still standing behind, giggling. Yang Yiyun startled, and turned to ask, "Liu Lingling, are you using me as a shield?" Always bringing me trouble. Liu Lingling didn't want to be wronged, and quickly replied, I was originally planning to meet you, Lin Huang and Qian Xiaobei today. Who knew this troublesome guy would hear the news and come too? She continued to cling to Yang Yiyun's arm, saying, but I don't like him. Consider it helping me out of a fire. Just help me. Hao Yao's face darkened as he walked over and shoved Yang Yiyun's shoulder, saying, Lingling, even if you don't see me, you don't need to find this bum to provoke me, right? Look at this poor guy. Just an average Joe. What's better about him than me? Liu Lingling got angry. One hand grabbing Yang Yiyun's hand, one hand pointing directly at Hao Yao's face, shouting, what are you? Who I find as a boyfriend is none of your business. Seeing this, Yang Yiyun immediately cooperated with Liu Lingling. He turned and grabbed her hand and put his arm around her waist, saying, my love, he's just a shameless stalker with no class. Why get so angry? He also thought to himself, you pig. I can make a shameless stalker angry to death right now. Hao Yao angrily swung his fist in front of Yang Yiyun, shouting, kid, you dare call me a shameless stalker, you want to die. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately pushed Liu Lingling away. Liu Lingling worriedly shouted, Hao Yao comes from a martial arts school, be careful. Yang Yiyun easily dodged Hao Yao's punch, thinking to himself, after I cultivated the 5 elements guiding body technique, the fists of ordinary people seem like slow motion in my eyes. Hao Yao smirked challengingly. No wonder Liu Lingling is interested in you, if you're capable. But later Lingling will see you beaten miserably. Yang Yiyun said with a straight face. A shameless person is just a shameless person, am I wrong? Then he slapped Hao Yao hard, causing him to spit out blood. Liu Lingling, Lin Huang, and Qian Xiaobei were all so surprised that their eyes widened. Hao Yao covered his swollen face, angrily shouting at Yang Yiyun, you dare to slap me? Even my dad has never hit me. Suddenly, Liu Lingling's father and the driver uncle from earlier came out. Liu Shanhai asked, why didn't you kids come in after arriving? What are you fighting about, outside? All 5 of them were surprised. Hao Yao, Lin Huang, and Qian Xiaobei said in unison, hello, Uncle Liu. Liu Lingling called out in surprise, Dad. Yang Yiyun recalled the dark shadow he had just seen upstairs, silent and doubtful. Just now I noticed him secretly observing upstairs, afraid of making a big deal, so he only appeared now to defuse the situation. It seems that he wants to probe and observe me a little. This person is scheming. All 5 of them listened to Uncle Liu and went into the house. Hao Yao was still angrily baring his teeth at Yang Yiyun, making him feel, what a nuisance, can't you feel the difference in ability between us? I understand Liu Lingling's feelings a little now. Liu Shanhai led the 5 of them inside, where a table full of food had already been prepared. He said with a smile, it's rare for your friends to come to our house, kids. Please eat as much as you like, don't be shy. Liu Shanhai took off his coat and handed it to the housekeeper. The 6 of them sat down at the table together, their positions being Liu Shanhai, Liu Lingling, Qian Xiaobei, Lin Huang, Hao Yao, and Yang Yiyun in that order. Liu Shanhai looked at Yang Yiyun and said with a smile, last time you saved Lingling, I don't consider you an outsider either. Consider this meal a small token of appreciation from this father. Yang Yiyun quickly replied, it just so happened that I encountered it while I was working part-time. Helping out is the right thing to do. Liu Shanhai laughed. You're too modest. Oh, right, both Uncle Yandan and Lingling have used it. The effect is indeed very obvious. It would be great if such a good thing could be put on the market. Hao Yao asked with a surprised, gaping mouth. Is that the legendary Yandan pill that makes you look 5 years younger after eating it? Uncle Liu, where did you get it? I heard Liu Lingling say that it's very expensive and hard to sell now, extremely rare. Yang Yiyun smiled and waved his hand, saying, it's not that much. Hao Yao became even more annoyed, frowning and crossing his arms, asking, is it your turn to speak? Are you even worthy to discuss the Yandan pill with us? This is a high-end health supplement refined by some reclusive traditional Chinese medicine doctor. He tossed his head and continued, only people in our circle can come into contact with it. What would a commoner like you know? The 2 girls, Lin Huang and Qian Xiaobei, giggled beside him. He continued to provoke. As for this Yin Yun guy, I've already investigated him before. He comes from a poor family, with a grandmother and younger sister relying on each other, and his father went to the army and disappeared during a mission. But he completely ignored Liu Shanhai's darkening face and continued, now he has to rely on part-time work to subsidize living expenses. How are you worthy of sitting at the same table with us? Get out. Liu Shanhai frowned angrily and shouted, enough, causing everyone at the table to look at him in surprise. Resting his hand on the table with a dark and imposing expression, he said, this young man researched and created the Yandan pill. Why can't he sit at the same table with us? Moreover, he once saved our Lingling. If you continue to say malicious words to him, don't blame me for not giving the Hao family any face. Hao Yao exclaimed in surprise. What? You refined the Yandan pill? Yang Yiyun smirked and snorted. Hao Yao angrily stood up, pointed at Yang Yiyun and said, so what if you refined it? I and Lingling have been engaged since childhood. The engagement was decided by our grandfathers. You can't just say it doesn't count. Liu Lingling also crossed her arms, turned her head, and refused. I was only 10 years old at the time. Who would know about these things? It doesn't. He angrily turned to Liu Shanhai and reproached, Uncle Liu, you're not going to deny this, are you? Liu Shanhai was a little worried and quickly looked away, avoiding the question, and said, I was busy with work at that time. Lingling was always taken care of by her grandfather. I didn't know anything about this engagement. Lin Huang couldn't help but speak up. Yang Yiyun is just a college student, yet his medical skills are already so advanced. What do you have besides money? Seeing this, Qian Xiaobei stood up and said with a smile, I think Yang Yiyun and Lingling are a match made in heaven.
Hao Yao angrily gritted his teeth and slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "Instead of siding with me, you're joining him to insult me."
He frowned, curled his lips into a smile, and said, "In short, now that the engagement deadline from years ago has arrived, no matter what anyone says, I, Hao Yao, must take back my wife."
Lin Huang and Qian Xiaobei exclaimed in surprise. "You don't mean?" Hao Yao smirked nastily, sat down seriously, and said, "That's right, Liu Lingling is my, Hao Yao's, fiancée. I must run away with her."
Yang Yiyun.
Hearing this, Liu Lingling couldn't help but stand up, slap him, and shout, "Run away, my ass!"
"Stop reading novels. Didn't you hear that the Liu family doesn't agree?" Hao Yao fell to the ground, covering his swollen face with his hands, tears welling up in his eyes as he stammered, You.
Feeling humiliated, he quickly got up to leave, shouting loudly before he left, "Yang Yiyun.
You.
HMPH. I'm done with this meal," he thought. "If it weren't for Liu Shanhai protecting you right now, I'd give you a beating you wouldn't forget."
He slammed the door shut
in anger.
Not wanting the atmosphere to be ruined, Liu Shanhai quickly turned to look at Yang Yiyun and said with a smile, "Don't take it to heart, let's continue eating. After we finish eating, we'll discuss the collaboration." He thought to himself that he didn't expect Yang Yiyun to be so unyielding in the face of money and fame. He would definitely be a good successor, drifting in the business world. 2 hours later, at Liu Lingling's villa, after the meal, Yang Yiyun and Liu Shanhai went to the study to discuss the collaboration. Liu Shanhai sat in front of the computer screen and said, "All right, you'll only be responsible for the technical aspects, and the Liu family will provide all the materials and the location.
At the same time, we'll be responsible for sales. We'll split the profits 7-3, you get 7, and the Liu family gets 3. What do you think?"
Yang Yiyun happily said with a smile. "Deal." Liu Shanhai said with a smile. "Very straightforward.
Here are the documents. Take a look. If there are no problems, sign them." Hearing this, the butler quickly brought the documents to Yang Yiyun.
Yang Yiyun took the documents, looked at them, and said, "There are no problems with the contract."
He thought to himself, "Not allowed to be involved in the sale of goods. The goods are only for the Liu family to sell. The selling price will not be deducted from his profits. It seems that the Liu family has great confidence in his youthful beauty pill."
Liu Shanhai happily gave him a stack of documents and a bank card, and said, "Young man, there is also an empty house in the city. Just consider it as a favor from Uncle Liu for saving Lingling."
"I heard you're still renting a house. Having this house will make it easier for you to go to school."
Hearing this,
Yang Yiyun quickly reached out to receive it. "Then I will obey, and respectfully thank Uncle Liu." He looked at the envelope, smiled, and thought to himself, his path to a comeback has finally begun. The wind howled, and a month passed in a flash. At Yunxi International Limited Company, Yang Yiyun stood opposite Liu Tuoqi, putting his hand on Tuoqi's shoulder, saying, "What's up, Liu Tuoqi? I told you long ago that I wanted to build a business empire with you. What's up, didn't I lie to you?" "This is where we take our first step," Liu Tuoqi said seriously. "I didn't expect the youthful beauty pill that you researched and refined to be so popular now. Now it even has to be bought at auction. It's really amazing." Yang Yiyun replied, "This youthful beauty pill is just the tip of my iceberg. I still have a lot of good stuff. Otherwise, why would I dare to open a company with you?" Suddenly, Yang Yiyun's phone rang. It turned out that it was Liu Lingling on the other end of the line. She asked, "Didn't you say you were coming to buy a car from you today?" He quickly replied, "I'm on my way, I'll be there soon." Only then did he remember, damn it, he forgot about this. At the luxury car dealership, Lin Huang complained, "You're already a rich man, can't you be on time?" Liu Lingling also quickly followed, "That's right, Yang Yiyun evaded, scratching his head, and said with a smile.
Liu Lingling didn't blame him. Upon hearing that, she pointed at Qian Xiaobei and said, "Bei, this is your family's car dealership, help Yiyun pick one out."
Qian Xiaobei, hearing this, adjusted his glasses and replied, "Sure thing. What kind does Yang Yiyun like? What's the price range?" Yang Yiyun stroked his chin, thinking, I want a cool-looking car, and the price should be around $700,000 or $800,000. He also thought to himself, to regain my dignity, what's wrong with investing a little? Liu Lingling sighed, rested her hands on her hips, and looked up, saying, "If you're going to buy a good one, Bei. Pick out a 2 million one." Yang Yiyun's eyes widened in surprise, glancing over and holding up 2 fingers.
2 million! Liu Lingling frowned. "Stop wasting words, I'll cover the difference if you don't have enough." Qian Xiaobei, hearing this, took out his calculator and said with a smile, "No problem, I already told Uncle 3 to reserve one, but it won't be available until tomorrow." Yang Yiyun worriedly said, sweating, 2 million is too extravagant. Liu Lingling impatiently continued, "Just listen to me. What's wrong with someone like you driving a nice car now?" Lin Huang, hearing this, also stepped forward and said, "Looking at it, I want to buy one too. Shall we go take a look?" Qian Xiaobei, hearing this, glanced at him disdainfully. "Okay, what kind do you want to buy?" Seizing the opportunity, Liu Lingling also glanced at Yang Yiyun with contempt. "That's great, Lin Huang. After you buy it, let's go for a drive together." Yang Yiyun worried, thinking to himself, is this the world of the rich? Suddenly he heard someone call his name, Yang Yiyun. It turned out to be Li Li. She was arm in arm with someone, her face dark, and she said disdainfully, "Oh, long time no see. Have you switched to working at a car dealership now?" Yang Yiyun replied, "I came to buy a car." Suddenly, she noticed the car he was planning to buy. She raised her chin and said with a laugh, "Do you even know what kind of car this is? Can someone like you, who works a regular job, even afford it?" Suddenly, the bald, fat man in a suit with her spoke up, "Honey, this is..."
She laughed contemptuously, replying to the man. This is the poor ex-boyfriend from school I told you about. The one who used to work at a bar. The fat man cheerfully extended his hand to greet him. I'm Xie Dingke, head of human resources at Tianyang Foreign Investments. If you and Lily are schoolmates, we'll still invite you to attend our wedding on the 10th. He also lowered his head, blushing, and said, as for this car, you won't be able to afford it in your entire life. We're planning to buy it to go to Happy Wild Park tonight. Li blushed and hugged the man's arm, whining, you're so annoying. Yang Yiyun's face darkened as he secretly observed Xie Dingke's body. How can there be a murky aura under his crotch? And, Wild Park? I can't believe he's a small bird. Yang Yiyun's eyes lit up and he said earnestly, thank you, Uncle Ding. I suggest you two still shouldn't go to that Wild Park. Erectile dysfunction is a treatable condition. Judging by your appearance, it's been about 3 months, right? Go see a doctor quickly. Lili and Xie Dingke were surprised, mouths agape, staring at him. How? How does he know about my problem? The man, both angry and humiliated, said, sweating, kid, don't just talk big. If you have the guts, drive a fancy car and bring your girlfriend to the wedding tomorrow. I want to see what kind of girlfriend you have. Yang Yiyun turned to leave, still not forgetting to wave goodbye to the two people standing there, HMPH, and said, wedding? I'll be there. Today, I'll first wish you two a good time at the Wild Park. The next day, at the car dealership, the sky was incredibly clear, and rays of sunlight shone down. Inside the dealership, the sales consultant pointed to the black car next to him, enthusiastically introducing, Mr. Yang, this is the car you ordered yesterday. It's the latest model, fresh off the line. There's only one in the entire city. Yang Yiyun approached the car, resting his hand on his chin and pondering for a moment. I have the car, but now I'm missing a girlfriend. Where am I going to find one? Suddenly, his phone rang from his pocket. Yang Yiyun immediately picked up the phone to answer, hello. On the other end of the line, Liu Lingling replied, Yang Yiyun, are you free to come to my place for a bit? To this invitation, Yang Yiyun coldly replied, I'm not free. My ex-girlfriend just laughed at me yesterday. Now I have to prepare to attend her wedding. Liu Lingling angrily shouted into the phone, ex-girlfriend, what's this about? Come over here quickly. I'm waiting for you at home. Yang Yiyun hurriedly said, wait a sec. He didn't even get to finish speaking before Liu Lingling hung up. Yang Yiyun held the phone in his hand and angrily cursed, damn it, she hung up on me again. A moment later, Yang Yiyun had arrived in front of the Liu family's villa. In his heart, he thought, I hope she's a little normal today. Liu Lingling strode out of the door, hands on her hips, calling out to Yang Yiyun. Beside her were Qian Xiaobei and Lin Huang. Seeing the three hot girls in front of him, Yang Yiyun blushed and stammered, Liu Lingling, what are you guys doing? The three girls smiled, and Liu Lingling cheerfully replied, let's go, we're going to pick up your lost dignity. Then they got into the car together, ready to leave. Sitting in the car, Yang Yiyun hesitated. Liu Lingling, later you can. Hearing this, Liu Lingling shyly replied, no need to say it, I understand. Last time, you shielded me. This time, I'll be your temporary girlfriend. Liu Lingling's initiative stunned Yang Yiyun. He looked at her slight smile and responded, thank you. At the Taiyun restaurant at this moment, the party had begun. Inside the restaurant, Ji Ding was instructing Li Li, don't be disrespectful when the company director arrives later. Just a moment later, Yang Yiyun's car arrived at the restaurant. Seeing the luxury car arrive, Li Li curiously turned to Xi Ding and asked, is that your company director? He immediately denied it. No way. Our company director drives a car worth only around 1 million. This car is worth 2 million. From the car, Liu Lingling gracefully stepped out. Her beauty captivated the boys. The guy with glasses exclaimed, who is that, so beautiful? The blonde guy couldn't help but say, whose heiress has arrived? Liu Lingling quietly looked around at everyone for a moment. Jin Ding asked, who is this miss? Did we invite her? Li Li unhappily replied. Not that I recall. Xi Ding then approached Liu Lingling, smiling and inquiring, welcome. May I ask which leader's eldest daughter you are? As he spoke, he stared lewdly at her chest. Seeing him so lustful, Li Li pinched his hand and angrily scolded, damn it! Where are you looking? Jin Ding, in pain from the pinch, hurriedly said, I wasn't looking. Liu Lingling turned her head and gently called out, honey, hurry up. The other two focused on who the man was. Yang Yiyun stepped out with the two other beautiful girls. He gently replied, why are you in such a hurry? Liu Lingling then ran out and embraced him. Then the two of them walked affectionately inside. Seeing him, Yun's eyes widened in surprise. Yang Yiyun was about to ask, didn't you say this guy was a worker? She replied, who knows? Maybe this guy hired an actor. Lili crossed her arms, showing a contemptuous attitude. Oh, you actually came. Let's go inside. Jin Ding also took the opportunity to show off, sarcastically saying, you're way past your prime. I'm not arguing with you two, Yang Yiyun smirked, saying, the best part is at the end. Inside the restaurant at this time, everything was prepared. The invited guests had also begun to arrive in greater numbers. As soon as she sat down at the table, Liu Lingling complained, I thought they were some kind of big shot. Just a little girl who happens to be pretty, Lin Huang criticized. Your ex-boyfriend isn't anything special either. How could you like someone like this? Li Li came over with a glass of wine, mocking, you still have the nerve to sit down. Shane Ding smiled falsely, saying, let it go, Li Li. Everyone who comes is a guest. I'll toast you. And also toast these young ladies you don't know where you found, to pretend to be your girlfriends. Yang Yiyun calmly took a sip of wine, then he reminded, I advise you two to speak less. You can't afford to offend even one of the 3 people next to me. They thought he was joking, and burst out laughing. Jinfang mocked him. Don't try to act tough with me. Does hiring these girls cost $800 a day? Suddenly, he noticed someone approaching from the doorway. Entering the room was a dignified-looking man, flanked by 2 bodyguards. This man was the deputy director of Tianyang Foreign Enterprise. As soon as Jinfang saw him, he respectfully greeted, "Deputy Director." He clasped his hands together, smiling obsequiously at the deputy director. "You've arrived. We've been waiting for you." Ignoring him, Si Tianyang and his 2 bodyguards strode past them, not even glancing at Li. Seeing the girl sitting at the table eating, Si Tianyang asked. He smiled broadly, taking Liu Lingling's hand. "Miss Liu, I didn't expect to meet you here, Miss Lin. The Guan family and the Haomen family, Miss Qian, are also here." Hearing this, the 2 behind him cried out in alarm. "What?" Liu Lingling looked at the man before her, bewildered. "You are." Si Tianyang bowed slightly, introducing himself. "Miss Liu may not remember. It's Zhang Mu. Last year, your father, Mr. Liu Shanhai, hosted the city's trade association. We met then. My name is Xiang Jingqian, Deputy General Manager of Tianyang Foreign Enterprise." He then pointed at Yang Yiyun and asked, "And this gentleman is?" Without waiting for anyone else, Liu Lingling replied, "His name is Yang Yiyun. He's my boyfriend." Hearing this, Si Tianyang looked up at the ceiling, pondering, "Yang Yiyun?" Suddenly his eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Could he be the researcher who invented the youthful bloom pill, Mr. Yang Yiyun?" He replied, "That's me." Then, he whispered to Liu Lingling, "I created the youthful bloom pill. How would other people know?" She casually replied, "It's not exactly a secret. My father's business dealings all emphasize power and wealth. Your youthful bloom pill is so miraculously effective. Of course, people will be inquiring about you." She leaned closer to him, reassuring him, "Don't worry, the people who know your name are all from the upper class. There won't be any trouble. On the contrary, it will benefit you later." The surrounding people began to murmur amongst themselves. A black-haired man said, "How could the Liu family's heiress appear at this small wedding?" The man with the bow tie added, "And her boyfriend is the legendary creator of the youthful bloom pill. Jinfang is done for. He offended him just now." Li and Jinfang were pale. Jinfang couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes, stammering, How is this possible?" Si Tianyang leaned down closer to Yang Yiyun, asking, "You two are here to attend little Shi's wedding?" Although slightly flustered, he replied, "You could say that." Suddenly, Si Tianyang's eyes filled with sharp intensity. He turned around, commanding, "Didn't you just give Miss Liu a hard time? Hurry up and apologize." Jinfang was so scared that he was sweating profusely. He stammered, "This." The room was filled with laughter, mocking Jinfang. The man in the blue shirt laughed loudly, saying, "This is fascinating. Jinfang is finished this time." The man with the red tie sneered. He dared to offend Liu Shanhai's heiress. He'll have a hard time finding a place for himself in this city. Jinfang's anger had reached its peak, contorting his face. The blond man said, "If he weren't my The white-haired man agreed with the other 2, blurting out, "What a disgrace." Unable to contain his anger any longer, Jinfang cursed loudly. "A month ago you were just a bartender, and now you're suddenly the inventor of the youthful appearance pill, driving a 2 million car. How is this possible?" Jinfang gritted his teeth, raised his fist, and continued cursing, "You're definitely a scammer. I'm going to expose you." Ji punched Yang Yiyun hard in the face, but he didn't dodge at all. This unusual attitude of his confused Jinfang, then Jinfang, was sent flying far away. Yang Yiyun approached, warning, "Recognize reality. Now you and I are from 2 different worlds, an existence you can't even touch." From outside the door, Han Xiaosan swaggered in. He said disdainfully, "Internal energy emission. Looks like you're a martial artist too." The black-haired guy suddenly realized, "Isn't that the martial arts fanatic, Han Xiaosan?" The guy sitting next to him explained, "That guy won't pass up any chance to fight. Yang Yiyun is done for this time." Han Xiaosan turned to Jinfang and said, "Don't be afraid, brother. I'm here. You won't be bullied." Jinfang seemed to have found a way to vent his anger and shouted, "Zhao-san, deal with him for me. He's a scammer." "If Han Xiaosan takes action, Yang Yiyun, you'll either be unconscious or half dead," he happily replied. "I won't miss this chance." In a flash, Han Xiaosan jumped high into the air. He confidently said, "Dealing with him is just a matter of moments." Then he kicked Yang Yiyun, forcing him to use both hands to block the blow. The fight between the 2 sent dust flying everywhere. Despite trying his best to defend, Yang Yiyun was still sent flying away, accompanied by a lot of shattered glass. He suddenly lay on the ground. Barely regaining his balance, Yang Yiyun asked, "Who are you?" Han Xiaosan proudly replied, "One of the ancient martial arts practitioners of the city, Han Xiaosan, Jinfang's brother." He thought to himself, "Taking one of my kicks, and seemingly being unharmed, looks like he's not an ordinary martial artist." Yang Yiyun wondered. Ancient martial arts practitioners are like those who cultivate body-tempering techniques. After a while, he slowly stood up. Seeing him not moving, Han Xiaosan asked, "Why aren't you moving anymore? Did you get knocked silly?" Yang Yiyun said, "Can I ask a question?" Thinking that he had given up, Han Xiaosan triumphantly replied, "Begging for mercy is useless. I'll get back the face of our brotherhood." But what he didn't expect was that Yang Yiyun's question was, "What are ancient martial arts practitioners?" Hearing this, Han Xiaosan went crazy, yelling, You're a martial artist who doesn't know what ancient martial arts practitioners are. Let me tell you, you bumpkin. Ancient martial arts practitioners are the orthodox members of the Huaxia ancient martial arts families, with strict precepts, only passed down to sons, not to daughters. Han Xiaoshan looked at Yang Yiyun, speaking in a contemptuous tone, defiantly looking him straight in the face. In the ancient martial arts world, there are also schools and levels. The lowest level is Mingjin first rank, gradually up to the highest level, which is Mingjin ninth rank. After reaching Mingjin ninth rank, you will be called a minor grandmaster, and your internal energy will be at its most terrifying level. One punch or palm strike can be enough to shatter rocks and break wood. As for the level above Mingjin, it is the Anjin level. Anjin is extremely difficult, with a 1 in 1,000 chance, and the change in internal energy will undergo an enormous transformation. Han Xiaoshan's face darkened, and his eyes revealed evil intentions. He confidently said, "Right now, I am an ancient martial arts practitioner with the ability to reach Mingjin 5th rank, so if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, you still have time." Yang Yiyun didn't move at all, he just remained silent, calmly pondering, not provoked by Han Xiaoshan's words. He put his hand on his chin, then looked into the void, thinking. The Qiankun creation art that I am now cultivating, plus the 5 elements body tempering technique, can allow me to achieve Qi training first level. I wonder what level that would be considered in the realm of ancient martial arts practitioners. Suddenly, Han Xiaoshan became even more aggressive. He rushed forward quickly, saying, "So much talk is no substitute for letting you experience it directly." Han Xiaoshan ran up, then took momentum and jumped up, then stretched his legs straight out and kicked directly into Yang Yiyun's chest. Because Han Xiaoshan's strength was not to be trifled with, a single kick sent Yang Yiyun staggering backward. Capitalizing on his advantage, Han Xiaoshan smugly urged, "Don't just take a beating, fight back." At that moment, Yang Yiyun couldn't concentrate on the fight. His mind was analyzing. His specialty is using his legs. With this kind of power, it's not something an average person can withstand. If you can't fight back, then surrender your life. Suddenly, Han Xiaoshan yelled, putting all his strength into a kick. Han Xiaoshan aimed for Yang Yiyun's chest again. His chest hadn't recovered from the previous impact when he received another blow. Feeling something was wrong, Yang Yiyun exclaimed in a panic, "This is bad." Boom. A loud noise erupted, and dust gradually filled the air, drawing everyone's attention. At Han Xiaoshan's side, the smoke slowly dissipated. He turned away, sneered, and said with a contemptuous tone, "Is that all you've got?" Thud. A strange sound came from behind, causing Han Xiaoshan to freeze in place. Yang Yiyun stood up unharmed, and slowly approached Han Xiaoshan, saying through gritted teeth, "I get it now, the power of the ancient martial artist you speak of." Han Xiaoshan's face turned pale. He began to sweat, staring wide-eyed at Yang Yiyun, trembling with fear as he stammered, "Just who are you, some kind of god?" In his panicked mind, he thought, "So, when this kid didn't fight back just now, he was actually probing my strength." Nothing to say. As soon as Yang Yiyun finished speaking, he rushed towards Han Xiaoshan. Yang Yiyun directly swung his fist into Han Xiaoshan's stomach, causing him to lose his balance and his feet to leave the ground. Bang! The sturdy wooden door suddenly cracked into hundreds of small pieces. Han Xiaoshan flew through, breaking the door, then landed face down, unconscious, on the floor. Splintered wood lay scattered around. Under the watchful eyes of everyone at the party, everyone was stunned, their eyes wide, their mouths agape, watching Han Xiaoshan being knocked out. From within the white smoke, the figure of a tall, sturdy man strode into the banquet hall. Yang Yiyun didn't hesitate to taunt, "I didn't expect you to use your own brother as a pawn." "It really is Xi Ding." He stopped, looking with fearful eyes. The guests at the wedding, fearing being implicated, scrambled to get out, some constantly muttering, "Better to leave quickly, or something else will happen. Attending this wedding is just bad luck." While everyone was frantically trying to escape, only Liu Lingling was genuinely worried. She anxiously asked Yang Yiyun, "Are you all right?" Seeing Liu Lingling's concern, Yang Yiyun reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Xi Ding stood to the side, shocked, his face turning green as he ground out each word, "Han Xiaoshan couldn't beat you." Yang Yiyun warned without holding back, "If you people insist on causing me trouble, then I certainly won't be polite. HMPH. You guys deal with it yourselves." He glanced at them indifferently, left a cold remark, then took Liu Lingling's hand and turned to leave. Yang Yiyun changed his tone and said gently, "Lingling, let's go." Watching them walk out the door, Lili fearfully grabbed Xi Ding's arm and hesitantly asked, "Honey, the guests are all gone and the party's ruined. What should we do?" "Get lost." Without a word, Xi Ding angrily slapped her hard across the face, twisting her face to one side. At the same time, on a quiet, deserted mountain road, a black car was slowly driving up. The car suddenly stopped at a rest area. Liu Lingling calmly opened the car door and stepped out. The light cherry blossom petals were blown towards Liu Lingling by a gentle breeze, making the image of this girl even more enchanting. Yang Yiyun followed behind her, scratching his head in confusion as he asked, "Why did you suddenly want to climb the mountain with me?" The two stood silently next to each other. It was peaceful up here. The scenery was picturesque, and the sunset combined with the fragrance of the fluttering flower petals. Suddenly, Liu Lingling spoke up. "Little bro, you really are clueless. The act of saving face hasn't even started, yet it's already over." "Could it be that you've been moved?" Liu Lingling asked, probing Yang Yiyun. However, he didn't reply, only saying indifferently, "You're being too fussy."
Then, Yang Yiyun changed his expression, turned to look at Liu Lingling, and honestly said, I'm not an ordinary person anymore.
I only wanted to let go of all my attachments. That's why I attended my ex's wedding, just to give myself a clear explanation. He looked up at the clear sky. Thoughts began to flood his mind, telling himself, only by constantly becoming stronger can I stand firm in the higher realms of this world. Only then can I protect the people beside me. No matter how difficult the path of cultivation is, I will try to continue to the end. While Yang Yiyun was lost in his thoughts, Liu Lingling stood beside him, intently watching him, then suddenly blushed and realized that Yang Yiyun had changed. His aura had become more mature. He's so handsome. After a long while, Liu Lingling suddenly and earnestly instructed, Yang Yiyun, you haven't graduated yet. The Zhu Yandan has indeed brought you a generous reward, but the road ahead is still very long. The business world is vast. You absolutely must not be arrogant. I come from an ordinary farming family. Even if I become richer later, I will not look down on anyone. I understand even more the feelings of those who live in the lower classes. I will only use my strength for the right things. He understood her words, so he explained softly. Liu Lingling gazed vaguely ahead and said with a slightly sad tone, That's good then. The scenery here is beautiful. I have to go study abroad. Saying this, she lowered her head to the ground, her throat choked up. Yang Yiyun was a little surprised by Liu Lingling's decision, but he didn't stop her, smiling and asking, That's great, where are you going? Liu Lingling didn't dare to look directly at him. She kept her head down, reluctantly replying, France? My brother is there too. Oh, Yang Yiyun looked up at the sky, feeling a little lost. Liu Lingling couldn't hold back anymore. She turned shyly and frankly asked Yang Yiyun, Will you miss me when I'm gone? Dark clouds covered the sky. Under that gloomy sky, petals fell with the wind. Liu Lingling and Yang Yiyun faced each other. When suddenly the sky began to pour rain, the stream of emotion was interrupted, and both rushed towards the car. Liu Lingling said a little angrily. Why is it suddenly raining? Yiyun urged. Let's get in the car first. While rushing into the car, Lingling suddenly slipped due to the slippery floor and a puddle of water, causing her whole body to fall backward. She cried out softly in panic. Yun quickly caught her waist in time, gently asking with concern, Are you okay? Liu Lingling blushed in Yang Yiyun's arms, shyly replying, I sprained my ankle. His face couldn't help but blush at this moment, reaching out to the back of his head and scratching it, saying, Girls are such a hassle. I'll carry you into the car then, Ling. Ling didn't know what to say, so she just replied, Yeah. Then he slowly lifted her up. At this moment, Liu Lingling's expression darkened, thinking to herself, Is it so hard to say you'll miss me? The car door opened. Yi Yun quickly carried her inside. The car also began to roll in the heavy rain. Inside the car, Liu Lingling and Yi Yun were both soaking wet, so a wicked idea suddenly popped up in her mind. She suggested, I know there's a villa hotel nearby. We're all wet now. Let's go there to avoid the rain first. Yang Yi Yun, sitting next to her, awkwardly replied, Oh, of course. We'll go there now. What an idiot. Still so naive, he doesn't realize that my sprained ankle is fake at all. She smiled smugly when she saw him stammering with such an adorable reply. At the hotel, the rain continued to pour. Inside the room, a clearly painful cry came out. Ah! Lingling lay on the bed, wrinkling her face. And the person wrapped in a towel gently cried out in pain. Can't you be a little gentler? Yin Yun stood there looking at her, resolutely saying, No, I have to take advantage of the heat. Her body shivered just because he was holding her ankle and massaging it for her. He still held her ankle. He looked at her leg with satisfaction, as if it were a finished product. After hearing this, Lingling leaned to one side, placing her hand suggestively on her thigh and said, Massage me a bit more, I haven't. Before she could finish, he immediately grabbed her calf with force, twisting it so painfully that she screamed, Ouch! It's all your fault. I'm calling 911. Stop making so much noise. The two of them simultaneously turned towards the window, from where the loud argument below the hotel was coming. Looks like there's an accident outside. I'll go take a look. He leaned out of the window, looking down, and said to her, Lingling, instructed in a soft but somewhat reluctant tone, Okay, be careful. Ni Yun put his hands in his pockets. Strolling towards the door, he twisted the doorknob, and as soon as he stepped outside, he witnessed a man on the phone. Hello, is this 911? This is Maple Leaf Villa Hotel. In the city, my son has had an accident, and a woman was hugging the young man in the car, wailing, It's all your fault for arguing with Zhong Ren. He got distracted and hit him. If anything happens to my son, you're going to be in trouble with me. What happened? Yang Yi Yun asked as he approached them. The woman, as if seeing a savior, hurriedly said to him, Young man, please help. My son was hit by a car and is trapped in his seat. Ni Yun's eyes suddenly flashed with a golden light, and he reassured her. Don't be anxious. He looked at the young man sitting still in the car in pain, his chest constricted by the seatbelt. Yang Yi Yun then began to analyze. 3 fractures, chest hemorrhage obstructing the trachea. If it continues like this, it will be very dangerous. Ending his diagnostic thoughts, he shouted, Please step back, I can save him. The woman in front of him was startled, but she had no choice but to listen and step back. Wang Musheng suddenly grabbed his hand with a murderous look, asking in a low voice, What do you want to do? Yi Yun was taken aback by the intensity of the man. Such heavy murderous intent. Musheng's wife, tears streaming down her face as if seeing a last hope, intervened. Musheng, stop. I don't think this young man looks like a bad person. Let him try. Musheng quickly released his hand, leaving the sentence, HMPH whatever. Saving him is the priority. Yang Yi Yun ignored the other man and immediately got into the car to treat the injured boy. He used force to push the steering wheel forward first, using the Golden Meridian 13 hands technique to force out the blood clots.
No sooner said than done. Yi Yun began to treat him using the technique. Mu Sheng and his wife watched from the side, astonished by what he was doing.
The wife exclaimed in panic. Zhong Ren. Next, he used his inner energy to circulate breath and stop the bleeding.
That's it, all, okay?
A white aura appeared as young Yi Yun was clearing his son's meridians, and the young man gradually recovered.
He's no longer in mortal danger now.
Just wait for the ambulance to arrive. He stepped outside and informed them. I apologize, I was rude just now. I didn't realize you were a doctor.
Thank you so much for helping, Mu Sheng, feeling somewhat regretful, quickly apologized, and thanked him.
His wife happily hugged her son, exclaiming uncontrollably, "Oh great, Zhong Ren is okay now. But sir, you have a very strong murderous aura. Have you ever stained your hands with blood?" he asked him with a deep gaze. The rain grew heavier, the two of them standing face to face. Suddenly, a streak of blue lightning flashed behind them. Finally, Mu Sheng's face darkened, and he said with a somber and admiring tone, I didn't expect you not only to have extraordinary medical skills, but also to have discerning eyes. Yang Yi Yun's face darkened in the pouring rain, and he humbly replied, but with a hint of suspicion, You flatter me, you're not simple either, are you? How many lives are already under your hands? Hearing Yi Yun's words, Mu Sheng froze and frowned, the corners of his mouth twitching in a forced smile as he replied, I didn't expect a young man like you to have such keen eyes. His deep-set eyes and awkwardly curved mouth suddenly formed a smile as he scratched his head, introducing himself. I'm Wang Musheng, under the command of the Huaxia military. I've been in battles before. Your instincts are pretty sharp, haha. He displayed both embarrassment and admiration for the young man's talent. Yang Yi Yun was also quite surprised. He thought this man was an assassin who had taken many lives. But hearing him laugh and speak like that, he realized he was mistaken. He sighed and replied,
Wang, you flatter me. My name is Yang Yi Yun, and I'm currently a university student. I'm probably not much older than your son. Just as he finished speaking, a beeping sound rang out, mingling with the heavy rain. An ambulance was rushing toward them.
Hearing the ambulance, Wang Musheng reached into his coat, searching for his phone, and said, Yang, please leave me your contact information. I, Wang Musheng, will definitely repay your kindness of saving my son many times over.
Wang Musheng pulled out an envelope of money and offered it to his benefactor, but Yang Yi Yun politely declined. Wang, you're too kind. I've learned a bit of medicine. Saving people is the right thing to do.
After thanking the young man for saving his son, Musheng hurriedly ran to help the nurses and doctors carry Zhong Ren, who was lying on a stretcher, into the ambulance. Watching the ambulance drive away with its beeping siren, he stood silently, thinking, that intense, murderous aura. I wonder which Huaxia battle he participated in. Come to think of it, my own father also went missing on the battlefield. His whereabouts are still unknown. I wonder if he's even still alive.
Thinking of his long-lost father, whose fate remained uncertain, Yang Yi Yun felt a pang of sadness, and a few tears welled up in his eyes.
He stretched and thought, what am I even thinking about right now? I should still focus on cultivating. Either way, I'm already a Sanshian successor now. After my abilities grow stronger, I'll have a chance to inquire about my father's whereabouts. While lost in his thoughts, a female voice suddenly called out, Yang Yi Yun. What happened? Liu Lingling rushed over, asking about the situation.
Seeing her run out with her injured legs, he asked worriedly, why did you come out?
You just finished showering, and now you're running out into the rain. Isn't that pointless? Hurry back inside. Lingling said shyly. I was worried something might have happened to you.
Suddenly, her glistening pink hair, wet from the rain, fell down, obscuring Liu Lingling's beautiful face, making it appear gloomy. She reminded him once again. Also, about what I asked you on the mountain, you still haven't answered me.
Liu Lingling asked the young man in front of her with a reproachful tone. Yang Yi Yun felt a pang of guilt. He tried to recall the question on the mountain, and when he completely pictured Lingling's question, Yi Yun suddenly placed his hand on Lingling's shoulder, making her shy, and her face flushed red. Then, he put his arm around her shoulders, smiled, and replied, Of course, I'll miss you when you go to France. Aren't we siblings?
Hearing this, she was relieved that Yi Yun hadn't forgotten the question. Her eyes curved into crescents, and she gently covered her lips, giggling. Hey, I guess you still have some conscience.
Under the night rain, he reluctantly answered like that, so he felt a bit regretful inside, thinking, I'm sorry, Lingling, I know your feelings, but I have more important things to do. Night fell upon Yang Yi Yun's multi-million-dollar villa. He walked through the living room with a jumble of thoughts. When leaving the rental, he only hastily changed his clothes before coming here immediately. I used to feel that this place was spacious. I brought the ferret here to raise it. I wonder if it has adapted yet. Uncle Liu, giving me this feng shui villa is truly great. With good soil for absorbing, I can feel the spiritual energy. Even if it's weak, it's better than nothing.
Hearing a clattering sound on the floor, he involuntarily turned around.
A golden, shining ferret, with its tongue sticking out, joyfully rushing towards Yi Yun as if it had found its owner after days of separation.
Chirp, chirp, it cried a few times, happy that he had returned. It rushed to hug Yang Yi Yun and acted coquettishly. Seeing this, he could only smile and stroke it affectionately, praising it. Good ferret. The small, beautiful, and adorable ferret was rubbing its cheek against Yi Yun's cheek to express its deep longing. After a moment, Yang Yi Yun raised his hand and spoke an incantation. Bing kan kon shuat. Bin Qiankun, appear. A green stream of energy swirled into a circle, causing the ferret to widen its eyes, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, Many fresh and delicious fruits fell onto the table. Seeing its favorite food, the ferret's eyes lit up, and it chirped excitedly. Chirp! It jumped from his hand onto the table, where it was filled with delicious fruits. This adorable creature was gobbling down the fruit at lightning speed, its tail wagging furiously, clearly showing its love for the snack. Yang Yiyun was helpless, telling it, "Slow down or you'll choke." He gaped, sighing in exasperation at the glutton, but still thought, "Luckily, I collected quite a lot of wild fruits besides herbs on Medicine King Mountain. Otherwise, I don't know how I'd deal with this little food monster." After a while, he slowly walked into his room and plopped down on the bed. "I can't waste such precious time. I have to seize the moment to cultivate." As soon as the thought of cultivation entered his mind, he immediately sat cross-legged, formed fists with his hands, placed them together, and closed his eyes tightly. Flames blazed around Yang Yiyun, demonstrating his immense determination. Sure enough, the ancient book that his master gave him only achieved its best effect when cultivated through focused consciousness. Although the ancient book could be materialized through the Qiankun Bottle, it was impossible to grasp its essence in the outside world as effectively as this. Yang Yiyun possessed a strong will. He remained in the cross-legged position, his hands in fists, eyes closed. From evening until the next morning without moving, the flames around him burning continuously. Suddenly, Yiyun stopped, spread his palms in front of his chest, and muttered a few incantations, causing the surrounding flames to transform into glittering golden sparks that shot out. Is this the second day already? It seems like the 5 elements body tempering art is about to succeed, but I'm still a bit short of reaching the second level of Qi. Refining, I'll have to ask my master for specific cultivation methods later. His eyes gleamed brightly, the sparks having transformed into floating smoke behind him. Yang Yiyun stepped out of his room and went to the bathroom to freshen up. He was filled with worries. Recently, I established a company, and even earned a large sum of money thanks to Uncle Yan Dan. But it's difficult to be a filial grandson. I should still have Liu Shiqi find me a normal job to put her mind at ease. Otherwise, she'll grumble and suspect that I've done something bad to get so much money. As he thought, he sloppily brushed his teeth, looking completely different from his cold and aloof persona. Hopefully the job application goes smoothly later. Yang Yiyun opened his phone to check the time. It was already 9 o'clock. The sunlight illuminated everything, the sky was clear, and the fresh air seemed to herald a smooth day ahead. Standing in front of the door of the Cultural Relics Department of the Zhao Group Limited Company, Yang Yiyun was confident, an aura always following him, making him even more mysterious. Yang Yiyun strode inside, a young man with a high ponytail, wearing a white suit and holding a blue clipboard, presumably listing the names of job applicants, looked at Yiyun and asked, "Are you Mr. Yang, that General Manager Liu introduced?" "Yes, I am. May I ask who you are?" Yiyun replied, slightly surprised, but still answering. "I am the HR Director of the Cultural Relics Department of the Zhao Group, Ma Yu-kun. I heard from General Manager Liu that he wanted to introduce you to work in the Relic Auction Department. What qualifications do you have?" Ma Yu-kun asked arrogantly. Yang Yiyun was no ordinary person, and began to recount, "I am an outstanding graduate of the History and Archaeology Department of the City Academy. I'm quite confident in my ability to appraise cultural relics." Hearing that his reputation was quite good, but still displaying a somewhat disdainful attitude, he waved his hand and turned away, saying, all right, little brat. You really know how to flatter yourself. Isn't he just someone who came in through the back door?" Yang Yiyun knew he was exactly as the other man said, but he couldn't allow his skills to be insulted like that, and retorted, "Director, you can't say that." "Although I was introduced here, my professional skills in this city can indeed be ranked among the best, right?" Ma Yu-kun turned back with a smile, repeating Yiyun's words with disdain. "Oh ho, ranked among the best, right?" Yang Yiyun felt a bit annoyed but didn't want to cause trouble, so he thought to himself, "It seems this director is looking for a fight." Yu-kun suddenly flared up, pointing his finger at Yiyun and raising his voice, "I've seen many arrogant and rude types like you. They all spout the same nonsense. Does your scruffy appearance even look like an archaeologist?" The director squinted and glared, cursing, "I heard long ago that Liu Shiqi, so young, was able to open some Yunqi Science Limited Company. That blind fool has run out of people to use, and went looking for someone who only knows how to brag like you." It seemed this remark hit Yang Yiyun's breaking point, because the moment Ma Yun-kun finished speaking, he pushed him against the wall. The wall behind him immediately cracked from Yang Yiyun's punch. The director was scared witless, internally shattering the wall himself. Was this even human strength? Yu-kun's eyes almost popped out as he stared at the broken wall, stuttering, What? Yeah, what do you want?" Yang Yiyun narrowed his eyes, his gaze like bullets radiating murderous intent, intimidating him. "You can say whatever you want to my face, but gossiping behind people's backs, careful you don't get what's coming to you." That sharp gaze, so close, made Ma Yu-kun tremble, but he still retorted defiantly, "I've held this position for so many years. What kind of people and situations haven't I seen? You think I'm scared of you?" "Really?" The director's face showed clear anger, his brow furrowed. He only wanted to give him a warning, but he didn't expect him to be so defiant. Suddenly he found this kid really interesting. He was blushing, thinking that he had never been treated like this in his life. He liked this type of person. Sensing the director's flushed face, Yang Yiyun recoiled in alarm. Why is he blushing? Is he gay? In the midst of this stunned silence, a golden retriever suddenly bounded over, barking a few times, startling both men. A beautiful girl with long, flowing purple hair gracefully entered, with a small puppy playfully scampering around her feet. In a daze, someone exclaimed in surprise, "You are..." Yang Yiyun recalled the image of a girl who had saved him, thinking,
Is this Zhao Nan, the one who saved me in the park before? Zhao Nan was a little surprised to see Yang Yiyun, and she asked hesitantly, Are you Yang Yiyun? He spoke with a slight smile. Ms. Zhao, you still remember me. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, Hee, how could I forget you? I still owe you for, you saved my Goldie. Of course, I remember you. As the two chatted amiably, Qiankun, standing behind them, stared in shock, thinking to himself that Yang Yiyun and President Zhao unexpectedly had such a good relationship. His face darkened, imagining Yang Yiyun and Zhao Nan becoming a couple in the future. He frowned in anger, determined that he couldn't let that happen and should make his move first to gain the upper hand. Qiankun clapped his hands to get their attention, then ambiguously asked Zhao Nan, President Zhao, it seems you and this gentleman are quite close, aren't you? What's your relationship? Hearing the words President Zhao, Yang Yiyun remembered something, thinking, President Zhao. So she's the CEO of the Zhao Corporation, Zhao Nan replied calmly. Mr. Yang and I have some past acquaintance. Director Mai and Mr. Yang here are. Yang Yiyun just managed to open his mouth to say, I came here today to apply, but was interrupted by Qiankun with an excited expression. He specially came to find me for a date. Yang Yiyun, standing beside him, glared angrily at Director Mai with a murderous look. He cursed inwardly. What the? Zhao Nan, on the other hand, imagined the two men being intimate with each other and thought, although I knew that Director Mai liked to tease other male colleagues in the company, I didn't expect that this Yang Yiyun also liked this kind of thing. Suddenly, she anxiously wanted to escape, so she said, I just saw you two. I'll leave you two to it then. Yang Yiyun quickly explained, No, it's not like that, Ms. Zhao. You've misunderstood. It's not what you think, Qiankun, being dramatic, put on a pitiful and coy expression. HMPH. Yang Yiyun, you two-timing jerk, you were just doing this and that with me, and now that another girl has come along, you won't admit it. Yang Yiyun tried to suppress his anger, so now he could only say to himself, How do I punch him? Zhao Nan, realizing that the situation between the two men was not good, quickly backed away, decisively saying, Goodbye. Yang Yiyun frantically tried to explain again, Wait, I really only came here to apply. In Zhao Nan's office, after Yiyun had explained everything clearly, Zhao Nan said embarrassedly, Sorry for misunderstanding you. I didn't expect Director Mai to take such a liking to you. It seems you have some charm, he replied awkwardly. President Zhao, please don't tease me anymore. At this moment, Zhao Nan's face turned serious, saying, Sometimes fate is so wonderful, isn't it? Never would I have thought that the person who rescued my dog back then would now come to work at my company. Qiankun, being mischievous, suddenly blew air on Yang Yiyun's neck, making him shudder. He playfully mimicked Zhao Nan. That's right, the magical Yuan, fate, is truly indescribable. Yiyun regained his composure and pushed the nuisance away, then replied to her, Haha, I haven't even introduced myself to General Manager Zhao. I'm a student of archaeology from the city's History Academy, and I'm quite confident in my ability to appraise cultural relics. I hope to work at your esteemed company. Zhao Nan also introduced herself. I am the general manager of the Zhao Corporation, Zhao Nan. Seeing how confident you are, I'm relieved. My secretary, Yay, will come to arrange your work later. Qiankun interjected once again, enthusiastically wanting to help Yiyun arrange his work, but received a disgusted look from him, and he said, Don't overdo it. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and all three of them looked in the direction of the sound. Zhao Nan was annoyed by the interruption while receiving a guest and said reproachfully, Cao, referring to the saying, Speak of the devil, speak of Cao, and Cao arrives. Come in. The door opened, and a man wearing a green hat entered, his eyes as cold as ice. The man dragged cleaning tools and greeted politely, Hello, General Manager Zhao. I'm here to clean up a bit. Zhao Nan asked indifferently, without looking, Can't you see I'm receiving a guest? Come back later. The cleaner stood there, pulling his hat down and stubbornly replying, I always come to clean up at this time. Seeing his arrogant attitude, Zhao Nan stood up uncomfortably and shouted, Don't want to work anymore. I told you to get out now. The man lowered his head, his hat obscuring half of his sharp face, and mumbled, Work? Suddenly, the man pulled a knife from his coat and lunged straight at her, shouting incessantly, It's all your fault! My job is already gone. Go to hell. Only then did she realize it was Quan Mo. The terrified Qiankun cowered in a corner and screamed, Murder! Help! Wife! And the knife-wielding man continued to rush towards Zhao Nan menacingly. But unexpectedly, Yang Yiyun appeared before him, using 2 fingers to clamp the knife in place and hold it still, and said, Did you forget about my existence? All 3 people there were surprised, not expecting someone to clamp a knife with their bare hands. Everyone was stunned in disbelief. Yiyun continued to powerfully lift his foot and kick the man hard in the stomach without mercy, causing him to crash painfully into the wall. The wall must have cracked from the extraordinary force, he threatened Zhao Nan with difficulty. You caused me to lose my job, causing me to be unable to pay off my gambling debts. I won't let you off. At this time, Ye walked in. Hearing the noise in the room, she anxiously asked, General Manager Zhao, what happened? I heard a very loud noise outside. Zhao Nan turned to Ye, tense, and said, Call the police quickly. I was just attacked. Luckily, Mr. Yang protected me. The Guangmo was kicked by Yang Yiyun and lay unconscious in the corner of the wall. Ye stood aside, trembling. Yes, ma'am. I will call the police immediately. Her hands and feet were in a mess as she dialed the number to call the police. On the other side, Qiankun was still gaping, because he had just witnessed that one-of-a-kind scene. His face turned pale as he looked at Yang Yiyun, in fear. I didn't expect him to be a martial arts master. He doesn't look like it at all. I made things difficult for him before, he probably holds a grudge, right? Yang Yiyun's face remained calm as he turned to ask Zhao Nan. General Manager Zhao, it seems like you two know each other. What's going on? She sighed helplessly, then recounted everything. It was when I first took over the company and fired many lazy, loafing people who just pretended to work. These people had no ambition, and they often gambled during lunch breaks. Therefore, many people became enemies with me. The person who attacked me just now was one of them. Yang Yiyun found it quite reasonable, and he agreed with her action, so he replied. So that's how it is, but I think General Manager Zhao, you're doing the right thing. You are a standard general manager, very much a queen. Zhao Nan smiled lightly, modestly, saying, You're really glib. Immediately afterwards, Yin Yun made a suggestion. Oh right, I have to attend a graduation party later. I'm afraid he has accomplices, so I'll take you home first. Zhao Nan replied without hesitation. Okay, consider it repaying you for a favor. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Yang Yiyun politely responded, You saved me once too, I should be the one treating you. The two happily walked out of the company, chatting as they went. Zhao Nan, still wanting to reciprocate, said, Didn't you also save my pet Vang? How about this? I'll treat you first, then you treat me next time. Seeing her enthusiasm, Yang Yiyun couldn't refuse, so he smiled and agreed. The two walked down to the parking garage. It was silent and deserted. Zhao Nan took out the remote control for a rather expensive car and unlocked it, then turned back and said to her, Let's go, my car is over there. Zhao Nan followed behind, but a suspicion suddenly arose in her mind. Wasn't he just working a normal job over a month ago? How is he driving such a fancy car? Now, Zhao Nan's curiosity grew stronger, her mind racing. Plus, the way he casually blocked the knife with just 2 fingers earlier. Could he be a martial arts expert? What is his real motive? Yang Yiyun escorted Zhao Nan to the roadside. Zhao Nan suddenly turned around and said to Yang Yiyun, You can leave me here, you still have to attend the graduation party, no need to walk me in. Yang Yiyun thought what Zhao Nan said made sense, and waved goodbye to her. Okay then. Remember to have dinner together after work tomorrow. Zhao Nan had walked a distance, turned her head back, and waved to Yang Yiyun in agreement. Yang Yiyun watched Zhao Nan's figure leave, and sighed inwardly. The world is truly unpredictable. Who would have thought I'd meet her, and even become her subordinate? Yang Yiyun was still pondering when a young man approached and called out, Yang Yiyun. Yang Yiyun was slightly startled, and turned to look at the person who had arrived. The young man in front of him smiled. It's Yang Lin, have you already forgotten me, after only a short time interning here? Yang Yiyun smiled. So it's Yunlin, teased with a smile. I just saw you seeing off a beautiful girl. This kid is very lucky now that you're working outside. Yang Yiyun scratched his head awkwardly and waved his hand. What luck. She's my boss. Are you also heading to the graduation party? I can give you a ride since I'm going that way. Lin Yun was a little surprised. Give me a ride? Lin Yun was still wondering what kind of transportation Yang Yiyun was planning to use when he saw Yang Yiyun pointing and gesturing. The vehicle's over there, let's go. Lin Yun looked in the direction Yang Yiyun was pointing. In front was a spinach delivery truck. The front cargo area was piled high with vegetables, but there was still enough space for one person to climb on. The loudspeaker attached to the vehicle was blasting a loud announcement. Spinach on sale. Spinach. Lin Yun was petrified on the spot. The smile on his face froze. You're giving me a ride with this. Lin Yun raised his hand to cover his mouth, preventing himself from crying out in pain. Lin Yun's face suddenly turned red with emotion. His eyes were tearing up, feeling extremely sorry for Yang Yiyun's fate. I had heard before that Yang Yiyun's family situation was quite difficult, but I didn't expect him to be reduced to selling vegetables. Before Lin Yun could even open his mouth to offer words of comfort, he saw an old man walk up to the side of the vegetable truck. The old man looked around and whispered, Spinach sales have been slow lately, the old man said, then climbed straight into the vegetable truck and drove off, muttering as he went. Next time, I'd rather have my wife sell corn cakes. Lin Yun watched the old man drive Yang Yiyun's vegetable truck away, just standing there blankly watching. Beep! A sudden car horn startled Lin Yun. Yang Yiyun called out. Lin Yun snapped back to reality. Lin Yun was startled, and looked over to see that Yang Yiyun had driven a car up to him. Yang Yiyun saw Lin Yun standing blankly by the side of the road, and stuck his head out of the car window to urge him. What are you standing there for? Get in the car? Lin Yun was surprised. His eyes widened so much that his eyeballs almost popped out. This is Yang Yiyun's car. Lin Yun quickly strode over. Coming. But after thinking for a while, Lin Yun came up with another answer that seemed more reasonable. Yang Yiyun must be moonlighting as a driver, chauffeuring his boss to and from work. It must be tough. After Lin Yun got into the car, Yang Yiyun immediately drove to the meeting. Under the fiery red sunset, the black car rolled smoothly along the road. Shanghai Hotel is one of the most famous hotels in the area. The towering building, dozens of stories high, specializes in hosting conferences and celebrations for the upper class. Anyone who comes here is either rich or powerful. It was already dusk, and the hotel was starting to light up. Before Lin Yun and Yang Yiyun was a luxurious solid redwood door, bearing the room number 9527, the location of today's gathering. Inside the private room, everyone had almost gathered. The food was already served, and everyone in the room was engrossed in listening to someone telling a story. It happened in a flash. Several people glared at me and tried to rush me. Guess what happened next? Just then, Yang Yiyun opened the door and walked in, followed by Lin Yun. Liu Lingling immediately greeted Yang Yiyun with a bright smile. Yang Yiyun, you're here. Kaio Ren, who was telling the story, saw Liu Lingling smiling and talking intimately with another man, and immediately became jealous. Who has captured my goddess's attention?
Yang Yiyun saw that everyone had gathered, except for him, scratched his head apologetically and said, "Sorry everyone, something came up and I'm late."
A male classmate in the group saw Yang Yiyun arrive and came over to ask, "Yang Yiyun, I didn't expect you to be so quiet and reserved in class, but secretly you've opened a company. That's awesome. I heard you and Liu Lingling are dating. I saw you driving a sports car on the road the other day. Was that your car?"
The remaining male classmates in the room were surprised to hear what their friend said, and stared at Yang Yiyun with their mouths agape.
Cao Ren narrowed his eyes, as if blinded by Yang Yiyun's main character aura, and raised a hand to shield his eyes. The aura is so dazzling, it's like the male leads in manhua novels. Lin Yun thought he knew Yang Yiyun's family background very well. Not wanting Yang Yiyun to be built up too high only to fall hard, he kindly stepped forward to help him out, offering him a way down. "Don't be like that, guys. Yang Yiyun is under a lot of pressure. He's just a driver. I even saw him dropping off his boss at work earlier." Yang Yiyun looked at Lin Yun in surprise. Lin Yun must have misunderstood him as a driver when he saw him dropping off Zhao Nan earlier.
Cao Ren immediately seized on this detail, preparing to humiliate Yang Yiyun. Cao Ren suddenly burst out laughing loudly, calling out to Yang Yiyun, preparing to mock him. "Yang Yiyun,
I knew it. How could a country bumpkin like you suddenly be driving sports cars and opening companies? And dating Liu Lingling is even more of a fantasy."
Cao Ren spoke while rudely pointing his finger directly at Yang Yiyun's face. The classmates who heard Cao Ren's words lost interest and left, ignoring Yang Yiyun.
A female classmate even waved her hand dismissively, so he was just pretending. "Let's go, let's go!" The male classmate who initially asked Yang Yiyun about opening a company also showed a condescending attitude. "Say kid, you dare to pretend in front of me?"
Lin Yun awkwardly scratched his head. He clearly came to help Yang Yiyun out, but the situation seemed to be getting worse.
Meanwhile, Yang Yiyun stood silently with his arms crossed, watching everyone leave without saying a word. Cao Ren gloated inwardly, seeing Yang Yiyun's predicament. "Yang Yiyun, you're still too naive."
Liu Lingling, seeing that Cao Ren was ignorant and yet dared to speak so rashly, frowned and stepped forward to warn him. "Cao Ren,
what are you talking about? I was present when Yang Yiyun bought the car, and I also have shares in his company. He is also an important partner of my Liu family. If you continue to slander him, I will call the police." Even Lin Yun and the others who had just ridiculed Yang Yiyun were dumbfounded in disbelief, their eyes wide open.
Liu Lingling stood up to explain for Yang Yiyun. Could this be true?
To further convince everyone, Liu Lingling intimately took Yang Yiyun's arm, leaned her head on his shoulder, and said with a blush, "And he's actually my boyfriend."
Yang Yiyun was embarrassed by Liu Lingling's intimate action, his face turning red, and he glanced at her.
Liu Lingling. Cao Ren stared in shock as Liu Lingling embraced another man, feeling as if an arrow had pierced his heart, silently screaming, "My goddess, my goddess." Cao Ren opened his eyes wide, his mouth so wide that you could fit a chicken egg in it, and covered his face in disbelief as he looked at the two of them. Yang Yiyun whispered into Liu Lingling's ear, "Isn't it unnecessary to pretend to be boyfriend and girlfriend anymore?" Liu Lingling glanced sideways, frowned, and whispered back, "HMPH. Who told him to look down on my bros? Since he likes me, I have to nip it in the bud." Liu Lingling knew that Cao Ren liked her, but she didn't like him. She might as well use this opportunity to cut off a tail.
As soon as the old classmates heard the verified information that Yang Yiyun was rich, they immediately rushed over, trying to get on his good side. "Yang Yiyun, can you lend me your car for 2 days? I want to drive it to slap my ex's face." Cao Ren was once again sidelined, and someone even accidentally elbowed him in the face while squeezing forward, causing him to spit out blood. The greeting finally ended, and everyone sat down at the table for the feast, laughter and conversation echoing in the room. After the banquet ended, the moon was already high in the sky, and only a few lights remained in the luxurious hotel. As the classmates gradually said goodbye and left, Yang Yiyun went to Liu Lingling to offer her a ride home. "Liu Lingling, are you flying out tomorrow? Let me give you a ride home." Liu Lingling put her hands on her hips, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Yang Yiyun. Because she still had an after-party to attend, she told Yang Yiyun to go back first. "No need. Lin Huang also drove here. We still have a second round for our girls' party. You should go back first." Yang Yiyun had no choice but to smile and say goodbye to Liu Lingling. "Then take care. I appreciate the Liu family's care these past few days." Seeing Yang Yiyun speaking so seriously, Liu Lingling jokingly teased, "It's not like we're saying goodbye forever. Why so serious?" "I will be back. Beep beep." A car horn suddenly interrupted the conversation between the two. Liu Lingling turned her head and saw her friend in the car honking to signal her to hurry up. Seeing this, Yang Yiyun didn't say anything more, waving goodbye to Liu Lingling. "Looks like your girlfriends can't wait any longer. Go quickly." Liu Lingling seemed reluctant, waving her hand. "Then let's meet again in the future. I won't forget a bro like you." Yang Yiyun silently watched Liu Lingling get into the car and leave. The car had already gone far, but he was still standing there watching. Liu Lingling sat in the car looking at the scenery outside the window, excitedly saying, "I'm really looking forward to life abroad. I wonder if any handsome, blue-eyed, blonde-haired guys will strike up a conversation with me." On the other side of the sky, Yang Yiyun was looking up at the starry night sky, secretly praying, "May everything good come to Liu Lingling." "Liu Lingling, I hope everything goes smoothly with your studies abroad." Over here, Liu Lingling sat in the car, propping her chin and looking out, lost in thought. "Yang Yiyun, will you feel lonely without me by your side during this time?" Everyone had left. Yang Yiyun also got into his car, preparing to go home. Just then, Yang Yiyun saw a familiar figure standing on the sidewalk ahead, waving for a taxi. Yang Yiyun took a closer look, The woman in front was none other than Yu Yang Yuqing. Miss Yu Yang Yuqing, why is she here? Looks like something happened. At this moment, Yu Yang Yuqing was on the phone while trying to hail a taxi, the expression on her face looking very anxious. Yang Yiyun immediately used his energy to listen in on what was happening. 5 elements guiding technique. Tiger listens to the wind. A faint blue aura surrounded Yang Yiyun, and the content of the call on the other end immediately entered his ears. When the blue aura dissipated, Yang Yiyun opened his eyes again, his eyes full of shock. Someone is threatening teacher Ouyang Yuqing. At this moment, Ouyang Yuqing had caught a taxi. As soon as she got into the taxi in front, Ouyang Yuqing hurriedly said to the driver, "Go to Yuzhong residential area." At the same time, in a dimly lit room, soda cans and waste paper were scattered on the ground, and someone was sitting smoking in the room, with thick cigarette smoke rising. This room was quite old, and the brown sofa in the room was almost discolored, with many places even patched up. A man in plain clothes was sitting on the chair, muttering as he took a drag of his cigarette. "Damn this woman, why isn't she here yet?" This man was none other than Ouyang Yuqing's ex-husband, Wang Ming. Speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao arrives. As soon as Wang Ming finished speaking, he heard a knock on the door. Knock, 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 knock. Wang Ming went to open the door, and as soon as he opened it, he saw Ouyang Yuqing standing anxiously in front of the door. As soon as Wang Ming saw Ouyang Yuqing's face, he angrily cursed, "Bitch, why are you so late?" Wang Ming waited for Ouyang Yuqing to enter the room before quickly locking the door and turning to ask, "Did you bring the money?" Ouyang Yuqing, both angry and grabbing Wang Ming's collar, handed him her gold card with one hand, shouting, "The card is here. My salary of 20,000 is in it. Quickly tell me where Luo Luo is." Wang Ming snatched the card from Ouyang Yuqing's hand. As soon as he held the card, he changed his face and wanted more money. 20,000 is not enough. We agreed on 50,000, not a penny less. Do you think I've lost how much money recently? I still have to buy bread and some necessities for that little bitch every day. Ouyang Yuqing looked at Wang Ming in disbelief. Ouyang Yuqing has sent Wang Ming a lot of money to raise their child for the past 2 years, but Wang Ming only feeds Luo Luo bread. Ouyang Yuqing couldn't help but roar, crying and punching Wang Ming in the chest, cursing, "You animal, Wang Ming! You only feed Luo Luo bread every day. This is all I have. You have taken 100,000 from me in the past 2 years, and the house is also yours now. Give Luo Luo back to me." But Wang Ming remained indifferent, even showing a sinister smile as he looked at Ouyang Yuqing. Wang Ming looked at Ouyang Yuqing's hot figure, her beautiful face wet with tears like pear blossoms in the rain in front of him, and his blood immediately rushed up. He put his arm around Ouyang Yuqing's shoulder and changed his tone to coax, "Don't be angry, 20,000 is fine." Wang Ming's hand slowly groped down to Ouyang Yuqing's ample breasts, and said in a perverted voice, "I've lost all my money recently, and have been feeling suffocated for a week. Serve me well tomorrow, and you can see Luo Luo for a bit." Ouyang Yuqing angrily slapped away the hand that was groping on her body. Slap! Ouyang Yuqing, both angry and ashamed, raised her hand to slap the shameless man in front of her. "You shameless bastard, don't even dream about it." But Wang Ming didn't take Ouyang Yuqing's words seriously. He grabbed and held Ouyang Yuqing's raised hand tightly. Wang Ming's face turned red with excitement, and his perverted eyes scanned over Ouyang Yuqing's plump chest, threatening, "Don't forget that Luo Luo is in my hands, and the law has also given me custody of her. I can make it so that you can never see her again." Ouyang Yuqing was so angry that she was shaking, but she couldn't do anything to Wang Ming. After saying that, Wang Ming immediately dragged Ouyang Yuqing to the bed, and reached out to take off Ouyang Yuqing's clothes. Ouyang Yuqing screamed in panic and pushed him away. You animal, Wang Ming." Wang Ming squeezed Ouyang Yuqing's chin and threatened in a harsh voice, "Be good, and you'll see Luo Luo right away." Ouyang Yuqing trembled and cried. A deafening crash echoed, as dust billowed from the gradually widening doorway, signaling an abrupt intrusion. Startled, the 2 occupants of the room simultaneously turned towards the entrance, thinking, "Who dares interrupt our good time at such a crucial moment?" Wang Ming, eyes blazing with fury, roared, "What's going on?" But before he could finish his sentence, a hand clamped down on his face. Yang Yiyun's massive hand slammed into Wang Ming's face, forcing his head violently into the ground. Raising his fist, he began to pummel him relentlessly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "What the hell do you think you're doing, you bastard?" Ouyang Yuqing, rising to her feet, clutched her hands protectively over her chest, and hesitantly inquired, "Are you Yang Yiyun?" By now, Yang Yiyun had nearly beaten Wang Ming to the brink of death, his head slamming repeatedly against the floor, creating a large hole. Yang Yiyun paused momentarily, reassuring Ouyang Yuqing, "Don't worry, Ouyang Yuqing, I haven't forgotten all your kindness back when I was a student, I'll make him pay." Witnessing Wang Ming lying on the ground, gasping for breath, Ouyang Yuqing rushed forward, desperately clutching at Yang Yiyun, pleading, "Don't kill him." Yang Yiyun, his face hardening, turned to Ouyang Yuqing, his eyes filled with reproach. "Even now, you still want to protect him?" Ouyang Yuqing closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. Then, opening them, she looked directly into Yang Yiyun's eyes, explaining, "Even though he deserves it, you can't just go around killing people. Just leave, and pretend you didn't see anything." Seeing Ouyang Yuqing's unwavering resolve, Yang Yiyun remained silent. Wang Ming, barely clinging to life, his mouth bleeding, unable to stand, still mustered his remaining strength. With the only eye he could manage to open, he glared at Ouyang Yuqing, venomously spewing, "No wonder this bitch was so insistent on divorcing me. Turns out she's been seducing young studs on the side. Ouyang Yuqing, just you wait. One day, I'll torture you to death." As soon as Wang Ming uttered those words,
Yang Yiyun's hand seized his throat, squeezing with immense force. Yang Yiyun, his face grim, lifted Wang Ming off the ground by his throat, demanding, "Torture who to death?"
Wang Ming, gazing at the ferocious and terrifying figure before him, trembled uncontrollably.
Wang Ming desperately tried to speak, but the crushing grip on his throat choked off his air supply. In an instant, his eyes rolled back, and foam bubbled from his mouth.
Seeing this, Yang Yiyun released Wang Ming. Yang Yuqing watched as Wang Ming slumped to the ground, horrified. She covered her mouth to stifle a scream. "Yang Yiyun, you've killed someone."
Yang Yiyun looked calmly at Yang Yuqing, stating, "Don't worry, I didn't kill him. He's just unconscious."
Hearing that Wang Ming wasn't dead, Yang Yuqing immediately exhaled in relief and closed her eyes. Yang Yuqing shuddered, wrapping her arms around herself, and fearfully exclaimed, "Yang Yiyun,
thank you. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come." Yang Yiyun offered a reassuring smile, comforting her. "It's all right now, Yang Yuqing, let's call the police." Though he spoke these words, how could Yang Yiyun truly forgive such a beast? "I've used the 13 tendon-severing hands to seal his meridians, restricting the flow of his qi. Within a month, that scumbag will be forced to die." Yang Yiyun unconsciously recalled the first time he met Yang Yuqing.
Yang Yuqing never looked down on Yang Yiyun because of his difficult circumstances. On the contrary, she offered her help with a bright smile, even taking the initiative, fearing he might be embarrassed. "You're Yang Yiyun, right? If you ever have any difficulties in the future, you have to speak up, remember?" Yang Yiyun was deeply grateful for Yang Yuqing's kindness back then. When he first entered university, his family situation was a bit of a mess, and she, Yang, took great care of him.
"Just consider this my way of helping you." Yang Yuqing suddenly realized something was amiss, and turned to ask Yang Yiyun, "By the way, what are you doing here?"
Taken aback by the question, Yang Yiyun struggled to find a reasonable answer.
Well, he stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response.
Sweat poured down like rain. He couldn't possibly admit that he had followed her. If he did, Yang Yuqing would think he was a pervert. Yang Yiyun silently imagined the scene of Yang Yuqing hearing his confession, unable to contain herself, screaming, "Pervert!" and slapping him across the face, leaving a clear imprint of 5 fingers. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. "I've got it!"
Yang Yiyun explained his reason for being there to Yang Yuqing, then lowered his head, unable to meet her gaze. But as soon as Yang Yiyun lowered his head, Yang Yuqing's ample bosom immediately caught his eye.
Yang Yuqing crossed her arms. "So, what are you saying?"
Yang Yuqing blanked out for a moment, raised a finger to her chin, and repeated Yang Yiyun's words.
"On the way, I met someone named Fatty Hu, who said he was broke and urgently looking for his friend Big Bear to borrow money. Then, Big Bear lives in the Yunsong residential area, and when I took him there, I conveniently dropped by here."
Yang Yiyun immediately nodded repeatedly in confirmation. Yeah. Although Yang Yuqing found the reason a bit strange, she didn't say anything and smiled. "I see."
Seeing that Yang Yuqing didn't ask any further questions, Yang Yiyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. "In short, I managed to get away with it."
At this time, the police who received the report arrived to assist, and a leading police officer approached and asked,
"We received a call reporting something happened here." Yang Yuqing quickly stepped forward to recount what had happened. "Officer, it's like this." Yang Yiyun stood behind, watching Yang Yuqing explain to the police, feeling a bit confused. "Who called the police?" After reporting everything, Yang Yuqing was so worried that she unconsciously clenched her hand on her chest. Will Yang Yiyun be arrested for causing injury to others? But what Yang Yuqing worried about didn't happen. The police officer looked at them with admiration. "I see, you two acted bravely and righteously. It will be considered justified self-defense, and you won't be held criminally responsible. Just come to the station with me to give a statement," the police officer said, gesturing for them to follow.
Yang Yuqing was overjoyed and rushed to hug Yang Yiyun tightly. "That's great." Yang Yiyun was suddenly pressed close by Yang Yuqing's hot body, blushing with embarrassment.
Yang Yuqing looked up at Yang Yiyun, her eyes squinting with a smile, and exclaimed, "We're okay."
Yang Yiyun glanced at the heavy breasts pressed tightly against his chest, stammering, "Ah, that."
The police officer suddenly remembered something and turned to Yang Yuqing. "Oh right, a little girl named Luo reported to the police this time. Is she your daughter?"
"She's currently at the station. You need to pick her up."
Yang Yuqing
was stunned as soon as she heard her daughter's name. At the same time, at the city police station, the police officer looked at the cute child in front of him, and said gently with a smile,
"Little girl, your mother is on her way here, just a moment."
Luo sat on the chair, put a lollipop in her mouth, and looked at the police officer with wide eyes. The night sky was filled with countless stars, and the towering buildings seemed to stand tall before the magnificent beauty of nature. On that road, a car was speeding along, with Yang Yiyun and a woman sitting in the passenger seat. At this moment, Ying Yun spoke up. "Nemesis, Yang Yuming, how did things develop to this point? Wang Ming treated you like that. Why didn't you report it to the police?" Hearing those words, Yang Yuming sighed and replied, That was a matter of several years ago.
She and her ex-husband Wang Ming met through family introductions.
At that time, Wang Ming's family was in business, Yang Yuming continued. It could be considered quite well off.
Her mother also took a fancy to his family's conditions, so she married her to the Wang family. Soon after, they got married, and even had children. But after marriage, she found out that he was a gambling addict. He soon lost everything and owed a lot of debt, and his temper became extremely violent, often acting violently towards her in front of the child. Images of the degenerate husband hitting his wife kept appearing in Yang Yuming's mind. She felt extremely uncomfortable about that behavior. On Yang's side, she choked as she recalled the image of that degenerate husband and burst into tears. Hearing what he said, she continued. After divorcing him, she and he went to court, but the court ruled that the child should go to him. After that, he often used the child to get money and threatened her that if she reported to the police, she would never see Luo again. Hearing what she had just said, his expression immediately became serious. And he said, "Don't worry, I received a lot of help from you at school, without needing to repay you. From now on, as long as I'm here, no one will dare to bother you again." Seeing her student say such words, Yang Yuming felt embarrassed and folded her hands in response. The atmosphere turned awkward, and Yang Yiyun's face flushed. He subconsciously wondered, what am I even saying? Is this a confession? The scene shifted to the capital city police station, bustling with people coming and going. A police officer's voice rang out. Who said a little girl named Luo came to report to the police? Hearing this, the two of them immediately rushed inside. Yang Yuming's expression turned worried as she called out, Luo. A little girl with purple hair, upon seeing her, exclaimed in surprise, "Mom!" At this moment, Yang Yuming burst into tears, her eyes still glistening with tears. She said, Luo, are you alright? How did you get here? She hugged the child tightly, so tightly that the little girl gasped, "I can't breathe." Seeing the scene before them, the police officer and Yang Yiyun looked a little embarrassed. The officer behind them covered their eyes, pretending not to see anything. As for Yang Yiyun, he blushed and said, "Such a deep mother-daughter bond." Luo immediately struggled out of her mother's crushing embrace, saying with a slightly worried tone, "I snuck out while Dad wasn't home. I overheard Dad calling you, Mom, and knew he was bothering you again, so I came here to report to the police." Hearing what the little girl said, the police officer continued, "Since Yang, we have a general understanding of the situation. After investigating your ex-husband, we discovered he's involved in drug trafficking. He will be punished. We'll just need you to sit down for a while later so we can take a statement." Hearing these words, Yang Yuming softly replied, "That's wonderful. Thank you for your hard work, officer." To which the officer replied, "It's our duty." Yang Yuming then comforted her daughter, saying, Luo, when we get home, Mom will cook you lots of delicious food." Hearing this, Luo immediately cheered. "Then I want to eat chicken wings." "It's been so long since I've had chicken wings, Mom," she immediately replied. "Okay." Then, she turned to her student and said, "Yang Yiyun, why don't you come too? Consider it my treat as thanks." Her face revealed a clear look of joy as she spoke. Hearing her say this, Yang Yiyun hesitated before replying, "Yes, okay." At this moment, images of the meal flashed through his mind. Yang Yuming wearing an apron, her shy face revealing a hint of ambiguity, saying, "Yang Yiyun, open your mouth, ah." His mind raced. Yang Yuming, seeing Yang Yiyun's red face, little Luo looked up and voiced her thoughts. "Uncle, is there something going on with my mom?" Hearing this, everyone around them was shocked. Their faces flushed, and their embarrassment was clearly visible. Seeing her daughter say such things, Yang Yuming immediately hugged the child tightly and said, Luo, what are you saying?" Being hugged like that caused Luo to exclaim, "Ugh! Ugh!" As the scene was filled with such emotion, Yang Yiyun scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Haha, it's okay, just kids talk." The scene then shifted to Yang Yuming's apartment, where both Yang Yiyun and Luo were sitting together. The little girl kept giving the strange man curious looks. Yang Yiyun, seeing this, felt awkward and nervously thought, "What does this kid want?" Suddenly, Yang Yuming's voice rang out. She turned to them and said, "Let's eat." Then the three of them went to the dining table, and Yang Yiyun spoke up. "This is quite a feast." Hearing this, the teacher replied, "Well, you are a student visiting as a guest." Yang Yiyun's gaze intently fell on Yang Yuming, his face flushing as he thought, "I didn't expect her to look just as beautiful as a celebrity, even when she's wearing casual clothes. That scoundrel Wang Ming. He should be." Seeing him staring intently in her mother's direction, Luo took notice. The little girl, while eating, said, "Uncle, are you looking at Mommy's chest?" Hearing those words, Yang Yiyun nearly sprayed out the water in his mouth in panic, while Yang Yuming, hearing her daughter's words, blushed with embarrassment and said, "Perhaps I should change my outfit." Seeing the situation before him, Yang Yiyun exclaimed in a fluster, "No way! That outfit suits you perfectly, Luo, don't talk nonsense." As the scene of the three of them eating together unfolded, Yang Yuming picked up some food and offered it to him, saying, "Yang Yiyun, you're a strapping young man, you should eat more." He replied, Yes, thank you, Luo." Seeing the two of them like this, said, "How about you become Luo's dad?" Hearing the words the little girl spoke, the other two panicked. The girl's mother said, Luo, what nonsense are you saying again? No manners at all." Hearing her mother say that, the little girl retorted, "But back then, Daddy always looked at Mommy's chest like that too. This uncle is looking too, so I want this uncle to be my new daddy." Seeing the little girl continuing to say such things, Yang Yuming said, Luo is still very innocent. Don't take what she says to heart. Let's eat quickly, the food will get cold." Hearing this, Yang Yiyun said, Yes, so delicious." Luo excitedly said, "Eat slowly, Daddy." The scene then shifted to the second day at Zhao Corporation, where a set of long, witch-like nails were behind Yang Yiyun's gloomy figure. At this moment, his mood became dazed, thinking of Luo to the point of utter exhaustion. From behind,
A gloomy voice sounded. Zhao Nan's expression instantly turned frighteningly somber as she said, "Even after working overtime, you still look so lost." Yang Yiyun was startled and exclaimed, "Dad." Then he turned around and said, "No, it's nothing. I just couldn't sleep last night." Hearing this, Zhao Nan said, "Let's go then." As she spoke, she thought to herself, "Couldn't sleep. Dad. Last time I looked through Yang Yiyun's file, it was recorded that his father went missing on the battlefield. Did he dream of his father last night? How pitiful. Go. Go where?" he suddenly asked. Seeing this, Zhao Nan sighed and said, "I rarely invite people to dinner. Never mind if you don't want it." His mind recalled the last time she invited him to dinner, and he replied, "I almost forgot. How could I dare refuse an invitation from a beautiful director?" "Let's go," Zhao Nan continued. "If you forget again next time, I won't invite you anymore." Yang Yiyun replied, "How would I dare?" The two of them walked out to the front of the company, where a red car immediately caught their attention. A man stepped out of the car. Both of them were surprised by this presence, and then a voice slowly rang out from the red-haired man, leaning against the car. He said, Nan, you're off work." This person was none other than Ye Kai of the Jiuwu Shijia, Yanjing Yejia, ancient martial arts family, Yanjing Ye family. Two men suddenly appeared out of nowhere, making the atmosphere silent. Zhao Nan and Yang Yiyun were speechless at the appearance of this person. Seeing this, the red-haired man said, "But if I were with you, I would do better." Paying no attention to the chatterbox from before, the two of them immediately walked past, and Zhao Nan spoke up, "What should we eat?" Hearing her say that, Yang Yiyun asked, "Do you like Japanese food? Hot pot is fine too." Seeing the two of them ignoring him like this, one of Yenkai's companions rushed forward to block their path, shouting, "Wait, the young master has something to say." Seeing someone blocking his path, he said in dissatisfaction, "Who are these two lovebirds here?" Hearing someone ask, Zhao Nan replied, "They are people from the Ye Jia of Yanjing, a Jiuwu Shijia, ancient martial arts family." Seeing this, the young master of the Yen family spoke up, Nan, I know you can't accept this all of a sudden, running all the way from Yanjing to this poor, cold place, but whether you're willing to see me or not, I will still be your future husband. This is a decision our grandfathers from both families made. Neither you nor I can go against it. Come back to Yanjing with me." Hearing Ye Kai's words enraged Zhao Nan, and she immediately retorted, shouting at him, "I'll say it again, I am me, and you are you. We will not be together. Whether I return to Yanjing or not is my business." Upon hearing that, Ye Kai's expression instantly changed. He grew angry, lowering his voice and saying, Nan, I don't have time to play games with you here. If you still don't listen to me, I'll use force to take you away." Seeing him say that, she refused to back down, and immediately responded, "I'll say it again, I'm not going. Don't bother me." Seeing her remain so stubborn, Ye Kai yelled, "Lao Mo!" Then, the man who came with him immediately rushed forward, his hand outstretched, ready to strike Zhao Nan. As he charged, he kept saying, "Ms. Zhao, please forgive my offense, Zhao." Nan was horrified by the scene before her. She could only widen her eyes in shock, her feet rooted to the spot, unable to move. The hand hurtled straight toward her neck. Suddenly an arm intercepted the attack. It was Yang Yiyun. He tightly gripped the man's hand, his other arm wrapping around Zhao Nan's waist, and then said, "Sorry, this person is my boss. I can't let you take her away, or our company will be in a lot of trouble." Witnessing this scene, the girl's face beside him flushed slightly, and she mumbled shyly in her head, "Yang Yiyun." She stared intently at him. Seeing the scene unfolding before his eyes, Ye Kai immediately shouted in anger, "Lao Mo, cripple this brat's legs!" As soon as the words left his mouth like an order, the man beside him immediately lunged toward the two of them, his face flushed with anger, and he shouted, "Young man, you have to know your limits." The sound of the wind whistling filled the air. Bang! The two blows collided, creating a significant gust of wind. Lao Mo's attack was blocked by Yang Yiyun's punch. He thought to himself, "Impressive internal energy." Witnessing someone block his attack, Lao Mo's expression softened slightly, and he exclaimed, "Very skilled internal energy." Next, he immediately slid backward, retreating a considerable distance. Witnessing the confrontation just now, Yenkai approached from afar and said with a somber expression, "I didn't expect you to be a Ji Wu practitioner." Hearing him say that, Yang Yiyun immediately replied with a serious expression, "I've practiced a little." In his head, he thought, Han Xiaosan, with his posture of respectful admiration, appeared in Yang Yiyun's mind. Seeing that, he thought to himself, even more powerful internal energy than Han Xiaosan. Could he be a Ming Jin level or Ba Dan level ancient martial artist? Seeing that the person before him had considerable martial arts skills, Ye Kai smugly took off his glasses and said, "One of the city's ancient martial artists, Han Xiaosan, a brother of Xie Ting." Interesting. I didn't expect there to be a Ming Jin level 7 or above ancient martial artist in the city. Let me see what you've got. I hate those idiots who like to play the hero. Today I'll beat you miserably." As he spoke, his face became somewhat savage. His smile stretched from ear to ear, and his eyes revealed a hint of horror. Seeing the young master of the Ye family challenging him in front of him like this, Yang Yiyun's expression was no less imposing. He scowled, his eyes wide with anger, and immediately shouted at the opponent, "What did you say?" Then, without waiting for time to pass, an arm suddenly shot forward, his leg slid to the side, and Yekai's posture was in a ready-to-attack stance. His face revealed a look of arrogance, and he said contemptuously to the opponent, "Regret it there, kid. Lao Mo, you don't need to interfere." Seeing that the young master before her was ready to attack, Zhao Nan warned in panic, "Yang Yiyun, be careful. His strength is Mingjin Dianfeng." As soon as she finished speaking, the young master of the Ye family immediately rushed towards Yang Yiyun. He approached with great speed, and the earth and rocks at his footsteps shattered. As soon as he rushed in, his face revealed a look of smugness, and he shouted, "It's too late to regret it now." The skill Feng Yunjiang was unleashed by him, a hand extended forward, ready to strike the opponent. Witnessing what was happening before his eyes, Yang Yiyun's expression immediately turned ugly, and he said in his head, "Too fast." Bang! A loud noise echoed, and the force of the attack shattered the surrounding earth and rocks. Yang Kai's attack was being blocked by the opponent, and both of them immediately widened their eyes. Boom! The rumbling sound echoed. A ray of light flashed from the attack, and Ye Kai's entire body was immediately sent flying into the air, his mouth constantly spewing blood. The skill he unleashed, Wu Xing Yin Ti Shu, was shattered by the Tongbi Yuan Quan punch. He immediately became severely injured, his entire body was covered in injuries, and his mouth kept spitting blood. During the attack, Yang Kai panicked in his head and thought, "I've never seen this skill before." Pack! His hand grabbed the opponent's wrist. Then he exerted all his strength to kick him in the stomach, shouting, "Don't get too cocky." Hit by that attack, Yang Yiyun's face immediately turned panicked, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He thought in his head, "What?" Then, the opponent kicked him flying several meters away, while he himself slid back a long distance. Ye Kai's face revealed a hint of ugliness, and he thought in his head, "Internal energy released, but this internal energy looks strange." At this moment, Yang Yiyun, hugging his stomach, said, "Sorry. Turns out I underestimated you." Ye Kai thought in his head, "This guy can actually force me to unleash my true Kui and widen the distance between us." Suddenly, Yang Yiyun's entire body gradually blurred, and unexpectedly, a punch went straight for the opponent's face. Ye Kai took the hit, and blood spurted from his face. Both Lao Mo and Zhao Nan, witnessing that scene, were shocked and gaping. At this moment, Yang Yiyun said with a cold expression, "It's not bad that you can reach this level." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Kai's entire body flew away. Then he slammed hard into his car, his face bruised and battered, and he barely managed to say, "If you have the guts, kill me, or you'll regret it." Hearing those words, Yang Yiyun's face revealed a dangerous look, and he replied, "Ha! You think I'm stupid? This is a society ruled by law now? You still dare to harass President Zhao? I'll beat you wherever I see." Seeing that he had said that, the young master of the Ye family, being helped to his feet, continued in a vigorous tone, "Yang Yiyun, right? You're good. I'll remember your face. You just wait." Seeing that, he thought to himself, a miscalculation. Apart from the master from the cultivation world, ancient martial artists on Earth also cultivate this kind of martial art, similar to body tempering technique. It's not impossible that there's a hidden kinetic energy master even stronger than Ye Kai. Right now, the urgent matter is to advance to the second level of Qi refining stage. The outside scene is a house with traditional architectural features like tiled roofs, and the sky has the warm colors of sunset. Inside the house, there is a young man meditating. He is wearing his usual clothes, a hoodie with a jacket. Yang Yiyun closed his eyes and was surrounded by a golden aura of light, his hands placed in a meditative posture. He and his master were sitting opposite each other at a small wooden table. The two were in a mystical space with clouds and soft light. His master spoke up and said, "You useless thing. Don't tell people you're my disciple when you go out later. You get flustered over just a small ancient martial artist. How will you survive when you get to the cultivation world later?" Yi Yun replied, "You say it so lightly. All those so-called ancient martial arts families have money and power, but I'm all alone. Hurry up and speak. How do I advance to the second level of Qi refining?" The master had long white hair, a stern face with a long beard, wearing a robe with intricate details, and a belt with a yin-yang symbol, and he said, "I gave you not only the 5 elements body tempering technique, but also no less than 100 types of techniques similar to martial arts cultivation. Your master guides you into cultivation, so it's up to you to understand. You can't do it and blame your master." Then he raised his hand and stroked his beard and recounted, "Back in the day, when I roamed the cultivation world, I destroyed hundreds of thousands of cultivation dynasties." His expression became proud at this moment and said, "It's truly the one thought to transform into 10,000 bodies, one thought of existence. Gods destroy demons." Then again he had a smug look. As he spoke, his nose was almost pointing up over his head. "Flying in the sky and trampling the earth, roaming from ancient times to the present, the only thing I pursued was the path of good, the truth." The master turned to look, and saw that Yi Yun's expression was extremely bored, and he was a little angry at himself, and he asked, "So in the end, only the remnant primordial spirit is left, or the kind that is trapped in the Qiankun pot?" He sighed helplessly. Forget it, I should still go apologize. Saying that my master is too weak, saying that I can't be compared to those ancient martial artists, I surrender." He quickly shouted and frantically grabbed his sleeve. "Wait!" Suddenly his expression became serious, saying, "The last time on Medicine King Mountain, I obtained a 500-year-old ginseng and the gall of a giant python. These materials with pure spiritual energy will help you break through to the second level of Qi refining without any problem." Yang Yiyun didn't understand and scratched his head, asking, "After killing the python, you just tear it apart?" The master said a little helplessly, "You foolish disciple. Although I don't care about these things, they are extremely useful to you." He held out his hand and spoke up, "This Qiankun pot will automatically absorb treasures nearby that have abundant spiritual energy. The snake gall must already be in the Qiankun pot. Don't waste the remaining ginseng. Go find an alchemy furnace. Only alchemy can maximize its effect. Later, use the Qiankun pot to..." He frowned, seemingly noticing something, and thought, No wonder the spirit herbs and ginseng were absorbed before I even touched them. He recalled the scene of them turning into streaks of blue light and merging into his arm. His master placed his hands on his knees, stood up, put his hands behind his back, looked away and reminded, "Don't come to me for such trivial matters in the future, it's embarrassing." He turned and left. Flowers fell from the sky along with faint blue light which transformed into a book, the Li Huo Secret, and appeared before him. Yang Yiyin was a little bewildered and wondered, Master left behind a cultivation technique. He picked it up and tried to open it, revealing 2 pages with a fireball illustration and some words, which he read aloud. Only upon reaching the threshold of the second Qi refining stage can one use the true essence, Li Huo cultivation magic. He followed the instructions, and a small fireball appeared in his hand, and he thought, although it's a low-level alchemy technique, as long as I have enough true Qi I can use it. It can't be extinguished by wind or penetrated by water. He stared at the book in astonishment. Depending on the user's cultivation level and spiritual power, the higher it is, the greater the fire's power will be, even to the point of obliterating traces and forging divine artifacts. Yang Yiyin sat in meditation, cultivating, and streams of blue light approached him in the air. He looked at his hand, clenched it tightly, and the streams of blue energy gathered in his palm. So, I should break through my cultivation first. He opened his hand and called out, "Qiankun Bottle, come here!" Immediately, a Qiankun bottle and a ginseng appeared. He happily thought. As expected, the snake gall is already in the Qiankun bottle and well preserved. Having this ability will make it much easier to find treasures and store things in the future, but what's the maximum capacity? At this moment, the ginseng suddenly sprouted a face, hands, and feet. It was sitting cross-legged, arms folded, looking at him with a flushed face. His expression turned horrified, his mouth agape, and he thought, what kind of joke is this? How vulgar. Then, Yin Yin immediately plucked off the ginseng's tail. It made it cry out, wah, wah, wah. He looked at the scene and muttered to himself, no pain, no gain. Even though he felt nauseous, he still had to force it into his mouth, eat it, and swallow it down. Ugh. Yang Yiyin now had a surprised, stunned expression, his face slightly flushed, surrounded by some pink flowers, cherry blossoms creating a slightly romantic, happy scene. He exclaimed, "This taste." Suddenly his face showed an uncomfortable expression, frowning, eyes closed tightly, and mouth slightly pursed, exclaiming, "The taste is too sour." Yiyin had bright, sharp eyes, looking straight ahead, his eyes showing intense focus and determination. He was sitting and placing both hands on his stomach, creating a dazzling golden ball of light, surrounded by many golden and orange light streams swirling around, his face dotted with sweat, hairline raised, his expression uncomfortable. I can feel it now. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth, in the snake gall and ginseng, is surging wildly in my body. Suddenly he jumped up, shouted, and the golden light rings formed circles around him. All right, second stage of Qi refining. His eyes shone brightly. He clenched his hand into a fist, and his hand also glowed. I can feel the energy surging in my body. He suddenly remembered something. That's right. Then he ran to get his phone and hastily dialed, "Today I have a dinner appointment with Wang Musheng. How about taking Tai Dan along to expand relationships with outsiders a little bit?" Yang Yiyin then called Shui Dan and asked, "There's a dinner appointment tonight. Are you coming?" Liu Tuoqi on the other end was a little tense, anxiously holding the phone, and said, "What dinner appointment? The last time the GU Yuan wine formula you gave was approved on time. I'm busy until I'm dizzy right now. I don't have time to eat," he thought. "Is that so?" Then he spoke up. "Although it's just a guess, I've recently gotten to know a big shot in the military, at least an officer of that rank. It would be a pity not to socialize a little." The other side affirmed, "I will definitely come." Yin Yun smiled happily. "I knew Tidan wouldn't refuse. We're both knowledgeable military men." A night sky with sparkling stars, a peaceful and quiet atmosphere, and the presence of the moon made the scene a little brighter. Wang Musheng and his wife were holding hands affectionately. Looking at each other, Wang Musheng spoke up. "Hey baby, when Mr. Yang arrives later you mustn't be disrespectful." His wife replied, "Musheng, rest assured, I know what to do." Beside them, a young man looked on helplessly. Liu Tuoqi and Yang Yiyin arrived. He raised his hand and said, "Sorry, we're late." Wang Musheng's family of 3 were already seated at the table, and he said, "Not at all, you're right on time. I'm the one who arrived early. Please, have a seat," his wife and son said in unison. "Hello, Mr. Yang." Wang Musheng noticed Tai Dan beside him and asked curiously, "And this gentleman is—" Tai Dan was a little apprehensive and replied, "He's, Before he could finish, Liu Tuluki raised his hand in a salute and said solemnly, "Greetings, Chief. I'm Yang Yiyun's childhood friend, Liu Tuluki." Yang Yiyun was stunned to hear Tuoqi call him Chief. Wang Musheng asked him, "You know me?" Liu Tuoqi replied, "Reporting, Chief. My name is Liu Tuoqi, honorably discharged 3 years ago. In the military, I often watched your military exercise reports. I'm a huge fan." Wang Musheng chuckled happily. Liu Tuoqi, haha. Not bad, not bad. We're all on the same side. "Quick, sit down and eat. No need to be so formal," Yang Yiyun thought to himself. I didn't realize Wang Musheng's position was so high. Musheng continued, "You saved my family, so I'll just call you Yang Yiyun directly." Yang Yiyun happily replied, "Then I'll obey, Uncle Wang." Then Wang asked curiously, "Who else is in your family, Yiyun?" "What about family members?" Yang Yiyun replied, "Uncle Wang, my family is in Gan Province, Cheng City, bordering Shangyang Village in Jiyu County. My father was a soldier but passed away 10 years ago. Besides that, I only have my grandma and younger sister. My mother left when I was 4. Wang Musheng looked startled, braced his hand on the table, stood up, and pressed. Shangyang village. What was your father's name? Yi Yun replied. My father's name is Yang Guo Zhong. At that moment, the eyes of Wang Musheng's family met, and they thought to themselves, Yang Guo Zhong, big brother. Wang Musheng reached into his vest, searched for something, and asked, Hey kid, take a look at who this is. He took out a photo and held it in front of Yang Yi Yun. He hesitated and pointed at the picture, his expression a bit awkward. In that photo, a woman wearing a revealing outfit with cat ears and a tail could make both him and Liu Tuoqi blush immediately, their eyes widening as if they couldn't believe what was in front of them. Liu Tuoqi was so surprised by the photo that he fell over, while Yang Yi Yun had a nosebleed, gave a thumbs up, and said with an embarrassed tone, I recognize her. It's Aunt Lai when she was young. In his heart he praised, Wang Musheng is really something, referring to the surprising photo. At this moment, seeing the photo, the 3 members of the Wang Musheng family froze for a few seconds, each with a different expression. Aunt Lai, seeing the photo, was embarrassed, and shouted with a somewhat angry tone, You devil, why do you still have this picture? As she spoke, her hand struck a painful blow to Wang Musheng's shoulder. He said painfully, I'm so sorry, I grabbed the wrong one. At this moment he coughed a few times awkwardly and then replied in a serious tone, Let's talk business. He held a photo of a soldier in his hand and said, Is this your father? Now that I see you and him, you look 10 parts alike. It's truly fate. Seeing the photo, Yang Yi Yun's expression immediately turned flustered, and he said with a surprised tone, he asked, Why do you have a photo of my father? It's exactly the same as the one we have at home. Hearing him say that, Wang Musheng recalled memories of the past, his expression melancholy and his tone a bit sad as he said, Kid, your father and I were comrades in arms who shared life and death. Images of soldiers running forward to avoid bullets flashed by. Wang Musheng recounted that during a mission at the border, we faced a moment of life and death in the desert. It was your father who diverted the enemy's fire to protect me. Yi Yun's father pushed Wang Musheng away. The 3 soldiers stood watching the sandstorm, and Musheng continued. But the squad that followed him went missing because of the sudden sandstorm. He stood up, raised his hand to his chest, and said solemnly, Without Guozhong, my big brother, there would be no me today. Kid, from now on, you are the son of Wang Musheng. If you have any difficulties, just say so. Don't hesitate about anything. Do whatever you want, understand? Yi Yun? Yi Yun looked happy and hummed in agreement, Musheng's wife asked. So, what are you 2 doing these days? Is there anything we can help with? Yi Yun replied. Aunt Lai, actually, recently Tai Dan and I started a health food company, and are facing some difficulties. Our company launched a GU Yuan wine, but suddenly it failed to pass the censorship. The couple, Wang Musheng, blushed and said, So the GU Yuan wine is your company's product? No wonder it later disappeared without a trace. So it was rejected. Wang Musheng's face flushed, he coughed, and continued, I and my people have actually used your company's GU Yuan wine. It's very good, without any side effects. Let me consider whether it will be approved or not. Yang Yi Yun seemed to discover something. That's right, the ingredients of GU Yuan wine can mostly nourish yin and yang. Could it be? Musheng's son quickly interjected. Ever since my parents started drinking this wine, Yang Yi Yun has gone through 2 of them in the bedroom. Before he could finish, Jili reached out to cover his mouth, embarrassed, and said, Yun, are you hungry? Let's order, haha, he replied. Nu, NN. At this moment, Yang Yi Yun's phone rang. He opened it and saw a message. Ma Xiaojia, our family is interested in your company's GU Yuan wine formula. Come to the Huangting bar at Longchu booth tonight at 11 p.m. Yan. Looking at the message, he thought, Ma Xiaojia, it seems the person behind the scenes who censored our product has made a move. 11:00 p.m. At the bar, VIP room, Ma Xiaoliu, from the northwest GU Wu Dang, sat cross-armed on the sofa and asked, Zhang Yi Yun, you're also from a GU Wu family. Why have you been so lively lately? Even beating up that young master from the Ye family. He pointed at him and demanded. My family's pharmacist has detected that GU Yuan wine contains the ingredient, Zhaopei Yuan Dan. Name your price for the formula. He sighed inwardly. How troublesome. I knew I should have diluted the GU Yuan Dan and the GU Yuan wine even more. Then he quoted a price. 1 billion. Take it or leave it. Upon hearing this, he cursed. 1 billion. Do you think the Mei family's money comes from thin air? If you're not sincere, don't blame me. Let this brother experience a kick. As he finished speaking, 2 men stepped forward with sinister smiles, cracking their knuckles. He wondered. These 2 look so weak. The men then lunged towards him. Yang Yi Yun silently watched the 2 of them. Then cries of rang out. He sat on top of them, resting his chin on his hand and sighed. Why are these 3 so weak? After advancing to the 2nd level of Qi training, these Ming Jin martial arts are no threat at all. Ma Xiaoliu, with a bruised and swollen face, angrily shouted, You're a GU Wu practitioner above the level of dark force. But don't get cocky. You still have a grandmother and younger sister, right? If you don't hand it over, I'll make them. Before he could finish, he grabbed his neck with a face as terrifying as a ghost, causing Ma Xiaoliu to tremble and wet his pants. He asked, Make them what? Ma Xiaoliu's face was covered in tears and snot as he begged him, Brother, I was wrong. Don't kill me. His eyes turned gold.
He brought his face close to his and threatened, "If you dare lay a hand on my grandmother and younger sister, I swear I'll flatten your Ma family, dig up the corpses of your ancestors for 18 generations, and expose them to the sun." Hearing these threats, Ma Xiaoliu could only stare in horror, foaming at the mouth. Sunlight illuminated the garden, and birds chirped on the branches. Grandfather Tai sat in his chair, gripping his cane tightly, but his tone was helpless. "Zhao Liu, don't even think about the Zhao Pei Yuan Dan formula anymore. The Yanjing Wang family's involvement proves that your level 6 Ming Jin strength couldn't possibly be beaten like that by a kid. I didn't even want to make a move, but he wanted to test himself against me. Then it was a kick with my right foot and a punch with my left. Ma Xiaoliu's face is swollen like a pig's head. So speaking is difficult, so I have to use actions to express my emotions." Then Grandfather Tai leaned back in his chair and inquired about the situation. But he seemed to be able to imagine what happened next. From traditional kung fu, I naturally gave him a right jab to the nose first. It wasn't even the conclusive blow, but he gave me one. I was careless and couldn't dodge in time. Zhao Liu used his hands and feet and mouth to recount and illustrate the scene. As Tai Gong watched his opponent's movements, he was speechless but concerned. 3 against 1, and they still couldn't win? This Yang Yi Yun might have reached the Dark Force level. Otherwise, Xiao Liu Zi wouldn't have been injured so badly. The Wang family has another dangerous figure, Ma Xiaoliu continued, throwing punches while narrating. After that we fought to a draw. Tai Gong, I can't swallow this anger. Are we just gonna let him off like that? In the end, he desperately begged for forgiveness, his eyes full of resentment. Also, from what I know, the Wang family is a powerful military force, lacking the influence of ancient martial artists. Why do we have to show them deference? Tai Gong looked at him kneeling on the ground, begging, and continued gently. The truth is, the old master holds the hidden dragon sect of Huaxia. I didn't expect the Wang family, without any ancient martial artists, to be called one of the 4 great families of Yanjing. He remembered the person who held the hidden dragon sect of Huaxia, and those around him, his face darkening. As long as that old geezer is still alive, we can't interfere. So Yang Yi Yun is from the Wang family. Then my fight was in vain. The pig-faced Ma, his head swollen, looked like he understood what he had just heard. Tai Gong narrowed his eyes, his face revealing a dangerous expression. Most likely he is from the Wang family. Also, can't you use your brain? Spread the news that he has the lesser essence replenishing pill, and cause some trouble for him. Ma Xiaoliu immediately smiled happily. The older, the wiser, Yang Yi Yun is definitely dead. He quickly left, his laughter still echoing on the rafters. Yet another person was left speechless. Come out, Tai Gong ordered the silent shadow on the rafters. He leaned on his cane, standing solemnly. You heard everything just now. Do you know what to do? In a flash, a person in black clothes and a mask jumped down from behind. As long as the money is in hand, the Bone Flower Assassin Organization will not disappoint you. He took off his mask, revealing a sinister smile and dangerous eyes. On the other side, Yang Yi Yun's car sped down the road. Even though Ma Xiaoliu promised not to attack again, I still have to go back and check to be sure. Gripping the steering wheel, he unconsciously worried about the past. Just then, a message was sent. Yi Yun, the review has been approved. He stared in surprise. With Uncle Wang's help, my Jiu Yuanju can finally develop on the right path. Yang Yi Yun continued to drive towards the ancient county. Soon, he arrived and got out of the car to observe. This place has changed so much. Yang Yi Yun merged into the bustling crowd, looking around to assess the situation. Many old houses from the Republican era have become tall buildings. What a pity. Even a history expert like me can't recognize it anymore. Handsome, would you like a massage? Out of nowhere, a beautiful woman with a generous spirit appeared, blushing as she invited. My sisters here have many lovely young ladies. Why don't you come in and enjoy yourself? Yang Yi Yun waved his hand decisively, without hesitation. Thank you, I have business. Kui Hua, rejected, was both ashamed and angry. No one can resist my dragon-seeking hand. She grabbed his shoulder, specifically pressing on the acupoints there, causing him to cry out. His expression looked terrible. This technique is unexpectedly a bit like my 13 meridian palms. Yang Yi Yun painfully endured until tears flowed, his whole body trembling. Not giving up, he retaliated, grabbing her wrist and saying, Where did you learn this technique? Kui Hua countered, fell into the same state as him, a few minutes ago. 7th Master taught me. The White Horse Club next door is also his property. She looked weak, but there was a hint of charm as her innocent eyes looked up at him. Are you interested in joining the White Horse Club? Based on your strength, you can be at the top of the table. Kui Hua, what are you doing? A middle-aged man appeared from behind, walking over. He looked at her trembling, and couldn't help but wonder. As soon as Kui Hua heard the voice, she recognized it and quickly shouted. 7th Master Chen Qijian was a little curious about him, and politely greeted him. You seem to have some Chinese medicine techniques. Kui Hua has been rude. I am Chen Qijian from Ancient County. May I ask who you are? I am Yang Yi Yun, and I've studied some medicine. I have urgent business to attend to, so please excuse me. Yang Yi Yun tilted his head to look at the person in red, bidding farewell. To think you're Yang Yi Yun, the one who concocted the minor essence replenishing pill? They keep mentioning. Seeing that he wanted to leave, Xixian quickly tried to stop him. Fearing exposure, Yang Yi Yun deflected. What are you talking about? Minor essence replenishing pill? I don't understand a thing. Before he could finish, a whip came flying from nowhere. He swiftly grabbed it, turning to face the whip's owner, Uncle Chen, ambushing me. Do you have no martial ethics? Chen Qijian didn't back down, his expression strained. I'm getting old, Zhao.
You should humor me. Besides, I didn't come to request instruction because of the minor essence replenishing pill, but seeing you evade my attack so easily, I grew concerned. This astonishing reaction speed. You're definitely an ancient martial artist. Yang Yi-yun lunged at him, launching an attack. Then don't blame me for hitting hard. Chen Qixian immediately went on the defensive, wielding his whip with great force. Kui Hua, watching from the side, was instantly terrified. The whip struck the ground, causing cracks to appear. Yang Yi-yun nimbly dodged in the nick of time. Then, he stepped on the whip's head. Chen Qixian pulled with all his might, but it didn't budge, he thought in horror. My peak Mingjing strength can't even pull back against someone so young. He's already reached the strength of an Anjing martial artist. Unbelievable. Chen Qixian was exhausted and began to sweat, his face turning grim as if he was shocked. Chen Qixian immediately loosened his grip on the whip and clasped his hands in surrender. Yang Xiaoyun's strength truly lives up to his name. I admit defeat. Thank you for the lesson. Yang Yi-yun didn't seem to care. He turned to leave, only giving a casual wave goodbye. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. Chen Qixian retrieved his whip and called out again, his tone urgent. Wait, Yang Xiao. Actually, I have a request. Please, take me as your disciple. Hearing this, Yang Yi-yun was slightly stunned. Your whip technique isn't bad, better than Ma Xiaolu's. Yang Yi-yun turned to look at him, his demeanor proud, yet also carefree. Chen Qixian was puzzled. What a pity, Yang Yi-yun answered, that your inner strength seems lacking. Otherwise, your whip technique could improve another level. Your eyes are truly discerning, sir. An ancestor of the Chen family in times of war seemed to have been betrayed. Thus Chen Qixian revealed his worries. He was sent to resist the bandits in the 2 mountains of Nanbei in the ancient county, was ambushed and killed, and in the end only half of the mental cultivation methods could be kept. Remembering that martial arts book, his eyes turned grave. The other half is missing, so inner strength cultivation cannot fully unleash its power. Strictly speaking, the Chen family can only be considered a semi-ancient martial arts family now. It seems that this Chen Qixian is of good character. The martial arts families of the other families have sacrificed the ancient county. Yang Yi-yun rubbed his chin, lost in thought. He began to make calculations. If I can take him as a subordinate, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. But before he could finish, he saw the person before him bowing and kneeling. Brother Chen, what are you doing? Yang Yi-yun was utterly alarmed. But now, Qixian bowed his head earnestly. Brother, my whole life, I've hoped to bring my family back into the ranks of a true martial arts family. I've been stuck at the peak Mingjing level for 10 years. In a few years, I'll be entering middle age, my health might decline, and I won't be able to even glimpse Anjing in this lifetime. He looked up at the young man before him, his words filled with pleading and determination. Seeing you, so young, already among the Anjing masters, perhaps you can give me some guidance. As long as I can achieve my wish, I'll be your ox or horse. All right, Yang Yi-yun scratched his head, helpless, and agreed immediately. What? Chen Qixian thought he misheard, his face blank. He couldn't believe it was that easy. Even the Yanjing 4 great families wouldn't dare do this. What is his identity, after all? But I have one condition. Yang Yi-yun's face darkened, his eyes, lips, and voice all carrying immense danger. What? What condition? Old Chen's emotions plummeted. He even imagined a scene of himself haggard, from bartering his internal organs for money. I knew it couldn't be that simple. Will I have to sign some agreement? And have my kidneys sold if I violate it? He stood against the light, looking down as if from a high place, immensely powerful. You know I'm offending the Ma family. Right now I can't be at ease about the safety of my family. I need someone to protect them. As long as you are willing to help me, I will immediately write you a complete martial arts cultivation method. Chen Mu is naturally willing. That middle-aged face, instantly flushed with shame, worthy of the demeanor of such a powerful expert, always remembering the well-being of his family. Yang Yi-yun resumed his amiable attitude, smiling lightly. Brother Chen, you don't need to be so polite. You and I both benefit. I will write that method for you right away, on the condition that it is not passed on to outsiders. Is that okay? Of course. No problem. Thank you, sir, for bestowing the technique. Chen Qixian will always obey the words of the sir from now on, vowing never to betray. Chen Qixian patted his chest to guarantee, and his attitude also expressed absolute trust, as he secretly thought. As long as I follow this expert, I may not only achieve success in inner strength, but perhaps even attain even higher achievements in martial arts. You flatter me. Remember to come to the Yang family's small courtyard in Shenyang village in 3 days. I will give you other tasks then. Lao Chen clasped his hands as if he understood his words. Yes, sir. Yang Yi-yun quickly turned back towards his house, greeting a few people along the way. Third uncle, Rose, Yunzi is back. The other party seemed happy as well. Sixth aunt, I'm back. He greeted the woman in front of him cheerfully. The woman even praised him. Yunzi is so outstanding, finally knowing to come back for a visit. After greeting for a while, Yun's eyes were immediately drawn to the person leaning on a cane in the distance. Yunshir. The silver-haired old woman also looked this way, her eyes unable to hide her surprise. Grandma, I'm back, Yang Yi-yun responded, quickly running up to her, taking her hands with joy. Yunzi is willing to visit Grandma. Yesterday, San and I were still mentioning you. I didn't expect you to be back today. Grandma was so happy that tears appeared at the corners of her eyes. She struggled to stand with her cane. Quickly call Yunzi into the house. Grandma will cook for you. He immediately noticed the condition of his grandmother's joints and her current health. Rheumatism. Her eyes are also blurred. Yes, Grandma. I'll go call San to help. He clenched his fist and trembled with heartache. If heaven has given me the ability to cultivate, then I must help my grandma and younger sister live a healthy and prosperous life.
First, Grandma clasped her hands behind her back and leaned on her cane to walk into the house, her eyes still turned towards him. She's probably reviewing her lessons in her room right now. San has worked hard and been admitted to university just like you, so go up and see her.
Grandma nodded in agreement. Okay, you guys can talk slowly, no need to rush. This girl has been nagging me about you recently. Yang Yiyun strode to his younger sister's small room. San, are you reviewing your lessons? Inside the room, San was taking a cute picture of herself. At the same time, when Yang Yiyun received silence from his younger sister, he immediately pushed the door open, witnessing his younger sister sticking out her tongue. In disbelief, he hurriedly closed the door, while San was so shocked that her mouth dropped open. You stinky brother! Entering the room without knocking, she shouted loudly throughout the house. Haha, I'll knock next time. Yang Yiyun laughed helplessly. Grandma quickly called out to both of them. Yunzi, San, get ready to eat. The three grandchildren gathered around the table full of delicious dishes. Yunzi, follow me up the mountain to worship later, praying to the nine heavens goddess to bless Yunzi and San with smooth sailing. Grandma hurriedly instructed. Grandma, your health isn't good. Rest at home. Let me go with San. HMPH, who wants to go with you? San immediately refused, and she was still angry about what happened earlier, even while eating. No way. Your father hasn't come back yet. I also want to go up the mountain to worship for him. Grandma immediately refused. Both looked at the photo of a man in military uniform. Remembering the old story, even after so many years, Grandma still believed that her father had not died, and she still held that belief in her heart. The condolence money sent by the army still hasn't been used, saying that if it's used it means admitting that her father has passed away. After a while, the three grandchildren quickly went up the mountain to pray. A series of overlapping mountains covered with lush vegetation, with a temple to be reached in the distance. Yang Yiyun and San supported their grandmother as they walked step by step on the road. Grandma, actually, Tai Dan from our village and I have both opened companies now. San has also been admitted to a university in the city, and we also have houses in the city. I want to bring you two to live there. What do you think? Grandma showed worry. And so did his younger sister, Yang San. Where did you and Tidan get the money to start a company and buy a house? That's right. We can't do anything illegal. Yang San looked at her brother and said indignantly. You little brat, we grew up together, and you don't trust your own brother. Your brother and Tidan now have a legitimate health food company. It's growing rapidly, and we won't have to live in poverty anymore. It'll be easier for me to take care of you two in the city. San immediately smiled. Yeah, I believe you. What about Grandma's land? And what will her husband do? Besides, Grandma is used to living in the countryside. She'll be in a strange city with strange people, and she might have trouble finding someone to chat with. Grandma quietly looked at him and expressed her concerns. Doesn't Grandma still have San? Tidan is in the city too. If Grandma wants, I'll often have someone take her back here to visit. Yang Yiyun spoke gently, patting his beloved grandmother's shoulder to comfort her. Grandma happily said, Yunzi, let me think about it. But as she stepped over the threshold, the mark of the Qiankun pot on her hand glowed, and a strong sense of spiritual energy surged. There's something in this temple. He stood looking at the temple door, a bad feeling creeping into his body. Yang Yiyun waved to his grandmother and Yang San calling out, You guys, go ahead, I'll wash my hands for a moment. Yang San reminded him. Remember to come back soon? He walked towards the village, looking at the blue light on his hand and following its guidance, glancing around to see if anyone was there. Suddenly, Yang Yiyun noticed that the blue light was shining on a strange object, lying on the grass. He felt a strong connection. What is this? He squatted down, thinking, I'll dig it up first and figure it out later. Suddenly, his master appeared behind him, like a ghost suddenly appearing. He exclaimed involuntarily. Master? Yang Yiyun glanced at it and said, Oh, it turns out to be an ancient immortal artifact. Still not quite recovered, he shouted angrily. Master, could you not appear so suddenly? The master closed his eyes, stroked his white beard, and said gently, It seems that a cultivation civilization also exists in your world. Don't be lazy in the future. Who knows, there might still be some powerful cultivators out there. Yang Yiyun pondered over the Guanyin Buddha statue, recalling, Although I've always heard Grandma tell some myths about Heilong Mountain and Jukachin Temple, could those legends be true? The master continued to stroke his beard, saying, You little rascal, what kind of luck did you stumble upon? This immortal artifact refining furnace could cause a bloodbath, even in the cultivation world, so put it away. Yang Yiyun replied to his master, Yes. Then he looked at the power of the blue light on his hand, thinking, If it weren't for the cultivators, I wouldn't know how many treasures I'd miss. After offering incense, Yang Yiyun secretly put 20,000 yuan into the donation box, and then went down the mountain with his grandmother and San. He sat cross-legged in front of the immortal artifact he had just dug up. Yang Yiyun scratched his head and said, This immortal artifact is so black. He looked at the power of the blue light appearing on his hand and said, Immortal artifacts of different grades need to be refined with blood, and then submerged in the true essence of the Linuo flame to refine them. When you enter the alchemy furnace, both will react, and you can make pills. Yang Yiyun smugly thought of an idea. Let's try it. He bit his thumb and dripped blood onto it. Then, Yang Yiyun sat down and began to cast magic, circulating the Lihuo art mental technique taught by his master. Suddenly, a flame lit up. There it is. This is the seed of fire, the spark of the true essence of Lihuo. He transferred the Linuo magic into the immortal artifact refining vessel. Unexpectedly, the Liu refining vessel suddenly turned golden and gradually expanded. Eternal pill path. Creation steals from heaven, refining all things. Supreme Dan furnace. He looked at the light emitted from the Liu refining vessel, saying, Supreme Dan furnace, is this the name of the alchemy furnace? Suddenly, light emitted from the alchemy furnace, and cracks began to appear. Then it shattered. He happily thought, alright, the furnace is hot, let's start making pills. Creation life pill. The ingredients include ginseng, which regulates the body's health and can help grandma recuperate. He grabbed a handful of medicine and put it into the refining pot, added ginseng and other medicinal materials, and continued to fuel the furnace. As expected of a separated immortal artifact, in the process of refining, I faintly feel that the spiritual energy around me is being gathered and absorbed by this pill furnace to refine medicine. The speed of this essence far exceeds my imagination. The alchemy furnace was enveloped in flames, making it blaze fiercely. Success! The creation vitality pill has been refined, and the quality is surprisingly high. Inside the furnace, newly forged pills were emitting a radiant glow. Yang Yi-yun picked up a pill and said, These pills are made according to the standards of cultivators, so they might not be suitable for mortals. I'll test it first to see if there are any side effects. With that, he swallowed the pill in one gulp and began to meditate. A huge surge of energy enveloped him. This pure, ancient spiritual energy and power are too strong. I'll have to use drastic measures. The Qiankun creation art to unblock it. Suddenly, something made his eyes widen. Covered in sweat, he said, The fishy stench is overwhelming. It seems to be a consequence of soaking my whole body during refinement. My body is excreting impurities. This smell is too much. Just then, a knock echoed through the door. San entered and asked, What are you doing? It stinks. San glanced at Yang Yi-yun, gradually closed the door, and said, Pervert. Yang Yi-yun, wrongly accused, turned red in the face, tears welling up. He said to San, It's not what you think. Then he hurriedly went out to bathe, thinking, Damn it. To avoid any misunderstandings later, I should go to the fairy pond on the mountain to wash. A girl carrying a basket on her shoulder saw Yang Yi-yun pass by and asked, Brother, are you going to the lake to bathe? Yang Yi-yun replied politely, Yes. You look unfamiliar, miss. Is there someone like you in Yang village? Suddenly, the girl put on a seductive expression and said, Big brother, I'm here to bathe you. Hearing those words made Yang Yi-yun grit his teeth, his face darkening. He waved his hand solemnly and said, Miss, please have some self-respect. I already have someone in my heart. Suddenly, the girl revealed sharp claws and lunged at Yang Yi-yun. Then you can die. The mysterious girl suddenly lunged towards Yang Yi-yun, aiming a powerful blow, but fortunately, Yang Yi-yun managed to block it in time. He exclaimed angrily, Why do you people all like to attack sneakily? The mysterious girl threw something towards Yang Yi-yun and quickly retreated. Yang Yi-yun immediately blocked it with his hand. The mysterious girl laughed mockingly. Kid, is that all you've got? The strange object emitted a thick, pink smoke that surrounded Yang Yi-yun. The pink smoke gradually dissipated. Yang Yi-yun slowly opened his eyes, looking at the ambush weapon. Who are you? The mysterious girl changed her appearance. No longer the village girl with two braids. She had a sharp face, short black hair, and a tight-fitting combat suit in blue and black. Behind her back were two curved swords, and she licked her lips. The mysterious girl teased meaningfully. Kid, you can call me Assassin Rakshasa. Oh no, you're a big kid now. Yang Yi-yun gaped in shock as he looked down at his lower body, which was growing bigger and longer. Behind him, there was also an allegorical appearance of a cute little elephant. He exclaimed. Damn it, Rakshasa proudly explained. This is our sect's unique hidden weapon. As long as men inhale a little, their thing will swell up for a long time, greatly restricting their movements. Yang Yi-yun shouted furiously. Wouldn't it be better to use this medicine to bring happiness to humanity? Rakshasa sneered. Kid, you should understand why I'm looking for you, right? Yang Yi-yun pleaded. I have to tell you the truth. I've never had anything called the Lesser Foundation pill on me. The one who spread rumors that I have the Lesser Foundation pill on me just wants to take revenge on me, Rakshasa said, drawing the two swords behind her back. You think I'll believe you? If I'm not mistaken, your filthy body is suffering from the side effects of the pill, isn't it? Kid, you should be sensible. Yang Yi-yun quickly picked up a wooden stick, holding it defensively with surging momentum. Then there's no need to negotiate. Rakshasa laughed eerily, and with swords in both hands she lunged forward to attack. You little brat, do you want to keep your wooden stick, or should I blow it away? His face darkened, his eyes blazing red. He swung the wooden stick to block the powerful attack, causing rocks and dust to fly everywhere, creating a cloud of dust. Leshe was caught off guard. What? But she was still blasted away by Yang Yi-yun, who was in a defensive stance, blood flowing from her mouth, unwilling to accept it. Me, an Jinfang Dian level martial artist yet. Before Lasha, Yang Yi-yun now seemed like a giant with blazing red eyes wielding a wooden stick, his imposing aura threatening. He warned. Don't underestimate my wooden stick. Lasha changed her face, pretending to be pitiful and begging. Little kid, I admit I was wrong, can you spare me? This Lasha will owe you a favor in the future, Yang Yi-yun coldly replied. It's too late for redemption now. If you came looking for me, you should have prepared yourself to admit defeat. Lasha curled her lips into a smile. Lasha once again threw something towards Yang Yi-yun, but he still managed to dodge. What Lasha threw was the sub-weapon from before, using the spreading pink mist to obscure his vision. Lasha took the opportunity to fly into the air, mocking. Little kid, you're still too green. Yang Yi-yun covered his face with his hand, trying not to be affected. but the mist grew thicker. Damn it, I was careless. The range of this poisonous mist is too large, I can't avoid it. In the hazy mist, he noticed Lasha approaching him. The pink mist gradually dissipated. Lasha stood in front of him, smiling triumphantly while pointing her blade at him. Little kid, I must say your martial arts are profound, and your methods aren't bad either. But in the end, you're just a fledgling. What do you think of my red fragrance powder? Quickly hand over the method for concocting the small primordial replenishment pill, or else, I won't go easy on you later. Yang Yiyun anxiously sweated. He saw the scenery swaying. Lasha's image was blurry. He seemed dizzy. His eyes couldn't see anything. Yang Yiyun gritted his teeth, trying to endure. He decided to circulate his energy to cleanse his body, placing his middle finger and thumb on his left chest. He focused his internal energy. A small light flashed from the point of contact. It seems I've encountered a professional assassin this time. Their methods are much more vile than those so-called ancient martial artists. The difference between me and her isn't strength but experience. But, Lasha smugly thought, don't struggle anymore. My yang poison can't be easily forced out. If you don't hand over the formula, it won't just be you who dies. Oh, I also know your house still has a grandmother and a smart little sister. Hearing Lasha mention his family, Yang Yiyun was furious. His face darkened. A stream of powerful light radiated around his body. He sneered. Lasha wants to die. A woman like you, using such despicable methods, aren't you afraid people in the martial world will laugh at you? Lasha became alert. It seems this kid is really getting serious. I need to find a place to hide and observe. Before Lasha laughed and jumped backward, gradually disappearing. A Lasha woman like me has rampaged through the western regions, killing countless people. If I cared about reason, I would have been torn to pieces long ago. I've been able to live until now. If you don't listen to me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yang Yiyun closed his eyes, turning his head in all directions to sense Lasha's position, but still couldn't detect anything. Has she hidden her aura? The bushes behind him rustled. He tried to sense. What's that sound? A rabbit jumped out of the bushes. Yang Yiyun was suspicious of the rabbit's appearance. Lasha also took the opportunity to quietly walk towards him, holding a blade in her hand, her face sinister and despicable. But he had already been on guard. A black and cruel aura emanated from Lasha. Lasha smiled maliciously, raising her blade to attack. Go die. Yang Yiyun spoke. You can hide your movement. Luo Sha was startled and frantically swung his blade, but Yang Yiyun agilely dodged it, and he unleashed a counterattack. Wan Fa Gizong, Zhen Yuan Li Huo. The created flames engulfed Luo Sha's body, growing larger and larger, and Luo Sha screamed in agony. In the end, Luo Sha paid the price for his cruel actions, and Luo Sha was burned to ashes. Yang Yiyun collapsed. Clutching his painful left chest, he thought. The bone poison is spreading more and more. I must circulate my energy to dispel the bone poison first. He sat cross-legged on the ground, with his hands clasped in front of his chest, struggling to circulate his energy. He gradually recovered, slowly opened his eyes, and his hands were now apart, with fingers tightly clenched into fists resting on his knees. His eyes glanced at the traces of Luo Sha from earlier, now only a blackened patch of ground, black smoke, and the blade remained. He walked over and picked up the blade, his eyes filled with angry accusation. You shouldn't have used my grandmother and younger sister to threaten me. They are my whole life. Suddenly, he felt unwell, covered his mouth, and ran to the river in front of him. Trembling, he grabbed onto a nearby tree and threw the blade into the river. He thought that a person as evil as her deserved to die, and initially thought it would be fine to kill her. But unexpectedly he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He continued on to Fairy Pond, and discovered someone. He wondered, there's still someone at Fairy Pond to bathe. The faint figure of that person was behind a small bush. Small shoulders, slender fingers. It's probably a woman. Looking closer, the girl had long, shiny golden hair, neatly braided and cascading down her shoulders, large round eyes, and fair skin, along with soft, bare shoulders and the perfect curves of her body. Yang Yiyun immediately recognized her. He called out her name. Sister, Jinfang. Yiyun was surprised to see Jinfang standing in the pond, only wrapped in a towel, preparing to bathe. As if hearing Yiyun's voice, she glanced slightly towards where he was standing, wondering, did I hear wrong? It felt like someone just called me. Yiyun quickly hid behind a tree to avoid being discovered, wondering, isn't Sister Jinfang working in the city? Why is she back? Then she slowly took off her towel, revealing her full and fair breasts. He peeked out and quickly covered his eyes, saying to himself, I can't. I've always regarded Sister Jinfang as a sister. I can't do this. Suddenly, two demons of his inner self appeared, provoking him. Look, take a peek. It's okay to look. She hasn't discovered you. Everyone is an adult. What's wrong with taking a look? He angrily shouted. Why are there two demons in my heart? He stood hiding behind the tree, thinking to himself, forget it. I'm not that kind of person. Ignore them. He turned and walked away, speaking out loud. Walking to the pond next door, a demon contemptuously looked at his departing back and thought, you've already seen so much, and you're still acting righteous. Yin Yuan took off his clothes, stepped into the lake, and exclaimed, whoa, it's so cool. He reached out to play with the lake water and muttered to himself, Fairy Pond is indeed a good place, warm in winter and cool in summer. Grandma even said that this place is where fairies used to bathe. I wonder if it's true. Soaking in the water, he looked up at the sky, recalling the past, the time when he, Liu Toji, and Sister Jinfeng used to play together in this pond. He sighed. Those were beautiful times. Yi Yun was relaxing on the water. Suddenly something moved below, startling him and causing him to cry out, there's something in the water! He stood up straight to see what had moved, and when he saw it was a fish with golden scales floating on the water, he wondered, What kind of fish is that? He was a little stunned and asked himself, are fish so brave now? Why aren't they afraid of people anymore? Then he dove into the water and swam after the fish to learn more, and when he saw the fish's entire body was golden, he realized, it's actually a long yu dragonfish. I thought they had been caught and killed by outsiders, until there were none left. I didn't expect there were still some in fairy ponds, and why is it so big? He activated the Qiankun Huagong technique, held his breath and swam deep down following the fish to learn more. He swam down very deep, thinking to himself, fairy pond unexpectedly has such a deep place. Suddenly, a large group of dragonfish appeared before him, and he realized, no wonder I couldn't find them, they were all hiding down here. A purple light suddenly flashed from the bottom of the lake, and he wondered, what's that? He swam deeper to take a look. It turned out the light was coming from a sword. But what was surprising was that the object the sword was embedded in was the huge skull of a dragon, surrounded by faint, purple lights emanating from the ground. Looking at the scene before him, he was a little stunned. This is. Wang Xishuanji's voice echoed from the mark on his arm, asking him, kid, where have you run off to this time? I can sense a powerful demonic force, Yang Yiyun exclaimed. This is a demon, his master continued. It turns out to be an 8 tribulation flood dragon. He then asked, do you think this flood dragon is powerful? He replied. Whether it's powerful or not isn't the issue, but something like this is really rare, he told him. A flood dragon that has undergone 8 tribulations is even more powerful than a real dragon, but its strength is below a true golden dragon. He looked at the scene through a mirror and continued. Moreover, look, the dragon blood herbs around it are invaluable treasures to you. Only soil soaked in dragon blood can produce this kind of herb, and these herbs need 1,000 years to grow an inch. These herbs here are at least 5,000 or 6,000 years old. He listened and pondered. That's a very long time, his master replied. This medicine is a rare elixir even in the cultivation world. But more than that, what worries me more is that someone on earth could kill an 8 tribulation flood dragon. Before he could finish his sentence, Yin Yun's breath-holding technique ran out of time, forcing him to swim upwards quickly. Jinfang was happily singing and bathing. I love bathing, love it, la la la. Suddenly, bubbles started bubbling on the water's surface, and she looked at it with some suspicion. He suddenly emerged from the water, his unexpected appearance coupled with several dragonfish clinging to his face and body. Yi Yun exclaimed, "Whoa, I'm suffocating." Jinfang fainted from the sudden shock. He removed the fish from his face and thought helplessly, so the bottom of the ponds are connected, and it had to surface in Sister Jinfang's pond. He had no choice but to carry her to the shore, holding her wrist to check on her, telling himself not to have any strange thoughts. I need to wake her up first. He then exerted his power. Soon after, she started to react. Jinfang gradually opened her eyes. Seeing Yi Yun, she vaguely asked, Are you Yunzi? What happened to you just now? Yin Yun stroked her hair and said, Yes, it's me. I saw you fainted, so I brought you here. He asked if Sister Jinfang was okay. Jinfang blushed, gesturing for him to stay away. Yunzi, don't get close to me. I'm a jinx to men. You should have less contact with me. He looked serious, still stroking his hair to look cool, and replied, Born to defy heaven and earth, a person who goes against fate. In my eyes, fate is meant to be broken. Before he could finish speaking, his face contorted from an unexpected, earth-shattering slap. It turned out to be Yang San. She slapped Yin Yun's face while ranting, I said I was just going to the fairy lake to take a bath. Why did it take so long? I didn't expect you to do something like this with Sister Jinfang. You perverted brother. He spat the water out of his mouth, P2E. After returning from Fairy Lake, Sister Jinfang stopped by Yi Yun's house for dinner. She continued talking to Yi Yun's grandma. Sorry, something happened just now, so I dropped by for a meal. His grandma was very happy, she warmly said. Whatever happened, it's been a long time since Jinfang came to our house. You and Tai Dan used to come here for dinner. Yang San grimaced. Brother, I'm sorry, I didn't know you saved Sister Jinfang. Hehe. His face still had the imprint of 5 fingers, and he said annoyedly, It's good that you know you're wrong. Then he thought. Even though I was scared out of my wits, Grandma looked at the pitiful fish in the soup bowl on the table and asked, Yunzi, did you catch this dragonfish in the fairy lake? Our village hasn't seen this kind of fish in years. People thought it was extinct. Ying Yun forced a smile and said, I spent a lot of effort to catch them, everyone. Try it. After he finished speaking, he remembered the scene of falling into the water, being bitten by the fish, and thought, to catch these dragonfish, I almost lost my life. Luckily, in the last seconds of my breath-holding technique, both the dragon blood herb and the azure treasure sword were collected into the Qiankun lake. All 3 women took a sip of the soup. After drinking, Yang San was immersed in her imagination, turning into a beautiful fish, swimming in the vast sea, exclaiming in her heart, Ah, this taste is like being transformed into one of those fish, swimming at the bottom of the vast ocean. Jinfang blushed, imagining herself as a charming mermaid being courted by a strong dragonfish merman, exclaiming, Unbelievable! It melts right in my mouth with a subtle herbal fragrance. My senses are completely dominated by the sweetness of the dragonfish. Grandma reminisced. The flavor of this broth reminds me of when I was a beautiful and graceful young woman, she thought. This nostalgic and familiar taste is like returning to my youthful 16-year-old self. Finishing her train of thought, all 3 praised, It's so delicious, making Yang Yiyun puff up with pride. He muttered to himself, I put 1/3 of a creation elixir into this broth. This dragonfish grew up eating dragon bloodgrass. This broth is a fantastic tonic, they'll have better health after drinking it. Then he turned to Jinfang, asking what he'd been wondering. By the way, Jinfang, you've been working in the city for years, so why the sudden return? Jinfang sighed, replying, You know, Yunzi, my mom is sick. It's been going on for a while, and it's getting worse. The doctors at the Jiu County Hospital all said her leg needs to be amputated, so I found a divine doctor in the city to examine her. Yi Yun offered to visit Jinfang's mother, saying, Let me go with you. It's been a long time since I've seen Aunt Wang. Jinfang agreed, replying, Okay, I think my mom would be very happy. The two went to Jinfang's house. Arriving home, Jinfang greeted her mother, Mom, I'm back. Then she said, Mom, look who's here. Seeing Yi Yun, Aunt Wang was overjoyed, waving her hand and calling out, Yunzi, you've grown so much, come let me see you. He greeted Aunt Wang warmly. It's been a long time. While greeting her, he quickly observed her physical condition, seeing the inside of her leg and thinking, the leg muscles can't circulate blood, and some of the muscle tissue is already necrotic. This is really bad. He scratched his head sheepishly, saying, I heard that your health hasn't been good recently, so I came to visit you. Yi Yun thought of the yin-yang 5 elements acupuncture, but in the medical books his master gave him, there was a method to treat necrosis using yin-yang 5 elements acupuncture. After thinking, he knelt down to Aunt Wang's eye level, handing her the dragonfish he caught, saying, I even brought you a fish. Aunt Wang was surprised by the valuable gift, hesitantly refusing. This dragonfish is too big. It's priceless in Jiu County now. It's too expensive. I can't accept it. Yi Yun quickly persuaded. I caught it at Fairy Lake. It's very good for your body. After you eat it, I can just do another experiment. Jinfang chimed in. Mom, just accept it. It's rare for Yunzi to come visit. Causing Aunt Wang to finally agree, replying, Well, okay then. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Jinfang opened the door and saw a doctor waiting. She greeted the guest warmly. Divine Doctor Sun, you've arrived. The doctor entered the house, complaining with a wrinkled face, making Jinfang look sad. This place is really remote. There aren't even streetlights. I almost got lost. Where's the patient? Jinfang quickly led the Divine Doctor to her mother. Here, Mom. Divine Doctor Sun is here. Divine Doctor Sun passed by Yin Yun to get to Aunt Wang, smelling the fishy odor and wrinkling his nose, covering it. Why is there such a boorish person here? The fishy smell is disgusting. Aunt Wang narrated her symptoms to him. Divine Doctor, I went to the county hospital, and the doctor said my leg has to be amputated. Do you see any other way to save it? He took his glasses out of his coat and put them on, looking closely, lifting the cloth to examine Aunt Wang's leg. He said definitively, The necrotic area is large. The leg must be amputated, or it will affect your life. Jinfang panicked, quickly asking, Divine Doctor, is there really no other way to save the leg? He looked annoyed, emphasizing again, I said there isn't, which means there isn't. Who in all of Huaxia knows better than I do? Yi Yun spoke to the Divine Doctor. Could you let me take a look? The Divine Doctor glared, asking him back, Young man, if you don't know anything, don't mess around trying to help, you'll just get in the way. Do you even know what she's suffering from? Yi Yun, unfazed, immediately retorted to the Divine Doctor's question. Of course I know. Moreover, I can guarantee that as long as you do as I say, that you can even reinforce it further. If you don't believe me, prepare a set of acupuncture needles. I can restore the feeling to Aunt Wang's leg right now. Upon hearing this, Jinfang asked Yang Yi Yun again, as if to be certain of what he just said. Yi Yun, are you telling the truth? The so-called Divine Doctor annoyedly mocked Yi Yun. Yeah, young people are all but Jinfang was very grateful. She said emotionally, I believe you, Yi Yun. As long as you can cure my mother, I'll do anything you want. I'll immediately prepare the acupuncture set for you. With that, she ran off to get the acupuncture set and handed it to Yi Yun. After receiving the acupuncture set, he immediately got to work. Seeing this, the Divine Doctor looked doubtful but still loudly sneered. If you can restore her feeling, I'll kneel down and call you Grandpa. Hearing this, Yi Yun smiled triumphantly, thinking, Don't regret it. Aunt Wang looked worriedly at Yin Yun, gently refusing his help. Yin Yun, it's okay if I lost a leg, I'm just afraid of affecting Jinfang's life. She has repeatedly said that she would quit her job in the city and come back here to take care of me, but I refuse. Whether you can cure my leg or not, look at Jinfang, she is very good. Otherwise the two of you can get together. Hearing this, Jinfang's face turned red. She stammered, Mom, what are you talking about? Yin Yun looked serious, focusing all his energy to perform the yin-yang 5 elements acupuncture technique, telling Aunt Wang not to say anything more. Let me help you first. Quickly, Yin Yun inserted the needles consecutively into Aunt Wang's necrotic area. His movements were swift, without wasting any time, as if he were very proficient in this technique. Seeing this, Sun Shenyi was stunned. His thoughts popped out aloud. Using the needles continuously, 5 needles in one breath, the movements are very fast and decisive. Yet, he pointed at Yin Yun, shouting loudly as if not believing him. Who are you trying to fool? Doing that can't restore the feeling to the leg. Yin Yun ignored what he said, looking up to ask about Aunt Wang's condition. Aunt Wang, how do you feel? Aunt Wang was surprised when she felt the sensation under her feet, staring at him with wide eyes as she asked, why do I suddenly feel a bit itchy? Hearing this, the Divine Doctor panicked. He jumped up, exclaiming in dismay. Yang Yi Yun held 3 acupuncture needles in his hand. Seriously. Now I'm just clearing the blood vessels and meridians, restoring some muscle fibers. But the necrotic muscle must be treated slowly. According to this prescription, if you take it daily, You can recover within a month.
Jinfang was happy. Suddenly, Sun Shenyi was startled with fear, sweating profusely, kneeling down, bowing his head to Yang Yiyun. Well, I didn't expect that after practicing for decades I could meet someone with such great skill as you, I admit it. Yang Yiyun looked seriously at Sun Shenyi. You should know that there are people beyond people. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Sun Shenyi was worried and scared, not daring to look at Yang Yiyun. To have such medical skills at such a young age, where did he learn it from? But I don't dare to ask. Yang Yiyun looked seriously at Sun Shenyi. Seeing changes to Yang Yiyun preparing to leave, Jinfang happily sees him off. Jinfang looked at Yang Yiyun with a slightly red face. Yiyun? I really don't know how to thank you. Yang Yiyun stroked his chin, looking happily at Jinfang. Don't be polite. Didn't Aunt Wang say she would marry you to me? Jinfang folded her arms, puffing out her cheeks, indicating a bit of anger, but blushing shyly. Yiyun, you're still the same as before, not serious at all. Men who are good to me don't have good endings. My fate is that of a lone star. Do you still dare to come near me? Yang Yiyun brushed his hand, looking calmly at Jinfang. What's there not to dare? We've played together since we were little. Nothing happened to me and Taidan, right? Jinfang stood with her arms folded, looking at Yang Yiyun. Stop joking, we're all grown up now, and things are different. Yang Yiyun happily pointed to the sky, calmly. Hehe, how about going to Fairy Lake to bathe together, wash away that Lone Star fate or whatever? Jinfang looked unhappily at Yang Yiyun, shouting, Yiyun, you still dare to tease me? Yang Yiyun happily ran away. Haha, you can't catch me, Sister Jinfang, I'm going back. Jinfang looked at Yang Yiyun with a bit of anger, but showing concern. Yiyun, the road isn't easy to walk at night, be careful. Jinfang watched Yang Yiyun's retreating figure, a certain thought coloring her cheeks slightly red. An eye followed Jinfang from inside the house through the window. From within, Aunt Wang had seen everything, cheerfully thinking, haha, interesting. Fengjie following Yiyun will definitely not suffer. Sun Shenyi worriedly and puzzledly looked at Aunt Wang. An owl perched on a branch hooted, Gu. Late at night, Yang Yiyun was cultivating, his entire body enveloped in a red-orange aura. Yang Yiyun said seriously, with the help of the medicinal pill, my cultivation speed is much faster than before. My cultivation is about to reach the 3rd level of the qi refining stage. The next morning, the rooster began to crow. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Chen Qijian came to find Yang Yiyun. Chen Qijian raised his hand in greeting to a person sweeping the courtyard. Chen Qijian opened the door and entered, saying, Xian Sheng, today is the day we agreed upon, so I have come to find you. Yang Yiyun was still cultivating. Yang Yiyun immediately withdrew his aura. Chen Qijian looked at Yang Yiyun in astonishment. What kind of divine power is this? Yang Yiyun looked at Chen Qijian and said, Come in, Xian Sheng. Chen Qijian bowed respectfully. I was short-sighted to think you were a martial artist. With hidden force cultivation, I didn't expect you to be a Shantian martial artist. Yang Yiyun felt awkward seeing this, and said, Don't do that, I'm not your elder, please stand up, I will guide you. Chen Qijian, seeing this, raised his head and happily looked at Yang Yiyun, saying, Thank you, Xiansheng. Yang Yiyun said calmly, First, take off your clothes, then consume this medicinal pill. Chen Qijian's face froze, and he thought worriedly, Could it be that Xiansheng has a good medicine that can break through the hidden force bottleneck? Since things have come to this, if I want to break through my cultivation, I should just follow Xiansheng's words for now. Chen Qijian then took off his clothes. Yang Yiyun, seeing this, quickly reached out his hand and said calmly, What are you doing? I want to use my hand to transfer internal energy to help you break through hidden force. Chen Qijian, seeing this, said, Ah, is that so? Chen Qijian was receiving internal energy from Yang Yiyun behind him, and Chen Qijian thought uncomfortably. The internal energy is so pure, I can feel the medicinal pill constantly impacting my meridians. My bottleneck is starting to loosen. Yang Yiyun transferred internal energy to Chen Qijian. Yang Yiyun and Chen Qijian erupted with a red surge of energy. Chen Qijian opened his eyes, which had turned completely red. Hidden Force first level succeeded. A purple pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Somewhere in the forest, Lasha's brother grabbed his knife, looking serious. Lasha's brother immediately sensed something, and he crushed the knife he was holding in his hand, erupting with a black aura. It's the aura of internal force from someone about to break through to hidden force. Why is it in this place? Suddenly, Yang Yiyun was startled. Such strong killing intent. There's an ancient martial artist coming here. Seeing this, Chen Qijian asked suspiciously, Is it because of Xiansheng? The next day, in the forest of Shangyang village, the two appeared. Lasha's brother looked at Yang Yiyun and Chen Qijian admiringly and said, Not bad, you were able to detect me. Lasha's brother said seriously, erupting with a red aura. Hand over the medicinal formula, and perhaps your corpses will remain intact. Chen Qijian angrily lashed out with his whip towards Lasha's brother, arrogant. Lasha's brother easily dodged Chen Qijian's whip, grabbing the whip with one hand and pulling it back towards himself, while striking Chen Qijian with the other, causing him to spit blood. Seeing this, Yang Yiyun shouted worriedly, Chen Qijian, said anxiously, Xiansheng, be careful. He is a hidden force level 4 martial artist. Lasha's brother then appeared behind Yang Yiyun, saying seriously, You still have the mind to worry about others. Yang Yiyun turned back anxiously. Not good. Yang Yiyun was in danger. Chen Qijian launched his whip to lock Lasha's brother's arm. Lasha's brother said seriously, You can still move. Not bad. So you're a newly advanced hidden force cultivator. Chen Qijian was seriously injured, trembling while tightly gripping the whip, and said,
Xiansheng. He is a hidden force level 4 assassin from the western regions. Tuluo martial artists. We are no match for him. Run quickly. Yang Yiyun seriously thought of the image of Lasha. Thinking of the Tuluo uniform, Tuluo looks very similar to them. What relationship do they have? The Rakshasa's brother stared intently at Chen Shixian. Fei Kunai, meddling busybody. I'll kill you first. Chen Shixian, his face covered in wounds, watched the kunai hurtling towards him. Yang Yiyun swiftly caught the kunai flying towards Chen Shixian. Looking at the Rakshasa's brother, your target is me. I killed Rakshasa, and the elixir is on me. The Rakshasa's brother was filled with rage, his eyes glowing red. What? You killed my sister? Yang Yiyun leaped away. If you want revenge, follow me. If you're late, you won't achieve anything. The Rakshasa's brother furiously punched a tree. You little bastard, I'll kill you. The Rakshasa's brother angrily chased after Yang Yiyun. Chen Shixian trembled in pain, struggling to sit up, watching the Rakshasa's brother pursue Yang Yiyun. Damn it, I didn't expect the esteemed one to be targeted by the western region's Rakshasa. If only I were stronger. Chen Shixian suddenly noticed a colored elixir on the ground, thinking, this must be what the esteemed one left behind just now. Yang Yiyun immediately ran deep into the forest, his intention to lure the Rakshasa's brother away, avoiding involving those around him. The Rakshasa's brother furiously chased after Yang Yiyun. Yang Yiyun ran, while seriously thinking, I was planning to lure him away from the village, but I didn't expect him to chase after me so fast. The Rakshasa's brother rapidly accelerated, leaving a trail of light behind him. The Rakshasa's brother immediately attacked Yang Yiyun with a downward kick. Yang Yiyun put up both hands to block, but was still pushed back. Yang Yiyun then unleashed his aura, rendering the Rakshasa's brother's attack ineffective. The Rakshasa's brother immediately jumped back. Yang Yiyun anxiously looked around, thinking, I barely managed to block the attack. My strength is at the Qi refining stage, and I can withstand a Ji Yu Wu practitioner at the Dark Force 4th level. The Rakshasa's brother shouted loudly. We are all Ji Yu Wu practitioners at the Dark Force 4th level around Yang Yiyun, but your combat experience is pitifully weak. To think my sister would die at your hands, Yang Yiyun was slightly worried, thinking, let's try using an inciting tactic. Yang Yiyun smiled. Truly, siblings, your sister said the same thing before she died. It's a pity she died, without even having her corpse found in the end. The Rakshasa's brother, filled with rage, charged out from behind Yang Yiyun. You wish to die. Yang Yiyun glanced behind him. He took the bait. Yang Yiyun turned around, and immediately unleashed the Li Fire True Essence. The Rakshasa's brother saw through it, easily dodging the move. Yang Yiyun seriously cast a spell, aiming at the Rakshasa's brother, thinking, even under extreme anger he still has such high alertness, truly a difficult opponent. This person is even harder to deal with than Rakshasa. The Rakshasa's brother retreated, hiding behind a tree, looking at Yang Yiyun, thinking, flame chi technique. Could it be that Rakshasa was lured by this move? This person is not as simple as I imagined, but Yang Yiyun raised his head to the sky and listened. The Rakshasa's brother shouted, boy, hand over the elixir, and I can spare your life. Exchanging my sister's life for a minor nourishing Jungian pill, I feel it's very worth it. Yang Yiyun raised his finger. Go screw yourself. The Rakshasa's brother rushed towards Yang Yiyun at high speed. Seriously, I'm fooling you, killing my sister. You must pay with your life. Yang Yiyun looked at the Rakshasa's brother charging towards him with confusion, thinking, directly attacking. Yang Yiyun was shocked. That's not right, this is. The Rakshasa's brother charged forward along with 2 throwing knives heading towards Yang Yiyun. Unprepared, too fast, Yang Yiyun was hit, the 2 throwing knives lightly forming a cross shape on Yang Yiyun's body, his hands also severed. A moment later, it started to rain. Chen Shixian wandered around. Yang Yiyun, this place must be where the esteemed one fought. Chen Shixian walked over. The scene before him was shocking. Chen Shixian saw Yang Yiyun holding a sword, his whole body erupting with black aura. Beside him was a pool of blood. Chen Shixian was surprised, thinking, this is Yang Yiyun, holding a sword, his whole body radiating a black aura, seriously terrifying. Rest assured this guy has already been killed. Chen Shixian clutched his chest, looking at the sword in Yang Yiyun's hand. The feeling of oppression is too strong. This sword is Yang Yiyun, his whole body radiating a black aura. Beside him was Yang Yiyun was serious, radiating a dark aura. Seeing this, Chen Shixian looked at Yang Yiyun, who was emanating a black aura. Such a powerful great sword, the pressure radiating from you, sir, is immense. Yang Yiyun seemed to transform into a giant monster, capable of crushing an ant like Chen Shixian with a mere touch. Yang Yiyun scratched his head, looking calmly at Chen Shixian. Great sword. What great sword? Chen Shixian was at a loss. Yang Yiyun leaned on his sword, looking at Chen Shixian. Why are you so badly injured? Didn't you take the pill I gave you? Chen Shixian, his face covered in wounds, looked at Yang Yiyun in pain. Sir, I only managed to break through to Dark Force cultivation thanks to that pill before. How can I just casually consume it? Seeing this, Yang Yiyun angrily said, if you're not going to eat it, give it back, startling Chen Shixian. Chen Shixian quickly stuffed the pill into his mouth. I'll eat it. I'll eat it. Chen Shixian sat down, starting to cultivate. A reddish-orange aura emanating from him again. Yang Yiyun stood watching with his arms crossed, serious. That's right, this pill isn't just for enhancing your cultivation, it's also very beneficial for your injuries. As long as you follow me. What's one pill? Chen Shixian knelt on one knee, looking at Yang Yiyun reverently. Thank you, sir. Chen, this humble one, is willing to go through fire and water for you, sir. Yang Yiyun looked at Chen Shixian. You flatter me. Right now you just need to help me protect my family well. Chen Shixian? Yes, Chen Shixian looked at Yang Yiyun curiously. Right, sir. Shiyu Tu Luo is known for being treacherous and cunning, having killed countless people. Many experts have died by his hand. How do you plan to catch him, sir?
Yang Yiyun recalled how he drew his sword and slashed Luo Sha's brother. Actually, I was able to succeed because when the Bi Jian, Jade Sword, was summoned from the Qiankun Lake, it fought back against Tu Luo, otherwise it would have been really cold.
Yang Yiyun said worriedly in front of Chen Qixian. That Tu Luo is capable. He might force me to use that one move to kill him. Chen Qixian clenched his fist, thinking angrily. Just one move, sir and I are so different in strength. Yet I boastfully said I would protect his family. I'm really too weak. Yang Yiyun looked at Chen Qixian, puzzled. Yang Yiyun looked at Chen Qixian with his arms crossed.
Right, Brother Chen, I want to invest in renovating Shangyang village into a tourist attraction. Do you have any connections in the ancient county who can help me?
Chen Qixian looked at Yang Yiyun in surprise. Sir, you have great foresight. This can increase the village's income and improve people's lives, and it also makes it easy to arrange guards to protect your family.
Yang Yiyun looked at Chen Qixian, speechless, thinking, I'm a history expert, this is just occupational hazard.
I just wanted to protect the relics in the village. But he's thinking so deeply.
Yang Yiyun looked at Chen Qixian happily. Not bad. As expected, Brother Chen. You guessed it right away.
Moreover, Chen Qixian looked at Yang Yiyun excitedly. Moreover, Sir can also turn this place into a base for cultivation. The ancient county has geographical advantages and was a battlefield for military strategists in ancient times. Sir plans to take root here and gradually improve his strength, then slowly develop a powerful ancient martial force.
Yang Yiyun looked at Chen Qixian, thinking,
you understand it that way. However, the spiritual energy in Shangyang village is indeed much denser than in the city, but the traces around Mount Heilong and Fairy Lake have indicated as much. There are also many undiscovered treasures here. If you want to cultivate and station troops here, it is indeed the best choice.
Yang Yiyun looked at Chen Qixian with his arms crossed. I also have this idea. Brother Chen really sees things clearly. Chen Qixian reached out and looked at Yang Yiyun. Chen, this humble one, only guessed a part of your plan, sir, but the investment required is very large.
Yang Yiyun pressed his phone. I haven't checked my recent profit income. Yunqi Company is currently being managed by Tai Dan, but the Jiyu Yuan Wine and Zhu Yandan, youthful appearance pill, in cooperation with the Liu family should bring in a lot. Chen Qixian stroked his chin and thought, our family has a construction business that can also help you, sir. Although you are very strong, you don't look like a rich person. This is no small amount of money. Yang Yiyun held up his phone, displaying the message, China Huajia Bank. Your account balance is 527,527,000.
Yang Yiyun said calmly. Is this enough? Chen Qixian was filled with shock. Ah, this. Chen Qixian knelt down in astonishment before Yang Yiyun. No, as expected of you, sir. Even the money is well prepared. You have thought so far ahead. How dare I underestimate you, sir? I truly deserve to die 10,000 times. Seeing this, Yang Yiyun was confused. Chen Qixian anxiously approached Yang Yiyun. Enough.
If sir doesn't mind the construction team of my Chen family, I will start working for you.
Yang Yiyun looked at Chen Qixian happily. Good, that's great. You can use this money as you wish. I'll leave everything to you. Chen Qixian stood respectfully before Yang Yiyun. Chen, this humble one, will definitely not fail your expectations, sir. I will immediately go home to prepare everything and send people to dredge official relationships tomorrow and start your plans, sir.
Yang Yiyun happily thought. Good. Yang Yiyun watched Chen Qixian walking down the mountain. Yang Yiyun raised his hand to the high sky. The image of Zhao Nan with a beautiful smile appeared. The path of cultivation is difficult. Now I can finally find a treasure land to cultivate it. It's been a few days since arriving at the ancient town. I really miss the landlady a bit, haha. At Mount Heilong, Little Ferret is doing something in the forest. With a happy face, something must be attracting Little Ferret. Little Ferret looked towards the entrance of the cave being guarded by two monkeys. The scent inside the cave attracted Little Ferret's sensitive nose.
Chiban, do you want to know what this place is? And why this Little Ferret appeared in the ancient town of Mount Heilong? Actually, everything happened 3 days ago. In Yang Yiyun's house, Yang Yiyun turned away from the toilet and looked at his master worriedly. Old geezer, are you kidding?
You're saying the Little Ferret is in here? The master stroked his beard, happily putting his hand on Yang Yiyun's shoulder. Who's kidding? This is a verbal tradition. Although the location is a bit different from what I imagined. But if you don't go in, this little ferret who has awakened its intelligence will never be able to escape.
Yang Yiyun was full of annoyance, worried.
No, I can't go in. I will never go in for the rest of my life. The master pushed Yang Yiyun. What's with all the nonsense? You go in.
Yang Yiyun fell into the portal in the toilet, angrily.
Damn old geezer.
You dare to push me. Yang Yiyun fell into the portal. Aka. Yang Yiyun vaguely woke up. Little ferret, is that you?
A small ginseng was right in front of him. Yang Yiyun was immediately terrified. Yang Yiyun was frightened.
Inside the Qiankun Lake, Yang Yiyun looked around, wondering. Is this the same small ginseng?
Next to Yang Yiyun, angrily shouted, Damn old geezer, next time can you choose a better teleportation spot? Yang Yiyun walked in the Qiankun Lake. Last time I plucked Zhong X grass on the mountain, and it can still be planted. I can plant more medicinal herbs here. Yang Yiyun walked to where Little Ferret was full. And with its spoils, cheap. Yang Yiyun angrily shouted at Little Ferret, You want to eat? That's fine, but don't run around, making me have to crawl into the toilet to find you. Little Ferret was startled. Tiny. Yang Yiyun was a little annoyed but softened by Little Ferret's cuteness.
Alright. If you like being here, it will save me some work. If you ever run around like this again, I'll steam you in a pot. Although Yang Yiyun threatened it, what he didn't expect was that while Yang Yiyun went up the mountain to take a bath, this little ferret ran out of that Qiankun bottle again. At Mount Helong, little ferret was plotting something. Its face seriously thinking about whether it could defeat the two little monkeys. Little ferret immediately rushed out to attack the two little monkeys. But little ferret's hands were too short, it couldn't do anything, and the two little monkeys easily blocked little ferret. Full of incomprehension, the two little monkeys turned to look at each other triumphantly. The two little monkeys tied little ferret up in a turtle shell style with siari. Little ferret was full of anger. Cheap, let me go. The little monkeys tightened the rope. Little ferret, suong kimochi ramen. The two little monkeys tied little ferret to the stick and carried it away. In the heads of the two monkeys, there were only images of little ferret when it was roasted. Yang Yiyun suddenly appeared in front of the two little monkeys. Hey, Yang Yiyun hit each little monkey once. Bing. The two little monkeys were dizzy. Yang Yiyun looked at little ferret being tied up, helpless. These monkeys are actually playing games like this. Yang Yiyun untied little ferret. Finally found you. Do you dare to run like this again next time? Little ferret acted like a demure lady, coquettishly. Cheap. Yang Yiyun stepped into the cave, startled. Oh, the smell of wine is so strong. Why is there a smell of wine in this place? Yang Yiyun stepped deeper into the cave. In front of Yang Yiyun was a skeleton sitting on a chair. Yang Yiyun thought, another relic. Yang Yiyun looked at the skeleton, wondering, is this a human remain? Xiaocheng ran over to drink water from a nearby puddle. Yang Yiyun bowed respectfully before the skeleton. Senior, please forgive this junior for unintentionally intruding and causing so much disturbance. The skeleton then vanished, revealing an emerald jade piece, along with the inscription. The destined one may take the contents within the jade box. Yang Yiyun picked up the jade piece, thinking, this is a jade slip. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred, and Yang Yiyun fell into a trance. Sikong Yuan stood before Yang Yiyun. You are fated. That you can see this jade slip means I have already transformed. Sikong Yuan looked at Yang Yiyun seriously. I was originally a person from the mountain and sea realm. My name is Sikong Yuan, and I am also an alchemist. Coming to this world was only to seek a type of spirit herb to detoxify my body, but sadly, I could not find it. Regardless of where you come from, I leave you with an alchemy method and some spirit stones. I hope that you will one day go to the mountain and sea realm, to the ice snow divine palace, and find a woman named Jia Chan. Sikong Yuan presented 3 scrolls of secret techniques and 3 spirit stones. Sikong Yuan seriously handed them to Yang Yiyun, then conveyed a message. Help her for me. Tell her to give up on revenge, and also protect her, and live well. Yang Yiyun was puzzled, confused. Mountain and sea realm? Sikong Yuan approached Yang Yiyun, touched Yang Yiyun's forehead, and many streams of golden energy flowed into Yang Yiyun's head. Alright? This is the last gift I give you. Yang Yiyun screamed in pain. Outside, the sun was already high in the sky. In a secret chamber, a girl was tied to a chair by someone. Jinfang, frightened, trembled, as she looked at Sun Shenyi. You're not Dr. Sun. Sun Shenyi held the needle, looking at Jinfang seriously. Haha. Although I am not him, I am more powerful than him. Sun Shenyi held the needle filled with green liquid close to Jinfang. Jinfang trembled in fear, crying as she looked at Sun Shenyi. What do you want to do? Don't you come over here. The sunlight had reached the peak of the mountain. In the ancient Heilong Mountain County, the scene was peaceful with mountains, forests, and rivers. Deep inside a cave, Yang Yiyun went to a stone statue. Suddenly, a space opened up from under the stone floor, containing 3 scrolls of secret manuals and a mysterious box. Opening it, he saw 2 blue stones and 1 red stone. Yang Yiyun was a little bewildered. He reached out to examine the jewels. They looked expensive. But there was a strange thing. When he reached near the jewels, suddenly a force from the stones radiated out, transmitting back to the symbol on his hand. That made him very horrified. Looking at his glowing hand, being absorbed again, he felt that something was wrong, then went inside the space to inspect. His eyes lit up. This is not right. The space that appeared was an island, surrounded by lush trees, with all kinds of precious herbs. The space inside the Qiankun pond is bigger now. His master appeared from within the bone, stroking his beard. So, they are 2 low-grade spirit stones and 1 mid-grade spirit stone. A mid-grade spirit stone can help the Qiankun pond upgrade, and the low-grade spirit stones, on the opposite spirit medicine, are very useful for you. Hearing this, Yang Yiyun angrily shouted, Son of a caw! He was still calm as usual. Even if you beat me to death, I won't wear it. I want to set up a tombstone for this senior. This old man is too greedy, wanting other people's clothes, he pondered, looking at the vast space before him. A lot of medicinal herbs can be taken from here, leaving them is too wasteful. Suddenly, a strange aura radiated out, attracting him. He went down to the bottom of the wine pool. There are many wild fruits at the bottom of this pool. Just now, the one guarding outside was also a monkey. Is this the legendary monkey wine brew? But it really exists. This thing can only be known about, not sought after, and you can feel a faint spiritual energy inside it. He put a finger under the water, touched it lightly, then tasted the wine. What nonsense would hide a big pool like this? So the monkeys outside are being nourished by the spirit. Not bad indeed. I have to find a way to take some back. As he bent down to take some wine back, his phone in his pocket vibrated.
Yang Yiyun took out his phone to check. The screen displayed a message from Jinfang. Yang Yiyun,
Hurry up and remember. Otherwise your little darling will fade away like a fragrant flower.
Looks like this is a threatening message. Not only that, the old man even sent a selfie of himself in front of Tang Aining, who was tied up. This is Sun Shen Yi. Miscalculating. I didn't realize he had other intentions. Without thinking twice, you immediately rush over. Sister Tang Aining must wait for me. Just as you're about to leave, you suddenly stop, looking at the set of clothes. I should probably bring this spirit-attuned garment. On the other side, in a closed room, a small light shines from a high lamp.
Old Sun Shen Yi waited and waited, but still didn't see Yang Yiyun arrive, so he became greedy and planned to do something indecent. Too slow.
I can't wait. Let me play with you first. He raised the knife in front of him, the knife still stained with some kind of liquid. This knife of mine, he acted extremely perverted, making weird gestures, is coated with a lot of poison. I thought Tang Aining would be scared and cry, but she calmly stared at Sun Shen Yi, making him freeze in shock.
Rather, he harmed himself. Because of his strange actions earlier, he was poisoned by the very poison he applied to the knife, foaming at the mouth and dying.
I'm done for. But then he suddenly sat up, rambling. Just kidding, Tang Aining. I don't know what to say or how to describe it. She watched him pacing back and forth, doing all sorts of weird things. Are you crazy?
Sun Shen Yi stood up, dusting himself off. So you. He walked closer, looking angry, holding the knife. Don't laugh.
As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the knife. Then you can only, Tang Aining's eyes widened in fear, make you cry. After speaking, he stabbed the knife down hard, laughing maniacally. Cry now. It turned out he wanted Tang Aining to cry, so he grabbed an onion and stabbed it with the knife. How is it? The taste of this onion. Tang Aining was assaulted by an onion, tears falling, pervert.
Suddenly, the door was kicked down. Smoke and dust spreading around. Yang Yiyun had arrived to be the hero who saves the beauty. Seeing him arrive, Tang Aining cried with grievance. Yunzi. Yang Yiyun's whole body radiated killing intent. He clenched his fists and walked forward step by step. Beast.
What did you do to Sister Tang Aining? Seeing him, the old man boasted, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for so long. He demanded that he hand over the prescription, otherwise. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Yiyun punched him in the face, breaking his glasses. He was kicked away by him, followed by a few somersaults before landing, yet he still hadn't logged off. 4th level dark energy. Indeed, the prescription is on you.
Yang Yiyun's eyes were bloodshot, and he clenched his fist again. Too bad. You don't have the ability to take it.
This punch of his was blocked by the old man, with one hand at the same time. The strength of both sides was evenly matched, creating a gust of wind. Now Sun Shen Yi removed his disguise. Kid, you underestimated me.
Is this all your strength? Yang Yiyun watched his attack being caught by him.
Cheng Baitian pushed them both away with one hand. Luckily, he used his feet to rub against the ground and stood firm. He gradually took off his disguise, threw off his coat, and a teenager appeared. He was extremely arrogant and conceited. I thought someone who could defeat the Asura brothers would have some talent. He smiled slyly. Your little darling is now being tortured by poison. Time is limited, the prescription or her life. Choose one, otherwise she will lose her life. That, of course, will never happen. Yang Yiyun punched straight down, but this guy quickly dodged his attack, causing the ground to shake. Dream on. Immediately afterward, he changed his attack direction, but this guy could still dodge within an inch. Seeing this move fail, he kicked at the head with his leg. Only unexpectedly, Cheng Baitian bent down, with a cunning expression. Got you. Yang Yiyun didn't expect to fall into a trap. I can't let these ropes tie me up. Cheng Baitian used the control wires to tie his hands tightly. Don't do useless things. Once you're tied up by me, you can't escape. You're not the only expert who's failed at my hands. But his words were quickly slapped in the face, because Yang Yiyun was able to break the rope with one hand, causing him to scream. Suddenly, someone used a gun, and this bullet pierced his heart. Zihan Jiyu froze. Inside the dark corner, a beautiful young woman with a gun in her hand, her eyes like a demon. Yang Yiyun was directly hit and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Jinfang worried. Yunzi. The person who came was Wang Yilin, an assassin from the Gi Yu Hua organization. Cheng Baitian. Are you having fun playing like this? This matter can be resolved quickly once and for all. Why keep dragging it out like this? Cheng Baitian walked over to Wang Yilin. Isn't it more fun if I can't play a little longer? But she coldly replied. No way, she continued. Our mission is to kill Yang Yiyun. I don't have time to play around with you, Cheng Baitian got angry. What play around? If you're so rigid you won't find a husband, you know that? Then she scolded. I don't need to get married. You should also learn from your brother Cheng Baiwan, always acting like that every day. Jinfang cried and screamed. You merciless murderers, you will be punished. Seeing this, they both looked over, forgetting that there was still a little beauty here. Yang Yiyun has been dealt with, so she no longer has any value in existing, but it would be a bit of a pity to kill her. He showed a perverted face, his eyes greedy. How should we play? Jinfang looked at his hand getting closer and closer, her face fearful. Don't. She tried to struggle free. Let me go. But this guy had grabbed one of her legs, holding a feather duster. Let's see if you can still laugh this time. Then a hand was placed on his shoulder, startling him. Unexpectedly, behind him was Yang Yiyun. But wasn't he dead already? Pay with your life, Cheng Baitian panicked upon seeing this ghost. He kicked at the opponent, but Yang Yiyun blocked it with his hand. Yang Yiyun is still alive, he even snorted. Cheng Baitian's face turned green. Why aren't you dead? He looked over and saw that Wang Yilin was sitting in a corner. When was Wang Yilin taken down? He jumped up and attacked with his foot, damn it. But then he flipped back. He went to Wang Yilin's side, took the gun next to her, and then shot continuously, causing smoke to emanate from the area. Time seemed to slow down, clearly seeing the bullet coming close to Yang Yiyun. The bullet once again hit him. Cheng Baitian thought the plan had succeeded. This bullet is specially made by Wei Si martial artists. Even if you practice Iron Shirt, it's useless. But unexpectedly, the bullet that hit Yang Yiyun didn't cause him any injury at all. On the contrary, as soon as the bullet touched him, it was immediately deformed, and then rolled to the ground. Yang Yiyun had completely turned dark. Iron Shirt, your vision is too limited. Cheng Baitian was horrified to see that he was still alive and well. What? Then Yang Yiyun took out his sword. Today, I will broaden your horizons. Cheng Baitian thought to himself. No ancient martial artist can stop the bullet. I didn't expect my brother's words to be true. Moreover, he can summon items from nothing. This is an ancient martial artist. He remembered what his brother once said. I have great faith in your assassination skills, but I still have to remind you, if you encounter an ancient martial artist who is not afraid of bullets then, his brother had warned that if that happened, the battle would almost become intense. Even if you lose an arm or a leg, run for your life. Yang Yiyun rushed over with his sword. You wanted to kill me, so you must have prepared yourself mentally. Saying that, he disappeared into thin air like a whirlwind, and Cheng Baitian panicked immensely. Use guns. Shoot. I can't die yet. You can't kill me. I'm Tongzhu Ji Hua's younger brother. You better hope you don't kill me, or you won't have a day of peace. But it was too late, because Yang Yiyun had already slashed his body with a sword. He even kindly reminded, Don't worry, I'll kill you all. Wang Yilin woke up. She pointed a gun at Jinfang's head. Brat, she threatened. Although I don't know what tricks you used, to be able to create something from nothing, this outfit and sword might be able to withstand bullets, but now I'll give you one last chance. You die or she dies, choose one. Wang Yilin pointed her gun at Jinfang's head, threatening. Now throw your sword over here, then take off your clothes and come over here. She glared and said, If you dare to pull any other tricks, I'll just take her down with. Yang Yiyun gritted his teeth in anger and clenched his fists, saying, Damn it, don't do anything rash, I'll do as you said. He threw the sword away, and did as Wang Yilin said. He slowly took off his clothes, thinking, My sword can't be faster than her gun for sure. I can only agree first. Then if things go wrong, I'll try to summon the old man to scare her. Wang Yilin sneered, pointing the gun at Yang Yiyun and saying, Right, just like that. Hurry up and take it off. Yang Yiyun took off his last layer of clothing, revealing his firm pectoral muscles. As he took off his shirt, the muscles on his upper body gradually appeared, incredibly beautiful, making Wang Yilin drool with fascination. This is indeed a perfect body. She startled herself awake, saying, Wait a minute. Yang Yilin seemed to see something, thinking, Oh, this reaction, could it be? Yang Yiyun smiled, causing Wang Yilin to be startled and embarrassed, asking, Why are you smiling? While Jinfang, who was tied up, closed her eyes in fear. Bursting into tears, Yang Yiyun shouted, I'm smiling. It's because I found out your weakness. He ripped off his shirt, revealing his firm six-pack abs, making Wang Yilin blush and unable to look away. Wang Yilin couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the ground with a nosebleed. Yang Yiyun, half naked, was surprised by Yilin's reaction, not expecting her to be so innocent. Had she never seen a man's body before? This is indeed a bit unexpected. Wang Yilin was lying on the ground, drooling greedily, trembling on the floor. Yang Yiyun calmly said, Tie her up first. Then call the police to arrest her. Spare her life. Next time the Ji Yuhua tongue comes again, I will definitely personally send you off. Jinfang, who was tied up, blushed in fear as she looked at Yang Yiyun, stammering, Yunzi. Yang Yiyun looked at her, thinking, Is she poisoned? But looking at her appearance, the poison isn't serious. First, let's get Sister Jinfang home first, then detoxify her. That night, at Yang Yiyun's house, she lay on the bed, her face showing obvious discomfort. Yang Yiyun tried to use magic to heal her, thinking, Her condition is getting worse. I have to deal with it quickly. Suddenly, an arm pushed him down, causing him to exclaim in surprise. In a flash, it turned out to be Jinfang, her face red as she pressed down on Yang Yiyun, and he exclaimed in shock, Sister Jinfang. Yang Yiyun blushed in surprise, he thought. This scene is a bit familiar. Yang Yiyun closed his eyes and recalled the image of Lingling blushing, licking her lips greedily and panting shakily, he thought. I helped Lingling sober up before and it was like this, he said. As a successor of Tuzhen, this matter won't confuse me, Jinfang said with a red face with difficulty. Yunzi. Actually from childhood. Before she could finish speaking, Yang Yiyun quickly pushed her away and said, Sister Jinfang, please stand up first. I'll help you detoxify. But suddenly his hand slipped, touching directly forward. Suddenly, the scene shifts to an image of farmers working diligently with the caption, In the scorching summer day, the farmers in the farm still work hard in silence. Yang Yiyun held 2 watermelons in his arms with a satisfied expression. Although they work hard, when the big harvest season comes, they feel very happy. Yang Yiyun blushed, and quickly withdrew his hand. He thought, Damn it, I almost got He tried to calm himself, thinking, Calm down, Yang Yiyun, you can do this. He closed his eyes, bringing his hand close to his face to form a mudra. He imagined himself wearing a kasaya, standing in front of the ocean waves, with a smiling face, one hand raised in front, the other in front of his chest, thinking, This is just medical practice to save the world, so cast aside all worldly thoughts. He tapped Jinfang on the shoulder, shouting, First finger, causing her to blush and tremble. Yang Yiyun said while tapping. This poison is stronger than I thought. It seems it will take a little more time. Somewhere in the next room, Yang San was straining her ears, wondering what they were doing over there. Suddenly, Jinfang cried out, Yunzi, be gentle, startling San. Yi Yun also shouted, Sister Jinfang, just hold on a little longer, it will be over soon. Yang San fearfully burrowed into the blanket, hugging her head and thinking, is this the world of adults? The next morning, as the rooster crowed, Yang San, still drowsy and drooling, said, Good morning, Sister Jinfang, second brother. Yang Yi Yun said worriedly, San, did you stay up late studying again last night? Remember to take care of your health, Jinfang added. This child shouldn't push herself so hard. At the headquarters of the assassin organization Bone Flower Hall, inside the main hall, Wang Yilin was kneeling among the crowd, saying, Leader, are you saying Bai Tian is dead? And you were also caught by the police. It cost me a lot of connections to get you released. Wang Yilin sweated in fear, saying, Hall Master, this Yang Yiyun is no ordinary person. Although he lacks practical combat experience, his speed and strength are astonishing, and he can summon items from space. Moreover, the sword he releases has a very strange aura that I've never seen before, and the clothes he wears can even block bullets. Cheng Baiwan, standing with his back to Yi Lin and his hands behind his back, said, Words are no proof. Failure is failure. He waved his hand and threw a knife in front of Wang Yilin, startling her. Cheng Baiwan glanced threateningly. Do it yourself, Wang Yilin cried out in fear. Hall Master, what I said is all true, not a word is false. Pleading with clasped hands. Please give me 5 days. I will definitely kill Yang Yiyun. After speaking, she took out a pill and swallowed it. Suddenly, Wang Yilin's eyes widened, her whole body convulsed. She struggled to open and close her eyes, spitting blood as she pleaded. This pill is a bone-rotting pill. It will take effect in 5 days and I will die. Please give me a chance. I will definitely avenge your younger brother, Cheng Baiwan glared angrily at Wang Yilin and the others, thinking to himself, Yang Yiyun is keeping Wang Yilin alive to challenge me. He dared to kill my younger brother. I will definitely make sure he has nowhere to bury himself. Somewhere at Yang Yiyun's house, everyone was eating breakfast together, when his grandmother suddenly asked, Hey Yunzi, why are you leaving so early? Why not stay a few more days? Yun, holding chopsticks, said seriously. There are still many things to deal with at the subsidiary company. I'm afraid Tai Dan can't handle it alone. I also work part-time in the cultural relics department. It's not good to take too long of a break, his grandmother continued. Many things are good. Many things are good. I'll get you some local specialties to take with you later. Young San, sitting next to him while eating, said, Brother, in a while I also want to enter the Jiudu Academy of History. You, as a senior, must protect your younger sister. Yang Yiyun said with a smile, Don't worry, San, you've caused this older brother a lot of trouble. Suddenly remembering, he reached out to the person in red next to him, saying, That's right, this is Chen Qijian, from the Chen family in Jiu County. He's in charge of our Wuxin village renovation project, so he'll be staying at our house for a while. Suddenly Chen Qijian slammed the table and stood up, startling Jinfang. He closed his eyes, clasped his hands, and shouted, Chen Mu will definitely not fail everyone's expectations. I'll be bothering everyone for a while. Yang Yiyun was a little scared, thinking to himself, He's overreacting, scared me to death. Jinfang was a little worried. Remembering the image of him wearing ancient clothes and holding a sword, she thought to herself, He saved me and used medical skills to detoxify me, and he can use illusion magic to conjure swords and clothes. Although I don't remember too clearly after fainting from the poison, is this the Yunzi that I know? That night, in a high-rise building, Liu Tuoqi sat in a dark office with the light of the computer shining directly on his face. He was reviewing documents and said, Damn it, who came up with this plan? There are so many errors, Liu Tuoqi said unhappily. Moreover, there are not enough materials to refine Jiu Yuanzi. We must quickly find a medicinal material merchant to supply them in time. Suddenly, he hugged his sweaty arms and said, Why is it so cold all of a sudden today? He approached the door, muttering to himself, Everyone in the company has left. I should close up first. As he reached out to close the door, a terrifying eye suddenly appeared in the gap, and a threatening voice spoke. Liu Tuoqi, startled, widened his eyes in horror and screamed, A ghost! Quickly regaining his composure, he swung his fist and yelled, Who's pretending to be a ghost? Yang Yiyun calmly blocked the fist with his hand and said nonchalantly, Tai Dan, your attack is a bit too much, don't you think? Liu Tuoqi asked in surprise. Yunzi, are you doing this on purpose? Angrily hitting Yang Yiyun on the head, giving him a bump, he yelled, You think this is fun? Liu Tuoqi asked fearfully. You're back, and you didn't say a word, he thought to himself. He silently took my punch. I was a soldier once, after all. When did Yunzi become so powerful? Yang Yiyun revealed a bright smile, scratching his head, and said, Wasn't I trying to surprise you? Moreover, I came to you with something to discuss. Still fearful, Liu Tuoqi gestured for Yang Yiyun to enter. Come in, and we can talk later. Liu Tuoqi poured tea, but seeing Yang Yiyun refuse, he said, Forget about the tea, I have something even better. Tai Dan, stay away from me. No matter what I do next, don't be scared. Liu Tuoqi asked worriedly. I used to be a soldier. What's there to be afraid of? What kind of trick are you planning to pull? Yang Yiyun said calmly. Tai Dan, don't blink, watch closely. With that, Yang Yiyun placed his hands in front of his chest and shouted, Qiankun Wu. Immediately, multiple streams of energy gathered at the mark on his hand, forming a tea set and 3 cups on the table. Liu Tuoqi covered his face in shock, thinking to himself, This is what I want to show you. The cultivation art that I accidentally learned, Tai Dan, if I want to bring you onto the path of cultivation, would you be willing? A colored light appeared behind Yang Yiyun, and after performing the technique, he spoke to Tai Dan about wanting him to embark on the path of cultivation like him. Tai Dan looked doubtful, raising his hand to cover his mouth and muttering, "Cultivation?" Then, he slapped his forehead and said, "Yunzi, let me think about it. If that's the case, are the formulas for the Eternal Youth Pill and the Essence Nourishing Pill also related to this? Even if you say that, I don't know how to answer. So how did you get this ability? And why did you choose me?" Doubting him, Tai Dan asked. Yiyun hesitated. "I can't tell you that right now." Closing his eyes, Yiyun thought, "As for the reason why I chose you, shouldn't you know? 3 years ago, in Shanyang village in front of Yin Yun's house, Yin Yun's grandmother and Tie Dan were standing and talking. Grandmother, you're enlisting today. Did you come to see me because of an urgent matter? Yunzi just went to the village entrance to see you off. What do you need me for?" He scratched his head, holding a letter in his hand, and said awkwardly to her, "It's like this. I've saved some money working for the past 2 years. See if it can be used to help with Yunzi's college tuition." Then he continued, "After Yang Guozhong went missing, our family has always had a hard time. I don't have the means to go to school, but Yunzi is different. He has to go to college." Grandmother was flustered at this moment, raising her hand to refuse, telling him, "Tai Dan, we'll figure out the tuition ourselves. I can't accept this money." "Grandmother, take it. Yunzi and I grew up together. We're even closer than brothers. Consider this little bit of money as my gift to him." As he spoke, he placed the envelope containing the money in her hand. After placing the money in her hand, he left, turning back and waving as he said to her, "When he earns more money later, he can pay me back. I have to go now. Take care, grandmother." "Wait, Tai Dan." Grandmother hurriedly extended the envelope, calling out to him. Behind the wall, Yiyun heard everything. His hands clenched tightly, and he trembled. "I actually knew you had this money, and even Yandu City. From then on, I vowed that I would definitely become prominent in the future, and good things would definitely not be missing your share." Back in the present, Yiyun held a bottle of wine, poured it into a glass, and said, "Moreover, if Yunqi Company didn't have you to take care of things, it wouldn't have been able to develop so quickly, so I thought this was something I should do." He then handed the glass of wine to Tai Dan. "This is monkey nectar. It'll be good for you." Tai Dan was bewildered, frowning. "Monkey nectar? I don't even remember how long it's been since we last clinked glasses. Isn't it all thanks to you, my great benefactor, showing up only once in a blue moon?" After they both spoke, they clinked glasses together. Finishing their words, both of them drank together. After finishing the glass of wine, Tai Dan's expression suddenly changed. He realized that there was something unusual inside the glass. This wine. He squeezed the glass tightly in his hand. A blue light appeared, and pieces of glass scattered in all directions. This is the spiritual energy born within his body. He has reached the threshold of cultivation, and if he learns cultivation techniques, the safety of our company will be guaranteed. There are many people eyeing our nourishing essence formula. At the very least, we must have the ability to protect ourselves. Yang Yiyun leisurely explained to him. Yiyun. He turned and continued. "Next time I'll bring you some elixirs and cultivation methods. By providing cultivation methods coordinated with elixirs, you'll definitely be able to get started very quickly. I have to go back to the Zhao Corporation first." After saying that, he waved his hand and left, leaving Tai Dan with a dazed expression, reaching out to call him. "Wait, Yunzi." Zhao Corporation. Yang Yiyun happily returned to the Zhao Corporation thinking, "I've taken such a long leave of absence, I wonder if the boss misses me." As soon as he walked through the door, Zhao Nan and a group of police officers were standing there waiting. His face was bewildered. "What is this?" The young policewoman spoke up. "She is the captain of the GU criminal investigation team, Chuke." Next, Chuki immediately grabbed his hand and prepared to throw him down. "Put your hands behind your back and surrender." Chunki tried to throw him down with all her might but couldn't, so she thought to herself, "Even I, a 9th degree black belt, can't move him. He's so stable. Looks like he's a cultivator." Zhao Nan then spoke up. "Officer, I already said that the theft of the ancient painting has nothing to do with him. He only took a leave of absence to go back to his hometown because of his grandmother's affairs. You can't arrest someone without evidence." Chuke, who had already handcuffed Yang Yiyun, said, "How can there be cultivators in a normal company? He must have been plotting to steal the painting in advance. I don't need evidence to arrest someone. My instincts are very accurate." Then she dragged Yang Yiyun away. Suddenly, Yang Yiyun stopped. "Officer, I didn't do what you said. I don't think you can arrest me arbitrarily." He insisted on making it clear. Chuke stopped, her eyes doubtful. "What did you say?" "The ancient painting was stolen. And you just happen to be in GU County. Do you know that GU County is the largest underground market for cultural relics? How could it be such a coincidence? You must have fenced it already." Chuke pulled the handcuffs up forcefully, but couldn't pull him. "Damn it, I can't pull him." Suddenly, Yang Yiyun forcefully pulled the handcuff with one hand, and Chuke was pulled towards him due to the inertia. He retorted again, "I said I'm innocent." Chuke's face and his were now very close. He cursed inwardly for using too much force. He had to say that his face looked very enjoying it, and thoughts flashed through his head. "This is pervert's paradise," Chuke shouted loudly. Her face flushed red, and raised her hand to hit him. Yang Yiyun caught her hand, grabbed it tightly and then twisted her arm behind her back. "Let go, let me go!" Chunke, her face still red, told him. Yang Yiyun lowered his head and quietly said a sentence. "My apologies." He used his hand to undo the straps on her body, and the collar and buttons on Chuke's body came undone. The 3 people who had been standing there watching this scene had faces that were flushed red, and their eyes were wide open. "Oh daddy, can I be a police officer when I grow up? Haha." "Of course. Kike will definitely become an even better police officer than dad." Her father gently patted her head and said, "A child as excellent as Ki." Ending the flashback, Chuki collapsed to the ground, crying softly, "Himik, I really can't compare to dad." At the same time, two people from the team ran over to call her. "Team leader, get the suspect into the police car first." One of the team members suddenly exclaimed, "Huh, where's the person?" A look of confusion spread across their face as they noticed Yang Yiyun was gone, and in front of Zhao Nan she pretended to whistle, feigning ignorance. Yiyun is running away right now. As he ran, he felt annoyed, thinking while gritting his teeth, "Damn it. Who stole the ancient painting? When I find him, I'll boil him alive." At Yang Yiyun's rented apartment at the university, he approached the door and slowly opened it. Inside the room, he slammed the door shut, his tired body slowly removing the hood of his jacket. Yang Yiyun took a phone out of his pocket, staring at it with a suspicious gaze, thinking to himself, "The security of the Zhao Corporation's display case is very strict. Ordinary people can't open it. Could the thief with such great skills also be a Gu Wu practitioner?" He sat down without hesitation, then crossed his legs. Yang Yiyun began his cultivation process, a flame blazing around him, wondering in his heart what Xikong Yuan ultimately passed on to him and how he should cultivate while figuring out a solution. Master's ancient texts are truly astonishing, but where's the person that Xikong Yuan gave me? When he opened his eyes, he was floating in a different space, surrounded by various recording materials. Suddenly, a book appeared in front of him, with some kind of symbol printed on it. Yang Yiyun wondered to himself, "What is this sign?" "That's right. This is Xikong Yuan's technique." He gripped the book tightly in his hand with a slightly surprised expression. The Jungian transformation scripture has a total of 9 layers. The foundation of the first layer is to transform spiritual power into divine sense, using intent to perceive the situation around oneself, similar to normal separation. The higher the level of Jungian transformation scripture cultivation, the more areas one can separate into. There's a young lady taking a bath next door, damn it. She's almost done. I really want to see her face. If the divine sense could separate a little further, an image from the back of a girl taking a bath, without a single piece of clothing covering her body, appeared in Yang Yiyun's mind, which made him a little excited to see her face. However, the more he imagined, the more disappointed he became. It didn't seem like a girl at all, but actually a man with a woman's figure picking his nose crudely and comfortably saying, "Finished bathing." That was too refreshing. Yang Yiyun was disheartened, not expecting this. Ignoring the other person, he refocused and thought to himself, "It seems that having strong focus is very effective for cultivating the Jungian transformation scripture." Next, he should use the spiritual herbs obtained earlier to refine some pills. After speaking, he placed one hand on his left chest, and blue rays began to emanate from his wrist. A golden, shimmering bottle was also slowly absorbing them. Yang Yiyun closed his eyes, held his palms out in front of the bottle, and thought to himself, "Spirit dragon pill? Body tempering pill? The medicinal materials needed for Xikong Yuan's 2 formulas are just right." The accumulation in the cave dwelling has really helped a lot. The materials for the foundation building pill are a bit difficult to acquire. After refining the pills, he will return to the scene of the crime tonight to see if he can find anything. A while later, in the quiet of the night, at a modern high-rise building in the city, Yang Yiyun stealthily entered. Inside, he walked while carefully observing everything, and was also quite surprised and complacent, thinking, "No guards? They didn't think I would come back. Luckily, I still have the company's key. The door isn't locked." The door popped open just by grabbing the doorknob. This made Yang Yiyun a little flustered. He didn't think anymore and stepped straight inside, using a small flashlight to illuminate and search for something. He approached a glass cage, inside which was a white piece of paper rolled up. Yang Yiyun wondered curiously, exclaiming, "This is the stolen item. What's inside?" He curiously took the paper and opened it, shining the light to take a look. This is the letter Zhao Nan deliberately left for him. The content of the letter was, "Yang Yiyun, although I know you are not an ordinary person, I believe that you would not do such a thing. I deliberately mislead the police and will secretly investigate. The rest depends on you." Yang Yiyun felt a bit convinced, chuckled, and blurted out, "You sure know how to give compliments?" Suddenly, the tattoo on the back of his hand emitted a light. Yang Yiyun was slightly stunned before reacting. He didn't know the reason for this light, so he wondered, this is... It was also that evening, but a different high-rise building with colorful lights creating a bustling atmosphere. Gu Lei and Tang Long were in a room of the high-rise. They were intently examining something with a magnifying glass. Tang Long, holding a cigarette in his hand, gleefully said, "We're going to be rich this time." This is the inscribed painting of the 24 Lingyan Pavilion ministers of the Tang dynasty. Gu Lei didn't understand, but still chimed in with praise. "That's amazing," only knowing that the item was valuable. Gu Lei confidently took credit for himself, saying, "Isn't it thanks to me being able to perfectly break in to get it?" Tang Long didn't back down either, and retorted, "It was clearly because I planned it well. Don't steal the credit." Yang Yiyun appeared out of nowhere, mediating and flattering. "You both have amazing skills, unmatched by anyone. I really admire you two." Gu Lei and Tang Long happily replied upon hearing the praise, "That's for sure. You have a good eye, this guy gets it." Only after a while did the two notice the presence of this strange man. Both were startled and panicked, but still asked in unison tacitly,
Who are you? Tang Long and Jiu Lei didn't say much more, but immediately prepared to attack Yang Yi. Tang Long and Jiu Lei also simultaneously threw out their fists and said, no matter who it is, if they know our secret, we can't let them live. Feeling the strength of the two, Yang Yiyun was shocked, his mouth agape, thinking in his head, the pressure is too strong. These two. The golden weasel standing on his head also became fierce. Its eyes turned red. The two, who were initially eager to rush up and hit someone, obediently knelt on the ground with injuries on their faces after only a few minutes. On Yang Yiyun's side, he only thought, that was too easy. Tang Long was no longer fierce, but now only meekly begged for mercy. Hero, if you like this painting, please take it, but please spare us a way to live, okay? Moreover, how did you find this place, hero? Yang Yiyun looked down and then spoke up, asking, mountain people have their own tricks, and do you know that what you stole was from my company? Causing my company to suffer heavy losses. He recalled a few hours ago, thinking, actually, it's all thanks to the little weasel. It seems to have smelled something and ran out of Qiankun jade, so I followed it to this place. I think its ability to find things is probably related to its bloodline. Tang Long saw Yang Yiyun pondering something and said with a smile, hero, we were also following orders from someone else, unintentionally offending you. You see, we've already been caught by you. We offer this ancient painting to you with both hands. Can we consider that nothing happened? Yang Yiyun asked with some surprise. Who ordered you? Tang Long didn't want to break his rule, so he stammered. Hero, we also have professional ethics. I really can't say this. Yang Yiyun closed his eyes, put his hand on his chin and rubbed it a few times, and thought, I just found out during the fight that these two are both Ji Wu practitioners, and it's really amazing that they can bypass the Zhao Corporation security system. Then, he took out a small bottle hidden in his jacket. Now he started introducing, this is body tempering pill for Ji Wu practitioners. Yang Yiyun hadn't finished speaking when Tang Long jumped in and exclaimed, this medicinal pill is not ordinary. Jiu Lei, next to him, continued, it's a medicinal pill for a chance to advance. It's impossible to ask for. Not letting the two speak any further, Yang Yiyun immediately explained and lured. Its value is much higher than this ancient painting. The Lesser Foundation Establishment pill, circulating in the Ji Wu world, is not even half as effective. Just tell me who the employer is and submit to me and it will be yours, and I will provide it on time. Tang Long suddenly pointed and said, I remember. You are Yang Yiyun. Everyone in the Ji Wu world says that you have the Lesser Foundation Establishment pill on you. Yang Yiyun stood with his arms crossed and said, I don't have the Lesser Foundation Establishment pill, but this body tempering pill is the real deal. To be honest, I've offended the two clans of martial artists, the Ma family of the Northwest and the Ying family of Yanjing. And my sister is also preparing to study in Ji Du. Yang Yiyun said, as long as you two protect my sister, I will provide the bone tempering pills on time as remuneration. Tang Long said, this remuneration is much higher than what the Ye family offered. Jiu Lei said, but if the supply is on time, our promotion to the 3rd level of Dark Force won't just be a pipe dream anymore. Jiu Lei picked up his glass and said, after that, we will ascend to the peak of life. Tang Long sat on the chair, holding his glass of water, saying, witness the prosperity of the world. Yang Yiyun thought, it's the Ye family again. It seems that the Bone Flower organization is more than likely related to this large family. You guys are causing trouble for me. Whether it's Bone Flower or the Yen family, the Mao family, I will deal with all of you. Tang Long handed Yang Yiyun something, smiling and saying, forgive our impoliteness, Mr. Yang. I am Tang Long, and this is my sworn sister, Jiu Lei. We return this painting to you with both hands. We will definitely protect your sister thoroughly, Yang Yiyun said. But let me make this clear. If you dare to betray me, you will pay a very heavy price. Early the next morning, Yang Yiyun pulled his hat low and walked forward, thinking, I must quickly get to the Zhao Corporation and meet with Zhao Nan. A security guard looked at Yang Yiyun and asked, Xiao Liu, wearing an earpiece, said, Captain, we found the suspect, Yang Yiyun. He's heading towards the Zhao Corporation, carrying a long cylindrical tube on his back, suspected to be an RPG rocket launcher, high lethality. Ji Ken said in a panic. What? I thought this Yang Yiyun was just a thief, but I didn't expect him to be such a dangerous element. Xiao Liu, don't act rashly. Wait for our support. There are birds in the sky. At a certain company, in a certain room, Li Zong reached his hand out to a man in red. He said, President Zhao is waiting for you to come here. A woman sat down and said, sorry, President Li. I just had a meeting. That woman was Zhao Nan. Zhao Nan stood with her arms crossed, saying, what brings you here, Your Excellency? Li Zong smiled and said, I commissioned your company to exhibit some of the Tang Emperor's calligraphy. Now, I'd like to take a look at them. I wonder if it would inconvenience President Zhao. Zhao Nan said, I cannot agree to President Li's request. You should know that there are clauses in the contract. To view the exhibits, you must pay 10 million in security system maintenance fees. Why does President Li suddenly want to inspect them? Li Zong smiled. Is that so? I just suddenly wanted to take a look. The man beside him also smiled and asked, but if the exhibit is indeed stolen, how much will President Zhao compensate us? Zhao Nan frowned, thinking, Lin Zong clearly knows the news that the ancient painting has been stolen, so he deliberately came here to investigate. She angrily asked, President Lai, this is about the future cooperation and trust between our two companies. Are you still worried about that? Li Zong smiled, picked up a check and said, enough nonsense. Here's a check for 10 million. Now take me to see it. Lin Zong frowned and said, I have great faith in your company, but President Zhao keeps repeating meaningless words. The exhibit I commissioned to your company
Hasn't something happened to it, has it? Zhao Nan frowned. A person pushed the door open and walked in. Yang Yiyun walked in and said, "Of course nothing is amiss, but if you want to see it, you must see it during the exhibition period." He stood with his arms crossed and said, "In addition to the 10 million security system maintenance fee, there is also 20 million in breach of contract fees." Zhao Nan smiled and asked, "Yang Yiyun?" Li Zong angrily slammed his hand on the table, thinking, "I received information that the ancient painting has been stolen. This guy is deceiving me." He angrily said, "What? Don't mention 20 million. I'll give you 40 million. Yang Yiyun placed some kind of tube down and said, "Deal." Yang Yiyun smiled, opened the tube, and said with a grin, "Then everyone, please sit down and talk peacefully." He picked up the giant gun and said, "There's nothing an RPG can't solve." Li Zong and the man both gaped in surprise. Yang Yiyun fired the gun. An explosion occurred. It was Chu Kei's imagination. Chu Kei frowned and said, "This Yang Yiyun is too dangerous. We must act first." "It's too late to evacuate the crowd," a police officer asked. "Captain Shu, did he really come through the ventilation duct?" Chu Ken said, "My instincts are very accurate. He will definitely enter from here." At the same time, inside the ventilation duct, Chu Kei was crawling through it, thinking, "Damn it, my time is running out." She frowned and said, "I finally found your company, Yang Yiyun. I want you to repay blood with blood." Chu Kei suddenly looked up at something being opened. Chu Kei looked at the police officers and said, "He's here, be on guard," the police officer said, as expected of Captain Chu, so perceptive. Then a foot jumped down. The three of them raised their guns at a figure and said, "Freeze, we are the police. Hands up." Wang Yilin looked over and said, "Oh, it's..." Chu Kei pointed her gun forward, thinking, "Damn, it's too dark. I can only see a blurry figure." Suddenly, Wang Yilin drew her gun and ran forward. "It's over." She pointed her gun forward, and bullets were already flying towards her. Chu Kang dodged a bullet, thinking, "What?" Chu Kang was firing shots at Wang Yilin, who was running away. Her speed is too fast. I didn't expect this Yang Yiyun to not only be a cultivator but also so skilled with guns. Wang Yilin was hiding behind a pillar. Wang Yilin held her gun and thought, "Why are the police here? My actions cannot be exposed." Chu Kei turned to a police officer and said, "Plan A." The police officer replied, "Yes." Then the three of them gradually surrounded the pillar where Wang Yilin was hiding. Wang Yilin held her gun up, thinking, "How ridiculous. You want to surround me with such poor visibility? Even just by listening to the footsteps. I know where you guys are. Let's take care of you one by one first." Suddenly, a gun was pointed at Wang Yilin's head. Chu Kei pointed her gun at Wang Yilin's head. Wang Yilin thought, "When did she get around? There weren't any footsteps." Chu Kei spoke up and said, "Yang Yiyun, you don't stand a chance. Drop your gun now." Wang Yilin thought, "She's also looking for Yang Yiyun." Wang Yilin thought, "I can't hand Yang Yiyun over to her. He must be killed by my own hands." Wang Yilin's hand gripped Chu Kei's hand. Chu Kei asked, "What?" Then Wang Yilin stood up and kicked Chu Kei. Chu Kei was kicked and was gradually getting up. Chu Kei angrily thought, "TCH, the gun's been taken." Wang Yilin held the gun and fired forward, but Chu Kei dodged the bullet. Chu Kei ran over and tried to snatch the gun from Wang Yilin. Chu Kei cried out, "Ugh!" Chu Kei looked at her, thinking, this is, Chu Kei asked, "Is this the latest bulletproof vest from Nihongo Hong?" Wang Yilin weakly cried out. "Get lost," Chu Kei asked. Wang Yilin slapped Chu Kei in the face, cursing, "Pervert." Both police officers gaped, surprised, and said, "Captain Chu." Then bullets were continuously fired forward. Someone said, "Captain Chu, are you alright?" Chu Kei, with 5 finger marks imprinted on her face, said TS's. Instead of using martial arts by the book, he directly attacks. Chu Kei turns back and asks, "Judging by the voice, it's a woman. If it's not Yang Yiyun, then who is it? An accomplice?" Then the three of them leave. In a room, Yang Yiyun raises the painting on the table and says, "I've brought the exhibit here. Please take a look." President Lai looks at the man using a magnifying glass to examine the painting. President Lai says, "Lao Lin, well, how is it?" He says, "This," the old man says. "It's definitely the real deal." President Lai asks, "How is this possible?" President Lai laughs awkwardly and says, "It seems I misunderstood your company. I also see that this ancient painting is safe and sound. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave." Yang Yiyun reaches out his hand and says, "Hurry up and hand over 40 million. President Li laughs and asks, "Lao Lin, did I say I agreed to give 40 million? He says, "My hearing hasn't been good lately, but President Lai, you really didn't say that." A voice comes from Yang Yiyun's phone. "Don't mention 20 million. Even if it's 40 million, I'll give it." Yang Yiyun says, "I have a recording, plus it's stipulated in the contract. If you don't pay, just wait to be sued. Losing money is just a small matter, but if your reputation is damaged, that's a big problem." President Lai says, All right, I'll write you a check right now. I admit it." Yang Yiyun looks at Zhao Nan and smiles, raising his hand for a high five. Zhao Nan thinks, "Yang Yiyun, I owe you one this time. The sky is clear, and birds are flying in the sky." At Jiyu Hua Hall, someone kneels before someone and says, "Hall Master, Wang Yilin has failed again." Qing Baiwan curses. "Useless trash." Qing Baiwan says, "Quickly prepare a boat, I'll go myself." Yang Yiyun looks at his ringing phone. He thinks, Uncle Liu's phone? Yang Yiyun answers the phone and asks, "Hello, Uncle Liu." A voice on the phone says, "Yiyun, long time no see. It's like this. The sales of our youthful beauty elixir are very hot." A voice on the phone says, "The raw materials needed for production are currently in serious shortage, so there's currently no stock to supply." Yang Yiyun laughs and asks, "Really? The ingredients for this formula are indeed relatively scarce, but I have an even higher quality youthful beauty elixir on me. You can use it for the emergency first. The person on the phone says, what, there's an even higher quality youthful beauty elixir? No need to send it over, we can directly auction it, Yang Yiyun says with a smile. We'll cooperate, you take care of everything. Zhao Nan asks, Yang Yiyun, you just mentioned the youthful beauty elixir, are you acquainted with Liu Shanhai? Yang Yiyun says, boss, your ears are really good, Yang Yiyun says. Actually, Uncle Liu wants to auction the youthful beauty elixir, he's negotiating about it. In a place like a castle, a voice says, perfect timing, Zhao Zihe Group also has an auction department. Cooperating with the Liu family would be a good opportunity. Yang Yiyun smiles, looks at Zhao Nan and says, turns out our company also has such an auction hall. Liu Shanhai walks over, smiling and says, Yiyun, Ms. Zhao, you two have arrived, Yang Yiyun says. Sorry to keep you waiting, Uncle Liu. Liu Shanhai says, it's alright, I just arrived too, but I didn't expect that you, Yiyun, could create an even higher quality youthful beauty elixir, it really surprised me. Zhao Nan thinks, so the youthful beauty elixir is from Yang Yiyun, how many more secrets does he have? Inside the auction hall there are many people standing. Listen to AI Ye, wearing a small microphone saying, welcome everyone to this auction, I am the host, AI Ye. It's about to begin, the only item in this auction is the high-quality, youthful beauty elixir, the quantity is limited, whoever is quick will buy it first, she says. The youthful beauty elixir being auctioned this time is different from the products on the market. It has been made by the pharmacist with all his heart. Afterwards, she opened a box, revealing a round pellet inside. AE announced. Its effects are 3 times that of any product on the market. The starting price for this unique item is 20 million. While they were busily discussing, Yang Yiyun sat back, arms crossed, thinking, the old version of the youth-preserving pill already amazed ordinary people, but this new version isn't getting the same reception. Li Zong chuckled, asking, who are you trying to fool? The youth-preserving pills on the market already have amazing effects. What could possibly be better? The man in red said, I heard the youth-preserving pills are sold out everywhere. Isn't this just a way to cope with the current situation? We're not fools, Yang Yiyun snorted coldly, narrowing his eyes. Is this that troublemaker again? They're constantly bothering us like this, Aye said. Sir, we're not trying to deceive you. This youth-preserving pill has been certified by the authorities. Please don't slander us. Li Zong laughed and said, I'm not slandering, but can a 3-fold increase in effects actually rejuvenate someone? How could it possibly do that? Unless it's a miracle drug. Murong Qingfeng, the head of the Murong family in Jiudu, said, I think this gentleman has a point. We need proof of this medicine's effectiveness first. Murong Qingfeng looked towards the pink-haired girl, saying, my older sister suffered severe burns as a child. If the youth-preserving pill is 3 times as effective, these scars shouldn't be a problem. Li Zong and the man in red exchanged sly smiles, thinking, this is going to be good. Yang Yiyun stepped forward and said, of course I can show everyone its effects. Yang Yiyun asked, but this is an auction item. I wonder what price this gentleman is willing to offer. A pink-haired person standing nearby asked, that kid is Zhao Nan and Liu Shanhai. A brownish blonde person said, doesn't look like much. As Du Ji Wu Qing stepped forward, 2 people whispered, he's the one who researched the youth-preserving pill at such a young age. Murong Qingfeng looked at Yang Yiyun and said, if it really has such efficacy, I'm willing to buy it for 5 times the price. Yang Yiyun said, it's a deal then. I'll make an exception and give it to you, Mr. Murong. Yang Yiyun said, Zhao Ai, bring it here, Ai replied. Coming, Yang Yiyun smiled and waved his hand, saying, please, man. The pink-haired girl held the round pellet, saying, is this really useful? Then she put it in her mouth and swallowed it. Everyone looked at her in surprise. The burn scars on her face began to fade, and she said with tears of emotion, is this really me? Everyone eagerly raised their hands, saying, I'll pay 1, 2 million. Give me 1. I'll pay 1, 4 million. I want 1 too, Li Zong asked. We were blind before, can you please forgive us and sell us one? The red-haired man said, looking at the current situation, you two will probably have a hard time buying one. Yang Yiyun smiled and said, but since you're acquaintances, I have something even better here. These are dragon essence pills. Their effects can make you 2 more of a man. They're not yet available on the market. Consider it a little perk for you both. In each of their hands was a red, round pill. Li Zong put it in his mouth and said with a smile, this is great. He also put it in his mouth, grinning. Tonight, I can go wild again. Let this old man give it a try. Then both of them were suddenly surprised. Li Zong stretched and said, what's happening? I feel like I'm on fire. He also stretched, saying, is this the feeling of youth? He looked at the rejuvenated Li Zong, saying, this is the feeling of youth. Li Zong, it turns out you were so handsome. Li Zong looked at him rejuvenated and said, Lao Lin, I can't take it anymore. Action speaks louder than words. Everyone watching them said, Lao Lin is amazing. You're not bad either. Understanding the situation. Everyone watching felt nauseous, picked up their phones to take pictures and said, so stimulating. Quick, take a picture and post it online. Someone standing on the rooftop of a tall building said, looks like it's quite lively. Cheng Baiwan stood and said, you'll die soon, Yang Yiyun. At a castle, Yang Yiyun's group was moving forward. Liu Shanhai said, the effect of this youth preservation pill is truly amazing. Yang Yiyun said, if it weren't for the shortage of materials, I could have made a few more. Yang Yiyun chuckled,
Don't worry about those two, Li Zong and Old Lin.
Liu Shanhai said, I heard that when they were taken to the police station they still couldn't separate.
Yang Yiyun said, then I'm relieved. Liu Shanhai thought, nephew, are you a devil?
At a building surrounded by purple aura, people were sending out fragrance, a girl said. What's that smell? It's so fragrant.
Zhao Nan, sending out fragrance, said,
what's going on? I suddenly feel a little dizzy.
Yang Yiyun asked.
Madam, Yang Yiyun caught Zhao Nan. The fragrance had made everyone faint, a voice said. There's something wrong with this fragrance.
Cheng Baiwan stood with his arms crossed and said,
it seems this fragrance has no effect on you.
Yang Yiyun stood looking at him and asked,
who are you? Cheng Baiwan had left his spot.
Yang Yiyun suddenly thought, so fast. Cheng Baiwan punched Yang Yiyun.
Cheng Baiwan thought, too weak.
Yang Yiyun, with blood in his mouth, thought,
this guy is the strongest ancient martial artist I've ever faced.
Yang Yiyun
used blue powers towards Cheng Baiwan.
Cheng Baiwan was surrounded by red rays.
Cheng Baiwan said, you've troubled me time and time again. If you want to die so badly, then I'll grant your wish.
A red light appeared, with the thought,
this is a sinister aura, Wang Yilin said. Strike first to gain the advantage.
Then the two fought each other,
with the thought, creating something from nothing, is this real?
Then Yang Yiyun moved forward,
with small stones flying up.
Du Ji Yu Wu Qing appeared behind Yang Yiyun and said,
your killing intent is too heavy. Continuing like this will lead to a chi deviation.
Yang Yiyun asked,
who are you? She said. You are not his opponent.
Du Ji Yu Wu Qing supported herself and said,
he is Cheng Baiwan, the Hall Master of the Bone Flower Hall. His strength is at the 5th level of esoteric force. Judging from the internal energy you're emitting, you're only at the 4th level of esoteric force.
Yang Yiyun thought.
The 3rd level of chi training is equivalent to the 4th level of esoteric force, so she's saying I'm definitely not his opponent.
Is the difference between the 4th and 5th level of esoteric force that big?
Cheng Baiwan asked. Du Ji Yu Wu Qing, why are you here?
This is none of your business. I advise you to be sensible. Suddenly, orange, yellow, and black lights collided, with white rays appearing. Du Ji Yu Wu Qing pushed Yang Yiyun back. A person's body fell and cracked the road, with stones flying up.
Du Ji Yu Wu Qing picked up a sword, surrounded by pink rays.
Cheng Baiwan watched everything unfold and said,
what? Cheng Baiwan was knocked backwards, he fell, and small stones flew up.
Du Ji Yu Wu Qing rushed forward, with pink rays appearing, with stones also flying up.
Cheng Baiwan thought, it's only been a few years, and Du Ji Yu Wu Qing's strength has improved so quickly.
Du Ji Yu Wu Qing again prepared to throw the blade towards him,
with white rays flying up along with stones.
Cheng Baiwan fell backward once again.
A loud white explosion echoed, accompanied by thick smoke and dust.
Lying on the pile of rocks, Cheng Baiwan asked,
why are you opposing me?
Du Ji Yu Wu Qing
said, bad timing. I currently need Yang Yiyun's help, and I've long disliked you. If you want to kill him, then I'll end you first.
Du Ji Yu Wu Qing suddenly asked,
huh. She fell down, thinking, this is bad, it's happening now.
Yang Yiyun said, hey, are you okay? Du Ji Yu Wu Qing, covered in scratches, thought, damn it, why did it suddenly happen at this moment?
Her face was sweating, and her lips twitched. Yang Yiyun walked over and asked, can you stand up?
Yes.
Is there anything on my face? Then the two shook hands. Yang Yiyun pulled his hand back, looking at his hand, thinking, a cold body, a face lacking yang energy? It looks a bit terrifying. This is why she asked for the cause. The gradually rising Cheng Baiwan said, I didn't expect you still haven't cured your stubborn illness even now.
Yang Yiyun looked ahead in surprise.
Du Ji Yu Wu Qing frowned. Cheng Baiwan said, Du Ji Yu Wu Qing, you're experiencing a toxic outbreak right now. You can't compete with me for the bloodline.
Yang Yiyun looked at him, thinking.
Using spiritual sense cultivation, his internal power is indeed surging.
Yang Yiyun opened his mouth, thinking. If Du Ji Yu Wu Qing is at the 8th level of Anjin, then he's at least reached the 7th level of Anqing.
Du Ji Yu Wu Qing stood up and said, this is blood magic. The more injured he is, the stronger his power becomes. Don't be afraid, I have something I want to ask of you. Even if it means giving up my life, I will keep you safe.
Du Ji Yu Wu Qing shouted at Cheng Baiwan, if you collude with foreign forces and do everything to harm the world, I will eliminate you today in place of the Du Ji Yu family of the 3 books.
Cheng Baiwan yelled, big talk. Don't think that I'll be afraid of you just because your strength has increased so much.
Never underestimate me. Cheng Baiwan and Yang Yiyun looked on in dismay as Du Ji Yu Wu Qing fell face first to the ground. Cheng Baiwan laughed and said, ha, just pretending, Yang Yiyun. Now that there's no one to bother us, let's settle the old scores.
Yang Yiyun grimaced, thinking, at the 7th level of Anqing, I'm not sure I can win. Could it be that I have to ask my master to help? Cheng Baiwan said. Boy, I didn't expect that I could improve my strength so quickly.
Hand over the Dan Fang and commit suicide, and I will give you a complete corpse, Yang Yiyun thought. How to increase strength instantly.
Yang Yiyun smiled darkly, then thought, why didn't I think of this? Cheng Baiwan asked. Are you crazy? What's so funny? He looked at the 3 blue circular pills that Yang Yiyun was holding in his hand and asked, this is…
Yang Yiyun put them all in his mouth and said, this is a kind of secret medicine that can instantly increase strength.
Yang Yiyun thought, although the body may not be able to absorb 3 Lian Qi pills in a row, the spiritual energy that erupts in that moment will be very strong.
Cheng Baiwan rushed forward and shouted,
I can only bet. Yang Yiyun's hair stood on end, and white and orange streams of light surrounded him. Cheng Baiwan covered his face with his hands and said, "Such strong internal force," Yang Yiyun said with red eyes. "I feel power surging through my body." Yang Yiyun smiled and said, "Don't think that only you can increase your strength instantly. Don't forget that your capable younger brother grew up from my hands." Cheng Baiwan opened his mouth in surprise, thinking, "Too evil. A warrior from ancient times can unleash such a huge internal force." Du Ji Yu Wu Qing was gradually sitting up, and she slowly opened her eyes. Orange streams of light appeared in her eyes. Du Ji Yu Wu Qing thought, Yang Yiyun still has to face millions. No, I have to help him. Then, a foot gradually stepped in. Du Ji Yu Wu Qing frowned and asked, "Why are you here?" A voice said. "With such an interesting scene, how could I not stay?" "Just watch." Du Ji Yu Hui of the Du Ji Yu family of Bashu stood with his arms crossed and said, "This Yang Yiyun is quite strong." Cheng Baiwan suddenly thought, "This is bad. The internal force that this thing is exuding is already close to the peak of An King." Cheng Baiwan looked back at the fiery Yang Yiyun and said, "Two people fought. Will we meet again?" "Go," Yang Yiyun shouted. "Don't run. Come here. I'll fight you 300 rounds." There was no one in front of Yang Yiyun anymore, and the smoke gradually dissipated. Du Ji Yu Hui stood behind Yang Yiyun and said, "No wonder you were chosen by older sister. You have two abilities." Du Ji Yu Hui walked over, touched Yang Yiyun, and asked, "Hey, are you listening?" "What are you doing?" Du Ji Yu Hui saw Yang Yiyun's face turning purple. Du Ji Yu Hui's eyes widened. Yang Yiyun asked, "Why are you reminding me? Do you know how tiring it is to unleash my power?" In the dark night, Yang Yiyun clutched his chest, feeling like he almost exploded, and died. Luckily, he released enough spiritual energy, but one time cost him 3 body tempering pills. Yiyun thought, "This is a bit expensive." Right next to Yiyun, Du Ji Yu Wu Qing hugged her chest, sitting on the ground. Beside her, Dun Ji Yu Hui worriedly asked, "Are you feeling any better?" Seeing this, Yiyun reached out to her and said, "Thank you for your help." "Can she stand up?" Du Ji Yu Hui glared, slapping Yiyun's hand away, and said fiercely, "Are you blind? Can't you see her very weak right now? Let her rest for a moment." Then, Du Ji Yu Hui helped his older sister up and glanced at Yiyun, saying, "Don't misunderstand, she saved you because she needs your help with something." But Du Ji Yu Hui still didn't completely trust him. He would keep an eye on Yiyun. Yiyun calmly asked, "Is it because of the marks on your face?" When remembering the burn-like marks under Du Ji Yu Wu Qing's veil, Du Ji Yu Wu Qing struggled to sit up and said yes. She recounted, "Others say that my marks are caused by qi deviation, but that's not true. This is a type of cold poison from the Ma Forbidden Land." She recalled the moments standing before competitions with prizes. She said, "Moreover, the deeper my cultivation, the deeper the poison will erode. I'm at my wit's end now." She held the pill in her hand and said, "I found the youth-preserving pill that you made, so I took it to try it out." At this moment, she touched the marks under her veil, saying, "I didn't expect the youth-preserving pill could stop the marks from spreading, and the poisonous energy has also dissipated a bit." She showed clear joy and happiness on her face. She knelt on the ground and said to Yiyun, "Even if it's only temporary suppression, it has given me so much hope. The doctors she had been searching for years were helpless. She could only come to find you. Today, I saved your life, hoping you can help me get rid of the cold poison." He thought pensively. "This poison is very strange. Even in Master's records, it is rarely mentioned." "What to do?" The male leads master appeared, saying, "This poison is indeed rare. Unlike poison on Earth, it's more like poison only found in worlds with abundant spiritual energy. However, you always have some strange luck." Seeing Master appear, Yiyun called out, "Shen Shifu." Hearing Master say that, he asked, "Luck? You say that again." He replied, "Do you remember the Qiankun creation skill that you cultivated? It can refine this Xin poisonous qi into spiritual energy." Seeing Yiyun talking to the air that others couldn't see, Du Ji Yu Hui said, "Did his inner strength deplete too much due to qi deviation?" While Du Ji Yu Wu Qing guessed, maybe he is schizophrenic. Meanwhile, Yiyun was still having a heated exchange with. He asked the master, "How exactly should I do it?" The master, with a serious look, said, "This method is simple, but it requires a slight sacrifice from you." Young Yiyun anxiously broke into a sweat, and asked again, "Sacrifice what?" He moved closer to Yiyun and said, "Your pure young essence. You must cultivate dual cultivation with her to save her life. Only in this way can you absorb the Zhi Ying cold poison in her body and convert it into your own spiritual qi." Afterwards he thought, this matter, for Yiyun, probably isn't something he'd willingly do. After all, it's sacrificing his pure young essence, Yiyun said with a solemn face. "Although the sacrifice is great, for the sake of justice, I can't just sit back and do nothing." The master surprisingly asked, "Are you that special?" And he looked at Yiyun. "Don't blame Master for not reminding you, but your current realm has no way of refining that ancient poisonous energy. You must at least be at the 5th level of the qi refining stage, to use the Qiankun creation art to refine it." Yiyun then wondered, what if she can't hold on until then? The master, with his hands clasped behind his back, said, "The yin-yang 5 elements needles can temporarily suppress her poisonous energy. Nurturing it 3 times around can prevent the recurrence of the poisonous miasma. Looking at you, I know you're not diligently cultivating." He stroked his beard. closed his eyes and said, "Well then, you can keep her by your side." "Wouldn't that make you safer too?" Yi Yun, upon hearing this, exclaimed. "Brilliant plan." He then replied to Du Ji Yu Wu Qing, "Your poison miasma, I can help treat, but with my current strength, I can't fully cure it yet. I can only periodically help you suppress the poison miasma temporarily." Hearing this, she was overjoyed and said, "I am extremely grateful." Before Yang Yi Yun can heal her, she is willing to protect him. At a brightly lit villa in the middle of the night, Yi Yun was taking Du Ji Yu Wu Qing's pulse, he thought. After using true qi and spiritual sense to examine her, I can indeed feel a cold energy running through her 8 meridians. He then said, "Next, I must perform acupuncture to suppress the poisonous miasma in Miss Dugu's body." Unrelated people, please step aside for a moment. This startled Du Ji Yu Hui standing next to her, and he exclaimed, "I'm not an unrelated person. I want to observe Yin Yun. What if he's plotting something bad?" At this moment, Du Ji Yu Wu Qing coldly looked at her younger brother, expressing an attitude of displeasure as big as a mountain. Du Ji Yu Hui angrily opened the door and walked out, saying, "You better be honest." Afterwards, Yi Yun said to Miss Du Ji Yu, "Please take off your clothes first." He also said, "Please rest assured, it's only to facilitate my acupuncture." He guaranteed that nothing would happen. She then stood up and quickly took off her clothes in front of him, which startled him, he thought. So direct. Afterwards, he embarrassedly covered his mouth, coughed lightly and said, "I'm preparing to perform acupuncture." Then, he opened the package containing the acupuncture needles and placed them on the table. Du Ji Yu Wu Qing, wearing only her underwear, glanced at the large acupuncture needles and anxiously broke into a sweat, watching him hold the large needle and approach her, nervously swallowing her saliva. Afterwards, Yin Yun displayed his martial arts, performed magic with the needle and shouted, "Yin Yang, 5 elements needles." Suddenly, she grabbed Yi Yun's hand, startling him, not understanding what was happening. She wasn't embarrassed by her actions and said, "I'm sorry, Yang Yi Yun, I wasn't ready just now, let's continue, okay?" Then released his hand. Yin Yun also surprisingly said, "It's alright, let's continue." And he thought to himself, "She's like that, and still afraid of needles." Then he said to himself, "Let's try again." He continued to shout, "Yin Yang, 5 elements needles," and his hands deftly performed acupuncture on her body while she raised her hands in a defensive posture. She was extremely embarrassed, looked at him shyly, and apologized, and said this time she was really ready. He turned purple with anger, restraining himself, thinking, "This girl, Yun, couldn't keep calm and stood up, saying, 'What, Cheng Baiwan? Why is he here?'" Du Ji Yu Wu Qing turned around upon hearing this and said, "Cheng Baiwan." Afterwards, he held a dangerous hairpin behind her, saying, "Miss Du Ji Yu, you're tough, and don't respond to gentle persuasion." "Forgive me for being rude." Du Ji Yu realized she was tricked, turned back in embarrassment and said, "Yang Yi Yin, you schemed against me." At this moment, a needle pierced the back of her shoulder, causing her to groan, she thought. "It feels like a stream of heat is flowing into my body, gradually dispelling the cold air, so comfortable." Hearing the noise, Du Ji Yu Hui directly kicked the door open, his eyes like bullets. As he entered, he said, "Yang Yi Yun, you bastard." He knew that he was plotting something. However, before his eyes was just the scene of Yi Yun behind Du Ji Yu Wu Qing, applying acupuncture to her back. Both of them turned their heads in surprise to look at Du Ji Yu Hui. Seeing this, he awkwardly twitched the corner of his mouth, said, hot and sweat dripping down his face. Embarrassed, he laughed and excused, "Hot, it's so hot today, isn't it? Ha ha ha, do you two want some tea? I'll go pour some." However, Yin Yun just glared angrily at the door that was kicked down, shouting, "Pay up!" The next day, outside the high-rise building of the Zhao Corporation, people passed by, carrying out their daily activities. Yun clenched his fists, thinking, yesterday, so many people fainted, but the news reported that it was a methane leak, and the people involved had no memory of what happened. Could it be the effect of the poisonous smoke? Moreover, according to Du Ji Yu Wu Qing, the strength of the assassin organization Bone Flower Hall is exceptionally strong. With influence both domestically and abroad, we must be careful. At this time, he stood right in front of the door, attracting the attention of the 2 female receptionists in the lobby. The 2 receptionists bowed. Yin Yun turned around in surprise to confirm and saw that there was no one around him. He smiled inexplicably and asked the 2 suspicious receptionists, "Manager, are you calling me?" A voice behind him answered his question. "Of course, we're calling you." Yi Yun turned around in surprise to look for the owner of the voice, and it turned out to be Zhao Nan, and she continued to explain. "The auction of the youth preservation pill has greatly increased the company's revenue, and finding the ancient painting is also your achievement. You are very worthy of the position of manager of the cultural relics department." She walked past him with her secretary, and didn't forget to say, "Get ready to go to school," she said casually. "Of course, this is a sudden decision. If you don't want to be a manager, you can talk to the HR department." Yay at the back gestured. "Prepare quickly," in Yi Yun's confusion, and he agreed, saying, I'll do it. At this time, in the company's conference room, the door opened. Zhao Nan and Ye and Yi Yun entered the room with all the members attending, sitting neatly at the conference table. Zhao Nan was surprised to discover her second uncle, and asked, "Why are you here?" Zhao Jia's, Yanjing, Zhao Yuan Cheng, wearing traditional Chinese clothing, looked at her coldly, saying, "What? You don't welcome him?" Zhao Nan quickly said. What are you talking about, second uncle? You traveled thousands of miles to the ancient capital. You should have informed me in advance so that I could pick you up. Zhao Yuancheng drank water and said, I'm not here for business matters, I'm here to confirm something. He directly asked her if she broke off the engagement with Ye Kai because of the boorish guy next to her. Yi Yun recalled the image of Ye Kai's smiling face, thinking it was the Ye family. Zhao Nan directly replied, so what? I don't like Ye Kai at all, and this is none of your business. He angrily slammed his hand on the table. Everyone in the conference room was surprised and shocked. Following the development of the story, he stood up and said angrily, Zhao Nan, I see that you have been ruined by this guy. This is not how you talk. This boorish guy has provoked 2 ancient martial arts families in a short period of time. How can he live long? Are you crazy to be with this kind of person? Upon hearing this, Yun angrily clenched his fists. He said coldly, ancient martial arts practitioner, 6th level of dark energy. Are they worthy to kill me? During this time, they have never been peaceful, constantly harassing me everywhere, but they have all been killed by me. Don't underestimate me. Even you are not my opponent. Zhao Yuancheng smiled dangerously, saying to him, Kid, you're quite bold. Zhao Yuancheng will teach him some manners today, he muttered to himself. Master, lend me your divine sense for a bit. Help me crush him. The master, upon hearing this, angrily retorted, I don't care about such trivial matters. Figure it out yourself. At this moment, Yuancheng smiled with a dangerous glint in his eyes, swiftly throwing a punch straight at Yang Yiyun's face. He sneered, so scared you can't even dodge. Useless trash. Yiyun remained silent and still, murmuring, old geezer, if you don't make a move, your disciple is gonna die. However, Yuancheng's fist stopped right before Yiyun's face. He was trembling with a terrified expression, and his whole body was shaking. Yuancheng stammered, this is the master's power. It's enveloping him, rendering him unable to attack, only able to tremble in fear. He collapsed to his knees, trembling as he begged for forgiveness before Yiyun, pleading, Senior, please calm your anger. Everyone in the meeting room was astonished by this scene. Even Zhao Nan couldn't hide her shock, thinking, Uncle is a 6th level dark energy ancient martial artist, yet he's kneeling. Only then did Yiyun speak. Don't resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. I'm not that easy to bully. He coldly stated, Zhao Nan is my benefactor. Don't force her anymore. If you dare to bother me again, even if you're from the Yek or Ma families, I won't spare you, a trembling man said. Had I known you possessed such strength, Ye Kai would naturally not have dared to interfere. Zhao Nan diffused a tense atmosphere, saying, all right, let's get on with the meeting. Everyone's thinking Yang Yiyun compromised because he's the boss's second uncle, so I will let you off this time. If there is a next time, don't blame me for unsheathing the knife. Then the man fearfully replied, even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare. Due to what happened, the meeting proceeded in an awkward atmosphere. Back home, in the spare room, Yiyun sat beside the slumbering beast to cultivate, musing. Although I cultivate every night, my realm has only reached the mid-stage of the 3rd level of Qi refining. However, the extreme lack of spiritual energy on Earth makes the cultivation progress unusually slow. Yang Yiyun visited his master and he said, this master is now the remnant soul of the Yuanshen. This time using the divine sense to help you also made me vitality seriously injured. It is really shameful to be scared into such a state by a mortal martial artist. Then, like the world I used to live in, many people entered Jindan in 3 months. Yang Yiyun replied, Master, didn't you see where this is? This is the extremely deficient earth. The master continued, even if it is the earth, but there will also be spirit veins. There is plenty of spiritual energy, but you have to find it. Moreover, the blood of the ferret you tamed is not ordinary. In my opinion, it is very likely to be a Tumbao beast in the pharmacopoeia I gave you, and there is also a recipe for mounts to advance. This little ferret will have a magical effect in the future, and the divine sense can scare those warriors once. I can't stop you from meeting stronger people in the future. After talking with the master, Yang Yiyun clenched his fists and thought, the master is right. I can't rely on the master. I must improve my ability as soon as possible. Tomorrow I have to find a place with spiritual power to practice. For a long time. Early the next morning, Yang Yiyun went with a forest girl, one foot in front of the other, and stepped into an old-fashioned house. Zhao Yiyun said to the girl, this time I have to ask you to take a trip. I'm so sorry to come here. Where is your younger brother? The girl replied. Don't be polite. I left my younger brother at home. Bringing him would only be a burden. The two of you can chat for a bit before heading into the building. To the reception desk, Yang Yiyun said, hello, I'd like to inquire. The receptionist was on the phone, saying to the other end, damn it, let's talk later, there's a customer here. Then she hung up the phone, smiling kindly, and said, how can I help you? Yang Yiyun said, I'd like to know about the villas near Mount Xiali. Do you have any recommendations? The receptionist thought, looking like this and wanting to buy a villa. What a joke, but still said, the prices of villas nearby are quite high, not suitable for you. Yang Yiyun replied, it's fine, I have plenty of money. My requirement is a spacious yard and proximity to the foot of Mount Xiali. The receptionist pointed to another employee and said, sir, you can ask her. She's more familiar with that location. Then thought, only an idiot would waste time with him. The person pointed to was a new employee of the sales office, Tang Song Song. She said, looking for me. I've only been here for 2 days. In the taxi, Tang Song Song said, do you really want to go to this place? Aren't you considering other places? I'm just trying to help you. There are some legends that this day, villa is haunted and has changed owners several times. Why don't you try another place?
Yang Yiyun smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, but I really like this villa. I'm not afraid of those things." Then Yang Yiyun thought, "Only this villa meets the requirements and is located on the spirit vein. I must go and check it out." Arriving at the place, looking at the large villa in front, Yang Yiyun said, "Is this it?" Then he thought to himself, "The atmosphere is very strange. Indeed, this villa has a problem." The three people went inside. Tang Song said fearfully, "This is my first time here. There won't be anything ghostly, right?" Yang Yiyun replied, "Don't overthink it. You're just scaring yourself." Suddenly, there was a spider right in front of Tang Song, causing her to scream. This scream made Du Ji Wu Qing think it was something, so he drew his sword and said, "Evil spirit, take this sword." Then he slashed, causing a part of the villa to explode loudly. The wall shattered, creating an unspeakable scene. Yang Yiyun's mouth dropped open, and he stammered, "That's the villa I was going to buy. You should look clearly before swinging your sword." "Was it necessary to kill a non-venomous spider?" Du Ji Wu Qing replied, "Sorry, Brother Yang, I felt something behind the wall just now. Perhaps it was just an illusion." Behind the wall, a young man sat there, tears streaming down his face, thinking, "I shouldn't have followed secretly," Yang Yiyun said. "There's nothing ghostly, I think everything is normal." Tang Song pointed. "Sir, this place is the last place in the villa's underground wine cellar." As soon as they arrived, there was a huge formation occupying the entire wine cellar below. Yang Yiyun thought, "The formation is recorded in the ancient books of my master." Yang Yiyun grunted. Suddenly a voice and a scary face appeared. "Formation? What formation?" Yang Yiyun shouted, "Ah, ghost!" then hit the scaremonger, hitting and saying, "Dare to scare me, die." The person next to him jumped in and shouted, "Brother Yang, I've come to help you." Together they beat the person on the ground. Tang Song held a wooden barrel, intending to smash it down, saying, "Let me do it, today I will eliminate it for the people." The person below, with a bruised face, said, "Wait a minute. I'm Du Ji Yu Hui. I'm your sister's younger brother." Du Ji Yu Wu Qing angrily exclaimed, "Didn't I tell you to stay home?" Du Ji Yu Hui scratched his chin. "Actually, it's like this. I met a fat, green, chubby man on the street. He entered a very strange door. I was curious, so I followed. Unexpectedly, as soon as I stepped out of the door, I came directly here. It's not because I was afraid that Yang Yiyun had any schemes against you." Yang Yiyun thought. "Stinky cat." Tang Song beside him said, "So that's how it is. There are such amazing things now." The master in his subconscious spoke up. "How rare. This formation isn't ordinary, it's a protective formation." He speculated that this location happened to be on a spirit vein. "I faintly sense fluctuations of spiritual energy beneath. There must be a tomb below." Yang Yiyun's face darkened as he thought, "A tomb? Could it be that I'll be cultivating on top of this in the future?" Du Ji Wu Qing spoke. "Young brother, what's wrong?" Yang Yiyun said. "It's nothing. We've seen enough. Let's head back now." Du Ji Wu Qing said, "I apologize, young brother. I'll pay for the damages I unintentionally caused." Yang Yiyun said, "It's no problem. You were just trying to be helpful." Then, looking at Tang Shuang, he said, "Tell Ms. Tang that I'll buy this villa. Let's go back and sign the contract." Tang Shuang said, "Are you sure you don't want to consider other places?" Suddenly, a scream rang out. Yang Yiyun said, "That's someone else's voice. Let me check the situation first." Du Ji Wu Qing hurriedly followed, saying, "Yang brother, wait." Tang Shuang tremblingly chased after them, saying, "Wait for me, everyone." Arriving at the scene, they all said in unison, "This is." A girl was sitting there, muttering to herself, with a terrified expression, saying, "No offense intended, no offense intended. I only wanted to kill Yang Yiyun." "I didn't mean any offense," Yang Yiyun asked. "An assassin from the Boneflower Hall." "What's her name?" Wu Qing said. "Yang brother, do you know her?" Yang Yiyun replied. "She's an assassin from the Boneflower Hall, trying to kill me. I didn't expect her to follow me all the way here." "But why is she like this? What happened to her? Is there really something in here?" Du Ji Yu Hui laughed and said, "A bunch of cowards, scared like that. If there really is a ghost, I'll catch one to entertain everyone." Suddenly, a ghost face appeared. Du Ji Yu Hui changed his expression faster than flipping a pancake, hugged his head, and said, "Ghostmaster, please spare me. I won't dare to speak carelessly again." Wu Qing said, "Let me handle this," Yang Yiyun shouted. "Miss Dunji Yu, be careful." Then, he unleashed a move, slashing straight at the ghost face, and said, "Did I hit it?" Yang Yiyun thought. Without seeing it through spiritual sense, it's completely unharmed. The master in his subconscious saw everything and said, "How interesting. I didn't expect to see a spirit body on earth." Yang Yiyun said, "Master, stop reminiscing. What should I do?" The master said, "Don't always rely on me. Although this type of spirit body is rare for ordinary people, you are a cultivator. What I've taught you is enough to deal with it. I won't interfere this time." Yang Yiyun thought, "I can only take a gamble." Then he said, "Miss Du Ji Yu, step aside." Then, he used his Leaf Fire True Essence to unleash a large wave of flames. The Du Ji Yu sisters exclaimed in surprise, This is." On the other side, the strange thing screamed, "Immortal, please spare me. This one knows my mistake and will never dare to scare you again." The master said, "That's enough, stop." The figure of a small girl appeared below, sobbing and saying, "Thank you for sparing me, Immortal. Qiwan doesn't want to harm anyone, but just wanted to drive people away." Yang Yiyun thought, "This is the true form.
The master inside sighed. How rare. This spirit body must be bound by this formation. But I don't know if it was created by humans, or just happened accidentally. If not for the formation, which allows the birth of extreme yin spiritual energy, she might have already dissipated. Yang Yiyun thought. These clothes are ancient. It seems like she's been here for a very long time. He said, girl, are you here to guard the underground palace below? Who are you? The girl, who called herself Chu Er, lowered her head respectfully and replied. Reporting to the immortal, I am from Zinaibo Song. I used to be a servant in the manor of a wealthy man named Wu Mo Chu. Chuan Er does not willingly stay here. I only know that the underground palace below is very dangerous, so Chuan Er is very afraid that people who come here to live will encounter danger. Yang Yiyun suddenly thought, amazing. Isn't this a ghost that's been alive for 800 years? Thinking about it, he asked his master, what's the use of keeping a ghost soul? The other side replied, this isn't a ghost soul. After being nurtured by spiritual energy, it has formed a spirit body. If that girl understood the ghost cultivation body, you would have been wiped out with one palm just now. Ghost cultivators and my esteemed immortal master are somewhat similar. Both are bodiless spirits, trapped within secret realms. 10,000 years ago, Master encountered a demon cultivator, a conflict arose, and a challenging battle ensued. If not for my profound cultivation, I might have been the one who died. In the end, I acquired the ghost cultivation technique. My intention is for you to accept her spiritual body. Impart the ghost cultivation method to her. Perhaps unexpected joy will follow in the future. Yang Yiyun understood. So that's it. Turning to see Du Ji U Hui, trembling while clutching his head, he scolded. Can't you have a little backbone? Scary, Du Ji U Hui mumbled while still holding his head. Evil spirits and demons, be gone. Then, realizing something, he retorted loudly. I just ate something bad this morning and have a stomachache. It would be great if you could just drink some Mao Tai and be done with it, Yang Yiyun cursed. Your sister is much better than you scum. Suddenly, Yang Yiyun felt dizzy and said, what's going on? Du Ji U Hui anxiously asked. What's wrong with you? Du Ji U Wu Qing rushed over, calling out, Brother Yang! Beside him, Du Ji U Hui scratched his head, saying, it wasn't my fault, I didn't do anything. The next morning, inside the Lishan villa, Yang Yiyun rubbed his eyes and said, it's already the next day. He thought, it seems I fainted yesterday from using too much spirit energy. Suddenly, a girl emerged from under the covers and said, husband, you're awake. Yang Yiyun shouted in alarm, why are you in my bed? The girl replied, have you forgotten what we did? You even did that kind of thing. Two girls walked in from outside, each holding a Yang Yiyun baby in their arms, and said, not even ghosts are spared. You already have a child, yet you still sneak around. Unforgivable. Yang Yiyun shouted, let me explain. Suddenly jolting awake, he muttered in silence, was it a dream? Above, the girl tilted her head and asked, oh my god, you're awake. A thunderous scream from Yang Yiyun echoed throughout the villa. Yang Yiyun said on the phone, yes, I've decided to buy it. I'll sign the documents when we meet. I'll be there for a few days, is that okay? The Tang on the other end of the line said, it's fine, Brother Yang, when can you come here to sign the contract? Thank you for your hard work. Goodbye. To the astonishment of her colleague, the villa was actually sold. Yang Yiyun smiled and replied, alright, it's nothing. He hung up, thinking, the next step is dealing with Chuan Er's matter. The master spoke up. I will impart the Zheng Duju to you, and also teach you a spirit sense restriction technique for precaution. Yang Yiyun exclaimed, a spirit sense restriction technique. Then a stream of energy with strange symbols flowed into him. Dalao, looking at the girl below, said, your name is Chuan Er, right? I can bestow upon you a creation to enter cultivation, escaping this formation, but you must obey me. As a precaution, I will place a spirit sense restriction technique upon you. Are you willing? Chuan Er replied. Chuan Er was originally a servant girl, trapped here for over 800 years. If the Honorable Immortal can help Chuan Er escape this place, Chuan Er will serve the Honorable Immortal well and without refusal. Yang Yiyun said good, and began to perform it, thinking, according to Master's method, first unleash the spirit sense, then guide the mantra to the brow, completing the control. This is the spirit sense restriction technique. It feels like signing a master-servant agreement. Now Chuan Er's life and death completely depend on my thoughts. So domineering. In the ancient house, a man lay dead, and a girl sat there trembling in fear. The man threatened with his sword, don't scream, and don't resist. The girl below trembled in fear, saying, no, don't come any closer. Wu Qing rushed over in a panic, saying, Brother Yang, this isn't good. Your sister has been captured by the people from Zhiyuhua. Yang Yiyun looked at the letter, and he angrily said, ridiculous. They dare to lay their hands on my family. Slaughter them all. With that, he produced a pill and swallowed it, running out the door and saying to Wu Qing, you don't need to follow me. In the end, the two still went together, the car speeding forward before screeching to a halt. Wu Qing said, puzzled, what's that sound? Dao Ji Yu Hui, clinging to the top of the car to block the wind, said, you guys want to leave me behind again? Not that easy. Arriving at Luoyun Peak, Yang Yiyun thought, it should be here. Then he said, I'm here, Cheng Baiwan. Get out here now. Someone on the mountain shouted, you actually dare to come here. Seeing his unconscious sister up there, sparks flew from Yang Yiyun's eyes. He thought to himself, San. The man up there, seeing this, laughed and said, Yang Yiyun, you're mine, I must kill you. Yang Yiyun shouted loudly, what's the point of attacking a defenseless girl? If you're so capable, come up here. The masked man next to him ordered his subordinates, you two deal with Wu Qing. The subordinates attacked Wu Qing,
Yang Yiyun cried out anxiously. Be careful, the attacking man said. Do you have time to worry about others? Yang Yiyun blocked the attack, thinking, such profound inner strength. On the other side, the man also thought to himself, to summon something from nothingness, unimaginable power. He then unleashed a swift and sharp sword attack, laughing and saying, haha, you can't beat me. Yang Yiyun panicked, thinking, I can't keep up with his movements at all. On the other side, the man looked at his blade, which had cracked in several places, thinking to himself, what a sharp sword. Just one strike, and Tiger Cleaver is already cracked. He locked onto his target, saying to himself, I want that sword. Then he said to Yang Yiyun, you're not worthy of this sword. Hand it over to me. Yang Yiyun cursed. Dream on, he thought. At this distance. Then he launched a surprise attack straight at his face. He dodged it, mocking, oh, that was dangerous. But in battle, there will be victory and defeat. Yang Yiyun was sent flying. Wu Qing cried out, Yiyun. Then she thought, I can't drag this on with them for too long. She cursed, get lost. The subordinate on the other side called out to his companion, hey Jinu, take this. Yang Yiyun saw this, thinking, this is bad, I'm cornered, this guy's strength is at least at the 8th level of Dark Force, on par with Dungi Yu Wu Qing. If he goes all out, it will be even harder for me. The man continued to rush forward, saying, take this. Yang Yiyun panicked, thinking, no good, I don't have the strength to dodge. Suddenly he stopped, startled, and backed away. Yang Yiyun thought in surprise, why did he retreat? On the other side, the man thought to himself, I feel an invisible pressure. Could he be pretending to be weak? His master's voice rang out. You foolish brat. If I hadn't sensed the intense killing intent, you would have been dead already. My remnant soul state can't sustain the use of divine sense for too long. Next, do as I say. Eat the cultivation pill, circulate the remnant kun creation art, and the two of you become one, he thought. If I don't break through now, when will I? Above, the masked man said, the sky is changing. This is your last chance, understand. The girl opposite him replied, subordinate understands. Then she took out a gun and began to carry out her mission. On the other side, the man thought, delusional. Unless he was born so strong as to make me feel pressured, even my mental strength, even at the peak of Dark Force, couldn't withstand it. Thinking this, he confidently cursed. Playing tricks. Then he charged forward to attack again. Suddenly he cried out in panic. What? He blocked it with one hand. Yang Yiyun blocked the attack with one hand, becoming terrifying. He then took advantage of the man's astonishment and used his inner strength to send him flying. The man was severely injured, thinking, how could he increase his strength in such a short time? He watched Yang Yiyun approach, shouting, what do you want? Yang Yiyun said grimly. Release my sister, or you will die without a burial ground. In the trees, the girl aimed at Yang Yiyun, thinking, this time, Yang Yiyun is finished. Suddenly she stopped and fainted. Du Giyu Hui appeared from behind, saying, looks like it was right for me to follow you here. The man still stubbornly said, so what if your strength has increased? We still outnumber you. Obediently hand over your sword and the recipe, and we'll consider releasing your sister. All Yang Yiyun saw was Yang Yiyun rushing to attack, the other guy thinking, has he lost his mind? Luckily, the masked man saved him just in time. He said in a deep voice, brat, you don't accept my invitation, but you want to be forced? I won't fall for your tricks a second time. Yang Yiyun thought, 2 against 1, the biggest crisis ever is about to happen. The masked man, Cheng Baiwan, said, this idiot Yang Yiyun has failed again. Lord Tianye instructed us to join forces against Yang Yiyun. The person next to him said, don't be reckless. Let's test his limits first. Cheng Baiwan continued, leave this brat to me, Lord Tianye. Go find his sister first. Tianye flew off, thinking, that's all I can do, Cheng Baiwan. You saved my life. Consider me owing you a favor. Yang Yiyun saw it and cursed. In your dreams, about to chase after him, Cheng Baiwan stopped him, saying, brat, your opponent is me. With that, he attacked. Grabbing Yang Yiyun's sword hilt, he said, I've got you. Yang Yiyun retorted, I'm the one who's got you. With that, he unleashed a move, sending the guy flying and coughing up blood. Cheng Baiwan thought, how is this possible? Was that outburst of inner power just to scare me? All Yang Yiyun did was fly up and kick him down, causing him to vomit a lot of blood, feeling like his internal organs were destroyed. Wu Qing suddenly called out, Brother Yang, this is. Just then, a ray of light flashed past, Wu Qing exclaimed. So fast, Yang Yiyun saw his sister and the lustful Tianye, saying, you demon, meet your death. Tianye said in fear, you can't kill me? Do you know the consequences of killing me? Dunji Yu Hui standing on the tree said, so it turns out you've been hiding your strength all this time. The frightened and trembling Tianye said, I beg you, please don't kill me. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. Before he could finish speaking, the sword pierced down. Before losing consciousness, he thought, damn it, I was set up by Cheng Baiwan. I am not willing to be defeated by this brat. The two sisters hit her, thinking without hesitation, such a strong force. Who exactly is he? Yang Yiyun said. Daring to touch my loved ones, you must be punished. Stepping forward to support the girl, Yang Yiyun said in a deep voice, San, are you okay? He thought to himself, using his spiritual sense to observe, she's just unconscious, her body is fine. Great! Suddenly seeing something, he wondered, what is this thing that fell from this little devil's body? He said, I can sense spiritual power, but it's not a spiritual core. How strange, the master's voice explained. This is a flame stone, similar to a spiritual stone, suitable for setting up formations. Kid.
This time you broke through to the 5th level of Qi training through battle, which is considered good. You didn't disappoint me, but haven't you forgotten something? Yang Yiyun thought. That's right, I was so worried about my sister that I forgot about Cheng Baiwan. He thought, and then said, Okay miss, please take my sister away from here first. I'll go confirm whether Cheng Baiwan is still alive. Wu Qing called out, Brother Yang. Du Jiu Wu Qing thought, take her away. But I can't drive, if only Hui was here. Going to the edge of the forest, Yang Yiyun saw bloodstains, thinking, as expected, he's not dead, too careless. But these bloodstains show that he's seriously injured. I can follow them. Now that the spiritual sense of the 5th level of Qi training can spread to more than 9 miles, with traces left behind, it's impossible to escape my spiritual sense, he said. Last time I thought too simply, this time I must resolve it completely, to avoid future troubles. Cheng Baiwan fled, bitterly saying, Damn Yang Yiyun. When I return to Boneflower Hall, that will be your death anniversary. In the forest, Yang Yiyun followed the bloodstains, thinking, the bloodstains disappear here. Going to the place, he saw a rock covered in blood, saying, So it's here. Jumping down, he saw a cave, he thought. Hiding in the cave, and using my power to create fire inside, is going to be troublesome. Arriving at a place with 3 small caves, Yang Yiyun thought to himself, There's a fork, and Cheng Baiwan's footprints and bloodstains disappear. It seems he's very familiar with this place, and lured me here. He used the 5 elements guiding body technique, tiger listening wind yin, and suddenly said, I hear it, but it sounds like a woman's voice. Arriving at the place, he saw 2 men standing there with 2 girls tied on the ground. One of the men said, We're on a mission here today. Are the treasures ready? The young man next to him laughed and said, Wait for me. The man said again, You stinking woman. If the leader hadn't ordered us not to touch you, I would have done you long ago. Yang Yiyun hid behind a rock, thinking, Leader, Cheng Baiwan, is this place the territory of the Ji Yu Hua gang? The 2 girls on the other side shouted loudly, Beasts, do you think we will submit by doing this? Let my sister go. Moreover, we don't know any secrets about the treasure. The 2 men smiled lewdly and said, Let's play with his older sister today. Although it was impossible to restrain himself, the man next to him replied, It's okay. The old man didn't forbid us from touching this little one, as long as she's alive after it's over. Yang Yiyun came out and said, Hey friends, I want to ask for some information. Is that convenient? Do you 2 know where Cheng Baiwan is? The man was startled, turned around, and angrily said, You're that young punk. How did you get in here? He drew his knife to threaten him. With your skills, you dare call our leader by name. Since you discovered this place, don't expect to survive and return. Then he attacked Yang Yiyun. Yang Yiyun said boringly, This is pointless. Killing the man. He looked at the remaining one and said, I'll give you a chance to live. Where is Cheng Baiwan? The man replied, I don't know. Behind him, he secretly sent a message. Send the message quickly. A powerful martial artist has invaded the dungeon. Yang Yiyun discovered it and said, The Ji Yu Hua gang is full of trash, only playing shady tricks. Then he killed this man as well. The girl sitting there thought, So strong. Finally, someone has come to save us. She spoke up, Hero, please save my sister. She can't hold on any longer. He examined her sister, and the younger sister said anxiously, Hero, how is my sister? He said, Don't call me Hero. I am Yang Yiyun. Your sister used all her strength to hold on to her last breath, but now her vitality has been exhausted. There is no way to reverse the situation. I can only help her prolong her life for a while. Life and death are inevitable. Let the 2 of you sisters hurry and talk to each other. There won't be another chance later. The girl suddenly shouted, You're lying. My sister is so strong. Quickly think of a way to save her. The older sister woke up weakly and said, Qi Wenyun, don't make things difficult for the gentleman. It seems that I can only take care of you up to this point. Following me has made you suffer, right? The older sister shed tears and said, Gentlemen, we were captured here because the Ji Yu Hua gang wanted to obtain the treasure of my family. Please take care of my younger sister, Qingzai Ju. Yu Hua Liu Shui, I Shui Bi An, Jin Tu Hua, and then she passed away. 3 days later, at the Ji Yu Hua gang, Cheng Baiwan said to the people there, In short, we have to change our location. An old man with long red hair said, Boss, really? Is this Yang Yiyun really that difficult to deal with? Let me try. The person next to him said to him, Remind you, don't forget the agreement with the Ma family. To be scared like this by an idiot using hidden force, the others also echoed, That's right, boss, let us go. We don't believe we can't handle that kid. Another person spoke up, Boss, behind them, Yang Yiyun suddenly appeared, blasting away the men with lightning speed. Yang Yiyun held his sword straight at Cheng Baiwan's throat, saying, Paying back debts with blood, it's time for you to repay what you owe. Cheng Baiwan said, What if you kill me? As long as you have the formula on you, you'll become the target of all ancient martial artists. Wouldn't it be better if we cooperated? Why be so rigid? I'll compensate you for all the losses you've suffered, until now, he thought. I need to stabilize him first. As long as he gets bitten by Du Lao's golden head, even if his cultivation is high, he'll be crippled. Yang Yiyun quickly noticed and dodged, saying, Playing dirty. Then he slashed the snake charmer to death. Turning around, Cheng Baiwan had already fled. He said, He ran, I won't let you escape that easily, Cheng Baiwan. And another person fled together, he said. This guy is too wicked. Even if you and I cooperate, we can't beat him. Fleeing is the best option now. The other person replied, You have the blood seal evil art, and I'm an ambush force master. How can we not defeat him? He continued. He's catching up. Let's fight him together. Cheng Baiwan struck him with a palm, pushing the person forward, saying, since you want to fight, then please buy me some time. Before the person could react, he said, Cheng Baiwan, you. Yang Yiyun caught up, thinking, internal strife. The man, with blood still on his face, rushed forward, saying, what's so scary about a greenhorn? I, Ma Jingtian, will eliminate you for the Ma family today. Yang Yiyun simply made a few slashes with his sword. Before he could even attack, he was defeated, thinking, so fast I can't even see the trajectory of the sword. Yang Yiyun rushed forward, saying, looks like the Ma family is full of trash. Cheng Baiwan cursed upon seeing this. Worthless. You couldn't even buy a little time. I have no choice. He chased Cheng Baiwan into an area filled with gold, silver, and jewelry, he thought. Is he preparing to abandon his supplies and leave? So extravagant. Just how much wealth does Cheng Baiwan possess? He was at the end of his rope when he saw a hand revealed in a dark corner, saying, come out and face your death. Only a hand was seen. The rest of the person had already run away. Yang Yiyun sighed, saying, ruthless enough to dare chop off his own arm to mislead me. Cheng Baiwan struggled to escape successfully, saying, chopping off an arm finally tricked him. Yang Yiyun, the humiliation I've endured today will eventually be repaid to you in full. Back at the villa, Chu-er said, sir, please don't worry. Chu-er observed that Ling Mei, younger sister, only fainted, but she still hasn't woken up yet. Yang Yiyun replied, it's a pity to let that masked guy escape, wasting Chu Yin's intelligence. Chu-er continued. But after Wu Qing, sister, woke up, her health condition was still very bad. She has locked herself in a room all day and hasn't come out. Yang Yiyun said, Qihua Yun, please take care of my sister, I'll be back in a little while. Qihua Yun replied, sir, you are my savior, and you even provide me with accommodation. Don't worry, I will take good care of your sister. Entering the room, Yang Yiyun worriedly called out, Miss Du Jiyu. Wu Qing blushed, saying, brother Yang, you're back. I'm so sorry, this time I used too much spiritual energy and couldn't suppress the cold poison. Please help me with acupuncture to suppress the cold poison first. Yang Yiyun replied, Miss Du Jiyu, with my current strength, I can help you suppress the cold poison. But Wu Qing hurriedly said, but what? If brother Yang can eliminate my cold poison, the Du Jiyu clan will definitely thank you. He paused and said directly, to be honest, the method is dual cultivation. I have a cultivation method that can absorb your cold poison into my body to refine it. After it's over, both your and my cultivation will be greatly improved. Wu Qing questioned, saying, dual cultivation, I've never heard of it before. Suddenly the poison re-emerged. Yang Yiyun worriedly used his power. No, without internal force to suppress it, the cold poison is eroding too deeply. Thinking, he recklessly said, if we don't do this, you will definitely die. Offended, Wu Qing groaned. It's so hot. The two people kissed and snuggled together. Yang Yiyun thought, damn it, wasn't she very resistant just now? Suddenly, there was a voice outside the door. Brother, I'm awake. Is he in the room? Yang Yiyun thought in a panic. Oh crap, this is it, it's about to end. San said from outside. If you don't say anything, I'm coming in. Yang Yiyun thought, what's up with this Miss Du Jiyu? Why can't she move at all? The strength is too great. Du Jiyu. Wu Qing pinned him down, causing him to blurt out, I'm done for. The urge of humanity to explore the truth of the universe cannot be contained. In his subconscious, Uncle Kai's voice ignited it. Finally, we can explore the truth of the universe. Wait. On the sea surface, an object is approaching the launch site at high speed. It's a giant creature, attracted by the light of the rocket. The monster has San's face, he shouted. It's you, why are you here? Inside the spaceship, many Yang Yiyun said, continue launching, don't stop. Another Yang Yiyun stopped them. It's too dangerous. Her rocket is too close. He thought, damn it. It's just one step away, I'm so unwilling. Suddenly, another voice rang out. San, you just woke up, get some more rest. San replied, it's okay, Sister Chu Yun. My body is fine now. Chu Yun replied, don't run around. Quickly come back to the room with me. Your brother told me to take good care of you. San said, okay, I'll go back. No need to drag me. Yang Yiyun sighed in the room. Chu Yun did a great job. The two separated. Yang Yiyun looked down and thought, got it, this young lady is going crazy. He braced himself and said, a bit scary. He went outside to think of a solution and muttered, gotta run. As he was leaving, Wu Qing held his hand and said, brother Yang, don't go. Help me detoxify. He only had time to shout, help! Then a series of unspeakable sounds came out. Yang Yiyun said, no way. Even with dual cultivation techniques, it's not working. Too strong. Give me a break, Wu Qing replied. The cold poison hasn't been eliminated yet. Brother Yang, let's do it again. Yang Yiyun could only scream, help! A myriad of words describing the scene below are omitted. With an open mind, it's not hard to imagine. After it was over, Yang Yiyun lay flat on the bed thinking, the first time dual cultivating was like this, it's nothing like what I imagined. Wu Qing happily said, the cold poison has really been eliminated, and my cultivation has also increased quite a bit. Looking at Yang Yiyun, she said, okay, just now I almost went crazy, so my behavior was a bit violent. Sorry, I will take responsibility, I will follow you forever. The Du Jiyu family promises to protect you and your family well, and will also provide the best weapons and cultivation techniques. Yang Yiyun sat up and said, it's my duty to detoxify you. If you get poisoned in the future, I'll take care of it all, Wu Qing said. Furthermore, I have a suggestion. Let's establish a force. With your strength you are fully qualified. During dual cultivation, I felt that after you absorbed my cold poison your cultivation increased. Then your strength must be stronger than mine. He looked at his hands and thought, the great fortune creation skill is truly domineering. No wonder it's the main cultivation technique that my master gave me. He muttered to himself. Good, now the time is ripe. Let's start from Jiyu Duna and build our force. Right now I don't care about those so-called ancient martial arts families. He cheered up and said, I will clean up all those harmful insects. Yang Yiyun's thoughts began. After dual cultivation and absorbing the poisonous aura in Du Ji Yu Wu Qing's body, my cultivation has increased, jumping from the 5th level of Qi refining to the 8th level of Qi refining. Du Ji Yu Wu Qing has reached the peak of the 8th level of dark force, and therefore has spiritual energy in her body. Right now, the strength of dark force martial artists is not worth considering. Perhaps only the peak of dark force can barely surpass me. But Shifu exhausted too much spiritual energy in the battle with Luo Yun to protect me while I was cultivating. He's in a deep sleep now, and I can only sense a faint spiritual aura. Looks like I still rely on Shifu too much. Du Ji Yu Wu Qing taking the initiative to follow me is indeed a good thing. After dispelling the disguise, Du Ji Yu Wu Qing is truly a peerless beauty. Just imagining the future, he's currently sitting in the room with a lot of people. The people in the room all thought in unison. What a disgusting smile, Taidan said. Yunzi, what are you being stupid about? They've been waiting for you all day, and you're just sitting there grinning like an idiot. Over there, the woman also spoke up. Mr. Yang, we can continue, right? Yang Yiyun grunted. Yang Yiyun got straight to the point. I'm planning to buy this office building. Name your price, the woman replied. But there are many other businesses in this building. It seems a bit difficult. Yang Yiyun said again. As long as you can find a way to buy this entire building, money is no problem. I can compensate the other businesses. I urgently need the ground floor of the building, and this room. The man next to her suddenly laughed loudly, saying disdainfully, you have that much money? You can rent an office building in Jiu-Du and start a company. How is it? I believed you had the ability to buy this building, I thought. Which tycoon had arrived, but unexpectedly it's a student. Kid, wake up, we're very busy. The girl sitting next to him turned and said, Student, so you guys don't really want to make a deal, the man next to her said. He must be a rich and arrogant second-generation heir who thinks that starting a company can expand the scale, Tai Dan said angrily. What are you saying? Do you know how hard we work to run this company? Yang Yi-yun said, Tai Dan, don't be angry. If they don't believe us, we can show them the company's assets. You two, please follow me. To make sure you two will have your eyes opened. The 4 people walked together. The man spoke up again. Kid, you don't have any more tricks up your sleeve, do you? Wasting our time? The other side replied. Calm down a little, we're almost there, Tai Dan thought. What is Yunzi planning to do? Yang Yi-yun led everyone to the company and said, You've arrived. Then he opened the door and turned on the lights, causing the other 3 to drop their jaws in surprise. Their eyes widened. The 2 people said, This is your company. Is there a mine? Yang Yi-yun said. How is it? Just look at the amount of reserves here. Isn't it enough to pay? The girl exclaimed. Mr. Yang, don't joke. More than enough, she continued. Mr. Yang, it's really hard for you to be so young and have to bear so much pressure. Must be very tiring. Being young and having such a disproportionate amount of wealth, you must have been slandered by many people without anyone speaking up to defend you. How terrible. Unlike me, I would feel very heartbroken. The man also took off his coat and said, I also feel heartbroken. Let me comfort you tonight. Yang Yi-yun suddenly cursed. Tai Dan asked in confusion, Yunzi, this is. Yang Yi-yun replied, Calm down, Tai Dan. This is what I obtained when I destroyed Ji Yu Huatang. Uncle Wang was also there. Uncle Wang chose to turn a blind eye to this unclean money. After all, I destroyed a martial artist assassin organization that even the government had a headache with. The chief also agreed. Yunzi, I really can't see through you more and more. Yang Yi-yun didn't answer, and said to the 2 people, If it's okay, then let's sign the contract. Everything is ready. The next step is to form a force in Ji-Yu-Dun. At Yunqi Company, Yang Yi-yun stood in the hall with the other people in the company. He said, Today I called everyone here to announce something very important to the strong development of Yunqi Company. I think that the time has come to bring the company to a new stage of development. I want to build a martial artist force in Jiu-Du. I need a group of partners who can accompany me. I want to change the current situation of the four great ancient martial arts families of Huaxia are rampant. If Yunqi Company wants to operate long-term, it must rely on the strength of these ancient martial artists. At this moment, someone spoke up in dispute. Although I know you're very strong, contending with the 4 great martial families is a bit too much. The inner workings of the ancient martial arts families are not something you can compare to. Yang Yi-yun said, I know everyone is doubtful because of this, but please trust me. I have the ability to change the fate of the ancient martial arts in Huaxia, creating a 5th force no weaker than the 4 great families. Another person spoke up. President Yang, what you're doing is equivalent to opposing the entire ancient martial arts world in Huaxia. The risk is too great. The girl opposite said, That's right, I don't want to throw away my life for this. Yang Yi-yun continued to persuade. I will lead everyone to a path of ancient martial arts that you wouldn't dare to imagine. You won't be disappointed. Talking proves nothing. A fight will make it clear. Everyone, attack with your full strength. A man said, Mr. Yang, there's no need. I know your strength well. Chen Qijian, I swear to follow you forever. He continued. Everyone, listen to me, Mr. Yang is even stronger than you think. Believe in him. A man in a security guard uniform stood up and said, "This frail body is hard to convince people to believe." He continued, "Whether he has the strength or not, we'll know with fists. The disabled man standing on the side watching the show is good enough." Yang Yiyun replied with a smile, "You want to fight alone? Your courage is commendable." The man with the broken arm said again, "Mr. Yang doesn't need to take action. You just destroyed the Ji Hua gang. He's not your opponent right now." Li Daiyi said contemptuously, "HMPH. Destroyed the Ji Hua gang. What an exaggeration." "After all the nonsense, let's start," Yang Yiyun said. "Brother Chen, your body isn't well. You can't get excited. Let me discuss it with them." Yang Yiyun, "I do what I say. Let's start." That person clasped his hands and said, "Li Daiyi, the 13th generation descendant of the Plum Blossom First, requests guidance." He smiled dismissively and said, "Considering you're my boss, I'll let you have a 3-move head start. Otherwise, I won't hold back even for a second." Yang Yiyun rushed forward and said, "Then I won't be polite." That person exclaimed in panic, "Too fast!" only to see Yang Yiyun's fist rushing straight towards his face. The speed was so fast that a girl's skirt there was lifted up, causing everyone to blush. In that moment, the man thought. At that time, the fist was only 1 centimeter away from his face, but this man spared him. Therefore, he decided to seize it. To give himself a way out, he said, "I surrender. Your fist art is excellent. This humble one admires you like the rising river, like the uncontrollable rolling yellow river." Yang Yiyun stopped. No need for flattery. Who else wants to try? Only to see several influential people in the company stepping forward at the same time. Yang Yiyun said to the person next to him, "It's okay, let them come. I'm not as weak as you think." Suddenly, everyone knelt down. One of them said, "Tang Long has long seen Mr. Yang's strength. Being so favored by you, I am willing to follow and contribute to Mr. Yang." Everyone said in unison, "We are willing to contribute to Mr. Yang." Yang Yiyun said, "That's right, as long as you follow me, I won't treat anyone badly." He looked at the crowd and continued, "I won't force anyone who doesn't want to. You can come to me later if you change your mind. I, Yang Yiyun, establish Yun Men at this moment, swearing to the heavens that I will definitely share weal and woe with my brothers. As long as I have a share of the benefits, everyone will definitely have a share. We will become a new mainstay in the ranks of Huaxia martial artists." Suddenly, Wu Qing approached and said, "Wu Qing still has a small request. I wonder if Mr. Yang can agree." The person opposite replied, "Go ahead," she said. "Wu Qing earnestly requests that Mr. Yang accept my younger brother as a disciple of the inner sect." Du Ji Yu Hui yelled, "Ah!" and ran away as fast as his legs could carry him. "Want me to become your disciple? No way in hell." After saying that, he dashed towards the door, hand gripping the handle ready to open it. Before leaving, he turned back and said, "You guys can play this game, I'm out." But suddenly, a sword flew towards him. Its speed was so fast that everything was blown around. Even the young man's robe next to him fluttered, revealing his heart-patterned underwear, making him embarrassed. Others were visually assaulted. The sword was embedded right into the doorframe, just a few meters away from Du Ji Yu Hui's potential ascension. The one chanting was none other than Du Ji Yu Wu Qing, radiating killing intent. Du Ji Yu Hui. "Try taking one more step." Of course he didn't dare. Du Ji Yu Hui trembled, covered in sweat. "Isn't this a bit much?" Du Ji Yu Wu Qing's eyes flashed red. "This is for your own good, little brother. Be good, and come here to become his disciple." But Du Ji Yu Hui stubbornly refused. Even if he died here or jumped from this place, he wouldn't call Yang Yiyun master. But no sooner had he spoken those words than Du Ji Yu Wu Qing slapped him upside the head a few times. Finally, he reluctantly knelt down and kowtowed. "Master, please accept this disciple's bow." Du Ji Yu Wu Qing said, "Your sister is only doing this for your own good. You need to understand my good intentions. There won't be another Yang Yiyun after today. Seizing this opportunity is the same as seizing the future. The decline of our Du Ji Yu family has lasted until now. It's time for a change." Yang Yiyun was a little hesitant. "Are you trying to set me up again, Wu Qing? I don't think Du Ji Hui is willing. How about we discuss this further?" Du Ji Yu Wu Qing knelt down, clasping her hands. "Wu Qing begs you, please accept Du Ji Yu Hui." "Wu Qing is willing to do anything for you?" Du Ji Yu Hui was also seeing his sister act this way for the first time. Seeing her plead with someone like this for the first time. "Sister, why are you willing to go to this extent?" Yang Yiyun went to help her up. "Please stand up, I'm not an emperor, no need to kneel." Unable to refuse her, he turned to ask Dung Ji Yu Hui, "Although your sister wants you to become my disciple, I don't want to force you. I usually don't accept disciples casually. It's only because of your sister that I'm making an exception." Du Ji Yu Hui stood up, he decided. "If my sister wants me to become your disciple, she must have her reasons. Du Ji Yu Hui is willing to listen to my sister's wishes and become a disciple under Master Yang." Yiyun also said, "You can pass for now, but let me make it clear first. What I'm establishing now isn't a sect, but an organization of martial artists. I can only accept you as a nominal disciple for now." At the same time, he said to those present, "Those who don't want to join the Yun Men can leave first. Next, I want to explain some important things." The others didn't know what was good for them, and went outside to gossip. "What important things? It must be something embarrassing that they're chasing us away. I think there must be something fishy. It must be a bunch of young people forming a clique. They look down on them. Isn't it just a third-rate gang? So scared. Keep it down, or they'll hear us." The others could naturally hear this too. Everyone worriedly turned to look at Yang Yiyun, not knowing what to say. After a while they all left, slamming the door shut.
Yang Yi-yun began the announcement, his whole body emitting a golden light, finally quiet. Everyone, don't pay attention to those useless words. What I want to say next is very important.
Some of those people hadn't returned, and were standing behind the door, pressing their ears against it to eavesdrop.
I want to hear what tricks you guys are playing. Remember to tell us what you hear.
Yang Yi-yun's whole body seemed to ignite, emitting a powerful aura. Even those outside the door were affected by this terrifying power. They hurriedly covered themselves, struggling as they were blown away. What is this shockwave? My ears are almost deaf. UK and Li Dayi stared blankly. This is Guz Luo. Tang Long was also surprised. Such strong blood pressure. This strength is probably beyond dark energy already. Yang Yi-yun raised 2 fingers, and a red light appeared at the center of his brow.
I've just deployed my spirit sense. I can hear everything. The next thing cannot be revealed. Everyone follow me on a trip right now.
A red light like Yang Yi-yun's appeared above Chen Qixian's head. Li Dayi was the same. Liu Tuoqi was curious and didn't know what was happening.
Jiyu Wuqing was stunned. Even UK, who had to escape, seemed to have made up his mind. Tang Long's mouth opened wide, his eyes wide. Jiyu Ziluo was pulled along. Du Jiyu Hui was a disciple, so he also got a share. And then, miraculously, all 9 people appeared, standing in a vast space filled with water.
Yang Yi-yun stood in the center, while everyone else stood in a circle surrounding him. Yang Yi-yun explained. Everyone, this is my sea of consciousness. You can understand this as the spiritual world. Outsiders cannot enter here. Guc Luo thought, is this Xundi? While Du Ji Wuqing speculated, is this magic? Yang Yi-yun extended his hands, both palms emitting fiery energy. From now on, I will provide everyone with basic cultivation manuals and beginner's mind techniques. From above, 5 books appeared, each book corresponding to a member. This method is not a cultivation technique that ancient martial artists can compare to. After mastering it, everyone's strength will surpass ordinary ancient martial artists, and even crush them.
Each member received their book, but with a condition. This is a transmission from our sect. Keep it secret.
If I dare to leak it, Yang Yi-yun, I will absolutely not spare you. As he said this, he pulled out a pill. At the same time, I will provide supporting elixirs so that everyone's body can quickly generate spiritual energy. Only in this way can I truly lead everyone onto a cultivation path that is different from ancient martial artists. Finally, to accomplish great things, everyone must work for me. As long as you are loyal, I will not treat you badly. On the other side, a subordinate came to report bad news. Family head, this is terrible. Boneflower Hall has been destroyed. Ma Xingtian, the 8th level Dark Strength Master that I sent, has also been killed. Grandfather immediately thought of someone. It's Yang Yi-yun again, the subordinate replied. Arhat was instantly cleaved in 2 by him. A gleam of hatred flashed in the old man's eyes. Yang Yi-yun, you have disgraced the Ma family. I swear I will not let you live.
Back inside Yang Yi-yun's consciousness, everyone sat around and began to cultivate.
Yang Yi-yun looked around. Not bad. Everyone's aptitude is considered high. With elixirs and basic mind techniques, they already have a little spiritual energy in their bodies. He smiled. Everyone should be able to feel the existence of spiritual energy by now. Although spiritual energy on Earth is thin, it is a crucial resource for everyone's cultivation breakthroughs, he advised. As long as you have a good foundation, you can even surpass me, although it will require a lot of cultivation time. Alright, that's probably all for today, everyone. Well done. Then, he shouted, withdraw. Immediately, the space shifted back to the hall. Dugji Yuhui reached out and looked at the spiritual power emanating from his body. It's real. I can feel the energy surging non-stop. It's not the same level as before at all. He was very confident. As long as I continue to cultivate like this, I will definitely be able to defeat all the sects and become the strongest in Huaxia. As soon as he finished speaking, he was flicked on the head. Hit your head, Yang Yi-yun scolded. What destiny are you talking about? Don't think about fighting and competing with others all day long. What we cultivate is the Tao. And our purpose is not to pursue some illusory top position. This is a lesson for everyone. There will definitely be stronger martial artists in this world. From what I know, beyond the dark strength realm, there is also the innate realm, and even forces overseas. We are just starting out. Don't show off your strength or cause trouble just because you have a little cultivation ability. Of course, if others come looking for trouble, there's no need to be polite. Then, he said to everyone, it's getting late. Everyone go and rest. Everyone obeyed and clasped their hands. Then we will take our leave, he called out to 3 people. Right, Chen Dage, Tang Long, and Siluo, please stay. The 3 of them walked over. Tung Cheng, is there something you need from us, sir? Yang Yi-yun recounted. As everyone knows, my younger sister was kidnapped before, but thankfully she was rescued. My younger sister will be going to Ji-yu-du to study. Tang Long and Si Luo, you 2 have high. I trust your professional abilities. The 2 cousins immediately replied. Yes, we will definitely not let you down. Yang Yi-yun turned to Chen Taitian and said, Brother Chen, those who helped protect my family before worked hard, and even injured you severely. The business still needs your help. I grant you the authority to expand and recruit people, and appoint you as the general manager of Yun Men. He greatly trusts Chen Taitian. If possible, I hope that Brother Chen's entire family can participate, which will also benefit the restoration of Brother Chen's clan. I wonder what Brother Chen thinks. Chen Taitian patted his chest. Originally, it was my fault for not protecting your sister well. For you to entrust me with such an important responsibility, my conscience is still very uneasy.
Regardless of whether my family can be restored or not, I will definitely devote all my strength to you.
He also instructed Tai Dan. Tai Dan, you still need to help me keep an eye on the company. Coordinate with Brother Chen to rebuild Shenyang village, and provide financial support over there.
Tai Dan didn't refuse. All right, Yang Yiyun's face flushed slightly with embarrassment. Wu Qing's strength is stronger than everyone else's, so she will continue to follow me as my bodyguard and secretary. After all, I'm still short of people, he said.
There's nothing else, you all should rest early, I don't need to rush. Based on the mental cultivation and techniques I provided, combined with cultivation, everyone will definitely improve rapidly. Scene change. Inside a luxurious villa, the lights are still shining brightly.
Yang Yiyun stood inside the center of the formation. Master said this thing has something evil about it, so for now we shouldn't break the formation.
He was a little regretful. It's a pity, this place has the most spiritual energy, but setting up a formation on the spirit vein elsewhere in the villa probably won't be a big problem.
Qiankun spoke up. Master, Qiankun can sense that a lot of spiritual energy is gathering in the plot of land next door.
Yang Yiyun pulled out an encyclopedia. Then first try the formation encyclopedia that Master gave me. He went to the station and inserted several spirit stone to build the spirit gathering formation. Although it's just an ordinary formation, it's even more important in a place like Earth, where the spiritual energy is so thin it can greatly increase the cultivation speed of cultivators.
Next, he placed another spirit stone, aligning the stars and combining yin and yang with the 5 elements, using 2 low-grade spirit stones and 3 fire flame crystals to set up the formation. Fortunately, these materials had been collected in advance, and the formation was instantly transformed.
Yang Yiyun said, use spiritual energy to initiate the remaining formation, and use blood to start the formation.
He put his finger to his mouth and bit it, and immediately a drop of blood flowed from the wound. Trilian is heaven, Kun is earth, Yin and Yang transform into the 5 elements. The 5 elements generate all things. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning descend. The breath of heaven, the veins of earth.
Immediately, the drop of blood fell onto the spirit stone, and a burst of light exploded throughout the house. And the whole house immediately entered a formation radiating spiritual energy. Yang Yiyun looked around in surprise. I didn't expect that although the 7 formations are simple, they still consume a large amount of true energy, even more tiring than alchemy. But all the spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius is gathering here, and even breathing can feel the faint spiritual energy. It's indeed a spirit gathering formation.
Qiankun looked at the surrounding spiritual energy.
It's so magical. Qiankun can feel the spiritual energy constantly gathering here.
She happily raised her head. Yang Yiyun looked at her a little embarrassed. Awesome, Mr. Sun.
In this way, not only Qiankун's ghost cultivation, but also my cultivation speed can be greatly increased.
Suddenly someone barged in to disturb them.
Master, do you have a moment right now? He was a little wary. It's so late, Qiankun. What do you still want from me?
Qiankун's eyes looked in another direction, not daring to look directly at him. I've thought about it for a long time. You saved my life and even gave me a place to live and helped me cultivate. I have no money and no strength, so I want to repay you in that way.
In Yang Yiyun's mind, a fiery image appeared. What's still going on in that way?
Peach blossoms come as quickly as a tornado. He smirked slyly inside the villa, where the lights still flickered. Neither Qiankun nor Yang Yiyun dared to talk. Each sat silently on one side.
Qiankun spoke up. Master, this is my first time doing this, please don't worry. He didn't understand why. Qiankun, why did you suddenly think of... The girl moved closer. Please don't say anything, close your eyes first. He followed her lead, thinking, okay, what am I even doing? I know what's happening, but I'll just go with it. Qiankun slowly unbuttoned her shirt, one button at a time. Yang Yiyun strained to hear if this sound, what could it possibly mean?
He quietly reached his hand behind him and activated his spiritual sense, only to see her graceful figure, a sight that would captivate anyone.
Lost in thought, she said, my lord, I've undressed. Now do it, Yang Yiyun startled. All right. He slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was her back, adorned with a strange tattoo. This is, he realized, a formation. I found this formation in the encyclopedia. It's the treasure-seeking formation. Is this a treasure map? She replied. I couldn't fool Chengbai Wan. He imprisoned me and Sister Wei to decipher the secrets of this thing. He kept me alive to break this formation, but he still doesn't know how.
She remembered when her entire clan was engulfed in flames, and they threatened. I didn't expect the Qiwai family's strength to be so insignificant. Obediently tell me how to break the formation, and I'll let your daughter live.
Qiankun wept, father. Even then, he refused to reveal it.
Chengbai Wan. Although I'm nearing my death, I'm not a fool. I know your tricks.
Yunjer, don't be afraid. Having it sooner or later doesn't matter. As long as this old fox wants to break the formation, he definitely won't dare to kill you.
The old man tried to use his last breath. You must live.
Qingzuoju, Yu Hua Liu Shui, I Shi Bi Anjin Tu Hua, she recounted, weeping. My father fell and passed away after reciting this line. Yang Yiyun clenched his fist, furious. I thought they were just an assassin organization. I didn't expect Costa Gang to do so many evil things, he vowed. Chengbai Wan, if I don't personally stab you to death, I swear I'm not a man, he told her. This can't be delayed, let's rest for a few days and set off immediately. I fear a long night invites dreams. This matter has caused such a stir, surely others will know, so we should retrieve it as soon as possible. His eyes turned sharp. You are now a member of my Yunmen sect. Chengbai Wan's actions against your family, I will make him pay in full. Then she smiled eerily. Thank you, my lord. 3 days later, in the Mogwabi Desert, the situation, Ju Yu Hua Liu Shui. This river has 9 curves, and the terrain corresponds to the stars on her back. It's here. She carried a heavy bag on her shoulder, covered in sweat. I came here with my father once when I was little. I only have a slight impression of the place. It's amazing that you could find the exact location like that, but, my lord, could you slow down a little bit? I can't keep up. He looked at her pace. You all have been practicing the purple haze technique these past few days, but I guess you've all been lazy again, already out of breath after just a few steps. Then she muttered. Do you think everyone can cultivate as fast as a monster like you? His expression was calm. I can hear you, and I will leave you here if you think about that again. Qiu Yun was frightened and didn't dare to say anything else. I can endure it, my lord. Let's continue. The two continued their journey until they reached a cliff face. My lord, it should be around here. When I was little, I came here with my father. I have a slight impression. And sure enough, the two came to a cave entrance. It's real. We've arrived. He said, Ai shi bi an jin tu hua. It means mentioning these flowers, which coincidentally are the flowers at the end of the road. He wondered. But this stone door looks like it has at least several layers. How did your father enter? Chua Yun recounted. My father once said that to open this door, one needs extraordinary profound inner strength. In my family, only my father besides the ancestors could open it. But your cultivation is so profound, you can definitely open it too. Yang Yi Yun speculated. Such effort is no different from true qi. Let's try it. He reached out, and immediately, 2 strange symbols appeared on the door, and after a while the door swung open. He stepped inside. Indeed, using the qi can also work. He looked up. Look, this is. Unbeknownst to him, Qiu Yun's eyes were constantly staring at him, under the feet of the 2 people. A scene above the 2 people is a scene with a hole of light shining down, with streams of water, and a coffin lying high above, a transparent ancient coffin. He widened his eyes, looking at a high platform made of jade, with the crystal coffin in the middle. Here it is. Qiu Yun evaded. My lord, my cultivation is too low to ascend. I will wait for you here. Yang Yi Yun pulled out his own bag, and she had no intention of giving it to him. This is a relic discovered by my ancestors. How could I give it to you? You're just my stepping stone. Yang Yi Yun walked closer to the coffin, but this cave could isolate his spiritual sense, otherwise he would know what was happening above. He turned back to remind her. Qiwa Yun, stay here for safety, don't go anywhere, I'll be right back, she replied. Yes. Then, he leaped up step by step, finally landing spectacularly. He stood very close to the coffin, and it didn't seem dangerous. Inside, he saw a girl sleeping. Her face was covered by a piece of cloth, and she seemed to be holding a strange book. Yang Yi Yun was dazzled by her beauty. But how could her body inside the cave be so well preserved, as if she were still alive? He rushed over, curious to take a look, but as soon as he stepped forward, he triggered a trap. He was a little worried. A formation appeared beneath his feet, and the dragon guarding the coffin suddenly moved, emitting a blue flame. Luckily, he reacted in time and dodged. Then an explosion occurred behind him, followed by 3 other statues of a bird, a dragon, and a tiger, each accumulating power, creating a ball of energy. They fired at Yang Yi Yun, but he easily dodged them. Evading once meant evading again, but the second time he almost got hit. Damn it, it's so OP that it almost cost me my future. The attacks came unexpectedly. Damn, if I weren't at the 8th level of the Qi refining stage, it would really be hard to escape. He swirled in the air. He touched down on the ground, nearly falling. That was a close call. Almost missed my step. Looking around, he saw skulls everywhere. The formation has messed up this place, and Qiu Yun is nowhere to be seen. Did she run off? He held up his hands to see if the Encyclopedia of Formations had a record of this one. Fortunately, it did. It was the Blood Soul Nirvana formation. Destroying the formation eye on the girl's head inside the coffin would break the formation. Without thinking much, he ran over, not expecting this to be a blood soul formation that seizes people's souls. The person in the coffin is sleeping soundly. What if all the bones down there are from people who died unjustly? This kind of demon can't be ignored. I must deal with her while she's asleep. As he walked over, he saw Qiu Yun. She had already obtained the formation eye. She just wanted to seize the item while Yang Yi Yun wasn't paying attention. My lord, thank you for buying me time. Generations of my clan have had no way to deal with this mechanism. Today I finally fulfilled my father's wish, and obtained the treasure. Although my family has been destroyed, as long as I obtain this treasure, the Qingwu family will definitely rise again. Yang Yi Yun advised her. Qiu Yun, quickly get away from that crystal coffin. The one in the coffin can still live. Unexpectedly, a voice rang out. What kind of rats dare disturb my sleep? Yang Yi Yun realized that this was a telepathic transmission. The person lying in the coffin suddenly emitted a surge of spiritual energy that surprised him greatly. A strong pressure. She is also a cultivator, and her cultivation is much higher than mine. I can't move my body. Suddenly a light entered his sea of consciousness, blinding Yang Yi Yun. In a space that's only at the Qi refining stage, you dare to break my Blood Soul Nirvana formation, disrupting my cultivation. He looked around. This was a spiritual attack, the girl continued. However, looking closely, this little brother has very handsome features, but you shouldn't ruin your sister's good time. You must be punished a little. I wonder if little brother can endure my teasing. Yang Yi Yun quickly broke free from the shackles, and the girl praised him. This little brother is strong too. He escaped my shackles so quickly. He struggled. We are all cultivators. For the sake of cultivation, you disregard harming innocent people, and actually absorb the souls of others to increase your cultivation. She didn't care. Blame them for being greedy. The ivory box in my hand contains nothing but a few tattered things, but it can make them scared. To me, they are just a pile of materials to help me increase my cultivation."
Then she walked closer. She smirked. "You are really pathetic. A cultivator who is used as a tool by a woman. Give me a chance to lick my feet and swear allegiance to me."
Yang Yiyun found it absurd. Licking boots. He laughed and said, "How amusing.
Truly worthy of the name? In that case, are you offering yourself? I still want to play. How about coming home with me and trying it out?"
I can't guarantee you'll be in ecstasy." Then, she grabbed his neck tightly and said, "You really think I don't dare kill you?"
She threatened. "I saw your potential and thought to spare your life. Don't be ignorant.
You're a cultivator. You should know to comply with the will of heaven. If you die now, it'll be meaningless."
Hearing this, he became even more disdainful.
"The will of heaven. I deliberately defy heaven's will. If I die by your hand like this, it only proves that I'm only worth this much," he continued. "My master once told me, if heaven's will is incurable, then defy it."
Your master once said,
"Hey disciple, do you really think cultivators have to comply with the will of heaven?" He replied back then, "Cultivators cultivate their bodies and minds, taking eternal life as their goal, and cultivation can truly obtain heavenly secrets. I thought one should comply with the will of heaven, know the times, and advance steadily." But his master taught him, "Superficial, how could I have taught a disciple like you? Isn't that too comfortable? Where's the arrogance you had when I first met you?"
The old man said,
"Cultivation isn't just about becoming an immortal, but about dominating the heavenly dacio. That's the ultimate goal.
There are countless gods
in thousands upon thousands of worlds, but only one, heavenly Dao. Only a god who defies heaven can reach the peak of the heavenly dacio, and then you will be heaven, looking down from above. If you can't even do that, then don't call yourself a disciple of my Yun Tianxi." And now, he said that phrase again, "If I have to die here, then it proves I'm not worthy of becoming a powerhouse." Suddenly, a light flashed from above. He is, after all, worthy of being Yun Tianxi's disciple. His master appeared. "Just a mere golden core stage, and you dare to show off in front of me."
The old man grew larger, grabbing her tightly with his hand. She struggled desperately, but in vain.
"That old hag. Let me go." The old man turned to him and said, "This master is burning his soul to help you suppress her. Quickly use your spiritual sense to use the forbidden technique to control her."
He put his finger to his mouth, then flicked a drop of blood away. The girl looked up and saw his drop of blood.
The drop of blood stuck to her forehead. This is essence blood. Then Yang Yiyun used the activation, and immediately the girl was as if someone had hit her, screaming in pain.
From her forehead she was always emitting energy. This is the energy that Yang Yiyun established a connection with. Seeing that it was completed, the master began to dissipate. "I'll leave the rest to you. I won't be able to wake up for a while. Consider this a lesson. Don't underestimate women." Seeing this, he called out,
"Master." She stubbornly refused to give in. "If you have the guts, kill me.
"Even if you control my divine consciousness, I won't give in to you."
"Without your master, you're just a mediocre cultivator." He was annoyed. "Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish." She immediately suffered pain, her whole body feeling dizzy. He didn't understand. "I haven't even started. Why is it like this?" Then she suddenly changed her expression. "Great Immortal, please spare my sister." My sister was forced to do this. Yang Yiyun, with a face full of murderous intent, looked up and said, "Is this a split personality?" Then he told Qin Yun to go outside first. But Qin Yun suddenly fell down right next to Yang Yiyun. Seeing Qin Yun lying on the ground, Yang Yiyun asked in confusion, "Qin Yun." Then he thought, did the attack reach her spiritual consciousness, even outside? Then, Yang Yiyun patted Qi Yun's face, calling, "Hey, wake up!" Qi Yun opened her eyes, surprised, and said, "Ivory coffer." Yang Yiyun explained, "This is a relic your family discovered. As long as you open your mouth, I will definitely help you open the mechanism, without taking anything from your family. But you used me, which means you don't consider yourself a member of Yung Men.
Take the coffer and leave, and don't let me see you again," Qi Yun said embarrassedly.
"Well then looked at the person in the ice bed and said, 'You should wake up too.'" As soon as she finished speaking, the person's hand twitched, and she looked up like a ghost emerging from the underworld. Yang Yiyun screamed in fear, "A ghost!" While Qi Yun was so scared that her soul almost left her body. Ashia, the cloth covering her face fell off, and after the girl woke up, she said, "Yushu hasn't moved for thousands of years. Please forgive me for the stiffness of my body, great immortal." Yang Yiyun thought, "Thousands of years," with a look of disbelief, but then said, "Yushu is your name." "What happened to your body?" Yushu said charmingly. Reporting to the great immortal, "I am called Lu Yushu, and I am a talisman master.
There is also the spirit of my older sister in my body. She is called Lu Shueji. Her body was destroyed by people of the demonic path, and she is currently residing in my body."
Yang Yiyun asked in confusion, "So, you two are symbiotic twin souls? Then why didn't you stop your sister from doing this kind of thing?" Yushu replied, "Although this is my body, my sister's spirit is too powerful. She directly controls my body. When she was alive, her cultivation reached the golden core stage, while my strength is only at the third level of the Qi refining stage." Yang Yiyun wondered, "What is a talisman master?" Yushu also explained, "I suddenly forgot that Earth currently doesn't have this profession. Let me explain it to the great immortal. Talismans are made by infusing spiritual energy into the skin of demonic beasts. They can increase the user's various attributes, and belong to auxiliary props. As long as there are materials and spiritual power, they can be made. Unfortunately, the whereabouts of demonic beasts are hard to find now, and it's difficult to create good talismans.
There are 2 low-level talismans in this box.
Great immortal. Feel free to take them if you don't mind. Suddenly, the second personality awakened and said, Little BTCH, you're talking too much. Yang Yiyun was speechless. You two are sisters, but your personalities are so different. Why don't you just join my Yun men? You have nowhere else to go anyway. Yang Yiyun grabbed Yushu's hand and pulled her up. Come with me. I'll take you to meet the others. Then, the second personality appeared, sticking a talisman on Yang Yiyun. This is a talisman. Yang Yiyun turned around to ask. Lu Xuezhi had appeared and said, Younger brother, didn't that little BTCH just say that I can control the body? Why are you so defenseless? Don't resist this karma talisman. Once you're hit, you'll immediately fall in love with me. Yang Yiyun was really hit by the love talisman, blushing shyly, feeling really in love, then turned around with a flushed face, his expression as if he had made up his mind about something. Xuezhi also blushed. Looking at Yang Yiyun, who was gradually losing consciousness, she said, He's even more perfect up close. So what if there's a great god in this body? He's still been subdued by me. Suddenly, Yang Yiyun did that thing, stole the young lady's first kiss, embarrassing them both. Yang Yiyun said, Well then, Xuezhi, who was immersed in her first kiss, looked at Yang Yiyun with a red face. But then Xuezhi pushed Yang Yiyun away forcefully. Because she was too embarrassed, she covered her mouth and shouted, You damn guy. What do you want to do? Yang Yiyun, full of vigor, said with a lewd expression, I'm hit by the karma talisman. What do you think I'm going to do? Xuezhi was scared and shouted, You, karma talismans are only supposed to make people love me and obey me obediently. Xuezhi shouted with a red face. I will not bow down to you. Don't force yourself, or you'll really go berserk. Yang Yiyun said with a lewd smile. Force myself. You were the one who cast the karma talisman on me first, and now you're refusing to accept it. You're the one forcing yourself. Then, Yang Yiyun pressed his face close to Xuezhi's face. She had a nosebleed and said, So handsome. Staring at Yang Yiyun's face without moving an inch, Xuezhi thought, while her eyes kept staring and her nose kept bleeding. In the past 1,000 years, all the male pets of my karma talisman have been as obedient as little lambs, but he's the only one. He's like a strong anaconda in the Amazon rainforest, and I'm the prey he's targeting. In her mind, all she could see was the image of being tightly coiled by the serpent, unable to struggle. Suddenly, her thoughts dissolved, and she thrashed wildly, tearing the serpent into 3 pieces. She shouted, Impossible! Then, shoving Yang Yiyun away, she declared, Sister, I'm the hunter now. With that, Xuezhi passionately kissed Yang Yiyun, a fiery, intense kiss. At the same time, Qiu Yun, who had been passed out nearby, groggily awoke, squinting. She was surprised. Before her eyes was a serpent and a tiger, she wondered. Is this some kind of dragon-tiger showdown? Qiu Yun felt embarrassed, muttering. In broad daylight, in the relic site, shameless. Saying that, she blushed. Suddenly, Qiu Yun remembered. Maybe I'm still dreaming. She closed her eyes and stopped thinking. The next day, as sunlight streamed through the cracks of the relic site, flocks of birds soared. Xuezhi and Yang Yiyun had just endured a tiring night, leaving Yang Yiyun wide-eyed and sitting there with his arms crossed, while Xuezhi was still asleep. Yang Yiyun ran a hand through his hair. No way, I can never face Wu Qing again. Just then, Xuezhi woke up. Now that I've become martial sister, it's only natural to have countless admirers like you. Coyly hiding her face with her sleeve, she reverted to Xuezhi. We've already signed a soul contract, and something like that happened. It seems you have no choice but to marry me. Yang Yiyun gritted his teeth. Soul control is just a safety measure, don't overthink it. And there's also the fate charm. You cheated. Then he looked away, feeling even more awkward. Yang Yiyun's ears and face turned crimson. In addition, there was a strange figure who has fallen into a meditative state. Qiu Yun was sitting there in meditation, radiating light, and smiling gently. It's best to just be normal. Yang Yiyun massaged his temples and sighed. You two come back to the Yun sect with me first and don't do anything crazy. At Yun Qi Company, a towering skyscraper, Yang Yiyun introduced Qiu Yun and Xuezhi to everyone. This is Lu Xuezhi, a new member of our branch sect. Du Ji U Wu Qing asked Yang Yiyun. Can you explain this a little? Why are you bringing back a woman after only being with Qiuanyun for a few days? Lu Xuezhi answered for Yang Yiyun. Then what are you to him? It's none of your business who I am. We are like fish and water. The two girls exchanged fiery glares. Du Ji U Wu Qing said, I've known Xian Sheng longer than you have. I'm practically his bodyguard and secretary. What are you? Suddenly, Yang Yiyun interjected. Hey everyone, let's get along. I can explain. Even Yang Yiyun was speechless with these two. The two women angrily yelled at Yang Yiyun. Shut up! Lu Xuezhi shouted. Witch, I'll show you what true evil is. Du Ji U Wu Qing wasn't backing down either, shouting, As if I'm afraid of you. Then, both of them growled at each other. HMPH. 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 One side was radiating green energy, the other, golden. Suddenly, Yang Yiyun transformed like a demon, shouting, Didn't you hear me when I said stop? The two women were still bickering. On the side, Qiuanyun said, How boring. Turning to leave. Why did I even come here with this bunch of misfits? Yang Yiyun said, Qiuanyun, I know it's painful to lose your sister and family, but that's no reason to be so negative. If you really want revenge, or want to increase your strength, I have a very good method. Qiuanyun sobbed and cried, then yelled, What do you know? What do you mean by saying you and I are the same? What I hate the most is seeing your high and mighty appearance, and that confidence, as if everything can be solved. I at least don't need your pity. I can still live without relying on anyone else. Even if I'm alone, I can still avenge my family. I don't need your pity to help me. Yang Yiyun looked understanding. I have never pitied you for your short fate, and don't always try to keep this worthless self-esteem. This self-esteem will only hinder your progress. All I'm doing is investing in you. At this time, Chu Yun had stopped being angry and stopped crying, and asked, What? Yang Yiyun explained. Here in Yuan Men I provide you with resources to increase your strength. As long as you succeed, I don't care whether you want revenge or anything. But the price to pay is to help Yuan Men expand its power in Hua. Although the process of becoming stronger will be difficult, staying here is the most reasonable choice for you. At this time, Yang Yiyun smiled triumphantly. That's right. Although we can't do anything right now, this is indeed a rare opportunity. Chu Yun stopped crying, then listened to what everyone said. Tang Long also said, Stay, we will help you. In addition to Jiu Zilei's words, we all know about your situation. We will help you deal with that Cheng Bai Wan. Yang Yiyun asked Chu Yun. So anything else to worry about? After hearing everyone's words, Chu Yun was so moved that she cried even louder this time. She said, Hick hick hick, I'm sorry I was too much with everyone. Yang Yiyun said, Good girl, welcome you back to Yun Men. Then he reached out to shake hands to welcome a new member. At this time, Chu Yun smiled again and replied, Yes. Suddenly, a hand touched Yang Yiyun's shoulder from behind. He turned around and looked, asking, Wu Qing, what's wrong? Wu Qing replied with a pale face. Can we talk while walking? Yang Yiyun turned around and said to everyone, Then everyone, go ahead with your work, I have something to do. Everyone replied, Okay. Yang Yiyun went first, followed by Du Jiyu Wu Qing. Yang Yiyun turned around and asked, What's wrong? Du Jiyu Wu Qing was still out of it, just walking in silence. After a while she gradually slowed down her steps, then stopped completely. Du Jiyu Wu Qing asked, Have you really ever been intimate with that girl? Yang Yiyun replied, About this, yes. But I can explain. Du Jiyu Wu Qing said to Yang Yiyun with a serious face, I don't mean anything else. Our relationship is only between doctor and patient. I won't interfere too deeply in your affairs. Since ancient times, even the strong need a companion. Moreover, the path of cultivation in Huaxia is still very long. I'm worried that you will develop too quickly and be immersed in the vanity and temptations of women. Yang Yiyun was surprised by Du Ji Wu Qing's words. Then, Yang Yiyun said, How nostalgic. What you said reminds me of an old friend. That person is Liu Lingling. Yang Yiyun, you haven't graduated yet. The Zhu Yandan has indeed brought you great benefits, but the road ahead is still very long. The cycle of the business world is very large. You must not be immersed in it. Yang Yiyun smiled brightly and replied, I am Yang Yiyun. Even if I have power or wealth, no matter how strong I become, I will never forget my original intention. I will only use my power in the right place. Du Ji Yu Wu Qing closed her eyes and replied, That's great then. I was too worried. Outside, Lu Shuji had heard everything clearly, her expression as if she was plotting something. 14 Olympics. And said, Then I will come and shatter my little brother's original intention. At this time, Yi Yun had returned to the wine cellar of the Lishan villa to practice, thinking, The 4-spirit array is clearly effective. My cultivation has increased to the peak of the 8th layer of Qi training stage. At this speed, in less than a month I will step into the threshold of foundation establishment. The little weasel has fallen asleep after eating the godly beast pill. Qi Wine Er's ghost cultivation has entered the body. Everything is about to reach the first level. Suddenly the phone rang. Yang Yiyun said, Hello, what's wrong with the landlady calling so late? Zhao Nan, who was also Yang Yiyun's landlady, said, Have you rested enough? I haven't seen you in a long time. Come to my company tomorrow, I have something to say. Yang Shiyun embarrassedly apologized. Landlady, I will go to work on time tomorrow. The next morning, at Zhao Nan's company, Zhao Nan said to her assistant, It's true that I have to look at you with different eyes. Who are these two beauties? Yang Yiyun said, Haha, this is a long story. These are my 2 secretaries. Following closely behind Yang Yiyun were Du Ji Yu Wu Qing and Lu Shuiji. Actually, I came because I have something to discuss. Zhao Nan turned around and said, I know what you want to say. If you want to resign, do one last thing for me. Sitting in the car, Zhao Nan said, This is your last job. Do it well. After this you can go do what you want. My grandfather's birthday is in a week, and the 4 great families will be coming to my family's estate. I need you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Yang Yiyun asked, The 4 great families. Will the Ye family and Ma family be there too? Zhao Nan said, I want you to help me completely escape this marriage with the Yen family. Of course, I know about your feud with them. I will do my best to help you. This is also an opportunity for you. Yang Yiyun clenched his fist and said, This is a very rare opportunity. Ma family, Ye family, I, Yang Yiyun, will make you pay back double for this humiliation. Zhao Nan suddenly suggested, Sleep in the same room with me tonight so it won't attract attention. Hearing this, Yi Yun's expression turned a little perverted, and his nose started bleeding. Seeing his expression, Du Ji Wu Qing was very angry, and turned back towards Yi Yun. His mind began to wander. Yin Yun couldn't help but imagine the scene of Zhao Nan and him together in the same bed. Just as his mind was wandering, 2 sharp heels suddenly stabbed straight into Yin Yun's foot, instantly stopping his train of thought. Caught completely off guard, he cried out in pain, but quickly covered his mouth to stop the blood from spurting out. Zhao Nan continued, What the hell are you thinking? You sleep on the floor. I'll arrange a guest room for your 2 secretaries. The 2 of them turned to whisper, Be careful, we'll be watching you. Yi Yun replied. Understood. Meanwhile, in the center of Yanjing, a car arrived. As soon as the car stopped, someone immediately got out. Yi Yun's group swaggered out in a line. He looked at the mansion before him and exclaimed, "This is the Zhao family's estate. The architecture in Yanjing is indeed extraordinary." When they saw Zhao Nan, the two bodyguards immediately bowed. "Miss is back?" She went in, but didn't forget to tell Yi Yun. "Be quick when you meet my parents later, don't get caught." He replied, "Okay," Zhao Nan politely said. "I'm back." As soon as it heard its owner's voice, the puppy immediately ran out. It happily rushed over. Woof! The puppy jumped straight at Zhao Nan. She caught it and petted it, saying, "Wangs, have you been good at home lately? Your savior is here to visit." The puppy looked at her with sparkling eyes and whined, "Woo woo," as if replying to her. He looked at the puppy and thought to himself, "Why do I feel like I'm being mocked?" Yi Yun asked in surprise, "Wasn't Wang Zi in Jiu-Du before? Why is it here?" She replied, "Because I'm too busy. I don't have time to take care of it, so I had someone bring it back to Yanjing for my family to take care of it." Zhao Nan gently put it down. "Okay, Wang Zi, go play by yourself." As soon as she let it go, it eagerly ran off towards somewhere. Woof woof. The puppy clung to someone's leg. As soon as she saw Zhao Nan, her mother immediately said, Nan, you're back. Mom's making a meal for you kids. Your dad'll be home soon. Get ready to eat." Zhao Nan replied, "It's fine for the chef to cook. Why did you have to do it yourself, Mom?" She said, "Aya. It's rare for you to bring your boyfriend home, of course. Mom has to cook." As they were talking, Zhao Nan's father suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. She asked in surprise, "Honey, you're home." He strode over to Yang Yi Yun and asked sternly, "You're Nan's boyfriend?" Yang Yi Yun greeted him politely. "Hello, uncle," the man asked seriously. "I heard you've been making quite a splash in Jiu-Du." He replied, "Not at all, just a little business, and dealing with a few corrupt officials. That's all, uncle." Hearing this, the man laughed heartily and said, "Haha, not bad, worthy of being my son-in-law. I've had it with the Ma and Ye families for a long time. You have the same spirit I had back then. I like you a lot. Come, let's have a few drinks. Just stay here tonight." The next day, someone poked Yang Yi Yun's face while he was fast asleep. He slowly opened his eyes. It was Yushu, looking at him with extremely crazed eyes and a flushed face, saying, "What a waste. A dignified cultivation practitioner actually falls asleep, and without any defenses at all." "Be careful you don't get taken advantage of," Yang Yi Yun angrily yelled. "Why are you here?" She leaned in and said, "What happened in the cave last time helped my cultivation progress. How could I let go of such a good furnace like you?" "Look at your chest," he exclaimed in shock. "What is that?" she replied. "This is a soul-stabilizing talisman." While the two were talking, someone walked over. Zhao Nan pushed the door open and walked in. "Yang Yi Yun, how long do you plan to sleep? Get up and have breakfast." "Are you here, Yushu?" with a flushed face, said. "Coming early is not as good as coming at the right time, huh?" Yang Yi Yun was caught in a difficult situation and shouted helplessly. "Damn you and your destiny?" Zhao Nan asked suspiciously. "Not here. I clearly didn't see him go out this morning." The mark on his hand suddenly glowed, and at the same time, the two of them were instantly sucked into some kind of space. Yushu screamed in shock. "Ah!" She turned to question him. "What strange place have you brought me to again?" Yang Yi Yun replied, "If I hadn't pulled you in here, my innocence would have been ruined." After a while, the two of them arrived at the destination. The jade unexpectedly fell into a box on the ground on its own. He looked around and said, "It seems we've entered the Qiankun Jade space." Yushu repeated in confusion, "Qiankun Jade." She looked at the floating spiritual energy and said, "The spirit stones inside my ivory box are being absorbed." "This is," Yang Yi Yun immediately said. "Spirit stones can actually bring such strong vitality to the Qiankun Jade." He looked at the tree. "Is this the red fragrance fruit that Diao Er ate before? It has grown into such a large ancient tree, and is even flowering and bearing fruit." Yang Yi Yun noticed the box on the ground and reached out to grab it. Seeing this, Yushu said, "You want to take back my ivory box?" he said calmly. "This box is very dangerous in your hands. I'm confiscating it. If you dare to have any other ambitions, don't blame me for using the blood essence curse without reason." Yushu trembled with anger when she heard that. "Damn it!" Yang Yi Yun suddenly realized. "Speaking of which, Uncle Wang's family has arrived in Yanjing. I have to pay them a visit." Thinking this, he immediately appeared there. Yang Yi Yun thought to himself, "The house of a four-clan family, this is much more ostentatious than some fancy harbor." Seeing him, the guard reached out to open the door and warmly invited him. "Please come in. The master has been waiting for a long time," Yang Yi Yun replied. "Okay, sorry to bother you," he thought. Puzzled, Ming didn't tell Uncle Wang I was coming. How does he know who I am? He slowly stepped inside. The bodyguard announced, "Mr. Yang is here." As soon as he saw him, Wang Wusheng immediately stood up. "Yi Yun, you finally arrived. Uncle Wang has been waiting for you. How is it? Are you getting used to life in Yanjing?" Still surprised, Yang Yi Yun replied, "Very good. How did Uncle Wang know I was coming?" Wang Wusheng said. "It was Taoist Wang Xuanji of Guosuan who predicted that you would have a great opportunity in Yanjing, and that you would visit the Wang residence today. This person's surname is Yang, and the name contains Yun. Sure enough, you have arrived today." The old man leaned on his cane and introduced himself. "Yang Xiaoyu, a pleasure to meet you. This humble Taoist is Wang Si Xuanji. I have long heard of your deeds in Jiu-Du. I admire you greatly." Yang Yi Yun replied, "Greetings, Taoist Wang. It's nothing special, but I am even more surprised that you could predict my journey." The old man glanced at him and mused. The wisps of clouds around him are gradually condensing into flowers. This young man has the potential of a dragon. This is not only a great opportunity for the Wang residents, but a great opportunity for Huaxia. Wang Musheng spoke up. Yi Yun, let's eat first and talk later. Soon, they had laid out a lavish meal. Wang Musheng suddenly sighed, lamenting. Currently, the old master's condition is critical, and we can only rely on thousand-year-old ginseng to keep him alive, but the Yi family is secretly scheming. If something really happens to the old master, I fear Huaxia will be in chaos. Wang Si Xuanji unexpectedly said. Musheng, last night I divined a hexagram. Today the Wang residents will have a benefactor assisting us. Young Zhao. You, this humble Taoist, knows that you are skilled in medicine. How about you help us take a look at the situation? Yang Yiyun said awkwardly. I wouldn't dare claim to be skilled in medicine, but I did learn a little from my master. I can take a look, no problem. Wang Musheng hesitated slightly, saying, but this is an illness that even the #1 divine doctor in Yanjing cannot treat. The madam sitting next to him said, Yin Yun saved our clan member. Let him take a look. Perhaps there is really hope. They invited him to the sick room. Yang Xiao. You, it's here. Please take a look. Yang Yiyun scanned the exterior with his eyes, not seeing any injuries. He used his spiritual sense to examine him, and immediately saw fragments all over the cerebral nerves. That he could withstand it until now was a miracle. Wang Si Xuanji looked at him and pondered. Just now, I sensed a burst of energy emanating from him, but it's not like internal force, truly intriguing. After scanning, Yang Yiyun turned and said, it's not life-threatening to the old master. I am 70% confident that I can cure him. Hearing this, everyone in the room couldn't help but exclaim, what? You can make such a conclusion after just a glance. Wang Si Xuanji smiled with satisfaction. Very good. Inside the room, Wang Musheng saw a hesitant and serious expression. Yang Yiyun thought to himself, could it be that the cure rate is too low, hence the big reaction? So big, he didn't give Yang Yiyun any more time to hesitate. Immediately grabbed Yang Yiyun's hand tightly, his voice full of trust. Even the most renowned doctors in Jingqing are helpless. If you can really do it, we are willing to try. Hearing this, Yang Yiyun felt more confident and said, then let me try. He pinched a needle between his index and middle fingers, raised it, and said, next, I will begin the acupuncture. Please try not to disturb me. I need to concentrate. Yang Yiyun observed the body of the person lying on the bed, sleeping so deeply for so long, but he still looks very strong. From these scars, I can tell he is a veteran soldier. He quickly and deftly inserted needles into the old master's body, each needle carrying a powerful internal force, thinking. First, use true quiet to stabilize the meridians. His complexion seemed to have improved a lot. Long, silver needles were inserted one after another on his chest, arms, hips, abdomen, and forehead, and the old master's complexion looked a little rosier. Yang Yiyun stretched out his hand and inserted the last needle. His consciousness suddenly entered a vast, green space, where tangled blood vessels connected one another. In the space of those blood vessels, a rectangular fragment appeared, floating. Yang Yiyun stood in the space of the blood vessels, looking up and observing, saying, the fragment is too close to the veins. It seems I have to stabilize the meridians with true Q on one side, and move the fragment on the other. He closed his two fingers, raised them, and power suddenly spread out from his arm, his expression serious, thinking, success or failure depends on this moment. Then he controlled it with powerful magic, wanting to push the fragment to the side. But the fragment only shook slightly under the impact of Yang Yiyun, and then remained motionless. Yang Yiyun was slightly surprised. I used so much strength, but only managed to budge it a little. He watched as the fragment touched the blood vessel, turning both the vessel and the fragment red, swaying slightly. He thought to himself, this is bad. The vessel is blocked and very weak. It needs to be stabilized. His fingers continued to manipulate the fragment. Outside, Musheng's wife watched Yang Yiyun with his eyes closed, channeling his inner energy into her husband's body, and asked worriedly, he looks so tired. Is it really okay to continue like this? Wang Musheng looked at his wife, his face resolute, and said, the old master's complexion looks much better. I trust Yiyun. Time ticked by from 2:00 p.m. to 4:00 p.m. Wang Musheng remained in the room, pacing back and forth anxiously. After a long while, Yang Yiyun lowered his hands, stabilized the true qi within him, and propped himself up on the floor, coughing. Cough, cough. He was exhausted. Everyone in the room was startled by his cough and turned to look. Wang Musheng went to Yang Yiyun and asked, Yiyun, are you okay? Yang Yiyun coughed as he replied, I'm fine, just overexerted my inner energy. The young man standing beside him looked at Yang Yiyun, his face filled with worry. Supported by the young man's arm, Yang Yiyun looked at the old master lying on the bed and said, the old master's condition has stabilized, the vessel is stable, and the fragment has been separated. All that's left is to find a surgeon to remove the fragment, then remove the needles, and wait for the old master to wake up. Hearing this, Wang Musheng turned to his wife and said quickly, honey, quickly call the doctor. Mu's wife immediately took out her phone and hurriedly made a call. Musheng turned to look at Yang Yiyun, who was panting heavily from exhaustion, his eyes filled with gratitude and the warmth of an elder. Yiyun has saved another member of the Wang family. I will treat your son as my own, Wang Guozhong reassured him. At this moment, Wang Zixuanji, who had been observing Yang Yiyun from afar, smiled with satisfaction. His eyes were deep as he thought. One breath, 36 needles. The fastest acupuncture I've ever seen was only 18 needles per breath. Even the best doctors in Huaxia were helpless. but he solved it in just 2 hours. He truly is someone who can turn the tide. His eyes clearly showed admiration for talent. 2 days later, in the Zhao family's branch residence, luxurious cars were neatly parked in front of the estate. Outside in the courtyard and inside the hall were many invited guests, all influential figures with status in society, chatting and greeting each other. Yang Yiyun looked around and exclaimed, "So lively, truly befitting a prominent family." Standing behind him were Du Ji Wu Qing and Yu Shu Lu Shu Shi. Lu Shu Shi crossed her arms, looking uninterested, and said, "HMPH, just so-so." On the other side of the banquet hall, the gift registrar held a pen and paper, writing non-stop, and said, "Those who are giving gifts, please register here." Yang Yiyun looked at the gifts behind the registrar, piled up like a mountain, in all shapes and sizes and various colors. Stunned, he twitched his lips. These gifts are too extravagant. Then, he stepped forward and handed a small golden bottle to the registrar. "This is a small token of my sincerity, please accept it." The registrar looked at Yang Yiyun, then at the small bottle held in his palm, thinking, "Why do I have no impression of this young man? Which family is he from then? This small bottle looks so stingy, it probably isn't anything good," he thought to himself. Years of working for a large family had made him calculating. His attitude immediately became impatient, pointing behind him and saying, "Just put it in the back." Yang Yiyun looked around, thinking, "Their influence is so great. Does the Zhao family also have people like this? Forget it, it's the thought that counts. A birthday banquet doesn't need to be too rigid." As he was thinking, a group of people walked over, led by Yang Kai. He looked at Yang Yiyun, his face full of anger, and strode over. "Ye Kai, Yang Yiyun. Why are you here? Is this a place you should be appearing? Get back to Ji Yu Du." Ye Kai stepped in front of Yang Yiyun, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth, saying, "Yang Yiyun, as long as I'm not dead, I will never let you off." Yang Yiyun put his hands in his pockets and said coldly, "Looks like you didn't learn your lesson last time." Ye Kai was about to say something more, but suddenly, a voice from behind interrupted him. "Ye Kai, why waste words with this kind of person?" Ye Kai turned towards the source of the voice and called out, "Grandfather, patriarch of the Ye family." Ye Zaitian slowly walked in, followed by 2 attendants, his face cold, and said, "Ye Kai, my family in Jiu Du Mutai received your care before, didn't they? Today is the Zhao family's birthday celebration, so I'll spare you for now. Get lost. Our debt will be settled slowly in the future." His words were full of threat. The guests nearby heard this and turned to discuss, what did this guy do to offend the Ye family? A guest beside them said, "Yang Yiyun. Never heard of him." Ye Zaitian looked at Yang Yiyun, his face darkening, a sneer twisting his lips. The whites of his eyes dominated, making his expression even more sinister. "You've got guts. Come into Yanjing, I hear you've been doing quite well lately. After today you might have the money but no life to enjoy it." Lu Shuizhi, standing next to Yang Yiyun, suddenly stepped forward, pointed a finger, and smirked. "Hey old man, aren't you just contradicting yourself after all that talking? I bet Yang Yiyun could beat a useless piece of trash like you with one hand." "Where do you get such confidence?" Ye Zaitian's face contorted, veins popping on his forehead, his eyebrows furrowing in anger. "You want to die?" Yang Yiyun and Du Ji Wu Qing, watching Lu Shuizhi standing in front, looked serious, a little worried. Ye Zaitian might actually do something to her. "Mr. Yi, why bother with a young person? Young people are full of vigor. And this girl, her mouth is as sharp as a knife. She should learn to respect her elders." Zhao Changsheng, the head of the Zhao family, stepped forward, offering a conciliatory smile. Behind him stood the Zhao family's second uncle, Zhao Yuancheng. Zhao Yuancheng raised his hand, smiling. That's right, everyone, calm down and sit down. We can discuss everything slowly." Seeing the Zhao family head speak, Ye Zaitian didn't want to argue further. He just sneered, his face still dark. "Mr. Zhao is joking. Let's get back to the main event. I've prepared a very special gift for this birthday." Ye Kai immediately turned and waved to a follower standing behind him. "Bring it up." The follower stepped forward, holding a black box. "This innate stellar stone is a small token of the Yi family's appreciation. We hope it can help you break through to the middle stage of Dark Force 9th layer." The box opened, revealing a small, emerald green gemstone, emitting a sparkling light. Everyone exclaimed in shock. "What?" Yang Yiyun asked. "A low-grade spirit stone?" The guests stared at the gemstone in the box, all astonished, eyes wide. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. The Yi family is really pulling out all the stops this time. So this is what an innate stellar stone looks like. Yang Yiyun stood to one side, lost in his own thoughts. He raised both hands, his eyes rolling upwards, a silly grin spreading across his face. "So, there are other spirit stones on Earth. Looks like I don't need to worry about cultivation." Lu Shuizhi and Du Ji Wu Qing, seeing Yang Yiyun's strange expression, had question marks floating above their heads. Ye Zaitian, seeing the shock and admiration of the people in the hall, said with satisfaction, extending his hand, "Our Ye family would also like to take this opportunity to fulfill the engagement between Ye Kai and Zhao Nan, doubling the joy of this day. What do you think, Mr. Zhao?" Hearing this, Zhao Nan immediately grabbed Yang Yiyun's arm and retorted, "I already have a boyfriend, I won't marry Ye Kai." Zhao Chengsheng and Zhao Yuancheng exchanged a troubled glance. This, Ye Kai, hearing Zhao Nan's words, was furious. "Zhao Nan, are you not taking the Ye family seriously? The engagement was set long ago. You can't just call it off. What's so good about this damn guy compared to me?" Looks like this humble Taoist has missed some excitement. Wang Xishuanji arrived, leaning on his cane and smiling, exuding an air of composure and confidence. "Changsheng,
Mo Sheng has a lot of national affairs to attend to. I'm here on his behalf, is that alright? Wang Xishuanji smiled. Wang Daozhang standing beside him, Zhao Chengsheng and Zhao Yuancheng clasped their hands in front of them, respectfully. No problem at all, no problem at all. We haven't greeted you from afar. For Senior Wang to attend the birthday banquet is a great honor for Zhao, and to have the Wudang alchemist Wang Daozhang here as well. Your presence truly brings radiance to this humble place. Welcome, welcome. The Wudang alchemist Wang Daozhang took out a small black box from his robes and said with a laugh, Haha, you're too kind. I was dragged here by Xuanji. Just for some wine. This is a blood activation pill that I refined, a small token of my sincerity. The Zhao family head looked at the small box in his hand, delighted. Is this the blood activation pill that resolves all poisons and can increase inner strength? This is too kind. Yang Yiyun looked at the box of pills, his expression somewhat displeased. Judging by the smell, it doesn't seem to be a top-grade pill. And yet, it can make the Zhao family head so happy. It seems the elixirs circulating among the people have indeed become barren. Wang Xishuanji stroked his beard and smiled. This humble Taoist came in a hurry today and didn't have time to bring anything. So, after the banquet, I will carefully cast a divination for the Zhao family. Zhao Chengsheng raised his hand and said, Excellent, excellent. Senior Wang is too kind. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go inside. The group followed the Zhao family head into the banquet hall. Suddenly, Wang Daozhang turned to look at the mountain of fruit on the other side, a look of obvious doubt on his face. Then he asked, Chengsheng, does your— I smelled a familiar sandalwood scent, Zhao family head replied in surprise. There isn't any. You are the only alchemist here today. Taoist Wang still wasn't giving up, saying, Could you let me see the birthday gifts? Of course, feel free, Zhao family head said, while secretly thinking. What kind of elixir in this world could excite Taoist Wang so much? Taoist Wang didn't stand on ceremony at all, rushing to the pile of birthday gifts, rummaging through them with both hands. Wang Xishuanji was a little embarrassed, turned away stroking his beard, and said, This humble Taoist feels a powerful energy in the northwest direction, Brother Fang. Why don't you search over there? Taoist Wang held up a bottle and turned around. Thank you, Brother Wang. I've indeed found it here. He raised the bottle in his hand and shouted to everyone, I've found it. This is the long-lost minor foundation pill. Everyone in the banquet hall was shocked. What? Wang Xishuanji, standing beside him, smiled. Let me see who can make Brother Fang so surprised. It wouldn't be such a coincidence. I've got it. Wang Xishuanji calculated with his fingers behind his back. It's indeed him. He turned to Yang Yiyun. Is it yours, little friend Yang? Yang Yiyun smiled awkwardly, scratching his head. Ha, yes, it was my gift. Senior Wang is indeed incredibly astute. Yang Yiyun raised a finger, smiling as he continued. But this is the inheritance of my sect. Without the minor, its foundation pill. This statement shocked everyone. Ye Zaitian and Ye Kai exclaimed in unison. What? Zhao Yuancheng happily put his arm around Yang Yiyun. Haha, Yang Yiyun, so it was you causing it. I knew you were definitely no ordinary person back in Jiu. Yang Yiyun looked helplessly at the large arm draped over his shoulder, politely saying, You flatter me. At this moment, Taoist Wang's eyes had turned into twinkling stars, and he immediately turned around and said, Mr. Yang, if you don't mind, could you come to our bisect and discuss alchemy together? Seeing Taoist Wang start to recruit talent, Zhao family head raised his hand. Ahem, Taoist Fang. The birthday banquet is about to begin. Can you give me some face and stay for the banquet? He thought to himself, I'm so stupid. Alchemists are already so rare. How can I let him be taken away? Taoist Wang also realized that he had gone a bit too far just now, scratching his head. Haha, Cheng Sheng is right. I was too anxious, and became muddled. The crowd continued to ask Yang Yiyun about it. Not to mention the foundation pill. This minor foundation pill of Wudang Fengshan had long been lost. Could it be that Mr. Yang is a successor of Wudang? Yang Yiyun replied, My sect is Yun sect. The foundation pill is also the inheritance of Yun sect. The elixir that I refine has nothing to do with Wudang. Wang Xishuanji said. The minor foundation pill is a peerless treasure. This foundation pill is undoubtedly the greatest surprise of this birthday banquet. Behind them, Ye Kai's face was ferocious, gritting his teeth. Grandfather, if things continue like this, our marriage is as good as over. Ye Zaitian walked up with a gloomy face, his whole body exuding a strong cyan inner force. Does everyone still remember the marriage agreement between the Zhao family and the Ye family? No matter how powerful this guy is, he's still not worthy of being the son-in-law of our four great families. Wang Xishuanji was also ignited with anger at this moment, his whole body exuding an orange-red aura. Ye Zaitian, watch your words. Everyone here is a guest. If you continue like this senior won't show any respect. Yang Yiyun stood watching Ye Zaitian and Wang Xishuanji facing each other, both of them exuding extremely terrifying sources of internal force. Such strong aesthetic blood energy. I didn't expect Senior Wang Xuanji to hide so deeply. He's at least an ancient martial artist Dark Force 9th layer. Ye Zaitian is a little weaker. Duji U Wu Qing turned his head to ask Yang Yiyun, Can you feel it? Yang Yiyun turned around. This isn't something we can interfere in. Let's just observe the situation first. Lu Shuji crossed her arms and closed her eyes, saying indifferently, Why should a cultivator be afraid of him? If it were me, I would make him kneel and beg for forgiveness, Yang Yiyun helplessly said. If we make a move, I'm afraid we'll not only ruin the birthday banquet, but also have to give family head Zhao some face. At this time, Zhao Yuancheng stepped forward, raising his hand to mediate. Please, both of you, calm down.
Let's head to the banquet hall first, and we can discuss things slowly. Wang Xishuanji heard this, and turned away, huffing.
Inside the banquet hall, many tables were set up, with guests eating, drinking, and chatting happily.
Yang Yiyun sat beside the elders, engaging in conversation with them. The young man in a green robe sitting at the next table turned to look. Grandpa Tai, Grandpa, what do we do now? This Yang Yiyun has such a good relationship with the Zhao family. How are we supposed to make a move in the future? Grandpa Tai glanced over with his tiny eyes, his expression gloomy. So what if he has a good relationship with the Zhao family?
Don't you see those two Ye family fools eager to pounce? Yang Yiyun, starting from the Jiyu Huagang, has already killed one of our Dark Force 8th level experts. Acting rashly is just courting death. Let's wait for the Ye family to make their move first, and we'll find an opportunity. On the other side, Ye Kai gritted his teeth, glaring at Yang Yiyun and Ye Zhaitian, so angry that veins popped out on his forehead, his hand tightly gripping the teacup. Crack! With a sound, the teacup couldn't withstand such force, and instantly shattered.
The loud noise startled the guests nearby, who looked over in surprise. Ye Zhaitian gripped his teacup tightly, shards falling from his hand, and stood up angrily. Enough, my patience is limited. You keep repeating yourselves, avoiding us, and not taking the Yin family seriously. We agreed on a marriage arrangement between our families long ago. Now, I want a clear answer. Zhao Nan, sitting beside him, turned to Zhao family head and said, Grandpa, you both were drunk that day, and casually agreed on a marriage. What does that even mean?
Zhao Chengsheng looked at his granddaughter, Zhao Nan, how can you say that, Wang Xishuanji, leaning on his cane, stood up and said, how about this?
Now that everyone has eaten and drunk their fill, I will fulfill my promise to the Zhao family from before, and divine a fortune for the Zhao family now. Wang Xishuanji closed his eyes, his fingers calculating, and said, the Wang family has a Qilin, and the Zhao family has a divine phoenix. When the divine phoenix meets the dragon, good fortune arises. Today, whoever is the dragon Zhang Sheng, let them realize it themselves.
Zhao family head was shocked.
The divine phoenix is Zhao Nan, so the dragon is. Wang Xishuanji stroked his beard and said, far away at the horizon, yet right before your eyes. Zhao family head and Wang Daozhang simultaneously turned to look at Yang Yiyun.
Yang Yiyun was stunned,
not knowing what to say. Then his face twisted slightly, and he laughed, pointing at his own face. Is it me? Ye Zhaitian snorted angrily. Impossible, I don't acknowledge it. This guy is an orphan, how could he be the dragon? Wang Xishuanji said sternly. This is the truth.
Even your old man would have to respect my divination.
He saved my clan's grandson, and also woke up the pillar of the Wang family. Now he is one of the Wang family.
Wang Xishuanji raised a jade pendant in his hand. Today, on behalf of Yang Yiyun's parents, I propose marriage to the Zhao family, using this plum god dragon token as a token.
The guests nearby exclaimed, isn't that the resource allocation token for the Qinling area? The Wang family is making a decisive move. Yang Yiyun's face darkened, his expression frozen, and cold sweat poured down, thinking, I'm done for. This has become real. After the banquet ended, Zhao family head and Yang Yiyun's group walked outside. Zhao Chengsheng turned to Yang Yiyun with a smile. You and Zhao Nan are deeply in love. Finally, you can be together legitimately. I was really confused that year, agreeing to this marriage arrangement with the Yang family after one drunken night. He smiled happily but noticed that he only brought 2 female secretaries this time. I think their work capabilities are quite good, but you and Zhao Nan being together shouldn't be just for fun, right? Yang Yiyun forced a smile, cold sweat pouring down his face. Haha, of course not.
He turned away, changing the subject. That's right, this direction doesn't seem to be the way out. Where are we all going?
Zhao Chengsheng said with a serious expression. It seems Zhao Nan didn't tell you. Our 4 great families hold a martial arts demonstration after every banquet.
Martial arts demonstration? Yang Yiyun asked.
Zhao family head turned to Ye Zhaitian, and they glared at each other, continuing. It's where the families send people to spar and exchange martial arts skills. You have to be careful, the Ma and Ye families both have grudges against you. They definitely won't let this go easily. A beautiful morning. A hawk soared across the azure sky. People were gathered at some kind of festival with a large arena in the center. Yang Yiyun stood above, observing below.
This is the martial arts tournament. The atmosphere of the Yanjing ancient martial arts families is indeed extraordinary. Beside Yang Yiyun was Zhao Nan, and behind them, Du Ji Wu Wuqing and Lu Xuezhi were glaring at each other.
Zhao Nan said, Wang Qianbei's divination was on behalf of my family. Don't take it to heart. Yang Yiyun turned to look at Zhao Nan. Don't worry. How could a good girl like you not find a husband?
Zhao Nan said, nonsense. Suddenly someone stood below and shouted, Yang Yiyun, Zhao Nan, Lu Xuezhi, and Du Ji Wu Wuqing all noticed. Ye Wu was below, pointing upwards with an arrogant demeanor. Do you, trash, dare to come down here and fight me? Zhao Chengsheng said, son-in-law, ignore him. That Ye Wu is a notorious martial arts maniac of the Ye family. We'll just wait for the draw later. Yang Yiyun scratched his head and replied, okay. Ye Wu pointed up and sneered. So you have to rely on the Zhao family for protection.
I see you climbed up the Zhao family through trickery and deceit. You're just a useless piece of trash. Yang Yiyun's group remained silent, ignoring Ye Wu's words.
Ye Wu continued to provoke. What's wrong? Don't dare to come down, trash. Suddenly, Du Ji Wu Wuqing jumped out of her spot, drawing Yang Yiyun's attention. Du Ji Wu Wuqing was jumping down to the arena. Yang Yiyun said, Wu Qing. Lu Xuezhi covered her mouth, A little dog protecting its master, how touching. Du Ji Yu Wu Qing had landed in the arena. Ye Wu continued to sneer, haha, sending a girl.
Her master is such trash. Du Ji Yu Wu Qing drew her sword. Shut your mouth.
Du Ji Yu Wu Qing held her sword and said,
my master's abilities are boundless. Dealing with you is easier than crushing an ant. You're not qualified to fight him.
Ye Wu was enraged by Du Ji Yu Wu Qing's words.
You should watch your mouth. Then, Ye Wu leaped towards Du Ji Yu Wu Qing. Ye Wu was charging towards Du Ji Yu Wu Qing with his fist and a confident smile. I'll finish you in one move, don't cry then. Dung Ji Yu Wu Qing blocked Ye Wu's punch with her sword. Seems like you're all talk.
Ye Wu was completely surprised when he saw his punch blocked. Du Ji Yu Wu Qing slashed towards Ye Wu, but Ye Wu leaned back and dodged. Ye Wu's expression now showed some concern. This girl's strength, could it be Dark Force 8th level? Ye Wu placed his hand on the ground and charged again with his fist, showing off.
Du Ji Yu Wu Qing, with an unchanging expression, raised her hand and easily blocked Ye Wu's attack.
Ye Wu's expression now showed some fear.
Able to easily block 70% of my power. At this moment, Du Ji Yu Wu Qing gripped her sword tightly and thrust it straight towards Ye Wu. The sword was right in front of Ye Wu's face. Ye Wu was very anxious, his face covered in sweat, unable to dodge in time.
A whirlwind appeared in the middle of the arena as Du Ji Yu Wu Qing struck Ye Wu. Du Ji Yu Wu Qing slashed another stroke, sending Ye Wu flying out of the arena, his mouth full of blood. Ye Wu fell to the ground, shattering the surrounding rocks. Everyone there was surprised by the battle between Ye Wu and Du Ji Yu Wu Qing. Ye Wu lay on the ground, clutching his chest and looking up. I lost. Ye Wu recalled Ye Zhaitian's warning. If Yang
Du Ji Yu Wu Qing advanced towards Ye Wu. Still want to fight? Ye Wu replied with an angry expression. Don't be arrogant.
Of course I'm fighting. I haven't even used 5/10 of my power. Ye Wu stood up straight, preparing to attack.
Yang Yiyun seemed to sense the impending danger. Wu Qing, be careful.
Taking the initiative, Ye Wu attacked Du Ji Yu Wu Qing. Du Ji Yu Wu Qing used her sword to block Ye Wu's attack. Du Ji Yu Wu Qing gritted her teeth, her face full of anger.
Is there poison on the hairpin?
Ye Wu launched a kick straight at Du Ji Yu Wu Qing, sending her flying. Ye Wu continued to rush forward with his fist. You foul woman, courting death. Ye Wu grabbed Du Ji Yu Wu Qing's hand. Ye Wu's face now looked like a lecherous pervert. Gotcha. Ye Zhaitian was observing the fight, holding a marble in his hand. HMPH. Ye Zhaitian shot the marble towards Du Ji Yu Wu Qing. The marble hit Du Ji Yu Wu Qing's calf. Du Ji Yu Wu Qing immediately felt pain. Hidden weapon. At the same time, Ye Wu rushed forward with his needles, slashing towards Du Ji Yu Wu Qing. Du Ji Yu Wu Qing's clothes were torn, blood splattering everywhere from her wounds. Du Ji Yu Wu Qing cried out, Ah, Ye Wu with a despicable face. Haha, you foul woman. Let's see how I kill you this time. Then, Ye Wu immediately ate a kick from someone. Yang Yiyun rushed forward and kicked Ye Wu straight in the face, deforming his features. Yang Yiyun's kick was like a thunderbolt, shattering the surrounding rocks into pieces. Ye Wu flew away. After receiving Yang Yiyun's kick, Ye Wu continued to fly further away, witnessed by everyone there. A cloud of thick smoke appeared, and those nearby who couldn't withstand the pressure fell to the ground. Ye Wu was kneeling on the ground, his whole body trembling. After taking Yang Yiyun's kick, Ye Wu, with his trembling body, slowly stood up, blood spurting from his mouth. Ye Wu, with a distorted face full of swelling and blood flowing from his mouth. What just happened? I couldn't clearly see his movements. Even the family head doesn't have such terrifying explosive power. Tears fell from Ye Wu's eyes after receiving Yang Yiyun's attack. Yang Yiyun approached Ye Wu with eyes as red as a demon. What I despise the most are people who like to attack others from behind. Daring to do so shows that you've prepared yourself mentally, right? Ye Wu, with his deformed face, was crying and begging, I'm really sorry, I was forced, I surrender, I'll give you the antidote. Meanwhile, Ye Wu was tightly gripping his needles. Ye Wu charged straight at Yang Yiyun and stabbed his needles towards him. Haha. Just kidding you. Ye Wu's attack was easily blocked by Yang Yiyun. Ye Wu, with a worried expression, was thinking, intentionally letting the poison needles stab him, then grabbing my hand. Yang Yiyun, with an angry face, twisted Ye Wu's arm. This bastard likes to attack from behind so much, let me chop off this arm of yours. Ye Wu cried out miserably and painfully. Ah. A marble was flying towards Yang Yiyun. Yang Yiyun easily caught the marble with 2 fingers. Still daring to attack from behind, Yang Yiyun threw the marble back to where it came from. The marble flew straight towards Ye Zhaitian, but it only grazed him without hitting the target. The marble flew straight towards the tree behind, the impact causing the tree to sink deeply into the ground. Ye Zhaitian glanced over with a worried expression. Everyone there was stunned. Which family is he from? Such great strength. He seems to be from the Wang family. Zhao Chengsheng was observing, completely surprised by Yang Yiyun's strength. This strength is very likely already an innate martial artist, above Dark Force. So young, how is that possible? Yang Yiyun turned to face Ye Wu. Alright, now how do you want to die? Ye Wu pleaded. Please spare me, I won't dare to do it again. Immediately after, Ye Wu received a slap right across the face. Ye Wu slid across the ground, then collapsed, lying face down with a disfigured face. Yang Yiyun, his face full of anger, shouted, Anyone else? If you have a problem with me, come at me all at once, I'll take you all on. Ye Zhaitian winced in pain, his eyes wide, gritting his teeth, wondering in his head, how did it come to this? Ma Xiao Liu, who witnessed this, was utterly shocked.
Even someone at the 9th level of Dark Force is no match for him. Can we fight him? Yang Yi-yun, standing face to face with Ye Zhaitian, said. She, Wu Qing, is a member of my Yun sect. If her own skills are not enough to defeat you, then I have nothing to say, but to think of using such despicable tricks to win against my people, I will absolutely not let it go. His face became even more serious. And filled with anger he added, Ye family, you old thieves, I'm talking about you people. If you're not convinced, then come and fight me. He still kept a painful expression on his face. His voice trembled slightly. I won't bother with you today. Yang Yi-yun then approached Wu Qing, who was lying on the ground. He gently picked her up, and then threatened the people there. Today, I'll say it straight. Anyone who dares to cause trouble for those around me is trying to cause trouble for the Yun sect. Huaxia is not your world. If you dare harass the people of the Yun sect, I will definitely kill you without mercy. Wu Qing's body was tired from the poison at this moment. Her eyes were blurred, her face flushed, and she called weakly. Brother Yang Yi-yun responded. It's all right, I'll help you detoxify when we get back. Wang Xishuan thought to himself. The 5th force outside of the 4 great families of Huaxia. It seems that after today it will resonate everywhere. Night had fallen, covering the scenery. In the darkness, only the living room of the Zhao family was lit. Yang Yi-yun was sitting inside, using his power to detoxify Wu Qing. He felt that the Yi family's poison was easier to solve than the cold poison. Wu Qing, who currently has spirit qi in her body like the others of the Yun sect, also has a spiritual root appear. A spiritual root with golden light appeared on her head, so Yang Yi-yun affirmed that Wu Qing's spiritual root was of the metal element, a born sword spirit. Cultivating swordsmanship would be like a tiger with wings. Looking at the spiritual root in his hand, he was very puzzled. But I can't see what the attribute of my spiritual root is. It's even more transparent, and there is no record of it in my master's ancient texts. Just as he was immersed in a stream of unanswered questions, Yang Yi-yun discovered a mysterious person outside the window, wearing a black cloak, an eye mask, shining with a red light. He hurried out to see who it was, but he had already flown away. Not letting a second slip away, Yang Yi-yun hurriedly demanded of the figure, Stop! Then he chased after him. When Yang Yi-yun caught up with the figure, the two were face to face, and he asked, Who are you? The figure replied, Really fast. Who I am is not important. Then he rushed forward, using power like lightning bolts to attack Yi-yun, and continued, What is important is that someone sent me to probe your origins. He continued to attack, but without success, as Yang Yi-yun dodged perfectly. Looking at the lightning in front of him, he wondered, This is electricity, is it possible? The figure still did not stop, and in the palm of his hand he was constantly creating white lightning bolts, moving towards Yang Yi-yun. With his keen reflexes, he continued to dodge perfectly. He ran to the mysterious figure, kicked him, and asked, Just who in the world are you? How do you know how to use magic? Then he took a kick and cried out in pain. Yang Yi-yun retreated behind his back, facing the black-cloaked figure. The mysterious figure laughed and said, Magic! How interesting! But too bad you guessed wrong. He took off his mask and cloak and continued, This is my innate power. You're the first person who's managed to dodge my lightning, old Master Wang was right. Clasping his hands together in front of his chest, he introduced himself. I'm Vice Officer Wu Nan, from the Divine Dragon Pool, and also a heavenly awakened. My respects. I'm here to see you on the orders of old Master Wang, Yang Yi-yun asked. Heavenly awakened, Divine Dragon Pool. Has old Master Wang woken up? Wu Nan replied. Thanks to you, old Master Wang's health is much better now. But I'll explain this to you later. The reason I came to see you so urgently is that we have some leads regarding your maternal grandfather. He's currently in Southern Kingdom. Hearing about his maternal grandfather, Yang Yi-yun was extremely surprised and listened attentively. Wu Nan continued. Moreover, your maternal grandfather is involved with a local power. We suspect your mother is also there, but because that area is sensitive, we don't dare to act rashly. Yang Yi-yun was furious, saying, Ever since my father went missing on the battlefield, my mother abandoned us too, so she's been hiding in Southern Kingdom. Clenching his fist, he resolutely said, Leaving Grandma to raise my brother and me all alone. I will definitely avenge this. The next day, the sky was clear, with shimmering rays of sunlight. Yang Yi-yun was pulling a suitcase, probably preparing to go to Southern Kingdom. Wu Nan, along with another man, came out to see him off. He said, We've already arranged people on the Southern Kingdom side, Mr. Yang. Are you really not considering joining the Divine Dragon Pool? Yang Yi-yun replied, Thank you very much, but I will think about joining the Divine Dragon Pool. Accompanying you on this trip are Wu Qing and Lu Shuxi. Yang Yi-yun raised his hands to express his gratitude, continuing, I only learned yesterday that the Divine Dragon Pool is a special organization managed by Old Master Wang. It was quite a surprise. Let's talk about this after I return from Southern Kingdom. Goodbye. Watching them slowly board the plane, Wu Nan wished, Have a smooth journey. The two of them were looking up at Yin-yun's plane, taking off and flying towards Southern Kingdom. The man behind Wu Nan asked curiously, Are we just gonna let Yin-yun go like that? Wu Nan replied, A strong person has their own convictions. I definitely have to get him to join our Divine Dragon Pool. I believe he can find his maternal grandfather in Southern Kingdom. On a small island of Southern Kingdom, a man stepped forward to greet the three of them. Are you Mr. Yang? Yang Yi-yun, dressed in summer clothes as if on vacation, said, Are you the person Wu Nan arranged to follow me? The man replied, That's right, just call me Zhao Wang, please follow me. They moved in a luxurious car. Their destination this time was the Duanmu family manor of Southern Kingdom. Getting out of the car, Xiao Wang said, We're here. Then he introduced, "This place is the territory of the Duanmu family. Our divine dragon pool heard news that your maternal grandfather is here." Zhao Wang looked at Yin with a smile and said, "It's perfect timing. This place is also hosting the largest rough stone gambling convention in Southeast Asia." Then they followed Zhao Wang's footsteps into the magnificently decorated manor. With sparkling rough stone displays, a voice rang out. "A large-scale rough stone gambling convention is really suitable for gathering information." Xiao Wang looked at Yang Yiyun, who was wondering, "The rough stones in this place actually have some spiritual energy." He said, "Mr. Yang, if you're interested you can try your luck." Yang Yiyun noticed a person cutting a rough stone, constantly emitting a green light. "Joy out of green already, it is imperial green." Yang Yiyun was suddenly startled, his eyes worried. The rough stone was discarded. The spiritual energy is getting stronger and stronger, is the shell of the... Thinking this, he immediately rolled up his sleeves, excitedly saying, "Here we go. Hard work never betrays. This time I'm gonna strike it rich. Who knows, there might actually be spirit stones here that I can use." Then, he ordered, "Wu Qing, Lu Shuxi, buy all the marked rough stones for me." At this moment, in a room filled with darkness, a man silently sat on a chair, listening to his subordinate saying, "There's a new Huaxia person outside, spending 8 million to buy almost a truckload of rough stones. Should we intervene?" He replied, "Investigate which family he's from. They're all Huaxia people anyway. Remember, remind him at the most suitable time. Don't spend too lavishly. Money isn't meant to be spent like that." Yang Yiyun was at the rough stone cutting machine at this time. Seeing this, everyone around hurriedly gathered. "Everyone, come and see, he's starting to cut." Someone even mocked, "This time, he's afraid he'll lose even his underwear." But on the first cut, seeing that the inside was ice jadeite, they were all stunned. One person exclaimed, "Emperor Green. Is that full green? How lucky is he?" But what Yang Yiyun was thinking at this time was, the rough stone hadn't reached the level of spirit stone yet, so he casually threw it behind him, saying, "Xiao Wang, here, have it." He was stunned, not believing his eyes. Just like that, Yu Yiyun cut rough stones with green interiors, throwing them all to Zhao Wang behind him, making it hard for him to catch them all. Xiao Wang hugged a pile of full green jadeite in his arms, under the shocked eyes of everyone witnessing it. "These are all top quality. Is this how experts play?" another person said. "As easy as eating porridge." At this time, Yu Yiyun had attracted the attention of two men, one fat and bald and one thin with hair. Yu Yiyun looked at the huge rough stone in front, thinking, "How long will it take to open this one? Let's open this one with more spiritual energy first." Holding the cutting machine in his hand, he hoped it wouldn't disappoint him. Yang Yiyun just made a cut, and a lot of different lights burst out from inside, surprising him. The light enveloped the room, making him exclaim, "Such strong spiritual energy!" Reaching out towards the spiritual energy that was constantly emitting, he thought, "Is the Qiankun cauldron frantically absorbing the spiritual energy of this rough stone?" At this moment, the image of his master appeared in front of him. He said, "Foolish disciple, you've done well this time. You actually found a 10,000-year bloodstone. It's been a long time since there was such spiritual energy." Just then, a subordinate barged into the room. An old man hurriedly shouted, "Drag him out!" That kid opened a 2 zang blood jade ice jadeite, making him extremely stunned, his mouth muttering, "How is this possible?" Yang Yiyun was extremely happy. "I've picked up a treasure this time. The abundant spiritual energy of this stone actually awakened my master. The spiritual energy of this stone is still abundant. I can slowly absorb it. I don't have any. For now, I'm afraid I have the materials to cultivate." The thin man from before, seeing this, immediately clapped and praised. "Excellent! So young, but unexpectedly already a grandmaster. Different from others. Truly talented at a young age." He came in front of Yu Yiyun and introduced himself. "I am Shu Ye, the general manager of Yuanyang Gold, Silver and Gemstone Company. May I ask if you intend to sell this blood jade? Our Yuanyang Gold, Silver and Gemstone Company is willing to offer 1-2 billion to buy it. This price is already very sincere, Grandmaster. Please consider it." Hearing that it was 1-2 billion, all the witnesses were extremely stunned and envious. Lei Jia appeared at this moment, saying, "Wait a minute, you unscrupulous people, Shu Ye, you've already obtained quite a few treasures. Can you let me have this one?" Shu Ye asked. Lei Jia is also attracted here. Yu Yiyun immediately turned to look at Lei Jia's dangling jade pendant, wondering, "Lei Jia, I have an impression of this jade pendant. My mother also has one just like it. Does he have a relationship with my mother?" The general manager of Yuanyang Gold, Silver and Gemstone Company, named Shui Ye, was standing with a bald man. He said, "What unscrupulous. We are striving for it ourselves." "Well, the same goes for you." Duanmu Lei stepped down and said to Yang Yiyun, "Are you Mr. Yang?" "I am Duanmu Lei, the person in charge of the stone gambling convention, and also the head of the Duanmu family. This raw stone is unprecedented in history. It is a rare find. My Duanmu family is willing to pay 1 billion yuan to buy it." Seeing that even a big figure like Duanmu Lei had come forward to buy the item, everyone around couldn't help but marvel. Beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. A brown-haired man said in astonishment, "Even Duanmu Lei is here. It seems this raw stone is truly one of a kind." The person next to him couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "This young man is making so much money." Shui Ye, not wanting to miss the opportunity, immediately bid, "We offer 2 billion. Duanmu Lei didn't give up either, saying, 2 billion too? Suddenly, Yang Yiyun became annoyed and erupted with power, shouting, "Enough! I didn't say I was going to sell it. Stop putting on a show." This immediately shocked everyone else. Shui Ye cautiously said,
Releasing inner force, the bald man next to him also spoke up. Isn't it just that you don't want to sell? Releasing such a large fire, there's no reaction at all. Not only was Duan Mulei not afraid, but he was secretly thinking. So young, yet able to release such powerful inner force. Interesting. But this face feels like I've seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, from a distance, a hidden weapon was speeding towards them, aiming at the group where Yang Yiyun was standing. Fortunately, at that moment, a white-haired girl rushed in front of Yang Yiyun. It was Duguk's Wuxing. She quickly knocked away the hidden weapon from before. After finishing, she raised her sword defensively, saying, "What kind of scoundrel dares to launch a sneak attack?" From above the building, a man laughed loudly in response. Haha, this girl's reaction isn't bad. The one who spoke was a red-haired man, holding a sharp weapon in his hand. He confidently said to everyone below, "These past few days of waiting haven't been in vain. We must get this stone. Don't resist for a moment, or you'll die a miserable death." Hearing this, the crowd below panicked and scattered everywhere. Someone shouted, "Why are there robbers here? Run away!" But Yang Yiyun still stood there, without moving. Following that, another person appeared. Without saying much, he directly attacked and knocked down several people standing around, smiling smugly and saying, "You can't escape. Everyone who has seen our faces must die. Haha, this is so refreshing." Seeing that the situation was not good, Dugu Wuxing rushed forward and swung her sword to fight back against him. She shouted, "Stop it!" But with the speed of the robber, he quickly dodged this blow. Of course, that guy wouldn't easily stop his fun. This time, he launched a hidden weapon towards her, also teasingly saying, "Haha, does little sister want to play with me too?" Dugu Wuxing retreated to dodge his attack. Then she turned her face to look in another direction, loudly calling for help. "Lu Zhuji, what are you doing? Aren't you going to come and help?" Looking in that direction, the person standing there wasn't Lu Xuexi, but Wu Xing. With a bewildered expression, she looked around and wondered, "Where is this? What's happening?" Seeing this scene, Dugu Wuxing couldn't help but be surprised, thinking, "Why did they change people?" Behind her, that guy had already chased after her, and he pretended to warn her, "You better not be distracted or you'll die." Fortunately, she reacted in time, turning around and knocking him away before he could attack. On the other side, Duan Mulei was raging with anger when he saw this scene, his face changing as he shouted loudly, "You dare to cause trouble on my territory? Do you think you have that many lives to be so bold?" The red-haired man from before heard this and recklessly rushed forward with his sword, threatening him. "Haha, don't pretend! Your realm has been stuck in the middle stage of 9th layer Dark Force for 5 years. We know your strength like the back of our hand. You don't stand a chance." It's a pity for him that Duan Mulei wasn't someone ordinary that he could easily touch. So he had barely spoken a few words when he was kicked in the face, losing a tooth, and not even having time to react. Suddenly, a golden magic circle appeared from under Duan Mulei's feet. From under the magic circle, a masked man emerged, grabbed his leg, grinned, and said, "Gotcha." He was very surprised to see this, seemingly never expecting it to happen, and he asked suspiciously, "Tong is injured. Do you have any celestial phenomenon experts?" Taking advantage of his distraction, the red-haired guy who had just been beaten up attacked from behind again. He retorted, "When did I say I was the only one?" In this critical situation, Yang Yiyun suddenly rushed from afar and knocked the red-haired guy away. The masked guy, seeing him defeated so easily, got scared and had no choice but to run away first. He thought angrily, "Damn it, I didn't expect there to be experts here." After the battle, the room was filled with smoke and dust. After being rescued, Duan Mulei stepped forward to thank him. "My deepest gratitude." Yang Yiyun didn't say much and went straight to the point. "No need for thanks. I want to ask about a woman named Mu Wan, who married a Huaxia soldier. Do you have any impression of her?" Unexpectedly, upon hearing that name, his expression changed as he replied, "Muan is the name of my unfortunate daughter." "Could you be?" Duan Mulei said to Yang Yiyun. Before Wan Er disappeared, she told me she had 2 children in Huaxia's ancient capital. They should be about your age now. He looked at him more closely and continued, "No wonder you look so familiar. You resemble Wan Er's children." Yang Yiyun soul, but he didn't care about those words, and indifferently asked, "Soul?" Duan Mulei was overjoyed to be reunited with his long-lost grandson, and wanted to acknowledge his, relative quickly. He said, "I'm your maternal grandfather, Yiyun. I never thought I'd see you. Wan Er is my daughter. Her full name is Duan Mu Wan Er." Yet he showed no intention of acknowledging his grandfather, instead turning to question Duan Mulei. "Where were you when our family was in the most difficulty? I don't have a mother or a grandfather like you." Seeing the situation, he could only explain, "Yiyun, listen to my explanation. There's a reason for this." As the two were in a tense situation, a voice suddenly rang out from behind, from within the white smoke. "That hurts." It was the red-haired robber from before who had been injured quite badly, looking very pathetic, and he was holding some kind of control switch in his hand. He said, "What a touching reunion." Without saying anything more, he pressed the switch. Before Yang Yiyun could react, a massive explosion occurred, hitting many people. A shrill scream rang out. Someone only managed to utter 2 words, "Help me," before suffering the same fate, blown away several meters. Inside, Yang Yiyun, Du Jiu Wuqing, and Duan Mulei all raised their hands in front of their faces in unison, exclaiming in surprise, "It's a bomb!" After the smoke and fire cleared, everyone was lying scattered everywhere. Only they were in a safer area and survived. Yang Yiyun cursed, "How despicable." Suddenly the robber came and kicked his leg, causing him to lose his balance and fall to his knees. He looked up at him, who now said disdainfully, "Despicable?
So what? No matter how strong you are, can you eat it? If you're not honest and don't hand over the money, I'll blow you all to smithereens. At the same time, the red-haired guy's accomplices began to run rampant, beating the others in the room. One of them shouted loudly, "Be honest." There was also the trembling voice of a girl they had caught. "Please, no." They were indeed a bunch of robbers who disregarded human life. Another one, while holding a man by the neck, said slyly, "If you don't want to die, hand over the money." A moment later, all the survivors were rounded up and made to sit in one place, no one daring to make a sound. The others swaggered loudly, finally behaving themselves, just a bunch of people who don't want to die. The robber next to them threatened with his sword, "Sit here obediently and wait for us brothers to collect the loot. Anyone who dares to run will be killed." In this situation, Duan Mulei seized the opportunity to explain to Yang Yiyun, "I didn't expect things to get to this point. Yiyun, listen, Wan at that time believed your father was still in the desert, not dead, so she resolutely set out to find him. I only found out later." Then he began to recall the past. In a desert land back then, a dead desert region, even we, ancient martial artists, would be more likely to die than survive. Your mother led some 6th-layer dark energy martial artists behind my back and ran ahead without permission, but only one person returned. Moreover, the person told us that the place was extremely strange. In the center of the sandstorm there was a ruin, and inside the ruin were very dangerous creatures, and a blue sun. Your mother disappeared there. Ending his recollection, he continued, "But when I personally led people—" Suddenly, the red-haired thug scoffed. "Ha ha! Relics in the desert? That's just kid stuff?" He then pointed at Yang Yiyun, sneering with contempt. "I bet your mom ran to another country to find an idiot because of this. Your whole family's trash anyway, haha." Hearing such outrageous insults, his face darkened. He couldn't help but glare at him, his eyes flashing with golden light as if he wanted to devour the guy whole. Provoked by his glare, the thug angrily slapped him across the face and roared, "What kind of look is that? You want to kill me?" Yang Yiyun sneered, "Planting bombs, taking hostages? I think you're the real trash. You dare fight me." The red-haired guy, feeling utterly humiliated, was so enraged that veins popped on his forehead. He slammed Yang Yiyun's head against the floor and screamed, "Shut your mouth!" He then raised his foot, ready to stomp on him to vent his anger, grinning maliciously. "I don't think you understand the situation. I'll make your death painless." Everyone watched with concern. Deng Ji, Wu Wuqing, and Duan Mulei shouted, "Stop!" But he clearly wasn't stopping, continuing to stomp on him without any restraint, relentlessly torturing him. Even his own comrades on the other side were wondering, "Why is the boss so worked up today?" Another one replied, "He really doesn't like being called trash." He grabbed Yang Yiyun by the hair and dragged him up. The red-haired guy smugly laughed. "How's it feel, you moron? Can you take it?" Although his face was bruised and bloodied, he still managed to grin and replied, "Feels like a tickle." From his sleeve he suddenly revealed a hidden weapon, saying, "You want to die?" He held the hidden weapon to Yang Yiyun's face, gloating as he threatened, "Now that we have the Phoenix Blood Jade, you're worthless. I'll grant you your wish." Suddenly, a man burst through the door, announcing loudly, "Mr. Yang, the bombs have been defused. The hall is secure. Impossible." Upon hearing the report, Yang Yiyun smiled. "Well done, Xiao Wang." Just as expected of someone arranged by Wunan. Then, he suddenly unleashed his power, forcing the red-haired thug back with the blinding light he emitted. The thug asked cautiously, "There's no way you could have defused all the bombs that quickly. How did you find them?" But he didn't even bother answering his question. He quickly lunged forward, delivering a kick straight to the thug's gut, sending him flying. The force of the kick made him vomit blood. Having turned the tables, Yang Yiyun smugly looked down at him and said, "You're still green." The red-haired guy was sent flying, blood still dripping from his mouth. Seeing their boss get beaten like that, his two underlings rushed to his aid, shouting, "Boss!" After helping their boss up, they both turned to face Yang Yiyun. His expression was terrible, they thought to themselves. Such intense pressure. The brown-haired thug, though afraid, still put on a brave face. "Don't let him fool you. Attack together." The masked thug immediately agreed. Right? Then the two of them advanced together, one with a sword, the other throwing hidden weapons at him. They both yelled, "Die!" But Yang Yiyun didn't even need to open his eyes to see their actions. He easily caught the hidden weapon just before it could injure him. Meanwhile, the dark-haired thug with the sword had already rushed right up to him, swinging his sword, hoping to defeat his opponent. The sword swung in a beautiful arc. But who was his opponent? He wasn't someone easily defeated. Yang Yiyun dodged the attack instantly. Seeing this, the thought flashed through his mind. Too fast. Then, the thug jumped high into the air, lunging at him again. He angrily said, "Hey, don't run. Where's all that energy from before?" Just then, taking advantage of Yang Yiyun dodging the brown-haired thug's attack, his comrade, the purple-haired masked thug, secretly used his magic to burrow underground, intending to attack from behind. Then, as Yang Yiyun approached him, he suddenly jumped up, grabbing hold of him unexpectedly, taking him completely by surprise. He loudly announced to his comrade in front, "Got him! Attack now!" By now, the brown-haired thug was very close, he replied. Coming, just as his sword was about to touch Yang Yiyun, he quickly used the hidden weapon that they had thrown at him earlier, to block the sword. The thug was completely caught off guard, thinking in surprise. He used the hidden weapon to block opportunity. He was distracted, and Yang Yiyun immediately launched a counterattack on the brown-haired thug, who was completely unprepared, and took the full force of the blow. The kick was so powerful that it made the opponent spit out blood. Then, he spun the hidden weapon again, this time targeting the one holding him from behind. Yang Yi-yun didn't show any mercy and stabbed the hidden weapon into that person's eye. A stream of blood gushed out. The scene was truly horrific. The masked robber painfully released him, clutching his eye with both hands and screaming, "Ah, my eye." The remaining robber, seeing his comrade being taken down so ruthlessly, realized he'd messed with the wrong person. He clutched the wound on his stomach, thinking, the difference in strength is too great. Looks like I underestimated him. Before he could escape far, Yi-yun swiftly approached and grabbed his face. While he was still stunned, he asked, "What are you thinking about?" Not giving him time to answer, he slammed his head into the floor, shattering a large section of it. Meanwhile, outside, in a dense forest under a clear and sunny sky, the leader of the robbers was desperately fleeing the scene. He ran, constantly looking back, thinking anxiously. Running this far should be enough to escape. Just as he thought this, he bumped into someone standing right in front of him. He stepped back and looked up to see it was Yang Yi-yun, carrying the two defeated robbers over his shoulder. He said to their leader, "Where are you rushing off to?" The leader, seeing this, immediately questioned back, "Aren't you going to take them with you?" He was now standing alone, his subordinates already defeated. His face was panicked as he thought, the only option left is that move. Unexpectedly, instead of unleashing a powerful technique that could rival Yang Yi-yun, he cowardly knelt down and begged for mercy, stammering, I'm really sorry. Please forgive me. I have my reasons, and I didn't realize I was dealing with a grandmaster." Hearing this, Yang Yi-yun immediately dropped the two underlings he was carrying, not knowing how he was going to deal with them next, while the leader continued to act pathetically. He was sweating profusely, forcing a smile. He could only try to negotiate with him. "If you spare me, I can offer you all the treasures I've acquired before, and there are many beauties from Nanguo, aged from 10 to 30. Without another word, he directly gave him a kick to the ground, considering it payback for the kicks he'd given him earlier in front of everyone. But unlike him, when he trampled on him, it only caused a little injury. While with Yang Yi-yun's strength, he immediately cracked the entire ground. It is unknown if that person will survive this. He looked at him, a golden light flashing in his eyes. Looking very imposing, he said to him, "Why do you think I should forgive scum like you?" After this, Duan Mulei spoke from behind him. "Yi-yun, are you alright?" He turned to look directly at him before replying, "I am fine. What is the situation in the hall?" Duan Mulei then explained the matter to him. "The remnants were those of the entry-level martial artists have been controlled, and I have also arranged for people to investigate the information of these people. You do not need to worry." Hearing this, Yang Yi-yun was more at ease, replying, "That's good then." Seeing this, Duan Mulei happily said to him, "Just leave this place to my people. Go back to your esteemed residence first." Switching to another location, the sky had already darkened, and the fluffy clouds were still drifting gently, creating a peaceful atmosphere. By the time they arrived at Duan Mulei's residence, it was already dark. In the distance, the full moon was clearly visible, and the magnificent mansion below was brightly lit. Inside, Wu Xing was tied up, her hands bound, and a white cloth covered her eyes. She spoke, "Mr. Yang, I can't see anything. What happened?" "Can you tell Wu Xing what's going on?" Yang Yi-yun stood before her, facing the beauty. Not only was he unmoved, but his expression also darkened, his eyes blazing. He questioned her, "Things have come to this, and you still want to play dumb?" Wu Xing, seeing him angrily interrogate her, retorted, "Pretend about what?" Wu Xing was confused. Hearing this, Yang Yi-yun didn't hesitate to expose her, saying, "Don't use your sister as a shield. We need to settle this debt." "I didn't die. You must be very disappointed, aren't you? We've always been loyal to you, sir. How could we have such thoughts? In reality, you discovered the bomb in the hall long ago. You and I both possess spiritual sense. A simple scan would have revealed it. Moreover, your previous body's cultivation was at the Golden Core realm. Naturally, your spiritual sense is much sharper than mine. And the moment the robbers appeared, you conveniently transformed back into your sister's spirit. What a coincidence." We wouldn't do such a thing. I'm asking your sister to repay you. If your sister refuses to leave, I can only resort to special measures." What? Special measures? The male lead pushed Wu Shu onto the bed with one hand. "Sir, you wouldn't be thinking of." "I like that idea." The male lead grabbed Wu Shu's leg and dragged it towards him. No, on the leg. "Then where is it?" Still not admitting it. "Let me give you a taste of my 13 meridian strikes." Even though the male lead was just poking at the meridians in her leg, Wu Shu emitted sounds like, I don't think I'm being strong enough. 1,000 meridian strikes. The male lead was like, "Nezha? Is that so?" "No. 1,000 hands, 2 eyes, Yongquan acupoint, you have insomnia, Gongsun acupoint strengthens the spleen and stomach, Duyu acupoint protects the uterus, specializing in irregular menstruation." "It's too much. I feel like I've reached the pinnacle of life. I can't take it anymore. I know now. I won't dare to do it again. If you had known this sooner, you wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Next time, it won't be as simple as pressing your leg. Remember that?" "So satisfying. Oh my god. What's with that expression like, you just did something intimate? It's just medical treatment." Someone approached the male lead, interrupting, "Young master, the head of the family has sent me to invite you for tea." "Alright, I'll be right there. Untie me first." Scene changes to somewhere else. "You even founded Yunmen. So, Ye Zai-tian was beaten by you. Well done. I can't believe the Ye family and Ma family of the 4 great families of Huaxia still like to provoke people like that. How did you find the bomb today? Perhaps it's because you have a good nose and smelled the explosives." Also, the two little Wangs beside you are former Huajia mercenaries and know how to defuse bombs. The male lead lied without batting an eye, because he was closing his eyes. Duanmu, from his teenage years, I saw how powerful you were from birth. Our Duanmu family gaining talent like you is truly a blessing from heaven. Grandpa, you praise me too much. Do you have any plans for the future? Will you stay here? Grandpa's resources in the Southern Kingdom cannot compare to the 4 great families in Huaxia. I appreciate Grandpa's good intentions, but I'm not used to the climate here. Grandma and my sister also don't want to leave Huaxia. Duanmu stood up from his chair. That's fine too. It would be a waste if talent like you isn't valued in Huaxia. Come with me. Back then, I fought with the 4 great families in Huaxia. But not only could I not win, but I also had to run to the Southern Kingdom. I also didn't protect Wanner well and let your mother suffer. With your current situation, I can't give you anything, but at least in the Southern Kingdom, outside of Huaxia, the people of our Duanmu family can be dispatched at will. Hundreds of people knelt below, shouting, "Welcome Young Master's return. Young Master can dispatch us at will. Also, the Ancient Martial Arts Yunmen tournament is coming up soon. You will also participate, right?" Yes, Grandpa. Although we've been excluded from the 4 great families, we still have the qualification to participate in this year's Moreover, it's said that this Ancient Martial Arts tournament is being held ahead of schedule, because the Master of the Divine Dragon Pool has emerged from seclusion, and he will be the guarantor. In addition to the 4 great families, other ancient sects will also participate. You must be careful. I will help you. The Master of the Divine Dragon Pool. That's right, it said that he, like you, is a Xiantian realm martial artist, and also an awakened. It seems it will be difficult for the male lead in this ancient martial arts tournament, but don't worry, as the guarantor he won't directly participate in the matches. But when that time comes, the 2 families might clash on the arena. Fists and feet are merciless, even I won't hold back. Good, very good. No one in Huaxia has dared to issue a challenge to Duanmu like this. This old man's bones might get to stretch. Such strong blood energy. No, not inferior to the seniors like Wang Xuanji. Is this the peak Yinjing realm? A strange green aura surrounds Duanmu's body, along with eyes full of affection for the male lead. These past few days we've troubled you with taking care of us. I'll be returning to Huaxia tomorrow. I'll leave the primal stone I obtained last time here. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. In such a hurry, won't you stay for a few more days? It's rare to have a trip to the southern nation. Or are you perhaps finding this old man bothersome? Grandfather is joking. Little sister must have already gone to Ji Yudun to study. I have to go back to make arrangements. Yun Men also has a lot of matters to handle, and I can't conveniently keep you here if there are important matters. Say hello to your grandmother and little sister for me. Scene change. After the conversation ends, the male lead returns to his room, closes the door, climbs into bed without even showering, and contemplates life. Suddenly having a grandfather, it feels really strange. But for Yun Men, it's a good thing. At least in the future, Yun Men's development overseas will avoid a lot of trouble. I also wonder, besides the 4 great families, what the strength of those ancient sects will be like. Hopefully they won't disappoint me. The male lead only needs to doze off for a moment, and the next day arrives. Take us to see the plane. Early morning at Jiudu Airport, Huaxia. 3 people, 2 women and 1 man, are leisurely walking over. Hey, check it out. A supercar is speeding along the road at high velocity, under the city's warm, almost greasy sunlight. How did going to Nanguo turn into a harem battle? Don't even mention it. The more you talk about it, the more complicated it gets. Don't talk about this anymore. How has Yun Men been recently? Not bad. After they cultivated according to your cultivation method, they've all started refining. In the back seat, a silent battle of eyes is happening between the harem. The male lead's massive soul is sparking with electricity for each other. You've worked hard during this time, Taidan. It's nothing. We're here. Why is there such intense sexual energy in the villa? An entire bloody red aura is enveloping the entire villa in front of us. Yunzi, where are you going? I have something to do. I'll be right back. Help me tell everyone not to act rashly. Eerie killing intent, not like a living thing. Yang Yiyun runs like hell at top speed towards the villa. The male lead flung the door open, the loud noise nearly taking the door with it. The male lead sees before him is Qiwan and the golden ferret. The ancient tomb has been robbed. Stop digging. If the master comes back, how am I supposed to explain things? Qiwan says, helpless in the face of this golden ferret. Cough, cough. The male lead coughs twice to announce his presence. Master, you're back. Cheap, cheap. Different from Qiwan helpless expression just now. Now her eyes are only filled with the male lead. Cheap, cheap inside. Suddenly the golden ferret pounces towards the male lead. You son of a bitch. Pow! One right in the mouth, making its snout twist. It hasn't been that long since we last met, and you've already started destroying the house. Facing that murderous gaze for the male lead, even if it destroys the house or causes trouble, it has to start crying like the golden ferret is doing right now. You want me to grill a weasel tonight? I'm sorry, master, but since I'm a spirit body, I can't stop the little weasel. Ever since the little weasel ate the benevolent god pill and had a deep sleep, it seems to have awakened some bloodline upon waking. The little weasel's claws are now perfect for digging, and it digs here every day, as if it has found something. You foolish disciple. You really misunderstood the little weasel this time. The little weasel's treasure-seeking bloodline has awakened, and it works so hard to dig this up, which means there must be a treasure underneath. So that's it, little weasel. It seems I misunderstood you this time, humph. The golden weasel is so angry at the male lead's misunderstanding that it's fuming. But this ancient tomb has such a heavy aura. Isn't there anything dangerous inside? This stone slab is very thick. Even the little weasel wouldn't be able to dig it up so easily. Chi-chi what? A pair of 30 centimeters long claws were presented in front of the male lead, making his eyes look like they were about to fall out, his mouth agape in shock. Then the weasel jumped 2 meters towards the hole. Wait, you don't want to, Chi. The golden weasel's claws unleashed several powerful strikes, sending wind and dust flying everywhere. I think I understand how destructive it is now, with those clean cuts coming from the golden weasel's position. Wait, something is spilling out from the cracks. Master, be careful! A burst of energy and a monster appeared in front of the male lead. Chihuai rushed toward the male lead, shouting loudly, Yi Yun! She gathered power in her hand and said, all methods return to origin, true essence fire evasion, unleashing a powerful fire attack that incinerated the vengeful spirit in front. Yun turned to Chihuai and said, isn't it just a vengeful spirit guarding the ancient tomb? Luckily, it's not some powerful role, he continued. There must be some amazing treasures below, otherwise the tomb's owner wouldn't have spent so much time setting up formations and vengeful spirit guardians. Chimar next to him replied. Chimar also feels it, but there seems to be another strange aura below. Yun rested his hand on his chin and thought, either way, this ancient tomb has already been excavated. We can't just leave it alone. I still need to borrow the spirit cultivation array of this place to cultivate. It wouldn't be good if something unexpected happened one day. Then he pushed open the tomb door, and then both Chuin and Yi Yun jumped down. He thought to himself, let's just go down and see what's going on. The golden weasel next to him said, Chi, meaning, okay. Yi Yun landed safely. He stood up in the middle of a room, filled with a strange blue mist. Yi Yun wondered, where is this? He turned around and called out to the weasel, and Chuin. Yi Yun muttered, it's clear that we came down here together, so how did everyone disappear? Suddenly, a beautiful figure was faintly visible in the mist. Yin Yun was startled, and turned around. Huh, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. You are, that's Liu Lingling. Her face flushed red, she winked, and said to Yi Yun, long time no see, Yang Yi Yun. Yi Yun stammered, aren't you in France? When did you come back? Why didn't you tell me? That Liu Lingling, soaking in the lake, said, you're one to talk, you haven't even bothered to contact me since I left. She said with an excited face, punish you for helping me dry myself. Yin Yun, with an excited face, reached out to Liu Lingling, and said strangely, then I won't be polite. His hand froze, suddenly realizing something was wrong. How could Liu Lingling come to a public bathhouse? She was still waving her hand, beckoning Yi Yun to come closer, when suddenly, the surrounding scene shattered. That Liu Lingling also revealed herself to be an ugly green monster. The surrounding illusion shattered, and Yi Yun muttered, was that just an illusion? The green monster advanced to attack him. Yin Yun said, is it fake? What a pity. He angrily kicked the monster and said, how dare you trick me, you son of a bitch. The monster was kicked away by Yi Yun. The monster was sent crashing into a wall, exploding instantly. Suddenly, there was a cheep sound. Yang Yi Yun turned his head and thought to himself, a little ferret. He turned to see the little ferret trying to kiss that ugly monster. Yang Yi Yun could only offer a strained smile in its eyes. The ferret before him was an incredibly handsome and romantic one. That ferret romantically said, Mama, Yun gently reminded, if you don't wake up, I'm deducting 1 year's worth of your red fragrance fruit. The illusion of the handsome ferret shattered, revealing an ugly, snot-nosed green monster. It was puckering its lips to kiss the little ferret. The little ferret's eyes widened, and it swung its sharp claws, slashing the monster in half with one blow. The little ferret angrily said, Chi. Daring to deceive Daddy, Yun saw that Chihuai was alright, and asked him if he was okay. Chihuai replied, it seems that because Chihuai is a spirit body, illusions don't work. Then, he turned to the coffin in front of him and said, this must be the mastermind. Doesn't feel like anything special. Chihuai bent down and said, that's not right. Chihuai feels a very strange aura inside. A strange purple smoke leaked out of the coffin. Lightning suddenly flashed across the sky. Thunder and lightning from inside the coffin. Yi Yun wondered. A thin hand rested on it. It was a large zombie monster. Its aura surged. The killing intent of the Jiangshi was extremely strong. Yi Yun sensed it, and panicked internally. This is a Jiangshi, a ghostly and powerful murderous aura that feels like it wants to engulf everyone. The Jiangshi flew towards Yin Yun's group. He immediately gathered power in his fingers and shouted, Qiankun, come forth! Instantly, a sword appeared from the sky. Yin Yun grabbed the sword, and with a single slash he sent the Jiangshi flying. But the Jiangshi landed. Yi Yun's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the Jiangshi standing still in front of him. He thought to himself, it's unharmed. The Jiangshi immediately gathered power in its hand and punched the ground hard. Countless stone pillars rose from the earth. Yi Yun reacted, and jumped high to avoid the stone pillars. The Jiangshi also jumped up from the ground towards Yi Yun. He stared blankly at the monster. Yi Yun suddenly realized something was wrong. But it was too late. The monster punched him hard in the stomach. Yi Yun was sent crashing into the wall by the force of the punch. He coughed up blood, spitting out a mouthful. The Jiangshi didn't let Yin Yun off. It lunged towards him, raising its hand to deliver a fatal blow. Chihuai suddenly shouted from afar, attracting the monster's attention. Don't you dare hurt master! The Jiangshi was dazed by Chu Er's loud voice. Yi Yun looked up. This is Yi Yun's master. From his mind, a voice said, I told you earlier that subduing her would be beneficial. This is the second level of the ghost cultivation skill, but it can only temporarily suppress this Jiangshi for a moment. Yi Yun lay flat on the ground, saying, so, you're not dead yet. Explain things to me when you have time. Yi Yun's master said, I've only just recovered a bit of my spiritual soul. If I act recklessly, I fear my soul will truly scatter. If I die, you'll also be scattered in soul and spirit? You still want me to explain things?
Yin Yun lay on the ground saying, "You definitely have a way, don't take advantage of the situation." Yin Yun's master said, "You little If an ordinary person flipped through my cultivation technique electrical manual a bit more, would they fall into this situation? This zombie is at the late stage foundation establishment cultivation. You can use this heaven-shocking palm now. It can help a user at the 8th layer of the Qi refining stage unleash foundation establishment power, but the corresponding side effects are also very significant." "Who cares about side effects? Let's deal with this monster first and talk later," Yang Yiyun's master said. Then he raised his hand to gather power. A flash of light gleamed from Yang Yiyun's forehead, and he immediately stood up, standing in front of the zombie that had, by now, broken free from Chu Ni's suppression. A surging aura burst from Yang Yiyun. He said, "You ugly thing." So fast, the zombie saw Yang Yiyun and lunged forward. It jumped high, raised its fist, intending to flatten Yang Yiyun, and its bony hand descended from above. Yang Yiyun did not back down. He rushed forward, activated the technique, Qi Manifestation, Heaven-Shocking Palm, and unleashed a palm strike towards the zombie. The power of the move exploded, devastating an entire area in the Lishan bamboo forest. An old man was lying on a rock drinking wine. He rested his hand on his face and said, "Qi Manifestation, it lacks a little refinement." The smoke from the explosion enveloped Yang Yiyun, Chu Ni, and the little ferret asked worriedly, "Master, are you okay?" "Squeaky!" Chu Ni immediately covered her face with her hands, exclaiming in shock. The power from the explosion shattered a huge section of the wall. Meanwhile, the zombie had been blown away, missing half its body. Yang Yiyun knelt on the ground, saying, "You still won't die this time." Chu Ni ran over to check on Yang Yiyun. "Master, although the zombie has been eliminated, there's a person outside shouting, 'I just finished repairing my house.'" Inside the box that contained the zombie earlier, there was a mysterious red aura. The ferret looked toward the mysterious red aura and cried out, "Chi!" Chu Ni and Yang Yiyun were also startled, letting out a questioning sound. Yang Yiyun put his hand over Chi Ni, wondering to himself, "Is there something else inside the coffin?" From inside the coffin, a woman completely clad in black with blood-red eyes flew out. She flew high above, looking at Yang Yiyun and Chi Ni. She frowned, then vanished into thin air, leaving the two of them astonished. Yang Yiyun thought, "Disappeared." Yang Yiyun's master immediately provided the answer. "Just a demonic cultivator. A foundation establishment stage zombie has already caused you to disrupt your battle formation like this. The one who just fled must be the master of that zombie, using controlled ghost slave zombies to kill people here to collect living materials." Then he continued, "Although dealing with the zombie was a bit difficult, for someone who can break the illusory maze formation, you're not bad at all. Normal demonic cultivators all have a demonic core used to store their spirit and soul. This item can be conveniently given to your little ghost cultivator girl." Yang Yiyun followed his master's instructions, looked into the box, and immediately saw a demonic core. He exclaimed, "It's actually real." Yang Yiyun said, "Let's collect it first and worry about it later." He then collected the demonic core. Suddenly there were footsteps outside. An old man with white hair and a conical hat walked in. He said, "This place was really lively just now. It seems this old man arrived late and missed the show." Then he continued, "This place is not bad. Spiritual energy converges here. It's a very good place for cultivation." He then picked up the wine bottle in his hand and chugged loudly. The little ferret watched, drooling, and cried out, "Chi chi." The old man was drinking, his face looking very satisfied. Suddenly the wine ran out. He looked closely and said, "Huh, where's the wine?" The old man continued to grumble, "Hurry up and come out for this old man." Yang Yiyun looked at the strange old man in front of him and said, "In this deep mountain and old forest, how can there be someone here?" The old man was still trying to drink the last drop in front of the little ferret. The little ferret saw the last drop, its mouth watering, and cried out, "I'm coming, I'm coming!" The last drop from the wine bottle was falling. The little ferret's eyes lit up, and it quickly ran toward the old man, yelling, "Squeak!" The old man's last drop was snatched away by the little ferret in an instant. The old man angrily grabbed the little ferret and furiously said, "You beast! Dare to steal my wine! Watch me crush you to death!" The little ferret struggled, trying to escape the old man's hand. Yang Yiyun saw this and ran over, shouting loudly, "Wait! I can pay you for it." Suddenly, Yang Yiyun realized something, his eyes widening. The old man only replied, "I've raised this bamboo for over a decade. What can you possibly compensate me with?" With that, the old man landed a blow on Yi Yun, who was rushing forward. The old man's strike sent him flying. Yi Yun crashed into the wall, coughing up several mouthfuls of fresh blood. The old man said, "One must have manners. If your pet misbehaves, it must be punished." Yi Yun thought to himself, "He's so strong." Then, he suddenly sensed a powerful spiritual energy radiating from the strange old man. Yi Yun's master, seeing the situation was bad, warned, "Kid, I advise you to run. Judging by this person's strength, he is far stronger than that Jiangxi from before." Then the master looked at the old man and continued, "This person looks very crazy, but his cultivation is deep. He looks like he's suffering from qi deviation. He won't listen to reason." Yin Yun didn't give up. He clutched his injured arm and said resolutely, "I can't abandon it. Besides, the little ferret is in his hands. I have to find a way to save it." With that, Yi Yun summoned a sword from the sky. He grasped the sword, ready to fight, and said, "I can only take a gamble." The old man gritted his teeth and said, "Boy, you really don't know what's good for you." With that, he gathered power in his hand and said,
Then you take the punishment for this beast.
Ying Yun held his sword, ready to fight. Seeing this, the old man said, "Come on, kid. Let this old man see how powerful you are."
Yin Yun's eyes were filled with determination as he dashed toward the old man.
Yi Yun raised his sword high toward the old man and shouted, "Don't underestimate others."
Then he slashed, but the old man dodged it. He even said, "The speed isn't bad, but you're still too green." Then he landed a powerful punch on Yin Yun, sending him crashing hard into the wall. Yi Yun was motionless after being punched, coughing up a few more mouthfuls of blood.
The old man said with a sinister look, "Have you come to your senses, boy?" Yi Yun still didn't give up. He rushed forward, using the move Wan Fa Gizong Zhen Yuan Li Huo.
A series of sparks flew from Yin Yun's hand. "Old geezer," the old man said. A little trick." Then, chanting incantations with his hands clasped, the sparks flew toward the old man, creating a large explosion.
Yi Yun hoped it could knock down the old man, but the old man gathered spiritual energy to transform it into a gourd to block Yi Yun's attack. Then he said, "Your technique is a little interesting. Too bad your cultivation is too weak."
Moreover, with that, he condensed starstones in the air and launched them towards Yi Yun. The starstones flew toward him. Yi Yun panicked. This is not good. The starstones enveloped Yi Yun, forming a sphere in the air.
The old man below said triumphantly,
"As long as it's someone this old man wants to kill, no one can escape my grasp." With that, he was about to leave, when suddenly the starstone sphere shattered. Yi Yun burst out of it with a fist and shouted, "It's not over yet."
"Zhen Qi Hua Xing, Zhen Tianzhang." The old man just silently walked away. Yi Yun rushed forward to deliver a blow to the old man, but he dodged it. Not only that, he delivered a punch that sent Yi Yun flying.
He was punched to the ground. Yi Yun crawled on the ground and said, "Damn it, this old man's cultivation is unfathomable. I'm completely no match."
Yin Yun's master then reminded him, "Kid, this person's cultivation is completely on a different level compared to the opponents you've met. You can only use your wits.
Although this person is suffering from chi deviation, he can suppress it. I'm afraid he's using that bamboo to suppress it."
Yi Yun's master continued, "Didn't you discover that monkey wine in the mountain cave can enhance spiritual energy and cleanse the marrow and flesh?
Take it out. Maybe it can help you overcome this crisis."
Yi Yun thought to himself,
"I understand, master. Leave the rest to me," the old man said grimly. "Meet your end. This next move will be your end." With that, he lunged towards Yang Yi Yun, whose hands summoned the very item his master had requested.
The old man still rushed forward with a fist, shouting, "Die!" Yang Yi Yun quickly said, "Senior,
I'll use this as compensation." The old man immediately stopped his fist right in front of Yang Yi Yun. His face twisted, thinking, "That was close." The old geezer, face close to Yang Yi Yun's, asked, "An aroma filled with spiritual energy? This is..." He quickly replied, "This is monkey wine, capable of enhancing spiritual energy and cleansing the marrow and flesh."
The old man pressed his face even closer, asking, "You intend to use this interesting thing as compensation?"
Yang Yi Yun calmly replied, "I still have several bottles of elixir."
Before he finished, the old man did an about-face, slapping Yang Yi Yun's back like a brother. "Haha,
if you'd taken it out sooner, why would I have needed to hit you, little brother? But you were able to survive my attack. I'm impressed." Yang Yi Yun was stunned by how quickly the old man changed his attitude. Then he wondered, "But little brother, I see it, but I can't tell which family your cultivation technique belongs to."
"Could you be a disciple of a sect?" Yang Yi Yun bowed respectfully and said, "This junior, Yang Yi Yun, is the newly established Yun sect's leader."
The old man exclaimed in surprise. "Established a new sect? Unexpectedly, at such a young age you already possess such strength." Yang Yi Yun calmly replied, "I dare not accept such praise." Yang Yi Yun asked, "Senior, have you ever heard of the ancient martial arts tournament?"
He replied, "This old man has heard of it. What about it, little brother? Do you also wish to participate?"
He then replied, "That's right. I previously heard some news from my grandfather. This time, the reward for winning the ancient martial arts tournament might be what I want, but I don't know much about the ancient martial arts tournament. Could you tell me about it?"
The old man explained to Yang Yi Yun,
"The ancient martial arts tournament is a competition held by the great families. It's said that the victor can receive a large amount of spirit stones and some rare items. The family will also gain a highly respected position, but victory is not so easy. Not to mention the great families participating, even the long-established families will participate." He extended his hand to Yang Yi Yun and continued, "Your strength in Huaxia can be considered outstanding, but there are countless strong individuals in this world." Yang Yi Yun stuttered. "This..." Suddenly the old man said, "But if I'm here, it's different. I can join Yun's sect and help you achieve victory in this ancient martial arts tournament." He continued, "Just provide me with enough monkey wine, and starting before the tournament, I can help you all raise your strength by a level." Yang Yi Yun was overjoyed in his heart. "What, raise our strength by a level? That's wonderful. We just happen to need a powerful person to guide us." Then he clasped his hands and said, "Then we'll trouble you, senior." The old man replied, "Haha.
Rest assured, leave it to this old man." At Yang Yi Yun's house, the old man asked, "This monkey wine is really not bad."
"Yang, little brother, do you have more?" Yang Yi Yun replied, "Senior, rest assured, we in Yun's sect have plenty of this monkey wine." At Yun Qi's company, Yang Yi Yun was talking to Lu Xuexi. He said, "To think that Elder Wine Immortal could increase everyone's cultivation speed so quickly in just a few days," Zhu Ji said in surprise. "His strength must be at the golden core stage." She wondered, "Yi Yun, where did you find such an expert?" Yi Yun then replied, "I ran into him by chance at Mount Li," Xuexi recounted. Although he's very strong, he's a bit strange. A few days ago, just because Liu Xinqi said he looked like a beggar, he started hitting people, as if he couldn't control his normal emotions. Yang Yiyun could only say, "When I met him, it seemed that he suffered a key deviation because of cultivating martial arts. Not only did he lose his previous memories, but he also can't control his emotions. But as long as you don't provoke him, it'll be fine." He continued, "I learned from my grandfather that among the current major ancient sects, those at the fifth layer of even more frightening is whether the existence of the innate stage 9, ancient cultivation sects, even exists at all. But even if the innate stage 9 warriors truly exist, facing this drunken immortal old man who transcends the innate stage, they can only weep." Yin Yun thought to himself, "Although Master has extremely rich cultivation experience, it's limited to teaching me alone. Moreover, he's inside the Qiankun Jade Gourd, so he can't always come out and instruct me." He looked down at the old man from the upper floor and said, "As a cultivator, if you want to increase your cultivation, you must venture to various dangerous places on Earth, explore the relics of cultivation civilizations, and search for natural treasures to effectively improve your cultivation." Yi Yun turned to Shui Shi, who was standing with her arms crossed, and said, "As long as he is stationed in Yunmen, at least before my cultivation breaks through to the Golden Core stage, our Yunmen will be safe." At the headquarters of the Ji Yu Huatong, in a dark room, a group of people were talking. The person sitting in the chair said, "Yang Yiyun, you don't need to focus on him. Concentrate on doing what I've assigned you." The red-haired masked man said, "But my arm, and my younger brother's life, I must have this revenge." The person in the chair raised his teacup, interrupting him. "Cheng Baiwan caused such a great loss to our Jiyu Huatong, he should have paid with his life. But during the ancient martial arts tournament, there is something very important to me, so I will give this mission to you. As for Yang Yiyun, we'll take the opportunity to get rid of him as well, if this mission still fails." Then he emphasized each word. "I know you already know the consequences." The red-haired man kneeling on the ground trembled and said, "Yes, this subordinate understands." The person sitting in the chair rested his chin on his hands and said, "Yang Yi Yun, HMPH. He's indeed as troublesome as his father." Then a dagger pinned a photo on the table. The person in the photo was Liu Lingling. A few months later, a member of the Shenzhen men said, "Everyone, prepare to depart." At the Hun Yuan men, a person in the sect said, "Hun Yuan men." At the Tian Ma men, someone said, "Pay attention. This time we are participating in the ancient martial arts tournament to conveniently get rid of someone." At Penglai, their people are practicing for the upcoming tournament. At the Tai sect, everyone is in the best spirit. At the Baihua Palace, all the girls have prepared everything to participate in the tournament. At the Yi family in Yanjing, an old man led the way and said, "This time at the ancient martial arts tournament, we must kill Yang Yiyun at all costs." The red-haired man wearing sunglasses behind him replied, "And the Zhao family will also be exterminated. Zhao Nan must be captured and trampled in front of that damned Yang Yiyun." At the Zhao family in Yanjing, the silver-haired old man said, "Haha, this time let's see what our future son-in-law can do." The green-haired girl replied, "Grandpa, you're doing it again." On the other side, at the Ma family in Yanjing, an old master was reminding his descendants, "Remember, if you face Yang Yiyun in this tournament, eat that thing and be sure to beat him to death." The son, an uncle, said, "Remember, rest assured and leave it to you in Yanjing." Yang Xiao, I really want to see what kind of luck you will bring to Huaxia this time." It came to Yin Yun's strength, and he said, "Finally, the day of the ancient martial arts tournament has arrived." The members of Yin Yun's sect were all very excited, looking forward to the upcoming tournament. Yin Yun then announced, "These past few years we have experienced many storms and waves to get to today. I couldn't have done it without everyone's help." He continued, "These past few days of hard cultivation have been for this day." Everyone in the sect listened attentively to Yin Yun's speech. He continued, "So that we can win this ancient martial arts tournament and let the world know how strong we Huaxia martial artists are." At this moment, Yin Yun and everyone set off with hope for a glorious victory. He loudly shouted, "Depart!" Yin Yun raised his fist, expressing his determination.